Bang! A dull gunshot echoed. Then a human scream of agony followed by the roar of a beast. Yu Yang hid in the bushes, cautiously poking his head out to observe the scene on the street. A man was clutching his right wrist in pain, his hand now a bloody mess. At his feet lay a revolver. Before him was a three-headed wild dog, snarling ferociously. To be precise, it was no ordinary wild dog. Its body was enormous, as large as a small car. The man's eyes were filled with despair as he roared unwillingly, "Damn it." At such a critical moment, the gun jammed. What a fucking mess. The three-headed beast paid no heed and lunged directly at the man. The man turned and fled for his life, but in an instant the beast caught up. With a scream, the man's body was torn in two by the three-headed beast. Yu Yang, hiding in the bushes, watched silently, his eyes devoid of excessive emotion. He had witnessed such scenes many times since crossing over a few days ago. The reason he stayed was his interest in the man's revolver. He planned to retrieve it quietly after the beast left. Just then, from afar, the towering stone pillar emitted a faint blue glow once more. The three-headed beast suddenly raised its head, ignoring its prey, and dashed madly toward the stone pillar, disappearing from Yu Yang's sight. Yu Yang cautiously emerged from the bushes and walked to where the revolver had fallen. The revolver's barrel was completely shattered. Yu Yang fiddled with it unwillingly, finally confirming it was entirely useless. Alas, what a pity. If I had a pistol at hand, at least I could intimidate these terrifying mutant beasts. Just then a mechanical prompt sounded in Yu Yang's mind, and a pale blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Ding! Loading the All Things Repair System. Loading complete. The All Things Repair System can repair everything. After repair, a special effect will be drawn. The more complex the repaired item, and the more times it is repaired, the more repair points are required. Note: intentionally damaged items cannot be repaired. Note: intentionally damaged items cannot be repaired. Note: intentionally damaged items cannot be repaired. Killing order breakers grants corresponding repair points. Hint: most mutant creatures are order breakers of the world, and some humans are too. Ding. Initial repair points 10. This is a system. There really is a system. Yu Yang's heart surged with ecstasy. He had thought the legend of a system for a transmigrator was just a myth, but it was true. With the system, survival shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I can even live comfortably in this apocalypse. After calming his excitement, Yu Yang began to ponder the system's functions. The system can repair everything and draw special effects. So can it repair the revolver? With a thought, a prompt appeared before Yu Yang. Repairing the damaged revolver costs 10 repair points. Proceed. Yu Yang unhesitatingly chose yes. At the same time, a strange radiance enveloped the revolver. Ding. Obtained a brand new revolver. Attack 53. Special effects drawn. Choose 1. 1. Perfect shot. Bullets fired from this revolver will hit the target 100. 2. Half consumption. Firing 2 bullets consumes only 1. 3. Bullet explosion. Basic. Upon hitting the target, the bullet explodes, causing secondary damage equal to half the original. Yu Yang carefully reviewed all 3 effects. All 3 are decent. Not as overpowered as an instant kill, but still pretty good. After much deliberation, he finally chose perfect shot. Ding. The revolver has been imbued with the effect perfect shot. Yu Yang believed that the priority in using a firearm was accuracy. Without it, everything else was meaningless. He had no shooting experience, so perfect shot would compensate for that. Next time I encounter that mutant beast, maybe I can have a go with it. I heard that although these beasts are fierce, their meat is incredibly delicious. Some large survival teams even organize hunts for mutant beasts. Thinking of this, Yu Yang felt a surge of excitement, his eyes shining. But he quickly calmed down. I have a gun now, but bullets are a problem. He walked quickly to the man's corpse. The man's body was torn in half at the abdomen, intestines spilling everywhere. Yu Yang endured the stench of blood and searched the man's body for a while, finally finding a box of ammunition. He took out all the bullets and counted 52 rounds in total. Not many, barely enough to get by. I wonder where I can find more bullets. Even the best marksman is useless without ammunition. But in this apocalypse, there must be plenty of discarded weapons. I remember seeing an abandoned tank in the central square last time. I wonder if it can be repaired. If I could get a tank as a vehicle, I wouldn't fear these mutant beasts. After pondering, he decided to return to his team's base first. After crossing over, he was taken into a survival team by a fellow in a residential area. Although he hadn't gained many resources from the team in the past few days, he had learned a lot about this world. Out of gratitude, Yu Yang decided to lead the team to find supplies and also look for bullets. With a pistol in hand, Yu Yang felt a bit more confident. He put away the revolver and bullets, then headed toward the team's base. Along the way, he carefully avoided areas where mutant beasts frequented and finally returned safely to the base. The base was an underground garage in a residential area. Most of the team members were nearby residents. The location wasn't ideal, but they were a small team. The good spots were taken by larger groups, and they had no choice. To join a large survival team, one had to hand over enough supplies. As Yu Yang arrived at the garage entrance, a surprised voice called out, "Brother Yu Yang, you're finally back." Yu Yang looked at the young man approaching and nodded slightly. He recognized him, another college student named Zhou Kai. They had gotten along well in the past few days, and Yu Yang had learned about this world from him. Just then a muscular man approached, nodded at Yu Yang, and said politely, "Yu Yang, right? Since you're here, please hand over the food you have. We've decided to allocate resources uniformly." Yu Yang's eyelids twitched, and he frowned at Zhou Kai beside him. Facing Yu Yang's questioning gaze, Zhou Kai shrank his neck, his eyes darting away as he instinctively stepped back 2 paces, hiding behind the burly man. Yu Yang clenched his fists inwardly. He had not expected Zhou Kai to betray him. Just yesterday, seeing the man dizzy from hunger, and being the first person he had met in this world, Yu Yang had secretly saved a bit of his instant noodles for him. He had saved a little for him, while secretly eating instant noodles. Unexpectedly, Zhou Kai turned around and betrayed him. Yu Yang shifted his gaze expressionlessly, turning to look at the burly man. He knew this man, too, named Wu Gang, a former fitness coach who had been bossing Yu Yang around these past days, relying on his strength. Yu Yang's gaze toward Wu Gang gradually turned cold. "This is my own supplies. Why should I hand them over to you?" Wu Gang was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't expected Yu Yang to dare talk back to him. He snorted, speaking with a reproachful tone, "We are all part of the same team. Resources should be shared collectively. You've hidden them for so long, and we won't hold it against you. If you don't hand them over now, are you going to watch others starve?" Yu Yang shook his head with a cold laugh, retorting, "First, the things in my backpack existed before I joined the team. They have nothing to do with you. Second, since joining the team, I haven't received any benefit from it. Instead, you've sent me out to scout for information and search for supplies. Finally, even though I joined your team, that doesn't mean you can force me to do anything. Are you going to use force to seize a teammate's supplies?" Wu Gang clenched his fist, instinctively wanting to strike. But he remembered the team members behind him watching. If he actually resorted to violence, it would confirm the accusation of using force against a teammate. Though strong, he was not yet willing to fight everyone. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and finally held back. Suppressing his anger, he warned, "This is a collective decision." Yu Yang looked expressionlessly toward the depths of the garage where several people stood, old and young, all gaunt and sallow. Although most of them showed guilt and embarrassment in their eyes, the craving for food was clearly stronger. He remembered that these people had no food left. It had been nearly 3 months since the apocalypse began. Everything edible had long been consumed. Yu Yang understood their craving for food, but he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't use his limited supplies to help people he barely knew. "You have nothing left, so of course you're willing to share resources. It sounds nice, but it's really just about taking my food." The instant noodles and water in Yu Yang's bag were actually supplies he had brought on a trip before the apocalypse. When the disaster struck, they had crossed over with him, otherwise he could never have had so much food. "Young man, don't put it so harshly." A man in his 40s wearing glasses walked in from outside the garage. From his attire, it was clear he had been a corporate executive or small business owner. His seemingly gentle eyes held a hint of shrewdness. Seeing this man, Yu Yang's eyes grew wary. His name was Wei Fuhai, and everyone called him Boss Wei. With his smooth interpersonal skills, he had quietly become the leader of this survival team. But Yu Yang knew this man was far from as gentle as he appeared. Wei Fuhai wore a friendly smile, playing peacemaker. "You know how dangerous the beasts outside are. We gathered together, set up some traps, and they dare not come close. We are a team, you need us, and we need you. How about this, you share the food now, so we can fill our stomachs. If we get new food, next time you can choose first. What do you think?" Yu Yang stared coldly at Wei Fuhai, sneering inwardly. What a big empty promise. Truly a boss move. Choose first from new food. Who knows if there will ever be new food? Yu Yang did not accept Wei Fuhai's proposal and directly refused, "I disagree." Before Wei Fuhai could speak, Wu Gang lost his temper. He stepped forward, flexing his muscles. "You don't get to disagree. Since you joined the team, you must obey." He was clearly threatening Yu Yang with his strong physique. In his eyes, Yu Yang was just an ordinary college student, no match for him physically. "Well, then I quit." After saying this, Yu Yang turned and began to walk away. Originally, he had planned to take these people to search for supplies, but now it seemed unnecessary. Both Wu Gang and Wei Fuhai were visibly stunned. "Damn!" Wu Gang cursed, rolling up his sleeves, as if to attack. Wei Fuhai's eyes shifted, and he stopped Wu Gang, then called out to Yu Yang. "Young man, don't act on impulse. Since you're unwilling, then forget it. It's dangerous outside. Come back first, and let's talk things over." "Boss Wei, how can you?" Wu Gang was full of confusion, clearly dissatisfied. But Wei Fuhai shot him a stern look. Though Wu Gang didn't understand, he didn't speak again. Yu Yang looked at the darkening sky and stopped. At night, without any light, human vision was extremely limited. But beasts were not. So going out at night was indeed a dangerous move. Yu Yang turned back, ignoring the 2 men, and walked straight to an empty corner of the garage. He planned to rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Some might call it foolish, but to earn repair points, Yu Yang intended to wait and lure his target. "Boss Wei, why did you agree to him?" "We had already decided." After Yu Yang was far away, Wu Gang couldn't help asking. Wei Fuhai gave him a faint glance. "I know you can beat him, but what if he doesn't fight you? If he runs, can you catch him and subdue him without alerting the beasts?" "This." Wu Gang pursed his lips, finally agreeing with Wei Fuhai. Wei Fuhai said earnestly, "Wu Gang, I know you are strong and have great strength. But in this situation, strength alone won't work. You need to use your brain more. My daughter has grown up, you need to show some foresight if you want me to trust her with you. Hearing this, Wu Gang's eyes lit up. Wei Fuhai's daughter was also in their team, very beautiful, and most importantly young and pure. Wu Gang had been coveting her for a long time. Seeing Wu Gang's lecherous look, Wei Fuhai turned his head in disgust. He had no intention of actually giving his daughter to Wu Gang. He said this only to pacify Wu Gang and keep him obedient. In Wei Fuhai's plan, his daughter would at least marry the leader of a large survival team, ensuring their safety, and he could benefit from it. As for Wu Gang, he would be kicked away when the time came. By the way, Boss Wei, are we really letting that kid go? He has instant noodles in his bag. It's been so long since we've had anything that good. Before the apocalypse, many people scorned instant noodles, but now they were a rare treasure. Who said we're letting it go? Wei Fuhai adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. He can't stay awake forever, can he? Wu Gang's eyes widened, then he broke into a grin. Haha, Boss Wei, your ideas are the best. Wu Gang's eyes widened, then he followed with laughter. Haha, Boss Wei, your ideas are the best. Yu Yang retreated to a secluded corner at a distance, settling into a comfortable position. He knew Boss Wei's request for him to stay boded no good, yet with his unerring revolver, dealing with ordinary people would be effortless. Just then Zhou Kai cautiously approached, a hint of apology on his face. Yu Yang, don't be mad. I didn't mean to spill the beans about your instant noodles. The damage is done. What's the point of saying this now? Yu Yang felt it best to sever ties with such a person, and their acquaintance had never been deep anyway. I just think we're all part of the same team, and we need their support, Zhou Kai tried to explain. That's your need, not mine. Seeing Yu Yang's coldness, Zhou Kai felt a flicker of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Yu Yang, I advise you to think clearly. If you act alone, you won't survive. You'd better hand over your stuff obediently, so Brother Wu Gang and Boss Wei will help you. Besides, they've already discussed besieging an injured beast. It's dangerous, but with our numbers we might just succeed. Soon we might have meat to eat. Don't come crying then. An injured beast. Yu Yang's eyes flickered as a new plan formed in his mind. Yet he remained silent, ignoring Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Yu Yang's bag, the longing in his eyes unmistakable. That day had eaten a bit of Yu Yang's leftover noodles, even drinking every last drop of the soup. Such deliciousness he hadn't tasted in ages. He craved more. If Yu Yang hands over the supplies, maybe you'll get a pack too. This damned Yu Yang's so stubborn, like a miser. Keep hoarding then. When you die out there, he'll snatch your backpack and take all your noodles. With that thought, Zhou Kai shot Yu Yang a vicious glare and slunk away. At midnight, most had fallen into deep sleep. The garage entrance was blocked by tables and chairs. Any beast intrusion would create enough noise to alert everyone. Wu Gang and Boss Wei crept stealthily to where Yu Yang rested. Wu Gang held a candle, its flickering light cast eerie shadows on their faces. Wu Gang eyed the rope in Boss Wei's hand and whispered, Boss Wei, we're here to steal. Take this kid's stuff, so why the rope? We'll tie him up. Somehow Wu Gang felt a chill from Boss Wei's gaze. Why tie him up? Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion. Afraid he'll resist. Don't worry, he's no match for me. They'll block him here, and he can't escape. Boss Wei shook his head and said calmly, we'll tie him up and throw him out. Throw him out? Wu Gang was taken aback. But there are beasts out there. Throwing him out would mean his death. Exactly. We want him dead. Wu Gang shuddered. Boss Wei, that's too much. This kid has worked hard these past few days. Even if he's disobedient today, killing him is overkill. Let's just take a few packs of noodles. Boss Wei let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes gleaming like a beast's. Since he won't cooperate, he's nothing but trouble alive. Let the beasts kill him, no one will suspect us. But Wu Gang hesitated. Wu Gang, this is the apocalypse. Mercy won't keep you alive. How can I entrust Xiao Mei to you like this? Boss Wei's cold reminder struck Wu Gang, who was torn with inner conflict. Though he looked down on useless college students like Yu Yang and Zhou Kai, he had never contemplated murder. Wei Fuhai, seeing Wu Gang's hesitation, shoved him forward. Stop dithering. Are you even a man? Wu Gang stumbled forward a couple of steps, suddenly tripping over something. With a clatter, a wine bottle fell from above, smacking him on the forehead. He let out an involuntary ouch. At that moment, Yu Yang, who had been lying with eyes closed, snapped them open. His dark pupils held no surprise or panic, only profound calm and a faint, barely concealed killing intent. What can't play fair? Trying a sneak attack. Wu Gang steadied himself, looking at Yu Yang in bewilderment. For some reason in that instant he felt as if he had transformed from hunter to prey. Yu Yang's gaze terrified him. Wei Fuhai was taken aback by Yu Yang's composure. He had thought Yu Yang was merely a reckless, ordinary college student, but now he realized the young man possessed such meticulous foresight, not only anticipating their arrival, but also setting up a warning device. Admiration and regret flickered in his eyes. Oh, what a pity. If we weren't enemies, you would have made an excellent ally. He knew Yu Yang must have overheard their conversation, leaving no room for reconciliation. Wei Fuhai quietly drew a sharp fruit knife from his pocket. This weapon might be useless against mutated beasts, but against humans it held formidable deterrence. Yet the moment he brandished it, he froze, staring intently at Yu Yang. More precisely at the revolver Yu Yang had pulled from his own pocket. You have a gun. Wait, how do you have a gun? Wei Fuhai's voice turned shrill disbelief etched on his face. Firearms were reserved for large survival teams, and only their core members wielded them. This kid was just an ordinary college student. Where did he get a gun? But after a moment Wei Fuhai regained his composure and let out a sneer. You think you can fool me with a toy gun? Pulling such a stunt in front of me. How naive. Bang. A gunshot tore through the silent night. Wei Fuhai's body stiffened then collapsed rigidly to the ground. Yu Yang had fired without a moment's hesitation. The other had harbored murderous intent first. This was merely self-defense. Through this shot he discovered that the unerring special effect not only ensured his bullet hit its mark with precision, but also allowed him to target any specific area at will. Just now he had thought of hitting the man's head, and the bullet had instantly blown Wei Fuhai's brains out. Ding. Killed entry-level order disruptor Wei Fuhai, gained 10 repair points. I can really earn restoration points. Yu Yang's eyes lit up with joy. The reason he had fired so decisively was to test whether Wei Fuhai qualified as a disruptor of order, and to his surprise he was indeed rewarded with restoration points. This gave Yu Yang a clear sense of direction. After all, the revolver had limited effectiveness against beasts unless it struck a vital spot. Otherwise, killing a mutated beast would waste a considerable amount of ammunition. But dealing with these villains was a different matter. Sometimes he didn't even need to use actual bullets. The mere threat of the gun was enough to take a life. Wu Gang, standing nearby, could never have imagined that Yu Yang truly possessed a lethal firearm. Brother, please don't kill me. I beg you, I was wrong, I was terribly wrong. Wu Gang fell to his knees with a thud and began kowtowing to Yu Yang. No matter how formidable or muscular he was, he couldn't compete with a gun. Yu Yang glanced at Wu Gang. I can spare your life, but you must prove that you're worth keeping alive. I heard you're planning to hunt an injured beast. Spill it. What's the story? If I catch a single lion. Yu Yang wiped the gun's muzzle. I can't guarantee I won't have an accidental discharge. Wu Gang nodded, frantically swallowing hard, and then said, We've been observing that beast for days. It seems to have been wounded in a fight with another creature, greatly reducing its combat power. We've already scouted the spot and are preparing to ambush it. However, it appears another survival team has its eyes on the same beast. Though it's a small group, it's still larger than our squad. Oh. Yu Yang rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then asked, Do they have guns? No, absolutely no guns. Otherwise they would have joined the Imperial City Alliance long ago. As he spoke, Wu Gang hesitated. Because Yu Yang standing right before him had a gun, but hadn't joined the alliance, serving as a living counterexample. This made Wu Gang feel his deduction was less reliable. But after hearing Wu Gang's speculation, Yu Yang nodded, knowing he was an exception. Yu Yang had heard of the Imperial City Alliance in recent days. It was the largest survival group in the Imperial City, with nearly 10,000 members. The old, weak, sick, and disabled had no chance of joining unless they handed over enough supplies and weapons. But how could such people possess supplies or weapons? Thus the Alliance's members were mostly men. The non-combatants were primarily their dependents or women traded as resources. For their own safety, most people would try to join such a large survival group. Therefore, the probability of small and medium-sized teams having guns was extremely low. He had originally planned to leave this survival squad at dawn, but now he had stumbled upon news of an injured beast. Killing an injured beast would be much easier. I didn't expect staying behind would yield an unexpected gain, Yu Yang thought to himself. Anyway, with the gun, I'm not afraid of these people disobeying. They'll have them scout ahead first. Take me to that mutated beast at dawn. If you need food, go hunt beasts instead of coveting your teammates' supplies. What a waste of your bulky frame, Yu Yang said with a hint of disdain. Wu Gang was momentarily stunned, then realized Yu Yang intended to lead them in taking down the beast. With the revolver, Yu Yang indeed had the capability. This was definitely a good thing for him. He couldn't even remember the last time he had eaten meat. A beast's carcass was massive. Yu Yang alone couldn't possibly consume it all before it rotted, so there was a good chance he would get a share. At this thought, Wu Gang's face immediately broke into a flattering smile. Yes, yes, yes. With your leadership, our squad will surely take down that beast. I hope you prove useful. With that, Yu Yang shouldered his backpack and strode toward the crowd gathered in the garage. Startled awake by the gunshot, Wei Xiaomei quickly turned on her flashlight and swept it around. A look of extreme irritation spread across her delicate, pretty face. Who's making such a racket? Do they have a death wish? What if it attracts beasts? Though young Wei Xiaomei relied on her father Wei Fuhai's prestige and status in the team, and she always spoke rudely. It sounded like a gunshot. Someone reminded her. A gunshot. Wei Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes. Bullshit. The Imperial City Alliance's camp is far from here. Where would a gun come from? Can you conjure one? The man shrank his neck and fell silent. So annoying. I finally managed to fall asleep, and now I'm woken up. What a pain. Wei Xiaomei complained incessantly. Hey, where are Brother Wu Gang and Boss Wei? Zhou Kai craned his neck to look around, noticing their absence. Could that noise have been them? Wei Xiaomei shot Zhou Kai a fierce glare. Shut up. You're so clever. Why don't you go check it out? Zhou Kai quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet her eyes. In the pitch darkness, he naturally didn't want to leave the group. However, thinking about the direction the sound came from, a name suddenly occurred to him. Oh, that direction seems to be where Yu Yang was resting. He was sitting in a corner over there during the day. Yu Yang. Wei Xiaomei frowned, wondering what's going on. Didn't Dad say he was going to kill him? Why is there a gunshot? Then she sneered. That fool won't share his stuff and still make such a racket. So annoying. Right now I wish it really was a gunshot and someone had the kindness to blow his brains out. Xiaomei, how can you say that? We're all on the same team. Why curse someone to death? Heh. Wei Xiaomei sneered. None of you objected when we took his instant noodles during the day. Now you're all playing the saint, acting righteous. Disgusting. That's not fair. It was you who bullied that kid all along and we didn't. Besides, taking his noodles was Boss Wei's idea. Yeah, we were just starving and needed some food. It's not to the point of murder. Wei Xiaomei's eyes widened in fury as she cursed. You ungrateful wolves. When my dad gets back, he'll blow you all away. Bang. Before she could finish, a gunshot rang out, and she fell. Yu Yang slowly stepped out of the shadows with Wu Gang. Sorry, but the gun is in my hands. To Yu Yang's surprise, killing Wei Xiaomei did not provide any restoration points. It seems one must be preparing to commit or actually committing a tangible evil deed to be considered an order disruptor. To Yu Yang, Wei Xiaomei was merely a huge potential threat who had not caused any actual harm, hence no restoration points were granted. Wu Gang looked at Wei Xiaomei's corpse, a hint of regret in his eyes. In his view, Wei Xiaomei was quite attractive and her death was a waste. He actually has a gun. Everything happened so fast that only now did someone react, exclaiming in shock. So that sound earlier was really gunfire. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of impending danger. Now that Yu Yang had a gun, and given the events of the day, would he simply shoot them all? Seeing their fearful expressions, Yu Yang said, Rest assured I heard what you said. Though I repay grievances, I am not bloodthirsty. Tomorrow we will hunt that injured mutant beast. Who is willing to contribute? I am willing. I am willing too. Hearing that Yu Yang would not settle scores later, they relaxed. The prospect of eating meat spurred them into eager participation. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yu Yang nodded inwardly. These people had the drive to work. Earlier they were simply driven by hunger to covet his food. If their behavior remained acceptable, sharing some meat with them would be fine. Zhou Kai, mingling in the crowd, saw everyone else submitting to Yu Yang, and could only follow suit, saying, I am willing too. Now that Yu Yang is still giving you a chance to join the mutant beast hunt, you should be grateful. If I see anyone acting against Yu Yang, Wu Gang will be the first to kill him. Wu Gang's change of attitude was thorough. Previously the ringleader in trying to seize Yu Yang's belongings, he now became Yu Yang's loyal follower. In his view, anyone stronger than him deserved to lead. Now that Yu Yang had a weapon, seemed accurate in shooting, and was decisive in killing, he was fully qualified to be his leader. Good. Since everyone has expressed their stance, we set out at dawn. I make it clear no one eats for free. No contribution, no spoils. The same for everyone. With that, Yu Yang walked away without looking back. Returning to his resting place, Yu Yang took out instant noodles to fill his stomach. Instead of boiling water, he crushed the noodles and ate them dry. These noodles were prepared before his traversal, meant for convenient snacking during travel, so he had specifically brought ones that could be eaten dry. Though less flavorful than when cooked in this environment, they were a rare delicacy. In the current world, a single pack of such noodles would trigger a frenzy. Even if someone were lucky enough to obtain a pack, they would divide it into many portions. Who would be as extravagant as Yu Yang, eating an entire pack at once? There are 7 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water left in the bag, barely enough for 4 or 5 days. If we hunt that mutant beast tomorrow, these noodles can be saved. However, securing sufficient supplies will take considerable effort. It's inconvenient to carry the supplies around. If only I had an enormous storage space. With this thought, Yu Yang's gaze fell upon his somewhat worn-out backpack. His heart pounded as a brilliant idea struck him. What if I try to repair this backpack? It might grant a special effect like infinite space. But if I fail to draw that effect, it'll have wasted restoration points, ending up with just a brand new backpack. Yu Yang was torn. His restoration points were extremely scarce, and using them recklessly was akin to gambling. Yet after much deliberation, he decided to use the points to repair the backpack. I should earn more restoration points from tomorrow's hunt. Even if not, a revolver with perfect accuracy is enough for now. Yu Yang's gaze grew resolute. System: repair the backpack. Repairing the damaged backpack requires 5 restoration points. Proceed. Only 5. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Yes. Repair immediately. Ding. You have obtained a brand new backpack. 3 special effects have been drawn. First, double space doubles the current space capacity. Second, small freezer grants a 3 cubic meter special space within the backpack with freezing capability. Third, small storage grants a 10 cubic meter special space within the backpack. Note: food in small storage will spoil at a normal rate, while the small freezer maintains a temperature of -18 degrees Celsius, preserving food for extended periods. Double space. Yu Yang mused silently. Given how small my backpack is now, even doubling it would be useless. This effect is better for layering later on. As for the small freezer and small storage. After a moment's deliberation, Yu Yang ultimately chose the small freezer. Since the system explicitly stated that storing food required a freezer, and in the apocalypse food was one of the most vital resources. Moreover, he planned to hunt at dawn. With the small freezer, any wild game he obtained could be stored in the backpack, remaining fresh for a long time. 3 cubic meters is enough for some basic supplies. If I need more storage later, I can repair another item for that purpose. For now, preserving food is the priority. If I kill beasts tomorrow, I won't be able to eat all the meat quickly. Freezing it is the better option. Ding. The backpack has been enhanced with the small freezer effect. Yu Yang reached into the backpack and felt a peculiar expanse of space. This space was far larger than its exterior suggested, and the temperature was so low that his hand grew numb after a brief moment. He also discovered that with a mere thought, any desired item within the backpack would materialize in his hand or appear on the ground. His backpack had transformed into a pocket dimension, allowing effortless retrieval and storage without adding weight. I never imagined this space could be so miraculous. But come to think of it, can an item be repaired multiple times? Yu Yang recalled the system's initial description: the more times an item is repaired, the more repair points it will require. With this in mind, he took out his revolver and attempted a repair. Ding. The current item requires no repair. If damaged again accidentally, it can be repaired further, and the effects are stackable. Indeed, repaired items can be repaired again. Although it costs more repair points, the effects stack. If I keep stacking, my revolver could become unstoppable, a weapon that slays both man and demon. Those mutated beasts will have to flee at the sight of me. With these thoughts, Yu Yang's craving for repair points intensified. No matter what, I must take down that injured beast. This would earn him more repair points. After dawn, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes. He had rested briefly. A full day of exhaustion would overwhelm even a diamond-level student. He had set up small warning devices around him, ensuring instant alerts if anyone approached. Yu Yang arrived at the survival team's gathering point. Most members were already there. Brother Yu Yang, you're finally here. We're all ready, Wu Gang said with a smile, his eyes devoid of the former disdain for Yu Yang. Yu Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Young brother Yu Yang, can my mother and son stay here? I'll contribute alone and only need a share of meat for myself, asked a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt, his tone cautious. Yu Yang recognized him as Wang Tao, a former programmer known for his reliability. He glanced over to see an elderly white-haired woman holding a 3- or 4-year-old child watching him nervously. He nodded. All right. Those without combat ability would only cause trouble in a fight, so it was better for them to stay, especially since Wang Tao only asked for one portion of the spoils. My wife won't come either. She's afraid of those things and would only be a burden, said Zhao Baofu, a slightly plump man with a kind, simple face. However, after days of hunger, his complexion was poor and his voice was weak. In the end, besides Yu Yang, Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and Zhao Baofu, Zhou Kai also agreed to join the team. Though reluctant, he had no choice since Yu Yang had declared that non-participants would receive no meat. He resolved to coast along without exerting any real effort. All right, Wu Gang will lead the way. Let's move out, Yu Yang said to the group. Although the team's composition was far from ideal, Yu Yang didn't expect much from them. His reasons for bringing them were twofold. Wu Gang knew the route, and they could help draw enemy fire. Yu Yang had yet to face mutated beasts and didn't know their capabilities. Having more people was always beneficial. They moved aside the tables and chairs blocking the garage entrance and cautiously stepped out. The once bustling streets were now deathly silent. Most high-rises had collapsed, burying countless people under the rubble. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered haphazardly, some reduced to charred frames, with shards of glass strewn everywhere. Shop windows along the street were shattered, their goods looted, leaving only empty shelves and debris. Signboards creaked precariously in the wind. The air was thick with a putrid stench. In the far distance, a colossal stone pillar, too vast to see its end, pierced the clouds, its fissures faintly glowing with blue light. In these recent days, Yu Yang had come to understand that these pillars were the very root of the world's apocalypse. On that fateful day, countless colossal stone pillars descended from the heavens. In an instant, all modern civilization, including electricity and communication networks, was paralyzed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions followed. It seemed as though every natural disaster had struck at once, claiming nearly half of humanity. Simultaneously, almost every living creature besides humans underwent mutation. Moreover, the closer a creature was to the pillars, the more severe its mutation became. Yu Yang gazed up at those pillars, pondering silently. That three-headed beast suddenly turned and fled. It must have been because of these pillars. He recalled that when one of the pillars emitted a radiant light, the beast took a single look at it before bolting away. I wonder what makes these pillars so special. Could it be that approaching them brings some advantage? As Yu Yang stared at the pillars in a daze, Wu Gang suddenly spoke up. Brother Yu Yang, I heard Boss Wei mention the other day that there seems to be a unique crystal inside those beasts' heads. Oh. Yu Yang snapped back to attention, his eyes flickering with interest. What kind of crystal? What's it used for? Seeing that Yu Yang was indeed intrigued, Wu Gang forced a smile and replied, Boss Wei said it can strengthen the body, and if you consume enough you might even gain special abilities. Special abilities? What kind? Wu Gang shook his head. I'm not sure. That's all Boss Wei told me. Then with a sly wink he added, but Boss Wei also said it can enhance a man's prowess in that area. Yu Yang was taken aback, then cracked a wry grin, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, men were unwaveringly obsessed with this matter. Still, he was curious how they had tested that particular effect of the crystal. Nevertheless, if it truly could enhance one's physique, it would be a valuable find. Ahem, I understand, Yu Yang said, cutting the conversation short. Now lead the way. We don't want anyone else snatching the beast. Wu Gang nodded and began to guide the group. The day before yesterday, when I was out scavenging supplies with Boss Wei, we passed the museum entrance and saw two mutated beasts fighting over food. One looked somewhat like a wolf dog while the other resembled a tiger. The wolf dog-like one was completely outmatched and fled injured. Boss Wei thought we might have a chance to kill the wounded one, so we followed it all the way to Bull Park. We found it hiding under a bridge. The beast had lost a lot of blood and was clearly seriously injured, but neither Boss Wei nor I dared to get close. Boss Wei said we should wait for its condition to worsen and gather more people before attempting to hunt it. So we retreated for now, but with your gun you could easily kill it. Hearing this, Yu Yang asked curiously, you mentioned another small survival team might have found it too. What's that about? That's because when we were coming back we ran into another group heading toward Bull Park. The bridge is well hidden, so I'm not sure if they'll discover it. But even if they do, they probably won't act rashly, Wu Gang explained. Yu Yang nodded. Before he had the pistol, he wouldn't have dared to approach a mutated beast, let alone hunt one. So Wu Gang's words carried some credibility. Along the way, with everyone moving cautiously, they encountered no other mutated beasts. Although mutated beasts were ferocious and formidable, they weren't very numerous in this area. Far from the pillars, the entire street only had a few. However, closer to the pillars, the beasts became densely packed. One might encounter a mutated beast every few steps. We're here. Wu Gang's voice announced their arrival. Everyone looked up. The words Bull Park were inscribed on a rockery at the entrance, now covered in dust. We go in and turn left, then walk about a kilometer to reach the spot. Just as they were about to enter, another group hurried over from a distance. Yu Yang turned to Wu Gang and asked, is that the group? Wu Gang shook his head. No, I've never seen them before. A yellow-haired youth in a baseball cap cast a sidelong glance at them with an arrogant demeanor that made Wu Gang want to slap him. You lot dare to wander around like this? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by mutated beasts? Only that big guy looks somewhat decent. Who are you calling a big guy? You. What can you do about it? The youth sneered, brandishing a machete as a threat. The several people behind the youth burst into laughter. They were local troublemakers who, instead of fearing the apocalypse, felt a surge of excitement. They relished this state of lawlessness as it allowed them to do things they never could before. Wu Gang's face flushed crimson with rage at the youth's words. What exactly do you want? Isn't it obvious? You're dumb and still won't admit it. Hand over all your supplies, and I might spare your lives. Bang! A bullet tore through the air. The youth's head was pierced by a bloody hole, his body toppling backward as blood splattered across the faces of those behind him. Ding! Killed. Entry-level order disruptor Wang Ingjuan gained 10 repair points. Yu Yang slowly holstered his pistol, a cold smirk curling his lips. I was waiting for you to say that. The young men in the peaked cap, brought by Wang Ingjuan, were all utterly terrified. They never imagined the other party could actually produce a pistol. A single shot to the head left them too scared to even speak. That Yu Yang kid, his aim is pretty deadly. Wu Gang silently grumbled to himself. That day Yu Yang had shot Boss Wei in the head, and Wu Gang had thought it was just a fluke. But now another headshot made it clear that this was no mere luck. Who would have thought this kid was so deeply hidden? Could it be that he's not just an ordinary college student? Has he been in the military? Countless speculations flashed through Wu Gang's mind in an instant. Yu Yang, however, shook his head slightly and sighed. Well, there goes another bullet wasted. Just then a beastly roar echoed from afar. A mutated beast the size of a car burst forth from the park, baring its fangs as it slowly approached them. This mutated creature bore a striking resemblance to a tiger covered in brown fur, yet its body was as massive as an elephant's. It's that beast! Wu Gang exclaimed upon recognizing the creature. That injured beast in the park was bitten by this one. It can even breathe fire. Wu Gang had once witnessed a battle between two mutated beasts, and the terrifying strength and astonishing bite force were still fresh in his memory. What's more, these mutated beasts possessed special abilities. Against a fully intact mutated beast like this, ordinary people, without the aid of firearms, stood absolutely no chance of victory. Faced with such a creature, the only option was to flee in panic. But at this moment Yu Yang stood several meters in front of Wu Gang, facing the colossal mutated beast alone, his stance unwavering. This sight left Wu Gang momentarily stunned. Is he not afraid at all? That's a mutated beast. Wu Gang's gaze toward Yu Yang shifted once more. Yu Yang's actions had yet again reshaped his understanding. Perhaps he really isn't as simple as he appears. Being a college student might just be a cover for his true identity. Wu Gang's eyes darted as he pondered carefully, then his pupils widened slightly. Could he actually be a special forces soldier? Wu Gang now felt a secret relief. Having a strong leader would be beneficial for any team. This was one reason Wu Gang had been willing to follow Boss Wei before. But now he felt that Yu Yang might be an even better leader for the group. After all, he had never seen anyone remain so calm in the presence of a mutated beast. The reason Yu Yang stood motionless was that he was captivated by the information suddenly appearing before him. As soon as the mutated beast appeared, a panel of its details materialized in front of Yu Yang. Ding! Mutated organism detected. Ordinary Order Breaker Crimson Flame Tiger HB 100100 attack, 50 defense, 30 special ability, can spew blazing fire from its mouth. Ding. First time identification of a mutated beast. Newbie guide provided. Current weapon revolver attack 50. 5 shots will kill the Crimson Flame Tiger. Hitting a vital spot will cause a critical hit. Yu Yang's heart leaped with joy at the system's prompt. I never expected the system to have such benefits. Although it doesn't solve my problems directly, the information it provides is still immensely helpful. Yu Yang mused silently as he studied the data. 5 shots. Each shot should deal 50 attack minus the tiger's 30 defense, which is 20 damage. So 5 shots equal exactly 100 damage. It seems easy enough, but every bullet is precious. If I can hit a vital spot and trigger a critical hit, I might save a few rounds. With this thought, Yu Yang turned his gaze back to the Crimson Flame Tiger, observing it closely. The Crimson Flame Tiger's crimson eyes were fixed on him, seemingly curious as to why this human showed no fear. Roar! The tiger let out a furious roar. While Yu Yang remained unfazed, the young hoodlums were terrified, screaming in panic as they turned to flee. But the more they ran, the more the Crimson Flame Tiger gave chase. It spat out a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing them all. Help! Screams of agony filled the area before Bull Park. The horrifying scene sent the people behind Yu Yang cowering in fear. Yet they dared not run, afraid of becoming the tiger's next target like the young men. What do we do, Yu Yang? This beast is too powerful. Can we defeat it? Wu Gang's once strong muscles now trembled slightly as the fear of death completely consumed him. His usual confidence had vanished entirely. In recent days, he had seen too many people die in the jaws of mutated beasts. Yu Yang, you have a gun, don't you? Shoot it. Zhou Kai shouted from the back of the group, his face deathly pale. This beast was probably drawn by the gunfire. If we shoot again, who knows what else might come, Zhao Baofu said, nervously shrinking his neck as he scanned the surroundings. Wang Tao also tried to analyze exactly. Besides, this beast isn't injured. The revolver only has 6 bullets. In a real fight, there's no time to reload. If 6 shots can't kill it, we're all doomed. Then tell us what we should do. Zhou Kai trembled, his gaze filled with terror. Stop arguing. Wu Gang forced himself to stay calm, bellowing at the others behind him. So much nonsense before the fight even begins. The one who talks the most will be the first to die. With that, he shot Zhou Kai a fierce glare. He had long considered Zhou Kai and Yu Yang nothing but dead weight. But Yu Yang was no longer what he used to be, while Zhou Kai remained as useless as ever. You all saw Yu Yang's marksmanship. We need to trust him. Don't distract him. After speaking, Wu Gang looked at Yu Yang before him with a mix of anxiety and hope. All he could do now was pray that Yu Yang would unleash his prowess and eliminate this mutated creature. Yu Yang's gaze was fixed on the Crimson Flame Tiger. The beast was gnawing on the corpse of a thug, its guard down. This was the perfect moment to strike. Without hesitation, Yu Yang drew his revolver and aimed at the tiger's crimson eyes. The eyes were the vital point of most creatures. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the air, piercing deep into the Crimson Flame Tiger's eye. A furious, agonized roar shook the air. Roar! Critical hit on Crimson Flame Tiger's vital point, dealing 85 damage. The Crimson Flame Tiger roared in rage and agony, thrashing uncontrollably. It was clear that the blow had gravely wounded it. The tiger roughly oriented itself and staggered toward Yu Yang's position, spewing torrents of flames that warped the air with searing heat. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the Crimson Flame Tiger's body. The massive beast froze for a moment, the flames in its maw dying out before its entire form collapsed, as if drained of all strength, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Killed. Ordinary Order Breaker Crimson Flame Tiger gained 100 repair points. Silence. A deathly silence fell over everyone present. None had expected Yu Yang to take down such a massive mutated beast with just 2 shots. That was a mutated beast. One swipe of its claws could shatter bones, and its defenses were astonishingly high. Countless had perished under its claws. Yet now it had been so easily dispatched by Yu Yang. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Yu Yang shifted, especially the revolver in his hand, which sparked envy in all. The revolver had been instrumental in slaying the Crimson Flame Tiger. Yet the wiser ones understood that without Yu Yang's sharpshooting able to precisely hit the beast's eye, even 6 bullets might not have sufficed to kill it. What are you standing around for? Grab a knife and cut the meat. Yu Yang said with a grin, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he urged the stunned group. His joy wasn't just from killing a mutated beast, he had also gained a full 100 repair points. Defeating an entry-level order breaker had yielded only 10 repair points. He hadn't expected a kill at the ordinary level to reward a staggering 100 points. This far exceeded his expectations. He had thought earning repair points would be excruciatingly difficult, but now he had a clearer idea. The team members snapped back to reality at Yu Yang's voice. Brother Yu Yang, is that beast really dead? Staring at the Crimson Flame Tiger's mountain-like body, fear still lingered in their hearts. They feared the tiger might only be gravely wounded and feigning death, ready to strike back if approached carelessly. Don't worry, it's dead for sure, Yu Yang said confidently. The first bullet had landed a critical blow dealing 85 damage, and the second at least 20 totaling 105. The Crimson Flame Tiger had only 100 health points, so it was certainly dead. Besides, the system had already confirmed the kill. Still, despite Yu Yang's words, the others could barely suppress their dread. Finally, Wu Gang stepped forward, coughed a few times to bolster his courage, puffed out his chest, and cast a contemptuous glare at everyone except Yu Yang. A bunch of cowards. Scared of a dead thing. Where's your manhood? Huh. It's just a dead cat, I'm not afraid. With that, Wu Gang clenched his fists, picked up the cleaver, dropped by the dead thug, and strode toward the Crimson Flame Tiger alone. He stepped forward to curry favor with Yu Yang. He had made up his mind to acknowledge Yu Yang as his leader. In this world, the strong ruled, and Yu Yang's marksmanship and composure had earned his full respect. To make Yu Yang overlook past grievances, he braced himself and moved ahead. But despite his bold words, he walked slowly, every muscle taut. He was ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Step by step, he reached the Crimson Flame Tiger, which didn't stir. Wu Gang finally exhaled in relief. On the tiger's head above its left eye gaped a large bloody hole, the result of Yu Yang's shot. Try hacking at its head with the cleaver, see if you can split it, Yu Yang said, pointing at the tiger's skull as he stepped back. Wu Gang hesitated, then raised the cleaver and struck the tiger's head with force. But the seemingly sturdy cleaver only cut through the outer hide, leaving the skull entirely intact, while the blade itself chipped. Useless. This mutated beast has incredible defenses. Only your pistol can damage it, ordinary weapons are too weak. Especially the skull, the hardest part. Wu Gang knew Yu Yang wanted the crystal inside the tiger's head, but a mere cleaver couldn't breach its defenses. Even in death, the beast's body remained formidable. Yu Yang pondered and found Wu Gang's words reasonable. He took the cleaver and chose to repair it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a brand new cleaver. Attack 5, 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1. Effortless wielding. Using this cleaver no longer consumes stamina. 2. Iron cutting basic. The cleaver's sharpness and durability are enhanced tenfold. 3. Bleeding wound. Wounds caused by the cleaver cannot heal. Yu Yang chose the second option without hesitation. Ding. The cleaver has been imbued with the iron cutting effect. Attack increased to 50 points. Since he only needed to carve the tiger's corpse, the second choice was ideal. The other effects could be applied later when needed. Due to the cleaver's simple structure, the repair cost only 5 repair points. Yu Yang now had 110 repair points left, more than enough for now. But to repair more complex items like the tank he had been dreaming of, he would need many more repair points. The team watched in awe as the cleaver in Yu Yang's hand glowed and emerged brand new. Before they could react, Yu Yang swung the cleaver down again. Thud! The Crimson Flame Tiger's head split clean in two, brains spilling across the ground. This scene left the others present dumbfounded. Oh my heavens, what a waste of a treasure! Zhao Baofu exclaimed, stomping his feet in distress as he came to his senses. Pig brains had always been his favorite delicacy. So much brain matter, enough to last him a long time. But now most of it was wasted. How could he not feel aggrieved? Yet not everyone shared this taste, and the others said little. Only Wu Gang stared enviously at the pale blue crystals within the brain matter. Those were treasures capable of enhancing one's abilities in that regard. Yet he knew these crystals were also Yu Yang's target. Thus he had no chance of obtaining them. Still, he wasn't too disappointed. Compared to this, he cared more about whether he could eat his fill and survive. Why did the flame tiger's head suddenly turn soft? It was cleaved in two with one stroke. Zhou Kai muttered in confusion from a few meters away. Are you stupid? The head didn't soften. It's the chopper that became sharper, Wu Gang retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhou Kai. He was growing increasingly irritated by this useless fool. Still, he was genuinely curious about why the chopper had become so formidable in Yu Yang's hands. All you need to know is that I've acquired a special ability. Beyond that, you need not ask. It's none of your concern, Yu Yang explained. His reason for explaining was that occasionally revealing his ability could establish leadership and win loyalty. Moreover, since Wu Gang had mentioned that consuming enough evolution crystals could grant special abilities, his explanation for the source of his power was barely plausible. Who's he putting on airs for? Acting all mysterious with special abilities. Who's he trying to fool? Zhou Kai's muttering drifted over again. Before Yu Yang could respond, Wu Gang's fiery temper flared. What the hell are you mumbling about? You've got a mouth that never stops yapping, but what good are you? He grabbed Zhou Kai and dragged him before Yu Yang, kicking him to the ground. Yu Yang's gaze swept coldly over Zhou Kai. You're dismissed. We don't need you here anymore. From now on, you're no longer part of this team. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Kai scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with rage. On what grounds? Who are you to tell me to leave? You arrived later than me. If anyone should go, it's you. Because he's our leader. Wu Gang kicked Zhou Kai again. This waste of space only infuriated him further. The fool had no sense. The man was carrying a gun, and he dared to ask on what grounds. Utterly idiotic. If you want to live, get lost now. Sensing Yu Yang's contempt, Zhou Kai seethed with hatred. But seeing the pistol tucked at Yu Yang's waist, he could only suppress his jealousy and resentment. Just because I told someone you had instant noodles. That's how petty you are. Just wait. You'll get your comeuppance. As he turned to leave, a wet thud rang out. Zhou Kai's body suddenly halted. He felt himself flying, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. In the instant before his eyes closed, he saw his own body slowly toppling, headless. Yu Yang had severed Zhou Kai's head with the chopper. He had changed his mind. Zhou Kai's deep-seated hatred was all too evident. Letting him go might cause trouble later. So Yu Yang ultimately decided to kill him. I gave you a chance, but you kept testing my limits. Don't blame me for this, Yu Yang said flatly, gazing at Zhou Kai's corpse with not a flicker of emotion. Having crossed over from a peaceful era, he hadn't fully become a killer, but he wouldn't spare anyone who threatened him. The others watched in silence. They simply thought Zhou Kai was foolish. Threatening a man with a gun was nothing short of suicidal. Yu Yang walked over to the flame tiger, picked up the pale blue crystal, and effortlessly dismembered the beast. Both of you stay here and find a way to transport this meat back to base. Wu Gang, continue with me into the park, Yu Yang instructed before heading deeper into the park. Clutching the pale blue crystal, his heart pounded with excitement. The information from the system had exceeded his expectations. The crystal's effects were far greater than he had imagined. Yu Yang couldn't wait to obtain a second one. Seeing that Yu Yang had only brought him along, Wu Gang followed with a delighted expression. He knew Yu Yang had begun to accept him, but earning full trust would require even greater efforts. Under Wu Gang's guidance, Yu Yang arrived at a stone bridge. Dried bloodstains on the ground indicated a massive spill of blood here. Following the trail, they spotted a crouching mutated beast inside the bridge's archway. This mutated beast was slightly smaller than the flame tiger, but still sizable, covered in pitch black fur resembling an oversized wolf. A pale blue light shimmered before Yu Yang's eyes, revealing the beast's information. Common Order Breaker, Steel Armored Wolf, Health 50, 100 Attack, 40 Defense, 40 Special Ability, Energy Infused, Flame Breath, Special Ability, Skin Steelization. Doubles defense for a short duration. Health is only 5 points. It's gravely wounded and near death. Yu Yang was overjoyed by the information. As a common order breaker, killing this wolf would grant 100 repair points. Since the steel-armored wolf was barely combat ready, Yu Yang decided against using his gun, both to conserve bullets and to avoid attracting other beasts or survival squads with the noise. He opted for the chopper instead. Yet he worried about a desperate deathbed counterattack. After careful consideration, he decided to coordinate with Wu Gang. Wu Gang create a distraction from the front to draw the beast's attention, and he'll strike it from behind with the chopper. Wu Gang's eyes widened as he pointed at himself. Me. Wu Gang's heart silently lamented. Brother, are you serious? Don't you have a gun? Why do you want me to draw its attention? That's a mutated beast. Yet despite his confusion, he dared not show it. He understood that this was a crucial moment to earn Yu Yang's trust. If he backed down now, he would lose the opportunity forever. Besides, he could see that the mutated beast was nearly spent. Keeping a safe distance and luring it shouldn't be too risky. In contrast, Yu Yang, who had to engage the beast in close combat, was the one in greater danger. Yu Yang's decision to take the risk wasn't born of benevolence. He craved repair points. Only kills he made himself counted, those by others were worthless. Yu Yang and Wu Gang split to opposite sides of the bridge. At Yu Yang's signal, Wu Gang nodded and let out two strange howls at the steel-armored wolf. The sound caught the wolf's attention. It lifted its head with difficulty and eyed Wu Gang warily. Spotting a puny human, it snarled in rage. Yet its cries were feeble, lacking menace. Yu Yang's heart leaped. Clearly this steel-armored wolf was on its last legs. He crept behind the wolf, cleaver raised high, and brought it down in a single stroke. Ow! The wolf let out a piercing shriek, its body arching, but it was too weak to rise. It twisted to strike at Yu Yang, but he had already retreated 10 meters away, denying it any chance. From the system's prompt, he knew this mutated beast lacked ranged attacks, so maintaining distance was foolproof. Soon under Yu Yang's watch, the wolf's cries faded, and life ebbed away. Ding! Killed an ordinary order breaker, steel-armored wolf. Earned 100 repair points. Yu Yang then walked back to the wolf's head, cleaver in hand, and without hesitation struck down hard. The skull split open, revealing a pale blue crystal. Yu Yang picked it up, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Congratulations. Obtained Primary Evolution Crystal X1. Evolution Crystal upon consumption grants evolutionary energy. 3 Primary Evolution Crystals enable initial evolution, enhancing all physical attributes threefold. Ever since acquiring his first Primary Evolution Crystal, Yu Yang knew it could trigger evolution and amplify strength. But completing the initial evolution required 3 such crystals, and he only had 2. A vexing dilemma. Should I actively hunt a third mutated beast? The first 2 kills had seemed effortless, but luck had played a part. The first, a crimson flame tiger, fell thanks to those hooligans drawing its fire, allowing him a sneak attack. The second was pure scavenging. Facing a fully grown mutated beast, Hedon still carried real danger. As Yu Yang fretted, he noticed something squirming beneath the steel-armored wolf, causing its belly to quiver. He shoved the wolf aside, revealing a figure the size of an ordinary dog, a cub steel-armored wolf. It was gnawing on a human arm, savoring it with blood smeared around its mouth. Clearly it didn't know its mother was dead, feeding only on instinct. Beneath the adult wolf's belly lay several human corpses left as provisions for the cub. But Yu Yang wasn't swayed by this maternal tableau. These mutated beasts devoured humans. Without hesitation, he swung his blade at the cub. Sensing danger, the cub activated its special ability. A silver sheen enveloped its body, toughening its hide. Its defense doubled. It raised its head, staring at Yu Yang as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Yet being immature, its base stats were low. Even doubled defense couldn't fend off Yu Yang's assault. His cleaver now bore a special effect that could cut through iron like mud, boasting a full 50 attack points. More than enough for this cub. Blood sprayed. With a whimper, the cub was cleaved in two. Ding. Killed an entry-level order breaker. Earned 10 repair points. To Yu Yang's delight, a pale blue crystal tumbled from the cub's head. He snatched it up. But he noticed this crystal was smaller than the previous two. Focusing on it, information surfaced: inferior evolution crystal effect equivalent to 1/3 of a primary evolution crystal. A defective one. Yu Yang shook his head. That cub was too young but didn't form a complete crystal. Then a thought struck him. Can this inferior crystal be repaired? He quickly tried. Repairing the inferior evolution crystal requires 20 repair points. Proceed. Hiss. It can be repaired, but it costs 20 points. Yu Yang winced at the expense. Fortunately, after slaying both wolves, his repair points totaled 215, or had have hesitated. Consuming this crystal would triple his physical prowess, a worthy investment. Though Yu Yang possessed a revolver with unerring accuracy, his physique was mediocre. Evolution would fill that gap. So he decided to proceed. Ding. Obtained a complete primary evolution crystal. This item cannot extract special effects. Cannot extract special effects. Yu Yang's eyes widened. Is it that unique? He sensed a connection between these evolution crystals from mutated beasts and the towering stone pillars in the sky. He'll investigate someday. Holding 3 crystals, he popped them into his mouth and swallowed. A strange energy erupted within him. Congratulations, host. Initial evolution complete. Physical attributes enhanced 3-fold. Yu Yang felt his strength surge, his muscles more defined. No special ability gained. Disappointment flickered, but he shrugged it off. He knew the odds of unlocking a special power from 3 crystals were slim, so he hadn't pinned high hopes. After stretching, Yu Yang stowed the cub in his backpack. Brother Yu Yang, how do you feel? Wu Gang approached, having witnessed him swallow the crystal, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Feel about what? Yu Yang asked casually. I mean, any changes in your body? Wu Gang's gaze was eager. Oh, everything's 3 times stronger. 3 times. Wu Gang's eyes widened, his breathing quickening as a gleam of yearning flickered in his gaze. He murmured softly to himself, if only I could eat a few myself. Then he sighed deeply. He dismembered the steel-armored wolf, selecting the choicest cuts and stuffing them into his backpack. So large was the beast that the pack swelled nearly to capacity. You may send your team members to haul away the rest. Better yet, cure the surplus meat with salt and air-dry it into jerky. That way it will keep much longer. This remaining meat, combined with the entire Crimson Flame Tiger you just slew, should sustain your group for nearly half a year. I've given you vital information, and in return am giving you meat. Consider it settled. Settled? What do you mean? Wu Gang snapped his head up, bewildered. Brother Yang, are you leaving? In that instant, a profound sense of reluctance welled up within Wu Gang. Not born of any peculiar inclination, but simply because with Yang Yu by their side they had meat to eat. Their squad hadn't tasted meat in ages. If Yang Yu departed, they'd likely face famine again once this supply ran out. Where else would they find a leader so calm under pressure, so formidable in combat, and so willing to charge ahead at the front lines? Moreover, without a powerful commander and sufficient martial strength, even this hard-won meat might not remain theirs for long. I never said I'd stay. The mission was merely a transaction between us. Yang Yu replied, his expression impassive. Don't go. Wu Gang's face crumpled in despair as he pleaded, Brother Yang, we can't survive without you. Yang Yu shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched Wu Gang weep openly. To an outsider they might seem like brothers bound by deep affection, but Yang Yu knew full well this sudden devotion stemmed solely from his newfound strength. Still, Yang Yu judged Wu Gang neither wholly cruel nor irredeemably vicious, though he certainly favored the strong and feared the weak. He had never sought to kill him outright, nor had he abused Wei Xiaomei despite his brute physique. He retained at least a modicum of moral restraint. With proper guidance, he could well become a loyal and capable subordinate. In truth, Yang Yu preferred such straightforwardly powerful men over cunning schemers like Wei Fuhai, whose deceptions ran deep and cold. And forming an entirely new team meant starting from scratch, whose familiarity, however flawed, held greater promise than blind trust in strangers. At least over these past days, none of the other teammates had behaved beyond reason. Aside from requesting instant noodles, they'd made no further demands. After all, morality was a luxury few could afford in this apocalyptic world. At this thought, Yang Yu's countenance softened slightly. Even if you wish me to stay, others may not welcome it. Wu Gang instantly plastered on a fawning grin. What happened before was our ignorance. We mistook a mountain for a pebble. Brother Yang, please don't hold it against us. Rest assured, no one in our squad dares show you disrespect. Should anyone dare utter a single no, I'll beat them into submission myself. Yang Yu smiled faintly, offering no reply. Just then a crowd surged toward them from afar, drawing both Yang Yu's and Wu Gang's attention. Wu Gang squinted and his expression darkened. Bad news, Brother Yang. It's that small survival team. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes, surveying the approaching group. He counted swiftly. Over 20 people, most of them men. Yet, curiously, their leader appeared to be a woman, judging by her attire. His physical enhancements, tripled in strength, had sharpened his vision considerably. Thus, every detail of the woman's appearance came into crisp, focused shoulder-length black hair, a pristine white shirt, and light blue jeans. Her youthful, radiant face bore a rare innocence, one seldom seen in this desolate age. Amidst the rubble-strewn wasteland, she seemed like an unexpected bloom, a pure white flower rising defiantly from cracked earth. She led her 20-odd followers straight to a point just short of Yang Yu, her gaze sweeping first over him and Wu Gang, then lingering upon the steel-armored wolf, its flesh already partially butchered. A subtle shadow crossed her delicate features. Her voice rang clear and melodious, yet edged with indignation. Who are you? Who authorized you to steal our meat? Wu Gang's temper flared instantly. Do you have any shame? Since when did this meat become yours? We discovered this steel-armored wolf 2 days ago, and ever since we've sent patrols daily to harass and wound it, deliberately exhausting it to hasten its demise. We intended to finish it off today, only for you to swoop in and seize it. Unmoved, Wu Gang tilted his head and smirked. Tell me, little beauty, just because you say we stole it, does that make it true? I could claim I raised this steel-armored wolf myself, fed it, trained it, just waiting to slaughter it for dinner. You, she stamped her foot in frustration. Have you no sense of justice? Yang Yu watched her closely, intrigue stirring within him. Though undeniably beautiful, her demeanor lacked the commanding presence expected of a team leader. How then had she risen to command? Unless she stood behind a far more powerful patron. These people obeyed not her, but the unseen authority she represented. Miss and Jia, enough talk. Just take them down now, they're only 2. Even if that man wields a cleaver, he can't match our numbers. A dark-skinned man stepped forward from behind Njia and spoke. Njia hesitated deeply. She herself abhorred conflict with other survivor groups, not only out of personal principle, but because her elder brother had expressly warned her against it. She'd assumed this mission would be effortless, merely dispatching a mortally wounded beast, no need for her to lift a finger. Yet 2 strangers had intervened, shattering her plan entirely. Very well. She deliberated carefully before speaking. We'll let pass what you've already taken, but the remainder belongs to us. That should suffice, wouldn't you agree? With that, she gestured for several of her people to approach the steel-armored wolf. Wu Gang paused to consider. Their opponents vastly outnumbered them. Even if Yang Yu carried a pistol, it held only 6 rounds. Each shot might fell one foe, but the reloading gap would leave him vulnerable to overwhelming assault. He opened his mouth to consult Yang Yu, ready to concede, for now, to avoid disaster. Yet Yang Yu stepped forward without warning, planting himself squarely before the wolf's carcass, blocking the advancing figures. He raised his cleaver voice calm and low. Did I give you permission to move? What? Yu Yang's reply left Njia stunned. She felt that her proposal had already demonstrated considerable sincerity, yet he had rejected it. Does he really think 2 people can take on more than 20 of us? Is he insane? Kid, have you lost your mind? Get out of the way now. The swarthy man's face was full of impatience as he stared at Yu Yang, as if he were a fool. Miss Njia, don't waste words on this brat. Let's just send a few brothers to take him down. Njia shook her head in disappointment. She hadn't expected this handsome young man who was somewhat skilled to be so arrogantly overconfident. If you don't step aside, we'll have to use force. Oh, feel free to try. Yu Yang tightened his grip on the cleaver, his expression utterly calm. His physical attributes had already tripled. Even without using the revolver, relying on his superior physique and the cleaver's ability to cut through iron like mud, he was confident he could drive them back. However, his goal was not to kill, but to extract more information about the apocalypse from this group. Kid, you're asking for death. The swarthy man could no longer contain himself and charged at Yu Yang with an iron pipe. Although Yu Yang's cleaver was sharp, his iron pipe was longer, and he didn't believe he was without a fighting chance. Moreover, he had his brothers. If he could lock Yu Yang in a scuffle, the others could seize the opportunity to ambush him. Taking Yu Yang down was only a matter of time. The thick iron pipe whistled through the air, crashing down toward Yu Yang's head like a bolt of lightning. Yet with a single clang, a scene that left the swarthy man dumbfounded unfolded. The hollow iron pipe, as thick as a wrist, was instantly severed in 2 by what seemed like a casual swing from Yu Yang. The severed half of the pipe fell to the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, not only the swarthy man, but also his originally aggressive brothers behind him were all frozen in place, stunned like wooden statues. Their mouths agape, they stared fixedly at Yu Yang, and the broken pipe, their faces filled with shock. Standing not far away, Njia's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, hey, should we still go for it? The swarthy man's real name was Wang Zhixing, but due to his dark skin, he was called Brother He. Behind him, a lackey holding a wooden stick asked hesitantly. They were now caught in an awkward and ridiculous stalemate, unable to advance or retreat. Wang Zhixing, enraged and embarrassed, smacked the lackey's head hard and cursed. Are you blind? Didn't you see my iron pipe was cut in half with one slash? Go where? Get lost. After speaking, he turned to look at Yu Yang, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Yu Yang just watched them with a faint mocking smile, as if they were beneath his notice. Wang Zhixing finally realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. This young man, despite his age, possessed formidable skills that he couldn't handle alone. He rubbed his forehead, covering half his face, filled with regret. But having already issued threats, he now found himself in a predicament. Just as he was at a loss, Jia's voice rang out. Brother, hey, come back first. Wang Zhixing was overjoyed. For the first time her voice sounded so sweet and pleasant. Sure thing. He responded promptly, then swiftly returned to Jia's side, forcing an awkward smile that revealed his white teeth. Miss Jia, this kid has some skill. His cleaver is incredibly sharp, we need to be careful. Jia nodded and studied Yu Yang seriously once more. He had a clean, sunny face, short, neat hair, and thick eyebrows. Not only strikingly handsome, but also pleasing to the eye. Jia silently admired him, then hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you an evolver?" Evolver. Yu Yang repeated the term inwardly. It seems Jia indeed knows something. Yu Yang had deliberately revealed part of his strength to attract her attention. He had no interest in the remaining wolf meat, but he was intrigued by the faction behind Jia. Though he had grasped some common knowledge of this world, he was completely ignorant of deeper matters. For instance, until today he had no knowledge of the existence of evolution crystals. His understanding of the heavenly stone pillars was also extremely limited. Now there was even the term evolver. He had decided to make contact with the faction behind her, at least to gain some useful information. This would also provide direction for his next course of action. Yes. Yu Yang's reply was crisp and concise. Hearing this, Jia sighed softly, knowing they would likely leave empty-handed today. She and her brother had once encountered an evolver, so she understood that evolvers were far superior to ordinary people. Though they had numerical superiority, a forceful confrontation could result in many casualties among her men, which she could not accept. Jia lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently tugging at the hem of her shirt. Her usually clear, bright eyes were now misted over, revealing a hint of reluctance and helplessness. She took a deep breath as if mustering her courage, and spoke in a slightly pleading tone. "Honorable evolver, we truly need this food. Could you spare us a little?" Faced with her plea, Yu Yang neither agreed nor outright refused. Instead he countered, "First tell me how you know about evolvers." Jia hesitated for a moment before replying, "My brother once met an evolver, and he told me about such matters." Yu Yang nodded, a plan forming in his mind. "I can give you all of this, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" For some reason Jia's heart began to race. "Trade me with information." "Huh? What information?" Jia was puzzled. "Do you know of any place nearby where ammunition might be found?" Yu Yang asked after a moment's thought. He currently had a revolver, but his biggest problem was a shortage of bullets, which made it difficult to use effectively. Otherwise he wouldn't have been wielding just a cleaver earlier or now. Although the cleaver could cut through iron like mud, a pistol would undoubtedly be more intimidating. Thus replenishing his ammunition was his true goal. Ammunition. Jia paused, then shook her head. The nearby police stations and military camps have all been taken over by large survival groups. There's no way to find ammunition elsewhere. As she spoke, Jia seemed to suddenly recall something, and her lively eyes darted cleverly. "But I do remember a shooting range to the south. There might be ammunition there. However, it's probably just old-fashioned revolvers and bullets. Definitely no explosives." Hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, isn't it? Yu Yang happened to need bullets for a revolver. Wu Gang, go back and help the others in the team bring back the meat of the other mutated beast. I won't be returning for now. I'm going to the shooting range with Miss Sin. Wait, you killed another mutated beast? Jia gasped, covering her mouth with a look of utter disbelief. Wang Zhixing, upon hearing Yu Yang's words, let out a derisive snort and shook his head. Wu Gang's fiery temper flared instantly. Pointing at Wang Zhixing, he said, "Hey, what do you mean by that? You don't believe us. I'd believe it if you said you killed a few people, but killing 2 mutated beasts in a single day? You're feeding us a load of crap." Wang Zhixing shot back without flinching. "Do you think mutated beasts are so easy to kill? This one was already severely injured, and we wore it down by constantly exhausting it. You just swooped in for the easy kill. An ordinary mutated beast. Even a team of dozens would flee at the sight of one. How could you possibly kill it?" Wu Gang said with an air of arrogance. "Words are cheap. Our leader just took down a tiger-like mutated beast all by himself. If you don't believe us, we'll take you to see." With that, Wu Gang led the group outside. Wang Zhixing, accompanied by a few of his loyal followers, hurried after Yu Yang. Yu Yang shook his head at this. He had little interest in proving himself, but letting these people witness his strength might make future conversations smoother. Jia helplessly shook her head as well, and instructed the remaining few. "You lot transport the rest of the meat back." The others nodded repeatedly. Even though what remained wasn't the best cuts, it was still meat. They hadn't had meat in quite a while. To them, even these leftovers were a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Yu Yang and Wu Gang led Wang Zhixing to the entrance of Bull Park. But to Yu Yang's astonishment, the body of the blazing flame tiger had vanished without a trace. Nothing remained but a pool of blood. Not a single piece of the carcass was left. Ha ha ha, I knew this kid was lying. What a joke. Wang Zhixing burst into unbridled laughter at the sight of the empty street. Yu Yang was also stunned. Where had such a massive blazing flame tiger gone? Even if Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu were fast, they couldn't have moved all the meat this quickly. Well, kid, got anything else to say? Wang Zixing's dark face crinkled into a smug grin, his pride written all over it. Wu Gang was left speechless, his face turning a deep shade of red. But then he retorted stubbornly, we definitely killed a mutated beast earlier. Did you guys sneak it away? How shameless. Wang Zhixing was taken aback by Wu Gang's accusation, then his temper flared. What the hell are you talking about? Do you think I'd stoop to that? You youngsters, all you know is how to show off. You get a little bit of skill and think you're invincible. If you don't have what it takes to kill a mutated beast, just admit it and shut up. Why all the pretentiousness? Just then Zhao arrived as well. Seeing the empty street, her pretty face was filled with confusion. There really isn't a mutated beast. Could he have been lying? At that moment, a long forked tongue suddenly appeared out of thin air, flickering above Wang Zixing's head. Then behind Wang Zhixing, an enormous python slowly materialized. Wang Zhixing was still oblivious to the danger, but his henchman recoiled in terror, stammering, old black, a snake, a giant snake. No, it's a mutated beast. What mutated beast? Where is it? Are you out of your minds or blind? Wang Zhixing scolded. Are you all as delirious as that brat? No, it's above your head. Wang Zhixing looked up impatiently, and his dark face instantly turned pale. His eyes widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. A colossal python with a body diameter of 1 meter and a length of dozens of meters stared down at him. Its pitch-black pupils emitted a chilling gleam, and its long forked tongue nearly touched his face. Ding! Mutated organism detected. Elite level Order Breaker Shadow Serpent. Health 200,200. Attack 100. Defense 60. Special ability becomes invisible after remaining still for 10 seconds. Eye reappears upon movement. The information appeared before Yu Yang's eyes. He was secretly astonished by the terrifying attributes of this shadow serpent. This elite-level mutated beast had stats twice those of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Its attack power reached a fearsome 100, and its defense was as high as 60. This meant that unless Yu Yang struck a vital point and triggered a critical hit, even if his bullets hit the shadow serpent, they would inflict no damage. Help! Help! Wang Zhixing's face contorted, and his voice turned shrill. By now his pants were soaked. With a mournful expression, he forced out desperate cries, "Save me! Someone please save me! I beg you, help me!" Despite his pitiful screams, no one dared approach. Are you kidding? This was a giant mutated beast. It was larger than any they had seen before, capable of swallowing an adult whole with a single gulp. Who would dare? Charging and meant certain death. But just then a deafening gunshot rang out. Bang! The shadow serpent, which had already opened its massive maw, recoiled sharply, letting out a strange piercing screech. Yu Yang had made his move. This shot struck the serpent's eye, dealing critical damage. Struck a vital point of the shadow serpent, dealing 15 damage. Yu Yang frowned at the meager damage. Enraged by the sudden attack, the shadow serpent knocked Wang Zhixing aside and slithered rapidly toward Yu Yang. Bang! Bang! Yu Yang fired 2 more shots. Struck a vital point of the shadow serpent, dealing 18 damage. Struck a vital point of the shadow serpent, dealing 21 damage. The damage remained low. After 3 shots, the serpent still had most of its health. Yet Yu Yang was not discouraged, for he realized that repeatedly hitting the same spot increased the damage. With a few more shots, killing it was not impossible. By now everyone except Wu Gang was stunned. The terrifying shadow serpent was being suppressed by Yu Yang's firepower alone. They never expected Yu Yang to possess a revolver, and his marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Despite the serpent's constant writhing, he hit it with unerring precision, truly astonishing. And Jia in particular gazed at Yu Yang with admiration and even a hint of self-reproach. She finally realized how laughable their earlier threats must have seemed to him, and she secretly thanked her stars that she hadn't made an enemy of him. On the other side, Wang Zhixing, though narrowly escaping death, watched Yu Yang's heroic entrance with eyes burning with jealousy. He even has a gun. Why does he get a gun? Wang Zhixing ground his teeth in fury. Over the past few days he had scoured the surrounding ruins and only found a long iron rod for a weapon, which Yu Yang had just sliced in 2. If only that gun were mine. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. Yu Yang fired while constantly shifting his position with his superior physique to evade the shadow serpent. Struck a vital point of the shadow serpent, dealing 25 damage. Struck a vital point of the shadow serpent, dealing 30 damage. By now the total damage he had inflicted on the shadow serpent reached 109. Though he had used 5 bullets, his method was effective. Bang! The 6th bullet shot out, piercing deep into the serpent's eye. Roar! The hidden giant python let out a far more agonized cry than before. Critical hit on the hidden giant python's vital spot, dealing 80 points of fatal damage. Yu Yang stared at the massive damage number, slightly stunned. Did the bullet pierce the membrane and reach the brain? But this hidden giant python is incredibly tough. It still hasn't died. After dealing another 80 points of damage, the python's health was down to 11 points. Yu Yang prepared to finish it with his last bullet only to realize awkwardly that his revolver was empty. Just then, as if sensing its life was nearing its end, the hidden giant python went berserk. It wildly thrashed its tail, shattering the rockery at the entrance of Bull Park. Rubble flew everywhere, striking several members of Inja's team. The sheer force of that tail would mean instant death for anyone it struck. Seeing this, Yu Yang had no choice but to flee, desperately planning to create distance and reload. At that moment, Wang Zixing's furious shouts reached him. "Shoot! Keep firing at it, you idiot! Can't you see it's still alive?" No sooner had Wang Zixing spoken than the python's tail arrived like lightning with a whoosh. Thump! A dull impact. Wang Zixing's body was instantly sent flying, every bone in his body shattering. He traced a parabola through the air and landed heavily on the ground. With Wang Zixing distracting the python, Yu Yang finally managed to load a single bullet. Bang! The last shot was fired. The python's writhing body suddenly stiffened, then collapsed like a limp rope, hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Ding! Killed an elite-level order breaker, hidden giant python. Earned 1,000 repair points. Hearing the system prompt, Yu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This elite hidden giant python was way too tough. I emptied a full cylinder and it still didn't die, and that was with every shot hitting a vital spot. An ordinary sharpshooter would be lucky to hit the eye even once out of 6 shots. Yu Yang looked at his revolver and sighed. Killing just one elite mutated beast, is this exhausting? My combat power is still way too low. And Jia, who had just walked over to thank Yu Yang, overheard his words. If she hadn't always been accustomed to maintaining her Leda-like image, she would have cursed out loud. Seriously, you just killed such a terrifying mutated python. Low combat power. What kind of joke is that? If you have low combat power, what does that make us? Cannon fodder NPCs. Thank you. We owe you our lives today. And Jia composed herself and said with gratitude. Her gratitude was genuine. She hadn't expected Yu Yang to still be willing to help Wang Zixing after all the insults. As for Wang Zixing's death, it was entirely his own fault, and Jia knew Yu Yang had done his best. You're welcome. I was just worried that if you died, no one would take me to the shooting range. Yu Yang gave a simple smile. Hearing this, Jia bit her lip, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Jia, and my brother is Yang. I'm from a survival team stationed at Minghuang Elementary School nearby. Our team has about 50 people. Regardless, Jia decided to build a good relationship with Yu Yang. She knew that having a friend like him would be incredibly fortunate in this apocalypse. I'm Yu Yang. I'm from a small survival squad based in the garage of Hengda residential area. There are about 7 or 8 of us. Hearing this, Jia was surprised. Someone as skilled as you comes from a squad of less than 10 people. That's such a waste. In my opinion, you could at least be a commander in the Yuqing Alliance. Yu Yang just smiled at her flattery. In truth, it didn't matter much to him where he was, but he didn't like taking orders. A small survival squad was fine. Wu Gang happened to walk over, and upon hearing Jia's words, frowned. Miss Jia, our boss, is doing just fine in our squad. You can't poach him. Jia was taken aback, then chuckled. Brother Wu Gang, I didn't mean it that way. I just think Yu Yang is very capable. Even more capable than my brother. No, far more capable. Your brother must be quite skilled himself to have built a team of over 50 people, Yu Yang replied politely. Jia sighed. My brother is a veteran. He has some martial arts skills and organizational ability, but when we encounter mutated beasts, we can only run. Those creatures are terrifying. She looked up, her big watery eyes fixed on Yu Yang with curiosity. Your marksmanship is incredible. You must be a soldier too, right? Hearing this, Wu Gang also pricked up his ears. He was also eager to know Yu Yang's true identity. Me? I'm just an ordinary college student. Hearing this, Jia felt a little disappointed. She didn't believe he was just an ordinary student, thinking he was reluctant to reveal his background. But Jia understood. In this apocalypse, people needed their secrets. Composing herself, she smiled again and said somewhat sheepishly, Yu Yang, this python is enormous. Your squad of less than 10 can't possibly finish it all. Could you spare some to trade with our team? We can offer you other resources. Yu Yang nodded slightly. He indeed couldn't finish all the meat and his backpack was full. Trading it for resources seemed like a good idea. What resources do you have? Seeing Yu Yang's interest, Jia quickly said, things like daily necessities, clothing, and basic supplies like rice, oil, and salt. When the apocalypse hit, my brother and his friends stocked up on a lot. Especially salt. They stored a truckload. We probably couldn't finish it in a lifetime. Is that all? Yu Yang was slightly disappointed. He didn't have a strong need for food and drink. What he really wanted was something to enhance his strength. What do you want then? Jia asked, puzzled. For example, bullets. As you can see, I have a pistol. Yu Yang shook his revolver. Jia looked at the gun with envy, then sighed. We really don't have any bullets. Maybe there are some at the shooting range. But I did see a bulletproof vest among the things they brought back. I don't know where they got it from. A bulletproof vest. Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Seeing that Yu Yang seemed interested, Jia quickly added, but that bulletproof vest seems to be damaged. My brother threw it in the warehouse, and it hasn't been touched since. After saying this, Jia felt a bit embarrassed. She knew that such a broken item was hardly presentable, yet she couldn't think of anything else in their team that might catch Yu Yang's interest. Damaged it. Yu Yang was taken aback, then broke into a grin. What a coincidence. He was actually worried the vest might still be intact. Seeing Yu Yang unable to suppress his laughter, and Jia thought he was mocking her, she said somewhat aggrievedly, I really don't know what supplies we have that you'd be interested in. Why don't you come back with me, and I'll show you our warehouse. Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head deeply. She couldn't bear to continue. Let's go with the bulletproof vest. I'm a craftsman, oh I can definitely fix it. Yu Yang was already looking forward to the special effect the vest might grant. Hearing his reply, and Jia looked up in surprise. Really? Yu Yang? You're such a good person. Tears welled up in Jia's eyes. In her view, Yu Yang was merely saving her face, even taking a loss to help her. What use could a broken bulletproof vest possibly be? Exchanging it for all this meat was practically a giveaway. She didn't know how to thank him. How can there be such a good person in this world? She marveled silently. Just then 2 figures rushed over from the street corner. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu stared in shock at the massive python lying on the ground, their minds momentarily blank. Brother Yu Yang, what happened here? Oh, another giant python suddenly attacked, and I killed it. Yu Yang explained casually. Another mutant beast killed. Wang Tao's eyes went numb. That was a mutant beast. Why did he make it sound as simple as stepping on a bug? Oh, no wonder the meat's gone. The tiger meat we didn't move must have been eaten by this python. Zhao Baofu slapped his thigh in regret. Such good meat wasted. Wu Gang shot him a glare. Are you stupid? The python's dead, isn't it? The meat's in its belly. Besides, python meat is nutritious, way better than tiger meat. And you two stop calling him Yu Yang. From now on call him boss like me. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu were startled, then quickly nodded with smiles. They weren't fools. Following such a capable and righteous leader, only a fool would refuse. Boss. Wang Tao called out sincerely. Then you're my boss from now on. Huh. Zhao Baofu gave a simple grin, not at all embarrassed to call a younger man his leader. Yu Yang smiled helplessly. Suit yourselves. Seeing Yu Yang didn't object, Wu Gang immediately pledged loyalty. Then you're my boss. I'm your loyal lackey. Wang Tao nodded earnestly. Boss, we were wrong before. I apologize. Zhao Baofu quickly added, Boss, don't be mad at us. It was all Wu Gang's idea. Bullshit. Fatty Zhao, don't slander me. Wu Gang glared, pointing angrily at Zhao Baofu, his face red with fury as he rolled up his sleeves. Wang Tao stepped in to mediate, holding Wu Gang back. Actually, it was Boss Wei's idea. He suggested we share resources. Wu Gang was just following orders. At this, Wu Gang's expression eased a bit. Exactly. It was all that Boss Wei. He's the one with all the bad ideas. And that Zhou Kai, good riddance. I hate backstabbers like him. Listening to them, and Jia realized that Yu Yang's team had only just formed, and she felt a pang of regret. If only she had met Yu Yang earlier, she might have recruited him. With his skills, their team situation would be far better. And Jia gritted her teeth and asked reluctantly, Yu Yang, would you bring your team to our base? Minghuang Elementary School is huge. It can definitely accommodate you. Don't worry, your team will be independent. We won't demand anything. Just gathering together for mutual support can't be a bad thing. Yu Yang's eyes flickered. It seemed like a good idea. But after weighing the pros and cons, he shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to trouble you. He knew that once his team entered their territory, events would spiral beyond his control. And Jia might mean no harm, but prolonged coexistence would inevitably lead to friction. More importantly, his team would be living well, and the others might grow envious and cause trouble. Yu Yang hated complications. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Besides, he didn't need a larger group's protection. He could handle most problems himself. Seeing his refusal, and Jia felt a deep regret. She wanted to persuade him further, but Yu Yang spoke first. Let's discuss the resource exchange. Seeing his firm stance, and Jia said nothing more and replied obediently, you killed this python. You decide. Yu Yang nodded. They'll give you half of this python. Besides the bulletproof vest, ID like some daily necessities. No problem. Make me a list, and I'll do my best to gather them, and Jia said sincerely. She had made up her mind. Even if she couldn't recruit Yu Yang, she would earn his goodwill and become his friend. Yu Yang nodded, then walked over to the hidden python and pulled out his cleaver. But now he was at a loss. The hidden python's defense was 60 points, but the cleaver's attack was only 50. Though high, it couldn't harm the python's body. Cutting it up had become a tricky problem. What's wrong? And Jia asked curiously, seeing Yu Yang's silence. Yu Yang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. The scales of this giant python have too high defense. Oh, I can't cut through it. Having killed it, yet being unable to deal with the corpse, Yu Yang found himself at a loss for words. And Jia was taken aback, blinked, and said, then we can just pull off its scales, right? Now it was Yu Yang's turn to be stunned. That's right. The defensive power of the stealth giant python came entirely from its hard scales. The scales could be removed one by one. Unlike the tough hide of the crimson flame tiger, which was a seamless hole with no gaps to exploit. Once the hard scales were gone, the stealth giant python would only have soft skin left, and then he could cut it as he pleased. Yu Yang gave Jia a thumbs up. You're really clever. And Jia felt shy from Yu Yang's praise and lowered her head bashfully. I'm glad I could help. Yu Yang gathered everyone, including Jia's team, and told them to first remove the scales before dismembering the python. They initially thought removing the scales would be simple, but found it far from easy. Although the snake scales were in separate pieces, each one clung like an old tree rooted in the soil, so difficult to pull that it took nearly 2 people working together to remove a single scale. Half an hour passed, and with the effort of over a dozen people, they only managed to strip the scales from the stealth giant python's head. This won't work. Yu Yang frowned at the python's scale-covered body. We'll never finish by tomorrow at this rate. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang said, how about this? You clear a grid-like path on the python's body, and it'll cut along those paths. That way we don't need to remove all the scales. Everyone's eyes lit up at his suggestion. Captain, you're really sharp. Wu Gang immediately gave a thumbs up and flattered, truly worthy of a college student. Education makes all the difference. With that, Wu Gang quickly called the others to adjust their scale removal method according to Yu Yang's idea, and progress accelerated significantly. After seeing everyone working orderly, Yu Yang's gaze fell back on the stealth giant python's head. Now that the head was completely bare of scales, Yu Yang only needed a single strike to cleave it in two. An ordinary mutated beast's head contains a primary evolution crystal. What about this elite-level mutated beast? Could it be an intermediate evolution crystal? At this thought, Yu Yang's heart stirred with excitement. He recalled the system's hint that secondary evolution required 10 intermediate evolution crystals. Compared to the first evolution, the difficulty had increased dozens of times. If he could obtain 1 intermediate evolution crystal this time, it would be a good start. Yu Yang raised his cleaver and swung it casually, splitting the stealth giant python's head in two. 2 pale blue crystals fell from the python's head. 2. Yu Yang hesitated. Are they 2 primary evolution crystals? He quickly picked up the crystals and held them in his hand. As information appeared, Yu Yang exclaimed, intermediate. They're actually intermediate. And Jia watched with envy. Intermediate. And 2 of them. Amid her envy, and Jia realized that the giant python Yu Yang had just slain was of a higher grade than ordinary mutated beasts. She knew that only more advanced mutated beasts could produce higher grade evolution crystals. I remember that Evolver said that above ordinary mutated beasts are elite level ones. They yield richer resources, but their abilities are doubled. Yu Yang just killed an elite-level mutated beast. That's truly incredible. Yu Yang's strength must surpass that Evolver her brother met. That Evolver was formidable, but he couldn't casually kill an elite-level mutated beast. At this thought, Jia's gaze toward Yu Yang turned into pure admiration. Staying by his side gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Yu Yang fixed his eyes on the evolution crystals in his hand, his heart burning with fervor. Perhaps because he had already evolved once, he could now clearly sense the peculiar energy within the crystals. This strange evolutionary energy must be related to those towering stone pillars. Maybe. Near those stone pillars there are substances similar to evolution crystals. Yu Yang speculated boldly. Then without hesitation he swallowed both intermediate energy crystals. The energy quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. This bizarre energy was reshaping his body in an almost domineering manner. Yu Yang could feel his physical strength increase further, reaching about 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. Feeling the explosive power within, he eagerly anticipated another evolution. I wonder what enhancements another evolution will bring. All done, boss. Wu Gang, panting heavily, ran up to Yu Yang to report their progress. We've removed most of the scales. Please take a look. Yu Yang nodded and looked toward the stealth giant python's body. The body had been cleared of scales in grid-like patches, each about a quarter square meter in area. Yu Yang only needed to cut along these grids to divide the python into many pieces. Since his physical strength had just increased, Yu Yang wanted to test his abilities. He charged toward the python's body with his cleaver, swinging it with a fierce gale, and struck the python's body hard. Thud, 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 thud. The stealth giant python's body was sliced like tofu under Yu Yang's blade. Tender snake meat was exposed, its fine texture and pink color making everyone swallow hard. They couldn't imagine how delicious these cuts would be when cooked. Mutated beast meat was already far more delicious than ordinary animals from before, and this was snake meat. Whether braised or made into soup, it was an excellent choice. If my wife and I made this, it would be mouth-wateringly fragrant. Zhao Baofu stared at the snake meat with sparkling eyes. Wang Tao and Wu Gang were also swallowing hard. Even Yu Yang was curious about how the meat would taste when turned into a dish. All right, this portion is yours. After fully dismembering the stealth giant python, Yu Yang pointed to a part of it. And Jia's heart was deeply moved when she saw the portion he indicated. The snake meat Yu Yang left for them included many high-quality pieces, and the quantity was generous. He didn't fob her off with inferior cuts or scraps. And Jia's nose tingled with emotion. Since the apocalypse began, no one except her brother had treated her so well. She didn't know how to repay him. Yu Yang, maybe I could. Yu Yang, how about I join your team? And Jia spoke these words almost involuntarily. However, she quickly realized that it was impossible. She cautiously glanced at Yu Yang, and seeing that he seemed not to have heard her, she let out a sigh of relief. This statement indeed came from her heart. Although Jia's team had more than 50 members, she felt that none of them could match Yu Yang's prowess. Even her brother, while exceptional, paled in comparison to Yu Yang. However, she couldn't just disregard her brother. Sigh. And Jia let out a long sigh. What did you just say? Yu Yang noticed Jia sighing and found it a bit strange. Nothing, nothing. And Jia dared not meet Yu Yang's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked down at her toes. Yu Yang furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. Well, miss, and why don't you take me to your base now? I'd like to get a bulletproof vest as soon as possible and perhaps also pick up some daily necessities along the way. And Jia nodded obediently. All right then, follow me. They'll leave the matters here to Brother Wu Gang to manage. Yu Yang nodded, and after giving his instructions, he followed Jia towards Minghuang Primary School. Across from Minghuang Primary School, there was a row of small shops. However, when the apocalypse struck, these small shops had long since collapsed into heaps of ruins due to various natural disasters. Nevertheless, Yu Yang could see signs that these ruins had been explored by people. Many of the collapsed shops had been cleared of rubble. Yu Yang speculated that many of the supplies in Jia's team must have been scavenged from the ruins of these small shops. As Yu Yang and Jia arrived at the entrance of Minghuang Primary School, he glanced inside and saw countless collapsed buildings. Fortunately, since it was a primary school, the buildings were not too high, and thus, when the structures collapsed, they did not crush each other. Some classrooms on the ground floor were preserved. And Jia, you finally returned. As soon as they entered the gates of Minghuang Primary School, a young man immediately approached them. However, when he saw Jia chatting and smiling with a spirited young man, his face instantly stiffened for a moment. And Jia walked over to the young man with a smile, saying, Brother Zhang Tan, are you on guard duty today? Did my brother go out? Zhang Tan scrutinized Yu Yang from head to toe before he gently replied to Jia, your brother went out on a long trip. He mentioned something about looking for that enhancer from last time. It seems there's some great opportunity or something. I didn't catch the specifics. Oh, I hope everything goes smoothly. And Jia nodded. And Jia, didn't you lead the team to hunt that struggling mutated beast? Why did you return alone? Where are the others? Zhang Tan completely ignored Yu Yang and continued chatting with Jia. And Jia playfully blinked and replied with a smile, the others are already on their way. Ooh, I just brought my guest back first. We have some business to attend to. Guest? Zhang Tan frowned as he pointed at Yu Yang, asking, he is your guest. What business do you have? Actually it's nothing much. Just taking him to the warehouse to pick out some items. Warehouse? Zhang Tan's eyes widened, and he said firmly, that's not allowed. How can you take an outsider to our warehouse? Besides, why should he be allowed to pick out items? And Jia didn't expect Zhang Tan's reaction to be so strong, and quickly explained, no, brother Zhang Tan, Yu Yang is trading mutant beast meat with us, not just taking it for free. Mutant beast meat? Zhang Tan asked suspiciously. Are you talking about that big wolf? Wasn't that wolf originally ours? No, it was a giant snake. That snake was huge. It will last us for many days. And Jia gestured in the air with her hands, exaggerating the size of the concealed giant python. Zhang Tan frowned, unconvinced, and said, the meat from a big wolf is already enough for us for many days. We won't be able to eat any more meat right away. There's no need to exchange for more. Let him go. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang finally understood. It seemed he wasn't very welcome. However, he was determined to obtain that bulletproof vest and would not give up just because of some trivial obstacles. Ahem. Excuse me. I killed that armored wolf, so the meat belongs to me. I exchanged part of the meat with Miss and Jia for some information. However, that meat should not be enough for you all to eat. What? You killed that wolf? Zhang Tan's eyes instantly filled with hostility, and he asked Jia in a harsh tone, and Jia, didn't you tell him that wolf took us many days to wear down? And Jia, feeling a bit wronged, quietly replied, I did mention it. However, Yu Yang did indeed kill that wolf. Just based on him. Zhang Tan scoffed disdainfully, remarking, if we hadn't spent so many days wearing it down, could he have killed a mutated beast? He really could kill it. And Jia said very seriously, and Jia, are you out of your mind? Zhang Tan looked at Jia in disbelief, then he realized his attitude was inappropriate, and quickly apologized. And Jia, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant is, did you get tricked by him? With him looking like that, could he kill a mutated beast? And Jia, seeing Zhang Tan being so difficult, became unhappy as well. Zhang Tan, I know very well whether I was tricked. You can insult me, but please do not belittle Mr. Yu Yang. He is an enhancer. Step aside. I want to take Mr. Yu Yang inside. And Jia said with a cold expression. And Jia. Zhang Tan tightened his fists, clearly unwilling. He couldn't understand what kind of charm this guy had that could make Jia so biased towards him. Zhang Tan clenched his teeth, spread his arms, and blocked the way. No. You cannot take him inside, not even if he is an enhancer. Even if you are the leader's sister, you do not have the right to bring outsiders into the warehouse. You? And Jia's face suddenly turned ugly. She knew Zhang Tan was speaking the truth. According to the rules, she indeed could not take outsiders into the warehouse. This was a rule set by her brother personally. In fact, not just outsiders, even team members needed her brother's consent to enter the warehouse. However, everyone had treated Jia with special care before, and no one would deliberately make things difficult for her. But today Zhang Tan brought this issue to the forefront, placing a stigma on her. Now even she couldn't do anything about it. While the standoff continued, a few smiling individuals slowly approached, pushing a cart. Miss and Captain Yu, we have brought back the meat. What are you all? Zhang Tan stared wide-eyed at the fresh tender meat on the cart, pushed by several people swallowing hard. Zhang Tan, come help us push this. Be careful. This meat is precious, said a burly bearded man holding the cart smiling. This doesn't look like wolf meat. Why are there scales? Zhang Tan, coming to his senses, was momentarily baffled. It's not wolf meat, but snake meat, python meat. Fresh. Python meat. Zhang Tan suddenly recalled that Jia had mentioned Yu Yang trading python meat for supplies. This was snake meat. No wonder it looked so fresh. Though his mouth watered for it, Zhang Tan refused to admit it, instead feigning disgust. What's so good about snake meat? It's fishy and looks unappetizing. What kind of nose do you have? Where's the fishiness? If you think it's fishy, don't eat it later. Another sturdy man pushing a cart said, clearly displeased. A slight fishiness in snake meat was normal, but with proper cooking only the savory flavor would remain, not the odor. They all thought Zhang Tan simply didn't appreciate good food. Zhang Tan was indignant. He wasn't truly ignorant. He just didn't want Yu Yang to steal the spotlight. Such delicious snake meat. Only a fool would refuse it. I'm part of the team too. Oh, everyone gets a share. Why wouldn't I get to eat? You won't get any. And Jia said, hands on her hips, pouting angrily. This meat was given to us by Yu Yang. You wouldn't even let him in. Why should you eat? As Jia spoke, Zhang Tan felt several hostile gazes on him. I didn't mean it that way. Realizing he was becoming the target of everyone's ire, Zhang Tan quickly stepped aside. Still, he added stubbornly. You can let him in, but not into the warehouse. That's the rule your brother set. And Jia quickly explained to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, don't listen to him. Just come with me, I'm sure my brother won't mind. Exactly. If it weren't for Captain Yu today, we'd all be dead. Letting him pick supplies from the warehouse is the least we can do. Yeah, what's wrong with you today, Zhang Tan? Why are you opposing Miss and Captain Yu at every turn? Itching for trouble. If you're feeling restless, he'll talk to Captain and about sending you on field duty. A young man stuck in base all day, your brain's gone soft. Seeing everyone berating him, Zhang Tan's face turned pale and flushed with embarrassment. But he still craned his neck and forced a stern expression. In short, it's not allowed. If you take him in, he'll report you when the captain returns. No need to report. I'm here. A firm voice came from not far away. Yu Yang looked up. A tall, short-haired young man walked steadily toward them with a resolute stride. Captain, great, you're finally here. These people are breaking your rules, so I stopped them all. Zhang Tan was overjoyed to see Yang. He knew Yang was a military man who valued discipline above all. Even Jia couldn't casually break the rules. I'm good. Hearing Yang's praise, Zhang Tan grew even more smug, looking at Yu Yang and the others with gloating delight. But Yang's next words wiped the smile off his face. You're fired. Wow, what? You're firing me. That's right. Pack your things and get out. Yang said without changing his expression. For what? Zhang Tan was stunned. I was following the rules. Does that mean your rules are a joke? I didn't say you were wrong to follow the rules. Didn't I just praise you? Yang said with a cold smile. Then why fire me? Because you offended our honored guest. I don't need someone with no foresight causing me trouble. With that, Yang ignored Zhang Tan and turned to extend his hand to Yu Yang. He smiled politely. Hello, I'm Yang. And Jia's brother and the leader of the Ming Huang survival team. Pleased to meet you. Yu Yang looked at the beaming Yang and extended his hand in return. The moment their hands clasped, Yu Yang sensed a familiar, peculiar energy. It bore no malice, feeling more like a probing gesture. You're an evolver too, Yu Yang blurted out. And Yang smiled faintly, nodded candidly, and withdrew his hand. With guidance from a master, I've just gathered the third basic evolution crystal. And Jia's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Yang's explanation. Really, brother? Have you completed your initial evolution? And Yang smiled dotingly at Jia, patting her head. Yes, now I can protect you even better. Just then a sharp stone flew unexpectedly toward Yang's head. And Jia screamed in terror, her face pale. A blade flashed, and the stone was precisely split in two, falling to the ground. Yu Yang had acted. And Yang shot Yu Yang a grateful look, then his face darkened instantly, as he glared coldly at Zhang Tan, who had thrown the stone. You're asking for death. You're the one being unreasonable. It's your luck I didn't hit you. Zhang Tan curled his lips and taunted. And Yang snorted, stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Tan by his clothes and arm, and with a swift motion executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground. A dull thud echoed as Zhang Tan's body met the ground. He let out a miserable scream, seeing stars from the impact, his body curling up in pain. Kid, don't forget this is the apocalypse. My make's right. With no real skills and a penchant for trouble, you're lucky I didn't kill you. Now get lost. And Yang spat contemptuously at Zhang Tan, then turned to Yu Yang with a polite tone. Brother Yu Yang, don't mind this fool. Come on in with me. Seeing Yang let Zhang Tan off so easily, Yu Yang frowned, but said nothing more. After all, this was a member of Yang's team, not his own, so he had no right to interfere. However, since the man had been expelled, if he dared to show off again in front of him, Yu Yang wouldn't mind sending him to the afterlife. Adding Yang's invitation, Yu Yang finally stepped through the gates of Ming Huang Elementary School. Yu Yang noticed that sharp glass shards were tied all around the walls, presumably to deter mutated beasts. He strongly doubted whether these defenses would actually be effective. However, mutated beasts generally didn't invade densely populated areas. They had little interest in humans, only eating them to satisfy their hunger. In terms of attraction, they seem to prefer other mutated beasts. Brother Yu Yang, you look quite young, don't you? I never expected such superb marksmanship. Honestly, I've trained with guns too, but my skills pale in comparison to yours. And Yang led Yu Yang through Minghuang Elementary School, asking casually. Oh, how do you know? Yu Yang inquired. And Yang laughed heartily. To be honest, I planted a trusted subordinate in my sister's team to keep me informed. Brother. And Jia suddenly understood, as she had thought her brother was so perceptive to recognize Yu Yang's shooting skills at a glance, but it turned out he had planted a spy in her team. And Yang rubbed his nose and explained to Jia, it's for your safety, isn't it? He then turned to Yu Yang with a burning gaze. Honestly, I didn't believe at first that your marksmanship could be so extraordinary. But the moment I saw you, I believed it. That calm aura you carry, it belongs to someone with true strength. That's why when I shook your hand, I deliberately sensed it. You're an evolver too. Yu Yang nodded modestly. Extraordinary is an overstatement, oh, just barely enough to protect myself. Haha, brother Yu Yang is too humble. Alright, brother. Stop the chit-chat with Yu Yang, and let him pick his items from the warehouse. He's still in a hurry to get to the shooting range. Shooting range. And Yang paused, then asked, are you going there for ammunition? Yu Yang nodded. That's right. Brother Yu Yang, I advise you not to go, and Yang warned earnestly. Yu Yang frowned. Why, oi? And Yang explained, because it's already been claimed by a second-level evolver. Second level? That's right, an evolver who has undergone evolution twice. And Yang elaborated patiently. Brother Yu Yang, the second evolution requires a full 10 intermediate evolution crystals. Yu Yang understood in Yang's point. That person's ability to achieve a second evolution indicated not only an immensely enhanced physique, but also more importantly that at the first level they had already killed several elite mutated beasts. Such a formidable opponent was best avoided as an enemy. And crucially, upon reaching the second evolution, one gains a special ability. And Yang added. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed. So abilities only came at the second level. He wondered what kind of ability he would obtain when he reached that stage. What exactly are these special abilities like? Have you seen any? Yu Yang asked curiously. And Yang shook his head. I don't know, but they're said to be incredibly powerful. They might let you soar through the skies, burrow into the earth, spew fire, or control water. In short, extremely formidable. And Jia, overhearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment. So powerful. Brother, how do you know all this? And Yang didn't hide it. That evolver told me. He's already reached the second level, but he didn't reveal what his ability is. Hearing this, Yu Yang fell into deep thought. Although he didn't believe these people's abilities could surpass his own, a sense of urgency crept into his heart. I still need to work hard. Being 3 months late to the game, if I don't step up, I might really fall behind. With that in mind, Yu Yang's desire to obtain a bulletproof vest grew even more urgent. I understand. Thanks for the warning. Take me to the warehouse first. And Yang nodded, trusting that Yu Yang was smart enough to make the right choice, without further persuasion. Yu Yang followed in Jia and in Yang to the warehouse entrance. It was a school auditorium, partially collapsed, but still structurally sound. As soon as he entered, Yu Yang was stunned by the sight of the supplies. He had never imagined there would be so many things in the warehouse. Wait. Did you guys rob a supermarket before the apocalypse? Before Yu Yang's eyes lay piles of rice, oil, salt, and countless clothes, pots, pans, and fuel like gasoline, alcohol, and charcoal. Except for fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat, it was practically a small supermarket. Seeing Yu Yang's astonished expression, and Jia covered her mouth with a giggle and explained, my brother worked as a security guard at Lianzhong supermarket after retiring from the military. When the apocalypse struck, he gathered all the guards and moved a huge amount of stock from the supermarket's warehouse here, hiding it all. No wonder you set a rule against anyone entering the warehouse freely. If people knew about this stash, they'd be green with envy. Yu Yang remarked. Yes, if I didn't trust your character, brother Yu Yang, I wouldn't have let you in so easily. And Yang said with a smile. And Jia winked playfully. Yu Yang, you have to keep our secret, okay? Sure, no problem, you can count on me. Yu Yang agreed with a nod. Brother Yu Yang, I see you came alone without any transport. How do you plan to move all these things back? And Yang's eyes flickered with an idea as he suggested, why don't you stay? Call your team over too. We'll be like brothers. I promise I won't boss you around. What do you think? And Yang spoke sincerely, but Yu Yang politely declined. Forget it. I'm used to being free. Staying in such a large group doesn't suit me. Don't worry, I have a way to move the supplies. With that, Yu Yang picked up a somewhat battered storage box. Repairing the damaged storage box requires 5 repair points. Repair. Yu Yang selected yes. A flash of light passed, and the storage box was instantly renewed. Ding. Obtained a brand new storage box. Drawn 3 special effects. Ooh, please choose one. 1 double space. Doubles the current space. 2 mini freezer. Grants 3 cubic meters of special space within the box with a freezer effect. 3 mini storage. Grants 10 cubic meters of special space within the box. It seems the effects drawn from similar items are quite alike. This time, instead of the freezer, Yu Yang chose the third effect, mini storage. Ding. Storage box has been enhanced with effect mini storage. Then, under the astonished gazes of Jia and in Yang, Yu Yang began loading items into the box. What is this thing? Even the usually composed Yang was rendered speechless by shock. and Jia had already covered her mouth in awe, her beautiful eyes wide. The scene before them was too miraculous, too inexplicable. This is my special ability. Yu Yang's eyes flickered as he explained, and Yang was stunned into silence. He knew all too well what possessing a special ability meant. It was a power only achievable by a second-tier evolver. And Yang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He had been warning Yu Yang all this time only to realize the man before him was already a second-tier evolver. Still, he felt a pang of regret for Yu Yang. In his view, Yu Yang's ability to create a special storage space, though practical, lacked direct combat utility. A non-combat special ability might have been fine before the apocalypse, but now it seems somewhat useless. By the way, what about that bulletproof vest? Yu Yang waved a hand in front of the dazed and Jia asking. And Jia snapped back to reality and gave Yu Yang a deep look. Then she turned and retrieved the bulletproof vest from a corner, the one Yu Yang had been longing for. Yu Yang took it with eager anticipation, but instead of the disappointment and Jia expected, he cradled the tattered vest with great affection. Yu Yang, what do you need that bulletproof vest for? A hobby, just a personal hobby. Huh. Wearing it gives me a sense of security. Yu Yang laughed it off. But it's unwearable now, all torn up like this. And Jia was puzzled. No worries, I'll patch it up, just patch it up. Yu Yang packed the vest away, then discussed with Yang about gathering some supplies. Alright, pleasure doing business. Yu Yang was satisfied. This time, he had not only acquired the bulletproof vest, but also taken away plenty of daily necessities and kitchenware. There was even a tent. One could say Yu Yang was now a walking base. And Yang, get out here. Just as Yu Yang was about to bid farewell to Yang, an unfriendly shout came from outside the warehouse. Yu Yang and Yang exchanged glances, both seeing impatience in each other's eyes. They recognized the voice. It was Zhang Tan. What is that Zhang Tan up to? And Yang frowned, clenching his fist. Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough earlier. Then the three walked out of the warehouse together. A crowd had gathered at the entrance chattering about something. And sure enough, Zhang Tan stood at the front. Why are you all crowding here? Got nothing better to do. And Yang's voice carried a natural authority, quieting the restless crowd. Who do you think you are to order us around? You're not fit to be our leader. Zhang Tan, emboldened by a few friends behind him, spoke with newfound confidence. And Yang's face darkened ominously. Zhang Tan, do you realize what you're saying? Of course I do. Zhang Tan was determined to defy Yang. He deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear. All along, only Yang has been free to enter and leave the warehouse. The rest of us need approval. That's unfair. We're a team. The supplies belong to everyone. Why should Yang have the final say? And that's not all. Today, Yang openly brought outsiders into our warehouse to pick whatever they wanted. What gives him the right? Is he treating our supplies as his personal property? As the crowd murmured and Jia quickly explained, that's not true. Mister, Yang exchanged python meat with us. He didn't just take things. Zhang Tan, seeing and Jia defend Yang again, nearly spat fire with jealousy. Bullshit. We don't need any python meat. We have wolf meat. You and Jia gave away the wolf meat, and then traded supplies for snake meat. You two are clearly colluding with an outsider to steal from the team. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Zhang Tan's voice cut off abruptly as he fell backward. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Yu Yang slowly holstered his pistol. Ding. Killed. Entry-level order disruptor Zhang Tan. I'll receive 10 repair points. Murder. A gun. He has a gun. Seeing Yu Yang shoot Zhang Tan in the head, the crowd panicked. Captain, and I've dealt with this troublemaker for you. And Yang was momentarily stunned, but said nothing. He agreed with Yu Yang's action, though he wouldn't have been so decisive. Killing such a disruptive element was in fact the best choice. Alright. Everyone quiet down. And Yang called out to the crowd. Without the instigator, and within Yang's former authority, the commotion gradually subsided. Still, a few of Zhang Tan's friends dared to question. Zhang Tan only spoke the truth. Why kill him? And Yang didn't answer, but instead countered. Anyone else who thinks Zhang Tan was right, you can leave now. My team doesn't need people who can't tell right from wrong. Those friends of Zhang Tan shrank back, but no one stepped forward. Outside was too dangerous. Without the team's protection, they might soon be devoured by mutated beasts. They could make a fuss, but only a fool would actually leave. Good. Since no one's leaving, shut up and listen. Mister, Yu Yang is our honored guest. And Jia's entire squad encountered an elite-level mutated beast, and would likely have been wiped out, but Mr. Yu Yang stepped in and saved them all. The squad members can testify to that. Secondly, the meat we brought back, you've all seen it, is of excellent quality and plentiful. If preserved well, it's enough to keep all of us fully fed for a month. With so much meat, we only traded away some daily necessities. Is there anything wrong with that? Finally, Yu Yang's marksmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. You understand what a gun means, don't you? With an ally like him, isn't our team's safety that much more assured? Tell me, was there anything wrong with the deal I and Yang made? The crowd murmured among themselves, yet no one stepped forward to say Yang was wrong. Especially those from Jia's squad who had witnessed Yu Yang's marksmanship. They chimed in to explain for Yang. They had all seen Yu Yang's gun skills with their own eyes. The captain did nothing wrong. I think this young man named Yu Yang is quite impressive. Clearly talented and promising, unlike that Zhang Tan fellow who loafs around all day. Exactly. Zhang Tan was nothing but a good for nothing. His words can't be trusted. Zhang Tan's few friends, hearing the crowd's remarks, all hung their heads in silence. Earlier they had been eager to stir up trouble, not caring about the consequences. With Zhang Tan leading, they were happy to join in the chaos. Now that Zhang Tan was dead, even if they harbored some discontent, how dared they voice it? They didn't want to be cast out of the team. Alright, since you all trust me and Yang, I will lead everyone to survive safely and steadily. Today is a harvest. Let's celebrate. We'll cook some fine dishes tonight. Hearing they could have a hearty meal tonight, everyone was overjoyed. Awesome. We get to eat meat again. Good. Seeing the moment was right, and Yang announced loudly. Everyone remember, this delicious meat is all thanks to Brother Yu Yang. We must treat him well. If I ever see anyone disrespecting Brother Yu Yang again, they'll be expelled from the team. Alright, that's all for now. Everyone go about your business. After in Yang's words, Yu Yang became the center of attention, surrounded like stars around the moon. The previously hostile gazes shifted to gratitude and admiration. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? A rather attractive middle-aged woman sidled up, pressing close to Yu Yang. Brother Yu Yang is so handsome and skilled. How could he not have a girlfriend? A fiery young girl teased, her eyes burning with interest as she looked at Yu Yang. In truth, anyone with clear eyes could see that this young man was far more powerful than Captain N. Rather than currying favor with Captain N, it was better to ingratiate themselves with this young man. I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. You're so capable. What's one more to you, right? The woman's eyes shimmered with allure, her gaze full of affection. Yu Yang felt rather uncomfortable under her stare. Enough. All of you get to work. Why are you so nosy? And Xiao watched from the side, her heart filled with displeasure. This Yu Yang. Why did it seem like he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips? Clearing the area around Yu Yang, she walked over to him a little shyly. Yu Yang. Have you really thought about staying? If you stay, I could. Yu Yang scratched his head and asked, could do what? And Xiao blushed deeply and quickly said, I could cook for you. I'm really good at it. Oh, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to taste your cooking today. Just then, Yang led Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and a few others over to Yu Yang. Boss. Wu Gang called out to Yu Yang with a big smile. So seeing us, surprised, right? Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This is... Haha, brother Yu Yang, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. I just wanted to give you a surprise. And Yang explained with a laugh. Tonight our team is celebrating, so I invited your whole squad over. Let's all have a good time together. Hearing this, Yu Yang finally understood Yang's intention. And Yang, failing to persuade him directly, planned to soften up his squad first with a sweet temptation. He hoped the squad members' thoughts would influence Yu Yang's decision. But what Yang didn't realize was that Yu Yang didn't care about the few people in his squad at all. Whether these people stayed or left, Yu Yang couldn't care less. And Yang had completely misjudged the situation. It was these people who needed Yu Yang, not the other way around. If they lacked even basic loyalty, Yu Yang would be happy to cut ties with them. Then I thank Captain and Yang for the hospitality, Yu Yang said flatly. And Yang naturally caught the faint hint of displeasure in Yu Yang's tone. But there was nothing he could do. He desperately wanted Yu Yang to stay. The entire team relied solely on him now, and he was utterly exhausted. Having Yu Yang join would be an incredible blessing for him. So he came up with this plan. Even if it failed, it wouldn't offend the other party. As night fell, members of Yang's team built campfires using stones and wood, and the aroma of roasting meat drifted from the flames. After the apocalypse, all production methods reverted to the most primitive state. Starting a fire meant simply burning wood. Fortunately, there were plenty of desks and chairs in the elementary school, making decent fuel. Under the careful preparation of the team's cook, various specialty dishes were served one after another. Though the main ingredient was snake meat, Yang's team had a good stock of seasonings. With various cooking techniques, the flavors were rich and diverse. Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and the others were deliberately seated at different tables by Yang, who instructed his own members to treat them well. Wow, this smells amazing. Zhao Baofa's eyes sparkled with excitement. He pulled his wife over and pointed at a bowl of snake soup that had just been served, exclaiming in awe, look at that color. You can tell it's fresh. These snake skewers are great too. They're even better than pre-apocalypse barbecue. If only we had some beer. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, munching on skewers. And Yang heard him and immediately shouted, hey, bring some beer for brother Wu Gang. Hearing there was real beer, Wu Gang's face lit up with excitement. He shot Yu Yang a grateful look, knowing that the beer was all thanks to Yu Yang's influence. Otherwise, Wu Gang wouldn't have such treatment. Yu Yang paid little attention to the food and drink. He was more focused on gathering information about this post-apocalyptic world. That was one of his purposes for coming here. He asked Yang, those towering stone pillars in the distance, have you been to see them? What are they? Yang followed Yu Yang's gaze. Over a dozen sky-piercing stone pillars scattered across various parts of the city emitted a faint blue glow. Yang shook his head. There's no way to get close. The nearer you are to the stone pillars, the more mutated beasts there are, and the more aggressive they become. Their territorial instincts are strong. If you approach rashly, you'll provoke their fierce attacks. Yu Yang nodded thoughtfully, then pressed further. So why do they approach those stone pillars? What's their purpose? Yang pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying. I can't be certain, but I know that the closer a mutated beast is to the pillar, the more powerful it becomes. Moreover, the pillars emit a flash of light at regular intervals. At that moment, all the mutated beasts converge toward them. So I suspect that the mutation of these beasts is linked to the energy radiating from the pillars. The closer they are to the pillars, the more mutation energy they absorb, and the more drastic their transformation. Yu Yang nodded in agreement, and Yang's speculation mirrored his own. He continued, so the reason these beasts are more inclined to devour their own kind might be their way of obtaining mutation energy. Evolution crystals could very well be the essence of this mutation energy. And there must be trace amounts of evolution energy in the flesh of these mutated beasts. Consuming it over time would gradually enhance one's physical constitution. Hearing Yu Yang's deduction, and Yang couldn't help but admire him. Brother Yu Yang, your speculation is more comprehensive and well-founded. I'm truly impressed. Yu Yang waved his hand with a modest smile and asked, there's one thing I'm curious about. Could you enlighten me? What is it? Speak freely. Yu Yang chose his words carefully before asking, since the apocalypse nearly destroyed all technology, how is it that some people can hunt mutated beasts? And Yang was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Before these stone pillars suddenly descended, the wealthy and powerful received satellite warnings at the first moment. Though it wasn't much earlier than for us, it was enough for them to make thorough preparations. Within a city, traditional firearms and ammunition quickly fell into the hands of a select few. Using their connections and resources, they soon built massive teams. Take the U-City Alliance, for example. It was founded by people with official backgrounds in U-City. Some of its leaders were influential figures before the apocalypse who secured their positions by contributing supplies. Yu Yang suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Since the U-City Alliance was organized by officials, why didn't they protect all the citizens? I've seen so many displaced people starving in the streets. Humph. A mix of sarcasm and helplessness tinged in Yang's lips. Even the officials don't have enough resources to feed everyone. Those in power naturally find it more cost-effective to support only the elite. In the apocalypse, there's no room for humanitarianism. If you're useless, you can only wait to die. Yu Yang let out a sigh after hearing this. Though in Yang's words were harsh, they reflected reality. In any place, being useless meant waiting for death. The only difference was whether it came slowly or quickly. In peaceful times, it came slowly. In the apocalypse, it came swiftly. The law of the jungle applied everywhere. Yu Yang, I made this especially for you. A crisp, pleasant voice broke the somber atmosphere. And Jia placed a small dish of stir-fried vegetables before Yu Yang, a shy blush coloring her cheeks. She wasn't a professional cook and couldn't prepare meals for everyone. So she had cooked a separate portion just for Yu Yang. It was a plate of stir-fried snake meat with onions. The purpler onions paired with the snowy white snake meat created an appetizing sight with an aroma that filled the air. 3 months into the apocalypse, the only vegetables that could be preserved were hardy ones like onions and potatoes. The world's soil had been contaminated, making it impossible to grow new crops. Thus, any remaining vegetables were extremely precious. One could say this small plate of stir-fried snake meat was as valuable as gold from before the apocalypse. Miss, and why does only Yu Yang get this dish? What about us? Someone teased. And Jia's face flushed red down to her neck. I'm doing this on behalf of everyone, to thank Yu Yang. Thank him. Looks more like Miss and has taken a liking to brother Yu Yang. Voila. Don't talk nonsense. And Jia stomped her foot and ran off in feigned anger. Ha! Laughter echoed across the playground of Minghuang Elementary School. Under the firelight, people's faces flickered with warm dancing flames. The long-lost smell of cooking stirred emotions in many. And Yang picked up a large piece of snake meat and savored it with a look of pure enjoyment. It's been so long since I've had meat this good. Yu Yang leisurely enjoyed his plate of stir-fried snake meat. Unlike the others who had gone hungry for 3 months, he wasn't so impatient. Yu Yang, what are your plans from now on? And Yang asked, trying to sound casual. Yu Yang paused with his chopsticks midair. Keep improving my strength and build my own force. No matter what, life has to go on. And Yang laughed heartily. You're so open-minded. I've been worrying needlessly. But building your own force isn't easy. There are so many aspects to consider. I've been exhausted these past days. Yu Yang understood in Yang's hint, but remained unmoved. If you're really tired, just step down as leader. And Yang's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, I can't stop worrying about my sister. Having a team provides some security. I can't always keep her by my side. The places I go are sometimes dangerous. Well, Yu Yang, it's obvious my sister has feelings for you. If you feel the same way, no need. I'm not interested in that right now. Yu Yang refused bluntly. It wasn't that Jia was unattractive or that Yu Yang looked down on her. It was simply that he had no time for romance. The urgency to level up and grow stronger constantly pressed upon him. In the few days since arriving, Yu Yang had seen too many people die under the claws of mutated beasts. He had witnessed rivers of blood. If his strength hadn't grown, he would have been just another corpse. So Yu Yang believed that improving his own abilities was the top priority. As for building a force, when you're strong enough, won't people naturally follow you? I suggest you focus on improving your strength. You've evolved, your future shouldn't be confined to this small place, Yu Yang advised. And Yang was startled, then laughed. Haha, Yu Yang, I understand your reasoning. A real man should have grand ambitions. But I just want to protect my little corner of the world and my sister. Here in Yu City, I can still wield some influence. If I left Yu City for the vast world beyond, even 10 of me thrown in wouldn't make a ripple. Seeing in Yang's resolve, Yu Yang didn't press further. He knew that everyone had different aspirations and pursuits. Further words were pointless. It was enough to walk his own path. The bonfire feast had ended. Yu Yang prepared to bid farewell to Yang. And Yang tried to persuade him to stay, saying, "Brother Yu Yang, it's getting dark now, and it's dangerous out there. If you take your group back and encounter mutated beasts along the way, casualties are inevitable. Why don't you stay here tonight?" Yu Yang knew this was also part of Yang's appeasement strategy. However, Yu Yang didn't mind much. He nodded and casually said to Wu Gang and the others, "Then we'll stay here for the night and leave early tomorrow morning." By the way, he emphasized specifically, "If any of you wish to remain in Captain and Yang's team, feel free to do so. I won't say a word." And Yang's face stiffened, his expression awkward. His goal was Yu Yang, he had no interest in the others. Even the seemingly robust Wu Gang was merely dispensable to him. Hearing Yu Yang's words, Wu Gang immediately pledged his loyalty. "Rest assured, boss, I only acknowledge you as my leader. No one can sway me. That's right, we only follow you." The other members of the team echoed in agreement. Yu Yang smiled faintly, though it was barely visible under the cover of night. "Suit yourselves," he said, then turned and left. If these people were truly wise, Yu Yang wouldn't mind guiding them through this apocalypse for a while. Yu Yang arrived at the bedroom and Yang had arranged for him. Though it was a half-collapsed classroom, it still offered some shelter from the wind and rain. A soft blanket had been thoughtfully spread on the floor. Yu Yang sat on the blanket and took out the storage box from his pocket. He had tried to put the storage box into his backpack, but failed. Clearly the system didn't allow such nested storage. Yu Yang took the bulletproof vest out of the box and laid it before him. The vest looked utterly tattered. However, it wasn't damaged by bullets. Based on his observations, Yu Yang suspected it had been corroded by a corrosive liquid released by some mutated beast after the apocalypse. For a bulletproof vest to be riddled with holes, the liquid's corrosiveness must be incredibly potent. If not for the system's rule that intentionally damaged items couldn't be repaired, Yu Yang would have tried to obtain some of that corrosive liquid. He could have soaked his revolver in it now, and then let it corrode, then repair it to gain even more powerful special effects. If only the revolver could have planned obsolescence, then I could keep strengthening it. Yu Yang shook his head, ending his daydream. He picked up the bulletproof vest and chose to repair it. It cost 10 repair points. Ding. Obtained a brand new bulletproof vest. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1 indestructible basic version. The vest provides 100 defense points covering the entire body. 2 absolute defense basic version. Upon taking damage, activates a defense shield capable of blocking any attack under 500 attack power and stuns the attacker for 3 seconds. Effective once per day. 3 defense field basic version can be actively activated to form a 3-meter diameter defense field blocking attacks under 50 attack power for 3 minutes. Can be activated once per day. Seeing these 3 effects, Yu Yang found himself in a dilemma. All 3 effects were quite good. The first, indestructible, provided 24-hour constant protection with 100 defense points. If Yu Yang had possessed such defense earlier, the stealth giant serpent today would have posed no threat to him. Because the stealth giant serpent's attack power was exactly 100 points, which could be completely blocked. However, it couldn't defend against mutated beasts with higher attack power. The second effect, absolute defense, could fully block up to 500 attack points. It also stunned the attacker. It was practically a divine skill. But its drawback was obvious: it could only be triggered once a day. The third effect, defense field, provided area defense. This held the least appeal for Yu Yang. In the apocalypse, taking care of oneself was paramount. Such an ability could wait until he was truly powerful. So Yu Yang hesitated between the first and second effects. After much deliberation, he chose absolute defense basic version. After all, he could barely handle elite-level mutated beasts, and they posed little threat to him. But if he encountered a higher-level mutated beast without absolute defense, he would still be highly likely to be killed. Thus, with absolute defense, he at least had a chance to escape. The 3-second stun effect would buy him enough time to flee. Ding. The bulletproof vest has been imbued with the effect absolute defense basic version. Yu Yang put on the vest. The vest was somewhat heavy, but Yu Yang's physical fitness had increased several times over. Wearing it felt like a regular undershirt with no burden at all. Just as Yu Yang was feeling satisfied, a knock suddenly came at the door. "Yu Yang, are you asleep?" And Jia's voice came through, tinged with a hint of shyness. "Is something the matter?" Yu Yang replied. "Can I come in?" And Jia asked cautiously. Yu Yang responded. And Jia carefully pushed open the door and entered Yu Yang's room. With no lights, most of the room was dark, illuminated only by moonlight streaming through cracks in the walls and windows. After opening the door, Jia stood at the entrance, backlit, making it hard for Yu Yang to see her clearly. "Is there something you need?" Yu Yang asked, puzzled. "Well, can I come closer to talk?" Yu Yang hesitated briefly before nodding. "Sure, come on over." Having received Yu Yang's affirmative answer, Jia cautiously approached him. Yu Yang's bed was by the window, so once she entered its vicinity, he could see her clearly by the moonlight. His eyesight had improved dramatically along with his physical condition. When Njia drew near, Yu Yang was stunned by a sight that made his blood boil. Njia was wearing only a lace bra. Her fair skin was completely exposed before Yu Yang, without any cover. Njia, what is this? Yu Yang froze. He was still a naive university student who had never experienced such a scene. Before his transmigration, he had only seen such things while surfing the internet, never in real life. Online content, after all, was separated by a screen and lacked the impact of reality. Especially since Njia was truly a stunning beauty. Njia had originally been a very reserved woman, especially before the apocalypse, when she was quite aloof. But it had been 3 months since the apocalypse began. She had witnessed too many deaths, so she understood the importance of having a reliable protector. The reason she had survived until now and lived well was because she had a dependable brother. But her brother couldn't be relied on forever. He would eventually have his own wife and children. So Njia had been searching for a suitable partner. After meeting Yu Yang, she felt she had found him. Seeing so many women seducing Yu Yang today, her sense of urgency grew stronger. So she decided to strike first. Yu Yang, I'm cold. Can you hold me? Hearing Njia's soft and sticky request, Yu Yang was momentarily at a loss. Thighs, isn't this a bit too fast? Before he could finish, his mouth was sealed by a warm, moist touch. A sweet fragrance wafted over, and the damp sensation made his entire body tremble. His body was tightly embraced by a supple, delicate frame. But before he could savor the sensation, she quickly let go. Njia's incredulous voice rang out. It's the dead of night. Why are you wearing a bulletproof vest? Huh? No, wait. Why does this bulletproof vest look so new? Njia was momentarily baffled. Haha. Yu Yang laughed awkwardly. Well, I did mention that collecting these is my hobby. Njia asked suspiciously, even while sleeping. Even while sleeping. Njia fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Yu Yang, do you think I'm too easy? Yu Yang pondered for a moment before replying. Before the apocalypse, yes, you would have been. But now, I understand. You just want someone to rely on. Njia bit her lip, a wave of warmth flowing through her heart. Yu Yang, thank you for understanding. I've made up my mind. I want to grow stronger first until I'm worthy of you before I come back. At the very least, I don't want to be a burden. Tonight, I was too forward. He'll be going now. With that, Njia turned and left. Yu Yang stood frozen in place. He looked down at the conspicuous tent in his pants and smiled bitterly. You can't just spark a fire and not put it out. The next morning, Yu Yang bid farewell to Yang. Every single one of the 6 members in Yu Yang's squad chose to continue following him without exception. They weren't fools. With their leader capable of single-handedly killing mutated beasts, they could feast and live well following him. Why would they join a larger group to compete for scraps? The meat stored in the base alone was enough to keep the 6 of them well fed for a month. You all head back first. They'll go to the shooting range alone. After leaving Minghuang Elementary School, Yu Yang spoke to the others. Boss'll go with you. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, brimming with energy. After a night of feasting and a good sleep, he was in high spirits. He'll go too. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and said, Boss'll come along too, but let the children, women, and elderly head back. Zhao Baofu said a bit sheepishly. You don't need to come with me. Yu Yang shook his head. The shooting range is very dangerous. You wouldn't be of much help. How can that be? If you handle everything yourself, what use are we as your underlings? Wu Gang immediately retorted. Yeah, I have to contribute something to the team, or it'll feel undeserving. Wang Tao said with a serious expression. Zhao Baofu rubbed his hands together and grinned. Anyway, since you're so powerful, boss following you shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Right, boss? If nothing else, I can help with cleanup, like moving supplies. Wu Gang flexed his muscular arms. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang said, I don't need you to move supplies anymore. I've found a way. But I do need one person to assist me. This time, it'll bring Wu Gang along. Next time, he'll take the rest of you. When Wu Gang heard that Yu Yang was only taking him to the range, far from being afraid, he was overjoyed. He felt this proved he had earned Yu Yang's trust. After all, throughout history, those who became the boss confidant reaped benefits others couldn't imagine. Wu Gang was already daydreaming about when Yu Yang might reward him with an evolution crystal to try. He was incredibly curious about its effects. Boss, I'm willing to go too. Me too. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu quickly expressed their loyalty. Alright, I know. But we really don't need that many people this time. Haven't you finished processing the meat at the base? Go back and handle that first. Since you both have families, you can work together more efficiently. Hurry back and stay safe. With that, Yu Yang called out to Wu Gang and headed toward the shooting range. The reason Yu Yang brought Wu Gang was simple. He didn't know the way. Having transmigrated here, he had no idea where the roads led. But Wu Gang was familiar with the area. Before the apocalypse, he was a sociable person who knew the route to the range well. Wu Gang used this for now. Yu Yang pulled a machete from his bag and handed it to Wu Gang. Wu Gang stared in astonishment at the sharp blade in his hands, momentarily speechless. He had witnessed the machete's power firsthand. It could cut through iron like mud. Even the formidable Crimson Flame Tiger with its strong defenses had been cleaved by it. It was truly a divine weapon. And now Yu Yang was giving it to him. Wu Gang was deeply moved. Boss, I don't deserve this. Seeing Wu Gang's excitement, Yu Yang reminded him, it's only for temporary use. Why are you so worked up? After a pause, he continued. but if you perform well I might let you keep it. Yu Yang was willing to arm Wu Gang for several reasons. First, Wu Gang's actions had initially earned his trust. Second, since Wu Gang would need to participate in combat, without a proper weapon he'd be useless. Most importantly, Yu Yang now had defensive gear and wasn't afraid of ambushes. This trip also served as a test for Wu Gang. If he still made no move against Yu Yang, he could be trusted. That was why he chose to hand the machete to Wu Gang. Boss, rest assured, I'll give it my all. Under Wu Gang's guidance, Yu Yang soon arrived outside the shooting range. Tall wire fences surrounded the area with various targets set up inside. But now they lay scattered everywhere. Beyond was an open grassland originally used for shooting practice. Now overgrown with weeds, it showed that few people came here and no teams had set up camp. Yu Yang recalled in Yang's words. A second-level evolver had been eyeing this place. Yet Yu Yang saw no one around. He couldn't help but wonder. Couldn't Yang have been lying? But he quickly dismissed the thought. He saw no reason for Yang to deceive him. So Yu Yang guessed that the second-level evolver had taken what he needed and left. Yu Yang could only pray that what the man needed wasn't bullets. Cautiously he stepped into the range. Vigilant against any potential threat, Wu Gang followed closely behind, also scanning their surroundings for any anomalies. Boss, what's that? Yu Yang followed the direction Wu Gang pointed. His pupils instantly contracted. On a high wall within the shooting range hung 10 enormous skeletal heads, clearly those of mutated beasts. Had someone already slain 10 mutated beasts? What level of strength was this? For a moment Yu Yang felt a surge of tension. Those capable of killing mutated beasts were formidable, let alone 10. Moreover, there was no trace of any team having been here. Thus it wasn't someone who had hoarded resources through past status to form a team for hunting mutated beasts. This was a true individual powerhouse. It seems there are real experts in this world. Yu Yang carefully surveyed the shooting range before heading toward a warehouse. The warehouse was modest in size, cluttered and thick with dust. To Yu Yang's disappointment, it appeared to have been ransacked. Aside from empty cardboard boxes, there was nothing useful. Sigh, we're too late. Just then a deafening gunshot echoed from above, followed by the mournful cry of a beast. Startled, Wu Gang instinctively moved closer to Yu Yang. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the warehouse, gazing into the distance. Another steel-armored wolf. This one, however, had already been killed. Its mountain-like body lay on the ground, even larger than the previous one. It must be a male steel-armored wolf, Yu Yang thought. Could it be the mate of the female one from before? If so, these mutated beasts possessed far greater intelligence than he had imagined. They had even followed him here. Yu Yang stared at the wolf's corpse, pondering for a moment before saying, that gunshot sounded like a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle? Wu Gang's heart skipped a beat. That's not something just anyone can get. Yu Yang nodded, scanning the surrounding high-rises. Typically a sniper would position themselves atop a tall building for a clear view and optimal advantage. However, the apocalypse had toppled most structures, making it arduous to climb the ruins. Boss, you don't think that person will snipe us, do you? Wu Gang shrank his neck fearfully. Yu Yang shook his head. No. Bullets are scarce now. Who would waste such a lethal weapon on random killings? We have no enmity with them. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the half-collapsed entrance of an office building across the shooting range. To Yu Yang's surprise, it was a woman. Clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, her long hair was tied back, revealing a slender neck. She resembled an elegant black swan. Yet her demeanor was icy, radiating an air of unapproachability. She walked up to Yu Yang, and Wu Gang scrutinized them briefly and said flatly, this mutated beast is mine. You can take the meat, but the evolution crystal is mine. Her voice was cold, tinged with an unmistakable confidence. You killed this beast, so it's yours. We won't take it, Yu Yang replied amiably. The woman cast a dismissive glance at Yu Yang as if to say, even if you wanted it, do you have the skill? Yu Yang paid it no mind and continued. Excuse me, do you know where the bullets from the shooting range went? The woman raised an eyebrow. What do you need bullets for? To use, of course, Yu Yang said, pulling out his revolver. Her eyes narrowed, her initially dismissive expression turning serious. You have a gun. She appraised him anew. Don't you have one too? Yu Yang smiled. And it's a sniper rifle. Compared to yours, my little revolver is far inferior. The woman's lips curved into a pleasing arc. I used to be an assassin. No wonder, Yu Yang nodded. While female assassins were rare, they weren't unheard of. This also explained her sniper rifle. I said I'm an assassin, little brother. Aren't you afraid? I've killed many people. Her tone suddenly turned coy, a charming smile on her lips. Killing? It's the apocalypse. Who hasn't killed a few? Oh, you've killed before. Wu Gang snorted. Our boss has not only killed people, but also an elite mutated beast. Really? The woman blinked, surprised by Wu Gang's claim. This boy who looked like a student was that formidable. Could you tell me where the bullets went? I can trade supplies for the information, Yu Yang asked politely. The woman shook her head casually. It's not important. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Jiang Chong took all the bullets from here. Jiang Chong. Yu Yang murmured the unfamiliar name. The officer with a controversial reputation. Wu Gang's eyes widened. Officer? Yu Yang looked confused. Boss, you don't know? Wu Gang was surprised, then realized. You're from out of town here for university in Yuqing, right? No wonder your accent sounds odd. Wu Gang explained Jiang Chong was an officer at the Yuqing police station, but he enforced the law harshly, always shooting at criminals without hesitation, leaving many with disabilities. Some thought he did while others called him too cruel. But his marksmanship was impeccable. He never missed. Wu Gang paused then chuckled. But I think your shooting is even better. 7 shots, all hitting the serpent's eyes. Absolutely masterful. Hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with interest. This student-like boy had such shooting skills. No wonder the burly man obeyed him. Yu Yang nodded. Where is Jiang Chong? I'd like to talk to him and trade some resources. The woman shook her head regretfully. I don't think he'll trade with you. Why? How should I put it? He has a strange temperament. To be honest, I'm low on bullets too, and I tried negotiating with him. But I got nowhere. Besides, he's a second-level evolver with a gun. Yu Yang opened his mouth momentarily at a loss. He couldn't just rob him if he refused. A second-level evolver with a gun. Yu Yang might not even be able to defeat him. Still, he wasn't ready to give up. Maybe the man would take a liking to him and agree to trade. It was worth a try. Do you know where he is? I still want to meet him, Yu Yang asked. The woman didn't answer immediately, but circled around him. You have fair skin and a decent build. What's that saying? Oh right, Diamond University student. Yu Yang. The woman continued, I'll tell you, but you have to agree to one request. What request? Yu Yang felt something was off. The woman tugged at her collar, revealing her fair skin. A faint blush crept across her originally cold and aloof face. She bit her red lips lightly and asked with a seductive gaze, I haven't trimmed my nails recently. How about you help your sister satisfy her desires? Yu Yang's eyes widened in shock. Even if he was inexperienced, he knew exactly what this meant. This was too bold, wasn't it? Beside him, Wu Gang was dumbfounded. Was this a request? It was more like a reward. Wu Gang was so envious his certain part turned purple. Well, we're not that familiar yet. Yu Yang didn't know what to say. He sighed inwardly, wondering what was happening these past 2 days. Why were romantic encounters coming one after another? Was this some strange test of willpower? The woman before him was a top-tier beauty even before the apocalypse, and she had a uniquely captivating aura. How could anyone refuse her? It seemed the apocalypse had broadened everyone's minds. Yu Yang silently lamented that his own thinking was still too conservative. What does it matter if we're not familiar? Your sister won't ask you to take responsibility. The woman pressed on a triumphant smile on her lips. She seemed to enjoy seeing Yu Yang's flustered state. Yu Yang's inner struggle lasted a moment. To get more revolver bullets now, he had to find Jiang Chong, and to find Jiang Chong, he had to agree to the woman's request. Besides, she had said he wouldn't have to take responsibility. That way there would be no lingering worries. After considering for a while, Yu Yang said, All right, I agree. The woman's eyes curved into a charming smile, and she said with a hint of coquettishness, Little brother, you're not still a virgin, are you? Your sister has a good figure and skills too. Why do you look so troubled? Exactly. Wu Gang muttered quietly, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Yu Yang shot him a fierce glare, making Wu Gang quickly cover his mouth. Having decided to dedicate himself to the cause, Yu Yang simply accepted it graciously. He took a careful look at the woman. She seemed a few years older than him, but still in the prime of her youth. Yu Yang estimated she was no more than 25. As a professional assassin, she must have undergone intense training, and despite 3 months into the apocalypse, her figure remained well maintained. Her curvaceous body under the tight suit radiated strength and flexibility. More notably, her voluptuous areas were full and looked incredibly supple. This stirred a warmth in Yu Yang's heart, who had only ever seen beauties online. His throat felt dry as he asked, Are we leaving now? Where are we going? The woman crossed her arms, looking at Yu Yang with interest, and asked with a smile, You're not really a virgin, are you? Are all college students these days still so naive? In that case, your sister is the one taking advantage of you. How about this? Your sister will give you a free set of sexy lingerie. I've found quite a few types in the ruins of an adult store. I'm sure there's one you'll like. Adult lingerie. Yu Yang's eyes widened, his gaze vacant. Did men have adult lingerie too? He had always thought only women had such things. What did men's adult lingerie look like? Yu Yang dared not think further. This woman had so many tricks up her sleeve. Beside him, Wu Gang was scratching his head in envy. If the woman only wanted Yu Yang, he would have willingly offered himself. But she didn't want him. He could only silently weep inside. The woman took Yu Yang's arm and pulled the still-dazed Yu Yang toward a tin-roofed hut beside the shooting range lawn. Big guy, you wait here. After your sister finishes her business, I'll reward you with a pack of beef jerky, the woman said to Wu Gang. Wu Gang was on the verge of tears. I don't want any beef jerky. He could only stand guard at the shooting range gate with a bitter expression. The woman held Yu Yang tightly and warned, Don't run around. I've set many traps on this lawn. If you accidentally step on one, you'll lose your life. Feeling the softness pressed against him, Yu Yang could only nod repeatedly. The tin-roofed hut was only 1 story high, made entirely of metal sheets which were resilient. So it hadn't collapsed or been damaged during the earthquakes. However, its defenses were quite weak. Apart from the wall around the shooting range, there was almost no cover, and its only advantage was a good view. But the woman had set traps everywhere, though he didn't know what kind. They were likely lethal. By the way, that big guy keeps calling you boss. I still don't know your name. The woman whispered softly in Yu Yang's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. My name is Yu Yang. Yu Yang stood straight, his body stiff and awkward. My name is Lin Wei, the woman volunteered. Lin Wei. A beautiful name. Yu Yang muttered absent-mindedly, his heart racing with nervousness. He might not have been so tense facing an elite mutated beast, but at this moment, feeling the fiery body beside him, he was truly flustered. You seem very nervous, Lin Wei said, covering her mouth with a light laugh as she felt Yu Yang's tense body. I want to eat you. What are you afraid of? No, I'm not afraid, Yu Yang explained weakly. The iron door opened. The interior was sparsely furnished with only a simple bed, a table and chairs, and a small wardrobe. Though simple, it was a luxury in the apocalypse. Most people were sleeping on the streets or roughing it in some abandoned ruin. This tin shack, though small, was at least windproof and waterproof, which was already quite good. The room was clean and even had a faint, pleasant scent. Would you like some water? Lin Wei picked up a bottle of mineral water. Though just a simple bottle of water, it showed how much Lin Wei valued Yu Yang. Mineral water had become a scarce resource outside. Food could be obtained by hunting mutated beasts, but clean water was dwindling with each use. Without modern machinery, purifying water was very troublesome. Such a bottle of water would cause a frenzy outside. You're living quite well. No wonder you're a professional assassin, Yu Yang remarked. Is that a compliment? Lin Wei chuckled softly. Then she sighed. This is nothing. The big leaders of the Yuqing alliance live almost like before the apocalypse, except for the inconvenience of no electricity. They enjoy even more than before. What do you think of this one? Lin Wei took a semi-transparent pair of underwear from the cabinet and held it up in front of her. Yu Yang spat out all the water he had just drunk. Can this be worn, eh? Why can't I wear it? This is a fine piece, you just don't know quality. Lin Weiner tossed the underwear onto Yu Yang's face and continued rummaging through the cabinet. Yu Yang took the translucent underwear off his face and said awkwardly, This doesn't cover anything at all. Cover what? Are you shy about showing off? Lin Weiner teased. How could that be? Yu Yang puffed out his chest in protest. Good, she said, her gaze drifting downward with a satisfied smile. To Yu Yang's astonishment, Lin Weiner began to undress right there. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his throat parched, a rush of heat surging through his body. Just then Wu Gang's voice rang out from a distance. Boss, someone's broken in. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the iron door was kicked open with a bang. An enraged voice followed. You slut. Weren't you all aloof before? Turns out you're this wanton behind closed doors. A real man like me you don't want. You prefer this pretty boy, huh? A fierce-looking man barged in. Boss, he ran too fast. I couldn't catch him, Wu Gang panted as he hurried over. Aren't there traps in the grass around here? How did you get through? Yu Yang's face darkened, annoyed at having his moment interrupted. Hey, pretty boy, what do you know? My ability is risk prediction. Those traps are no match for me, the man said smugly. Risk prediction? A special ability. This man was actually a second-level evolver. Yuan Li, I've told you I don't like you. Can you stop harassing me? Lin Weiner said coldly. I don't get it. What's so great about this kid? This is the apocalypse. I'm a second-level evolver. You should be with a man like me. Only I can protect you. The man snorted, his gaze at Yu Yang dripping with hostility and disdain. I don't need anyone's protection. Lin Weiner's face was like frost as she sneered. Yuan Li, you know damn well how you got to second-level evolution. Acting like someone's lapdog, and then having the nerve to talk about protecting me. How ridiculous. Yuan Li's face darkened, stung by the truth. You bitch, you're asking for death. He pulled a knife from his coat and lunged at Lin Weiner with incredible speed, nearly 10 times faster than them. Yu Yang grabbed a water bottle and hurled it at Yuan Li. But Yuan Li seemed to anticipate it, halting abruptly as the bottle flew past his cheek and hit the wall. Heck, kid, I told you. I can predict risks. You think you can hit me yet? Ridiculous. Yuan Li's blade was already at Lin Weiner's throat. The cold touch made her tremble slightly. A manic grin spread across his face. Lin Weiner, I want you to kill this brat yourself, or you die. Lin Weiner remained defiant and different. You think you can threaten me? Kill me if you want. Make me harm him. Never. Yuan Li's face flushed red with rage. Fine, fine. He'll tie you up and torture this kid to death right in front of you. You want to touch my boss? You'll have to go through me first. Wu Gang had crept up behind Yuan Li and swung a cleaver down. But Yuan Li anticipated it, spinning around and kicking him. With a clang, Wu Gang was sent flying out the door. The gap in physical strength between an ordinary person and a second-level evolver was immense. Wu Gang stood no chance. Hey, you're as dumb as your boss. I told you I can predict risks. You thought you could ambush me. Yuan Li gloated. To you people, I'm a god. A god, understand? Invincible. Yuan Li grew more arrogant, bursting into laughter. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Yu Yang fired a single bullet straight at Yuan Li's forehead. A chill ran down Yuan Li's spine. He instinctively dodged the bullet, grazing his brow and hitting the wall. He immediately mocked, Are you stupid? I have risk predicti. Thud. The bullet entered through the back of his head and pierced through. Yuan Li's laughter died abruptly like a chicken with its throat cut. Yu Yang chuckled. You have risk prediction. Ooh, I have perfect aim. Looks like I win. He didn't fire a second shot. The bullet that struck Yuan Li was the very same one. It had ricocheted off the iron wall, hit the back of his head, and exited through his forehead. Even in death, Yuan Li couldn't believe why his risk prediction had failed and how a single bullet could loop back and hit him. His eyes wide, he slowly collapsed. Lin Weiner stood frozen, stunned. What kind of marksmanship was that? Could someone actually calculate a bullet's trajectory with such precision? Impossible. As an assassin trained in shooting from childhood, she knew that even the best sharpshooter couldn't predict a bullet's ricochet path. It was beyond human capability. No. A thought struck her. Special ability. It had to be a special ability. Perfect aim. Yu Yang's ability was perfect aim. That must be it. This realization eased her mind a little, who otherwise should have thought her years of training were wasted. Boss, are you okay? Wu Gang rushed in again. Yuan Li's kick had left him in agony. But he charged in the moment he got up. Seeing the bullet hole in Yuan Li's forehead, and recalling the gunshot, he realized Yu Yang had killed him. As expected of the boss. Risk prediction was useless against him. Wu Gang looked at Yu Yang with admiration, more convinced than ever that following him was the right choice. I knew my instincts were spot on, he thought with secret glee. Lin Weiner, what did you mean by Yuan Li being someone's lapdog? Yu Yang holstered his gun and asked. Lin Weiner sighed. The leader of a medium-sized team in the next district is an evolver named Zhao Yi. He reached 3rd level evolution a month ago. 3rd level. Yu Yang gasped. 2nd level evolution required 10 intermediate evolution crystals. 3rd level must need even more. That's right, Lin Weiner nodded. He used to be a wealthy man with some official connections and good information. So when the apocalypse hit, he was prepared. Bold and daring, he killed several mutated beasts early on and was among the first to evolve. His special ability is called contract submission. Contractual obedience. Yu Yang murmured these 4 words, then asked, what kind of ability is this? Lin Weiss' expression turned slightly solemn. It means he can sign contracts with others. Those who sign must do so voluntarily, but once the contract is sealed, they must obey him completely. Wu Gang curled his lip and said, who would be foolish enough to sign such a contract? Though he was willing to follow Yu Yang, he wouldn't agree to such a pact. Wasn't that no different from slavery? It stripped away even the most basic human dignity. No, there should be many who sign, Yu Yang speculated. Wu Gang was taken aback. Lin Wei nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Yu Yang, and explained, when the apocalypse struck, countless people couldn't survive. Zhao Yi had water, food, and could even provide shelter. Naturally, plenty were willing to sign. Later, to attract those with some skill, Zhao Yi even began promising evolution crystals. As long as they signed the contract, they'd receive one. Hiss! Wu Gang drew in a sharp breath. Directly giving away evolution crystals? That's an extravagant move. Lin Wei nodded. But the price was heavy. They'd be his slaves for life. With a single thought from him, the contracted would drop dead instantly. Yu Yang sighed, his voice grave. With such an ability, every member of his team would be a trusted confidant. A team without any dissent is absolutely the most fearsome. Exactly. That's why even the Imperial City Alliance avoids provoking them. Hearing this, Wu Gang's face suddenly paled. Boss, now that you've killed this Yuan Li, will they come after you for revenge? You fool. People die every day in the apocalypse. If you don't tell, and I don't tell whole, no, I killed Yuan Li. Just dispose of his body later. Oh, makes sense. Wu Gang gave an awkward laugh. What are you standing there for? Move his body away. Yu Yang said irritably. Oh, and you, boss? I'm staying. What for? Get lost. Yu Yang and Lin Wei shouted in unison. Finally, catching on, Wu Gang pouted, hoisted Yuan Li's corpse, and slunk away. The room was left with only Yu Yang and Lin Wei. Yet the once ambiguous atmosphere had faded, replaced by a deepened trust between them. Moments ago, Yuan Li had threatened Lin Wei to kill Yu Yang, but she had refused. And Yu Yang had saved Lin Wei with his gun. Thank you, Yu Yang, Lin Wei said sincerely. Yu Yang waved his hand with a smile. It was nothing. Lin Wei's eyes glowed warmly as she smiled. Though it was effortless for you, it was a huge help to me. Let me think how to repay you. How about this? He'll put on some black stockings. Wait for me. With that, Lin Wei began to unbutton her clothes again. Yu Yang's pupils dilated. He couldn't tear his gaze away. Hiss! Lin Wei let out a pained gasp. What's wrong? Yu Yang snapped back to reality and asked hurriedly. Lin Wei touched her snow-white neck, sounding aggrieved. Just a scratch from Yuan Li's blade. I wonder if it'll leave a scar. Yu Yang quickly stepped to her side. There was a faint trace of blood on Lin Wei's neck. Yu Yang reached out to touch the wound, intending to comfort her, but a system prompt suddenly appeared. Repair Lin Wei's minor neck wound requires 10 repair points. Proceed with repair? Huh. Yu Yang froze. Humans could be repaired too. Was this for real? How absurd was that? This was the universal repair system. Wait. Yu Yang suddenly recalled that repaired items extracted special effects. So if he repaired Lin Wei, what special effect would be extracted? Would it be like the evolution crystal, unable to extract anything? What's wrong, Yu Yang? Seeing him dazed and shocked, Lin Wei smiled. It's fine, just a tiny wound, nothing serious. Yu Yang snapped out of it, curling his lips with anticipation in his eyes. For a beauty like you, even the tiniest wound is a big deal. Come, let me heal you. With that he selected yes. Ding. Repair successful. Acquired loyal Lin Wei. Loyalty effect: the target creature will be absolutely loyal to you, taking no action that harms your interests. 3 special effects extracted. Choose one. 1 Scout Bell basic version. When a bell hangs on Lin Wei's neck it will ring only when danger approaches. Detection range, 50 meters. 2 Elastic black stockings. When Lin Wei wears black stockings, she gains a speed boost and flexibility enhancement. 3 Stimulating whip. When Lin Wei strikes a target with a whip it excites the target. Overall combat power increases by 5% with a cap of 100 points. Staring at the 3 special effects, Yu Yang was completely stunned. System, do you even see what effect you're offering? Is this appropriate? Hey, my neck doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Wei touched her neck in surprise, finding the wound truly gone. Can you really heal wounds? Lin Wei's lively eyes widened, fixed on Yu Yang. But isn't your ability perfect accuracy? She then noticed Yu Yang was lost in a daze. What's wrong, Yu Yang? Lin Wei felt a strange sense of belonging toward Yu Yang and an inexplicable concern. Oh, nothing. Yu Yang snapped out of his shock. So Lin Wei, do you like Bell's black stockings, or a whip? Huh. Lin Wei's lips parted in surprise, then a mischievous grin spread across her face. What? Want to play those games with Big Sister? You know what? I actually have them. With that under Yu Yang's stunned gaze, she turned and pulled out all 3 items. She bit her red lips, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Which one do you want to play with first? No, you choose. Then how about Big Sister puts the bell on you? Alright, the bell. Let's go with the bell. Ding. Lin Wei has been imbued with the effect Scout Bell basic version. After finishing, Yu Yang casually repaired a crossbody bag for Lin Wei, spending 5 repair points to imbue it with a small storage effect. He then handed the bag to Lin Wei. Put all your things in here, then take me to see Jiang Chong. Lin Wei didn't understand Yu Yang's meaning. Put all my things in here. Are you serious? She wondered if Yu Yang had lost his mind from their earlier pleasure. Such a small crossbody bag. What could it possibly hold? But then before her eyes Yu Yang stuffed all her various sex toys into it, yet the bag showed no sign of being filled. Lin Wei gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. How is this possible? How can such a tiny bag hold so much? Try it for yourself, Yu Yang said. Lin Wei attempted to stuff all her luggage inside and finally discovered the bag's miraculous nature. This small crossbody bag contained an enormous storage space. Little brother, tell your sister, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Yu Yang smiled lightly. You'll find out slowly. By the way, remember to keep the bell on you. After packing up, the duo arrived outside the shooting range. By then Wu Gang had already dismembered the steel-armored wolf that had died earlier. Seeing Yu Yang emerge, Wu Gang grinned and approached. Boss, this chopper you gave me is amazing. It cuts through mutated beasts like slicing vegetables. He then presented a primary evolution crystal to Lin Wei. Beautiful lady, this evolution crystal is for you. Wu Gang didn't dare consume the crystal himself. He clearly understood the difference between a full meal and a lifetime of meals. He knew that as long as he stuck with Yu Yang, an evolution crystal would eventually be his. Lin Wei took the crystal with a smile, then rummaged through her crossbody bag and pulled out a bag of beef jerky, handing it to Wu Gang. Here, big guy, this is the beef jerky I promised you. Wu Gang accepted the jerky with delight. It was a rare treasure. Lin Wei looked at the evolution crystal in her hand and sighed softly. Too bad it's still a primary one. 10 primaries are only worth 1 intermediate. I wonder how many more I need to eat to evolve. How many primary evolution crystals have you eaten so far? Yu Yang asked curiously. 13, Lin Wei replied without hiding. Besides the 3 I used for the initial evolution, I've eaten 10 extra, but the evolution progress bar has only moved 1 notch. Yu Yang nodded. He had learned that others after evolving also gained a panel-like interface, though simpler. His own panel had appeared earlier and was more powerful. He checked his progress. He had consumed 2 intermediate evolution crystals, and the progress bar had advanced 2 notches. To complete a second evolution, he would need at least 8 more intermediate crystals, or 80 primary ones. A second evolution won't be easy, Yu Yang mused. Yeah, Lin Wei agreed. The leaders of big teams evolve quickly only because all members pool their evolution crystals and focus them on one person. For lone survivors like us, it's all on ourselves. Yu Yang nodded, though he didn't think his second evolution would be exceptionally difficult. He could now easily kill ordinary mutated beasts and barely manage elite ones. With the right opportunity and a bit of luck, a second evolution was just a matter of time. When that happened, he would unlock a special ability, further boosting his strength. Yu Yang, take this evolution crystal. You should improve first, Lin Wei offered, handing the crystal to him after some thought. Yu Yang shook his head. This mutated beast was killed by you, so the crystal rightfully belongs to you. Lin Wei smiled seductively. Since I'm yours from now on, you'll protect me, won't you? Or does little brother need his sister to protect him? Yu Yang chuckled without further argument and pocketed the primary evolution crystal. His gaze turned resolute as he looked into the distance. Take me to see Jiang Chong. In a courtyard with 3 collapsed walls, a disheveled man lay on a rocking chair basking in the sun, while an old tape recorder played a cassette. The recording featured some ancient novels, including several blush-inducing passages. The man was thoroughly engrossed, one hand involuntarily creeping downward. Buzz buzz. The old recorder suddenly emitted a burst of static before grinding to a halt. The man shot up, rushing to the recorder to inspect it. Damn it! What a piece of junk! Why does it break so easily? His expression was more sorrowful than if he had lost his wife. He tossed the recorder aside, utterly deflated. Though he wasn't starving and could defend himself, life had lost its meaning. The recorder's breakdown was the last straw, crushing any remaining hope. Dejectedly, he slumped back into the rocking chair, staring blankly at the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Officer Zhang, long time no see. Lin Wei led Yu Yang and Wu Gang into Jiang Chang's courtyard. But they noticed with curiosity that Jiang Chang looked utterly despondent, as if he had lost all will to live. This is the officer. Wu Gang muttered under his breath, seems a bit overrated. Yu Yang shot him a glare. Coming to do business, Wu Gang's comment was far too rude. Still, he understood it wasn't entirely Wu Gang's fault. Jiang Chang's current state was truly hard to behold. Having not bathed, he was already disheveled and unshaven, exuding extreme dejection. The recent blow had further drained his spirit. One might mistake him for a vagrant fresh out of rehab. Hearing Lin Wei's voice, Jiang Chang stiffly lifted his head to look at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Then he lowered it again, offering no other reaction. Lin Wei was puzzled. The last time she saw him, his state had been entirely different. Back then, Jiang Chang still possessed the alertness and wisdom befitting an officer. Now he seemed like a completely different person. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang ventured, Officer Jiang, would like to make a deal with you for some bullets. Would you consider it? Get lost. Don't bother me. Beneath Jiang Chang's disheveled hair were a pair of bloodshot eyes. His emotions were now hysterical, with little rationality left. Yu Yang found it strange. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly become like this? Lin Wei had also briefed him on Jiang Chang's situation. He had a gun, was an excellent marksman, had killed many mutated beasts, and was even a second-tier evolver. Why had he suddenly become so dejected? Seeing Jiang Chang's hostile attitude, Lin Wei dared not say much, merely waiting quietly nearby, hoping Yu Yang would find a solution. Yu Yang's gaze swept across the cluttered yard, suddenly noticing a smoking tape recorder at Jiang Chang's feet. It was an old-fashioned model powered by batteries capable of reading cassettes and playing audio. Yu Yang's eyes flickered and he ventured, Officer Jiang, I can fix that recorder. The words hung in the air for a second. Then Jiang Chang jerked his head up, staring intently at Yu Yang, his voice urgent and hoarse. Are you serious? Yes. Yu Yang knew he had guessed correctly. Jiang Chang shot to his feet, grabbed the recorder, and thrust it before Yu Yang, exclaiming excitedly, Take a good look. This thing is smoking. You can fix it. I can. Yu Yang's tone was calm and confident. Jiang Chang stepped back, scrutinizing Yu Yang carefully. He looked like an ordinary college student, decent-looking, but otherwise unremarkable. That was Jiang Chang's first impression of Yu Yang. Fine kid. No one has ever fooled me, Jiang Chang. If you can't fix it, you won't leave this yard today. His tone was fierce, his years as a police officer, lending his threats and natural authority. No problem. But if I do fix it, I'd like to discuss a deal with you. Yu Yang smiled calmly. Fix it, and you can pick any bullets you want. Jiang Chang responded bluntly. Seeing Yu Yang's confidence, his gaze grew eager. Since the apocalypse struck, his family had died in successive accidents, leaving him utterly alone. Already somewhat stubborn by nature, the loss of his family had made him increasingly reclusive. He had always enjoyed reading novels, and finding this old tape recorder had been a solace, until it suddenly broke. He felt life had become meaningless. Hearing that the recorder could be fixed, how could he not be overjoyed? Kid, I hope you mean what you say. Here. Jiang Chang handed the recorder to Yu Yang. He was also curious how Yu Yang would manage to repair it. Lin Wei and Wu Gang were equally curious. Did Yu Yang know how to fix machines too? Was there anything he couldn't do? Taking the device, Yu Yang made no unnecessary movements. He simply made a request to the system. Repairing the damaged old tape recorder requires 10 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Obtained a brand new old tape recorder. 3 special effects have been extracted. Choose one. 1. No energy required. The recorder operates without consuming electricity. 2. Chinese music library. The recorder can play any music from the Chinese music library. 3. Tomato novel. The recorder can play any novel from Tomato novel without needing to listen to ads. Watching the recorder in Yu Yang's hands become brand new in a flash of light, Jiang Chang's eyes nearly popped. Kid, how did you do that? Jiang Chang was utterly astounded. It was over before it even began. Since when did fixing machines become so simple? But soon he caught on. Kid, are you a second-tier evolver? Is your special ability to repair machines? Jiang Chang's gaze toward Yu Yang grew earnest. Such a special ability, if used well, could be immensely valuable. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, Wu Gang and Lin Wei silently rolled their eyes. If that were really the special ability of a second-tier evolver, then Yu Yang had far too many abilities. They had already seen more than one. Officer Jiang, how many batteries do you have left? Yu Yang suddenly asked. Batteries? Jiang Chang was taken aback, then said warily, I never said I'd give you any batteries. Yu Yang smiled. I don't need batteries. I'm just curious. Even if you have the recorder without many batteries, it won't last long. What's the point of fixing it? Don't worry about that. I've stockpiled enough batteries to last a lifetime. It's just that I only found this one old recorder. So what do you usually listen to on it? Yu Yang pressed on. Jiang Chang's bearded face flushed slightly. Well, I listen to some literary classics. Just to pass the time. Alright, I understand. Yu Yang nodded, then selected the special effect. Ding. The old tape recorder has been enhanced with the effect tomato novel. All done. Your recorder is fixed, and it has a special feature now. What feature? Jiang Chang's heart suddenly raced. It can play any novel from tomato novel. Yu Yang replied. A buzz filled Jiang Chang's mind. The immense joy left him dazed. It took him several seconds to recover. He grabbed Yu Yang's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, and exclaimed excitedly, Are you serious? Are you telling the truth? Yu Yang pulled Jiang Chang's hands off his shoulders and smiled. Why don't you try it yourself? All right. Jiang Chang nodded emphatically. He turned on the recorder. It looked different now, much more intelligent. Though there was no cassette inside, the recorder emitted a voice. Which novel would you like to listen to? Slaying Gods in the Asylum. Jiang Chang uttered the name in a trembling voice. All right. Now playing Slaying Gods in the Asylum. Author Sanny Ninu. Chapter 1. Black Silk Wraps the Eyes. Really? It's real. I can actually listen to novels. Jiang Chang wept with joy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Before the apocalypse, listening to novels was the simplest thing. Even now, it had become a luxury. Yet now he could listen to novels again. Suddenly life seemed beautiful to Jiang Chang. The once gray sky took on color. Yu Yang's arrival was like a beam of light in his life, bringing him hope. He looked at Yu Yang with immense gratitude, as if he were his savior. Thank you. Thank you so much. Young man, what's your name? My name is Yu Yang. Good. A fine name. Yu Yang, all my bullets are yours. Take whatever you want. Watching Jiang Chang treat Yu Yang with the same fervor as if he were his own father, Lin Wei was utterly stunned. In her memory, the reclusive and eccentric Jiang Chang had been effortlessly won over by Yu Yang. This was far beyond her expectations. Lin Wei grew increasingly convinced that Yu Yang was enigmatic, deeply enigmatic. A man so formidable, resourceful, and mysteriously capable. Based on her decade of experience and her cold assassin-like judgment, she could deduce one thing: she had to secure him. She absolutely had to claim him completely. Although Lin Wei knew that fully conquering such a man would be immensely challenging. Moreover, she could tell that Yu Yang was not one to be swayed by beauty. Still, she believed her status as his first woman gave her a certain advantage. After all, they had shared a delightful and passionate time together. It seems I need to come up with some new tricks. As long as I'm skilled enough, he'll have no choice but to surrender. Next time, at the most critical moment, I'll ask him again. He'll have to spill the truth. A charming curve graced Lin Wei's lips as she formulated her plan. Yu Yang, of course, was oblivious to Lin Wei's thoughts. His mind was entirely occupied with ammunition. With enough bullets, he alone could match the combat prowess of an entire platoon. And now those bullets were finally within his grasp. And it had cost him almost nothing. Merely the consumption of 10 repair points. His balance now stood at a generous 1175 points. Slaying an elite mutant beast had granted him 1,000 repair points, leaving him with a comfortable reserve for now. At that moment, Jiang Chang was cradling the tape recorder with unbridled joy, utterly delighted. Yu Yang asked, Officer Jiang, where did you bury the ammunition? By the cesspit out back, Jiang Chang replied, without lifting his head, his attention almost entirely captivated by the recorder. By the cesspit. Yu Yang felt a twinge of exasperation. He turned to Wu Gang and said, go fetch the ammunition and bring it to the yard. Wu Gang's eyes widened. Me? Who else? Yu Yang retorted impatiently. Wu Gang trudged reluctantly toward the backyard. As a subordinate, he had to accept his role. Serving the boss was only natural. Before long, Wu Gang emerged carrying a wooden crate. The crate nearly obscured his upper body, and when he set it down, it landed with a resounding thud. Yu Yang peered into the crate and was instantly astounded. Inside lay at least several hundred rounds of ammunition. Not only revolver bullets, but also the sniper rifle rounds Lin Wei needed. Such a stockpile could never belong to a mere shooting range. Where did you get all these bullets? Jiang Chang answered casually, I took them from the police station. Yu Yang shook his head. That might explain the variety, but not the sheer quantity. Jiang Chang looked up, studying Yu Yang intently. You're sharper than I thought. How you flatter me, Yu Yang replied with a modest smile, then continued, let me guess. Your special ability is to duplicate objects, isn't it? This time Jiang Chang was truly stunned, even more than before. His eyes bulged as he asked incredulously, how did you figure out my ability is duplication? Just from the number of bullets. Yu Yang smiled calmly and shook his head. Not just that. He picked up one bullet, then another. The two were identical in appearance. He held them out to Jiang Chang. Look, these two bullets are indistinguishable. Jiang Chang scoffed. What's so strange about that? Machine-made bullets are all identical. How does that prove my ability is duplication? Because of this. Yu Yang pointed to a series of numbers and letters on the bullets. Every bullet has a unique serial number, but these two share the same one. Watching Jiang Chang's jaw drop, Yu Yang chuckled. I checked. Almost every bullet in this crate has the same serial number. So I concluded that your ability is duplication. And I assume those batteries you mentioned were also duplicated, right? Amazing, boss. You figured that out. A college-educated mind really is sharp. Wu Gang chimed in with timely flattery. Lin Wei was equally incredulous that Yu Yang could notice such a minute detail. It took Jiang Chong a long moment to recover, and he found himself applauding involuntarily. Impressive. The new generation surpasses the old. After all my years as an officer and in criminal investigation, I overlooked this flaw. Jiang Chong's gaze toward Yu Yang was filled with admiration. You're good. Take all these bullets. I have no use for them anymore. With that, he sank back into his lounge chair. And if you don't mind, keep my ability a secret. Also take the bullets and leave. Yu Yang paused, then said, Officer Jiang, come with us. Our team needs someone with your talent. No, I'm not used to being in a team, Jiang Chong replied, his tone suddenly flat, even cold. But you need us. I can duplicate objects. I won't starve or die of thirst. Why would I need you? Yu Yang's smile remained unwavering. He stated confidently, no, you do need me. Your ability, though powerful, must have significant limitations. Otherwise you would have duplicated a tape recorder earlier. And you look disheveled. It seems you haven't bathed in a long time. I'm guessing you can't duplicate water, can you? Jiang Chong fell silent. His body was motionless like a corpse. Yu Yang didn't rush him, but waited patiently. Fine, I'll go with you, Jiang Chong finally said. Jiang Chong rose from the lounge chair, stood up, and looked at Yu Yang with a calm, steady gaze, as if he had once again become the renowned Officer Jiang. Yu Yang, you're truly excellent, the finest young man I've ever met. If not for the apocalypse, I would have trained you to be the best officer. My ability is indeed duplication, but it only works on solids, and the items can't be too large, roughly the size of my fist at most. Most importantly, regardless of size, I can only duplicate up to 10 items per day. Yu Yang nodded. This aligned with his speculation. Oh, Yu Yang suddenly remembered something crucial. Since your ability is duplication, you're wondering if I can duplicate evolution crystals, aren't you? Jiang Chong asked with a smile. Jiang Chong chuckled. Exactly. Yu Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Chong's ability might be one of the most formidable special powers. Evolution crystals also perfectly met the requirements of solid matter and size. If Jiang Chong could replicate evolution crystals, wouldn't that make him invincible? However, Yu Yang quickly calmed down. Before Jiang Chong could answer, he asked, you can't replicate them, can you? Jiang Chong nodded with a smile. If he couldn't see through that, then his admiration for Yu Yang would have been in vain. Boss, how did you know Jiang Chong couldn't replicate them? Wu Gang asked in confusion. When Yu Yang inquired whether Jiang Chong could replicate evolution crystals, no one was more excited than him. If Jiang Chong could do it, then as Yu Yang's most loyal follower, he might get a share of the spoils. Lin Wei was also curious about how Yu Yang suddenly knew the answer. Yu Yang explained, because if he could replicate evolution crystals, he wouldn't still be just a second-tier evolver. Wu Gang was stunned for a moment, then understood, his eyes filling with deep disappointment. So that's it. Oh, what a shame. There's nothing to regret. Jiang Chong's ability is still incredibly powerful. With his help, our team will grow quickly, Yu Yang encouraged. Where is your team's base? Let me tell you first, I don't like living with others. I prefer solitude. Jiang Chong said somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Chong was actually an introvert, shy, and not good at socializing. That's why he was initially reluctant to join Yu Yang's team. Seeing Jiang Chong's reluctance, Yu Yang understood his dislike for social interaction and promised, don't worry, our team has less than 10 people for now. No one will disturb you. Even if our team grows later, I promise to arrange a separate residence for you. Jiang Chong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Good, you're a sharp lad with high IQ and EQ, a natural leader. Given time, you might even dominate Yuqing. Haha, our boss can dominate the whole world, alright. Wu Guang unabashedly praised Yu Yang. But Jiang Chong let out a knowing smile. Youth has its advantages, high spirits, and dreams. But reality is harsh. Dominating the world is not as simple as you think. A trace of emotion flickered across Jiang Chong's face. Yu Yang asked curiously, Officer Jiang, do you know what's happening outside Yuqing? Jiang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not that omniscient. It's just that in the first few days after the apocalypse, when satellite communications hadn't completely failed, some friends of mine, who had climbed high in official circles, secretly contacted me, urging me to join them. I also got a general sense of their strength. The Yuqing alliance is formidable, right? But in the vast world beyond, it's nothing but a drop in the ocean. In just 3 days, someone evolved to the second tier. Now 3 months have passed. Who knows how powerful they've become? Maybe they're no longer even the same species as us. Seeing the slight daze on Yu Yang and the others, Jiang Chong smiled again. But don't lose heart. Making a name for yourself in Yuqing is still quite an achievement. Without background and resources, you are already far behind. The Yuqing alliance should be your goal. Officer Jiang, Yu Yang said very seriously, while background and resources matter, that doesn't mean they're invincible. They might have reached the summit first, but there's always a higher peak. Perhaps one day, they'll become the mountain they can never cross. Excellent. Truly a youth with ambition as high as the heavens. Having that spirit is a good thing. Though Jiang Chong didn't truly believe Yu Yang could stand at the world's peak, he still admired him deeply. Without dreams and the courage to overcome all obstacles, one cannot go far. Boss, your words are so inspiring. They've moved me to tears, Wu Gang said, wiping his eyes. Lin Wei, who had been silent, also sighed. After the apocalypse, I only wanted to live in a corner in peace. But now I want to see what the view from the pinnacle of humanity looks like. Lin Weiss' eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Yu Yang will always support you. Yu Yang smiled. All right, nothing is set in stone yet. Let's focus on the present. Our next goal is to find a suitable base. We can't keep living in the underground garage. It's too dark even during the day and not fit for long-term survival. As for a base, I have a suitable location in mind, Jiang Chong suddenly said. His words drew the attention of the three. Where? Yu Yang asked. He knew that as a renowned officer in Yuqing, Jiang Chong would have unique insights on choosing a base. That depends on your ability, Jiang Chong said, looking at Yu Yang. My ability? Yu Yang pointed at himself. Yes. Jiang Chong nodded. There's a nuclear power plant in Yuqing, but it was damaged during the apocalypse. There's no radiation leak, but many core components are damaged, and it can no longer generate power. You mean you want me to repair the nuclear power plant? Yu Yang was shocked by Jiang Chong's bold idea. Yes, I don't know if you can repair something that large, but if you can, it would be an ideal place. The power plant's own defense measures are quite good. With a small team, you could secure the entire facility. Moreover, to cool the high temperatures in the plant, nuclear stations are often built by the sea or a lake. Our Yuqing nuclear power plant is situated right next to a massive lake. Lin Weiss' eyes flickered. You mean Wanqing Lake? Exactly, Wanqing Lake, Jiang Chong nodded and continued. Though the lake water has been contaminated since the apocalypse and is undrinkable, it's still fine for cooling the plant. Plus, there are plenty of aquatic mutated creatures in the lake. Yu Yang understood Jiang Chong's point. Mutated creatures meant evolution crystals, and since aquatic creatures generally couldn't come ashore, they could attack or retreat as needed, handling them with ease. But I recall there's a heaven-piercing stone pillar near Wanqing Lake on the opposite shore. So close, isn't it dangerous? It's precisely because of the high danger that no one has set up camp there. Otherwise, a good spot like that would have been taken long ago, and we wouldn't even get a chance. Listening to their analysis, Yu Yang weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He could definitely repair the nuclear power plant. The all things repair system could fix anything. Yet Yu Yang knew that although the nuclear power plant could be repaired, the repair points required would be astronomically vast. Thus, immediate restoration was out of the question, but that didn't mean they couldn't head there first to establish a foothold. The aquatic mutant creatures in Wanqing Lake were plentiful. With Jiang Chong's ability to duplicate items, Yu Yang could slay several mutant beasts each day. In this way, he might soon accumulate enough repair points to fix the nuclear plant. And once it was restored, it would mean they possessed an inexhaustible supply of electrical energy. Infinite electrical energy in the apocalypse. That would undoubtedly surpass all other factions. Yu Yang dared to claim that even the superpowers outside the Imperial City could never boast unlimited electricity. Moreover, items he repaired would come with special effects. Who knew what unique properties a nuclear power plant might gain? Although it was still a distant prospect, Yu Yang's heart already brimmed with anticipation. Alright, our next goal is to scout the nuclear plant. One of these days he'll find a chance to explore the area first, see what the environment is like. If it's suitable, we'll choose it as the site for our new base. Officer Jiang, pack your things first, then come with us. There's nothing much to pack, just my recorder, Jiang Chong replied. Yu Yang nodded. Then in front of Jiang Chong, he loaded the bullets into the storage box he carried. Jiang Chong was once again stunned by the scene before him. But soon he glanced thoughtfully at his own recorder, his guess about Yu Yang's abilities becoming clearer. Still, he refrained from asking further. Having decided to follow Yu Yang, the more formidable Yu Yang's powers, the more advantageous it was for him. Yu Yang, I'm increasingly optimistic about you. Perhaps you really can make your way into the outside world. Before Yu Yang could respond, Wu Gang declared with utter certainty, of course. Our boss took down an elite mutant beast with just a single revolver shot. Once our boss levels up a few more times, monsters will be annihilated with a flick of his finger. Wu Gang made exaggerated gestures, forming his fingers into a gun and mimicking Yu Yang's calm firing stance, then theatrically blew on the imaginary barrel, his expression brimming with pride. As if Yu Yang had already ascended to the pinnacle, gazing down upon the world. Lin Wei covered her mouth with a light laugh. Well, that certainly wouldn't be possible without your trusty sidekick's help. Hey, don't call me a sidekick. That sounds so harsh. I'm a confidant. A right-hand man. Wu Gang bragged while sneaking a glance at Yu Yang. Seeing Yu Yang also smiling, he quickly pledged his loyalty. In short, I'll follow my boss to the death. Alright, this machete is yours now. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Yu Yang shook his head in exasperation. Then he asked, have you been injured anywhere lately? Wu Gang, thinking Yu Yang was showing concern, felt a surge of emotion, his nose tingling, as he silently cheered. The boss finally acknowledges me. But he said instead, I'm fine, boss. Just got kicked by that Yuan Li and scraped a bit of skin when I fell. Nothing serious. Where's the wound? Yu Yang pressed. Wu Gang scratched his head sheepishly. On the outside of my thigh. Take off your pants. Yu Yang's tone was calm. Huh, right now. Wu Gang felt a bit embarrassed. Boss, really, it's nothing. Just minor scratches. Take them off. Yu Yang's voice brooked no argument. Wu Gang had no choice but to turn slightly away and strip off his sweatpants. Before the apocalypse, he had been a fitness trainer, his muscles still robust. Yu Yang could see several wounds on Wu Gang's muscular outer thigh, though they had already scabbed over. Indeed, not a serious injury. Saying this, Yu Yang lightly touched the wounds, spending 10 repair points, just as he had with Lin Wei. The wounds vanished instantly. Ding. Repair successful. Acquired loyal Wu Gang. Extracted 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Personal Guard Basic. When protecting the host, defense increases by 50 points. 2. Inspiring Command Basic. When following the host's orders, physical fitness improves by 10%. 3. On-Call Basic. When moving toward the host, speed increases by 20%. Yu Yang thought it over and finally chose Personal Guard. Ding. Loyal Wu Gang has been imbued with the effect Personal Guard. Boss, how did you do that? Wu Gang was astonished. Lin Wei, already aware of Yu Yang's ability, showed no surprise. Jiang Chong nodded, having essentially confirmed Yu Yang's power, though he was still uncertain of its full extent and limitations. As long as you stay by my side to protect me, you'll have defense comparable to an elite mutant beast. What? Boss, are you serious? Wu Gang asked in disbelief. Though he trusted Yu Yang implicitly, and believed every word he said, hearing that he could possess defense on par with an elite beast still seemed incredible. That's right. Your defense would be so strong that even my revolver couldn't harm you, but only when you're protecting me. Got it, boss. They'll defend you with my life. Wu Gang stood ramrod straight and gave Yu Yang a crisp military salute. So when you asked me to wear the bell earlier, did it also have a special effect? Lin Wei suddenly inquired. Yu Yang nodded. Yes. The bell only rings when danger is near. No wonder, Lin Wei realized. I was wondering why it suddenly stopped ringing. I thought it was broken. Jingled. Just then Lin Wei's bell chimed. Boss, watch out. Wu Yang lunged forward, shielding Yu Yang with his body. A cold arrow whistled through the air and struck Wu Gang directly. But astonishingly, the sharp, lethal arrow shattered, as if hitting a steel plate. Who's so despicable as to shoot from the shadows? Wu Gang rubbed the spot where had been hit, feeling a slight numbness, but no injury. Hey boss, it really didn't hurt. This is amazing. Wu Gang exclaimed in awe. Yu Yang's gaze fixed on a distant shadow, his expression turning icy. Though his bulletproof vest made him immune to ambushes, being shot at without reason still infuriated him. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver. Yu Yang's eyes locked onto the distant silhouette, his face cold. Although his bulletproof vest rendered him impervious to sneak attacks, being struck by a stray arrow still ignited his fury. Without a moment's delay, he pulled out his revolver. The shadowy figure watched Yu Yang draw his pistol from afar, sneering inwardly. At this distance, how can you possibly hit me? My crossbow has an aiming bonus. Bang! A bullet shot out, streaking toward the shadow. The shadowy figure dashed to the side. He was not close to Yu Yang. Generally, under a sudden gunshot, one's accuracy was far inferior to that of a concealed ambusher calmly taking aim. He believed the other party would likely fail to hit him. Indeed, Yu Yang did not strike him with the first shot. The bullet ricocheted off a street lamp, and at a bizarre angle pierced his thigh. Up! The shadowy figure cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Damn it! What rotten luck to have this kid actually hit me. Seeing the man in black fall, Yu Yang and his 2 companions hurried over. Who are you? How dare you ambush our boss? Are you asking for death? Wu Gang brandished a cleaver and placed it against the shadowy figure's neck. You are Lu Meng, Jiang Chong said hesitantly. You know him? Yu Yang asked. Jiang Chong's face turned grim as he nodded slowly. He's from Zhao Yi's team. A second-level evolver. Wu Gang asked in confusion. From Zhao Yi's team. Our boss has no grievance with him. Why would he ambush our boss? Jiang Chong replied. I suspect it's because Yu Yang took the bullets. Some time ago they came to me wanting my bullets, but I refused. I never imagined they'd secretly send someone. I guess he was originally sent to kill me. You fool. Our boss invited you to join our team, yet you were too ungrateful to accept. Still think you're a police officer. Going against our boss. You're doomed. You'd kill someone just because they refused to trade with you. How despicable. Lin Wei said indignantly. He brought it upon himself. He was willing to hand over the bullets to you rather than to our boss. What's wrong with following our boss and enjoying a life of luxury? Lu Meng clutched his bleeding thigh, gnashing his teeth in anger. A boss who sends people to ambush others. What kind of decent person can he be? Someone like that, I wouldn't follow him either, Wu Gang said with a look of contempt. Even if you wanted to follow our boss, wouldn't accept you. Do you think just any stray cat or dog can catch our boss eye? And who the hell do you think you are? Wu Gang, always hot-tempered, was now itching to cut Lu Meng down. Seething with rage, he viciously kicked Lu Meng's thigh. Lu Meng winced in pain, grimacing. How many people are in your team? Yu Yang asked. Our team has over 500 people, and among them over 100 first-level evolvers, more than a dozen second-level evolvers. What do you think? Scared yet? Hearing this, Jiang Chong and Lin Wei both drew in a sharp breath. As evolvers themselves, they knew full well the prowess of evolvers. They had already braced themselves for the strength of Zhao Yi's team, but they never expected so many evolvers. Seeing the shock on Jiang Chong and Lin Wei's faces, Lu Meng felt quite pleased. He said smugly, Tell you what, hand over the bullets, and it'll overlook the fact that you shot me. I can see you're a decent shot. Come back with me, sign a contract with our boss, and I guarantee you'll live the high life. Yu Yang said nothing. Instead, he raised his gun again and aimed at Lu Meng's forehead. Lu Meng panicked instantly. You can't kill me. If you do, our boss will surely. Bang. The bullet fired a shot to the head. Ding. Killed. Ordinary order breaker Lu Meng gained 100 repair points. Long live the boss. Wu Gang exclaimed with sheer delight. He had long despised Lu Meng, and Yu Yang's action brought him immense satisfaction. Yu Yang said expressionlessly, take his crossbow, and let's go. Hengda Residential Complex. At the entrance to the underground parking garage. Wang Tao, you used to be my subordinate, and I treated you fairly well, didn't I? Can't you spare me some meat for old time's sake? Said a man wearing black-rimmed glasses looking like a typical urban elite. He even had on a pair of gleaming leather shoes. Wang Tao looked at the man before him, feeling nothing but disgust. He recognized the man whose name was Qian Yan. Before the apocalypse, he was Wang Tao's immediate superior at the internet company where they worked. He had always bossed Wang Tao around and often forced him to work unpaid overtime. And now he had the nerve to bring up the past. Wang Tao wished he could chop him down with a single stroke. But seeing the dozen or so people behind him, he knew he couldn't start a direct conflict until Yu Yang returned. This isn't my loot. It belongs to our boss. I don't have the authority to give it to you. Qian Yan clicked his tongue and said in a lecturing tone, why are you still so rigid? You have so much meat. If you give us a little, your boss won't even know, right? Wang Tao's face darkened. It's not about whether he'll find out. It's a matter of principle. You're talking to me about principles. Qian Yan sneered. I'm being perfectly reasonable here. In principle, I could just take it by force, you understand. Can these old weak women and children of yours stop me? Be a good boy and bring out all the meat. Don't make me use force. Zhao Baofu emerged from the garage, wiping his greasy hands on his apron. Pointing at the menacing group before him, he said, you still want to start something? Do you have any idea how formidable our boss is? He can even kill mutated beasts. Are you a match for him? Hearing Zhao Baofu's words, a flicker of wariness passed through Qian Yan's eyes. The only reason he hadn't resorted to outright robbery was his fear of the so-called boss Wang Tao kept mentioning. Someone capable of killing a mutated beast was certainly no ordinary person. Qian Yan, can you get it done or not? Didn't you say that once you stepped in to negotiate, Wang Tao would definitely hand over the meat? A young man with dyed yellow hair picking his teeth with a toothpick spoke from behind Qian Yan, his tone dripping with mockery. Qian Yan was inwardly furious and his expression grew even more ferocious. He threatened Wang Tao, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't, we'll have to take action. Wang Tao's face was extremely grim. If he handed over the meat, he couldn't explain it to Yu Yang. If he didn't, these people would attack them. For a moment he was caught in a dilemma. But then recalling how Yu Yang had taken them in despite past grievances and even given them meat to eat. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and said firmly, come on then if you want to fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think you're still my boss? Stop putting on airs. Fine. Qian Yan laughed in anger. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. Brothers attack. Who dares to attack? A steady, powerful voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. When he saw who it was, Wang Tao's face lit up with joy. Boss, you're finally here. Boss. Qian Yan stared at the four approaching figures. For a moment, he was utterly bewildered. If he had to guess who the leader was, it would surely be the muscular, burly giant, or perhaps the disheveled man with a mature and steady demeanor. Yet the one walking at the forefront was an exceptionally young youth. He looked like an ordinary college student. Could this person really be their leader? Qian Yan hesitated. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was highly intelligent. Otherwise he could never have climbed to the executive ranks of an internet company. Though the youth appeared unremarkable, being hailed as their leader undoubtedly meant he possessed extraordinary qualities. What's going on here? Yu Yang arrived at the garage entrance, casting a faint glance at Qian Yan before addressing Wang Tao. With Yu Yang present, Wang Tao's confidence surged. He replied, boss, they tried to take our meat. They were about to attack us. Oh. Yu Yang's gaze shifted back to Qian Yan, his eyes turning cold. So you're the one trying to take our things. Somehow a chill ran down Qian Yan's spine, as if the youth before him were a fearsome monster. He cleared his throat and said with a forced chuckle, not take trade. We're willing to exchange some supplies for food. Heh. Yu Yang let out a non-committal laugh, then asked, and what do you have to trade? Charcoal. We have charcoal. Qian Yan hurriedly replied. Charcoal. Yu Yang was somewhat surprised. Charcoal as an excellent fuel had been highly sought after since the apocalypse began. Though it didn't burn as hot as coal, it was far more suited for daily life. Now that autumn had arrived, the demand for charcoal would surely rise come winter. Yu Yang hadn't expected them to offer charcoal for trade. If that were truly the case, perhaps a trade could be arranged. 10 gene of charcoal for 1 gene of meat. Yu Yang said flatly. Qian Yan's face stiffened. Little brother, that's too steep. Our charcoal is top grade. It burns without a trace of smoke. 10 gene of charcoal for just 1 gene of meat. That hardly seems fair. If it's not fair, forget it. We've got enough fuel for now. We can burn dead plants, or if it comes to it, we'll dismantle furniture. That'll be more than enough. Yu Yang's expression remained unchanged. With the upper hand in his grasp, the price was his to dictate. Qian Yin clenched his fists in secret. This price had already exceeded his limit. Meat wasn't exclusive to this group. He could always find another seller. Let's go. Qian Yin gritted out. We'll trade. The yellow-haired youth who had been trailing Qian Yin suddenly spoke up, stepping forward to face Yu Yang. Don't listen to him. We'll trade. 1 gene of meat for 1 gene of charcoal. We'll take 50 gene. Qian Yin erupted in fury, his eyes wide. Sunny Miao, what are you saying? Do you know how precious charcoal is in Yuqing during winter? 10 gene of charcoal for 1 gene of meat. Have you lost your mind? What's there to fear? That girl can make charcoal with her bare hands. Give her a little time, and we'll have all the charcoal we want. Sunny Miao said nonchalantly. Shut up. Qian Yin shot a quick glance at Yu Yang, then moved to Sunny Miao's side, lowering his voice to a furious whisper. Who told you to mention that girl? Don't you know her identity can't be made public? Sunny Miao pursed his lips, but didn't argue. Instead, he said, anyway, our girlfriends haven't had meat in ages. We've got to take some back today. Qian Yin glared at Sunny Miao with undisguised disgust, as if he could devour him alive. But Sunny Miao couldn't care less, meeting Qian Yin's glare with a defiant look. Left with no choice, Qian Yin swallowed his anger and turned to Yu Yang. Fine, we'll trade. A thoughtful gleam flickered in Yu Yang's eyes, and he gave a faint smile. Wang Tao, bring 5 gene of meat. Wang Tao went to fetch the meat, secretly delighted to see Qian Yin bested. Qian Yin also had his men bring up 50 gene of charcoal. They had planned to trade charcoal for food, so they had brought 50 gene along. But 50 gene of charcoal for just 5 gene of meat was far below his expectations. Had Sunny Miao not interfered, he would never have agreed. 5 gene of meat. For a team of over 20 people, even if they rationed it, it would last only a day or two. Yet Qian Yin had no choice now. Sunny Miao had always been defiant, and being younger and stronger, a quarrel would only put Qian Yin at a disadvantage. The 5 gene of meat was handed to Sunny Miao and Qian Yin. Sunny Miao's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Tao silently accepted the 50 gene of charcoal. 5 gene of meat for 50 gene of charcoal. Wang Tao knew they hadn't lost out. Well, since the deal's done, we'll be on our way. Qian Yin said to Yu Yang, suppressing his anger. Yu Yang gave a calm smile. Take care, boss. Feel free to come again. After Qian Yan's team left, Yu Yang called Lin Wei over and instructed, follow them. Find out where their team is based. If you can see what's going on with that girl they mentioned, be careful not to be spotted. Lin Wei nodded and left the underground garage. Yu Yang had chosen Lin Wei for this task because she was a former assassin skilled at staying hidden. You're curious about that girl who can make charcoal, aren't you? Jiang Chang's eyes gleamed with thought. Both he and Yu Yang were evolvers with hearing sharper than ordinary people, so they had caught Qian Yin and Sunny Miao's whispers. Yu Yang nodded. Jiang Chang continued, from what they said, it sounds like a girl has some special ability to conjure charcoal. But I'm curious, special abilities only unlock after a second evolution. How does their team have a second-tier evolver? With all the evolution crystals they have, they shouldn't be short on meat. Yu Yang nodded, then mused, they said the girl can't be made public. Could they have kidnapped her by some means? Or maybe they're just trying to avoid attracting attention. As for kidnapping, how could they kidnap a second-tier evolver? Someone at that level must have considerable skill. Jiang Chang's reasoning echoed Yu Yang's own thoughts, leaving him equally puzzled. That's why I sent Lin Wei to check it out. Jiang Chang nodded, slightly impressed by Yu Yang's thoroughness and caution. He then glanced around the underground garage. This place is way too crude, he said with mild exasperation. Apart from being spacious and somewhat hidden, it has no redeeming qualities. Yu Yang gave a helpless smile. We've just started out. It'll take time. Things will improve. To welcome you, we'll have a proper feast tonight. With that, as Jiang Chang watched in astonishment, Yu Yang pulled out all sorts of pots, pans, seasonings, drinking water, and freeze-dried vegetables from a storage box. Did you run a supermarket? Jiang Chang wiped his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sky had darkened, dusk settling heavily. In the underground garage, the glow of the fire illuminated the faces of the gathered crowd. The aroma wafted from the pot as Zhao Baofu busied himself beside a crude stove made of stones, his wife assisting him. The others sat around a neatly spread carpet. Though not as lively as last night's bonfire feast, there was still a touch of warmth. Officer Jiang, how long has it been since you last bathed? You're quite pungent. Wu Gang pinched his nose and edged away. Jiang Chang didn't mind, merely offering a helpless smile. About a month, I'd say. Mainly because there's no water, otherwise I'd love a good wash. Wasn't there rain a while back? Wang Tao suggested. Jiang Chang replied that rainwater isn't clean, don't you know? I know, just don't drink it. It's fine for bathing, though you might get a bit itchy afterward. Yu Yang's eyes flickered as he asked, how much water do we have left? Wang Tao looked dejected. We had no drinking water left at all. If the boss hadn't brought some back, would have none today. I estimate the water we brought back, if rationed carefully, should last us about a week. As for the collected rainwater, we still have a vat left. Yu Yang nodded. Though food was sufficient for now, water was an urgent issue. Just then footsteps echoed from the garage entrance. A slender, graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Wei, you're back. Any trouble? Yu Yang stepped forward, concerned. Lin Wei shook her head, but her expression was grim. What's wrong? You look pale. She pulled a bottle of mineral water from her sling bag, took a long gulp, and fumed. They're absolutely outrageous. The others stood up. Wu Gang, impulsive as ever, asked what happened. Lin Wei calmed herself slightly and explained, I followed them all the way into another neighborhood. Then I trailed them to their base. Guess what I saw? What? Wu Gang's eyes widened. They had a teenage girl chained up with iron shackles, beating and kicking her, forcing her to make charcoal. Just as I suspected. Yu Yang's voice was heavy. He had guessed they were coercing the girl into producing charcoal, but locking her up like livestock was beyond belief. Did they spot you? He asked. No. I didn't want to jeopardize your plan, so I stayed hidden. Lin Wei shook her head. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Lin Wei, a former assassin, could still control her emotions despite her anger. So Yu Yang, do we strike tonight? Jiang Chang asked, his face full of indignation, eager to act. Lin Wei's account had enraged him. His sense of justice ran deeper. It was why he had become a police officer. Yu Yang nodded. Let's eat and drink our fill first, then we set out. Rescuing the girl was not only a humanitarian act, but also worthwhile for her exceptional ability. In this apocalypse, being able to produce fuel was a rare and valuable skill. At midnight, Yu Yang, Jiang Chang, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang quietly arrived at the base of Qianyan. It was in another neighborhood adjacent to the Evergrande district. Bigui district. Once property prices in both areas had soared in competition, but now they had all crumbled into ruins, reduced to nothing. In the sales lobby of Bigui district, Qianyan was locked in a heated argument with Sun Yimiao. You idiot. Do you have any idea how precious 50 caddies of charcoal is? A 10-tun exchange, and you agreed. Are you out of your mind? Qianyan's face reddened as he pointed at Sun Yimiao and cursed. Sun Yimiao shot back, oh, and you said that if you handled it, Wang Tao would surely hand over the meat. What happened? You were so intimidated by their boss that you didn't dare utter a word. If you weren't so useless, would we have had to trade charcoal for meat? Their boss can kill mutant beasts. Should we have fought them, Heaton? Qianyan roared. Then what's wrong with my trade? You're too scared to fight, and you refuse to trade. Do you want everyone to starve? Sun Yimiao crossed his arms, sneering. All you care about is hoarding your charcoal. Can you eat charcoal? Well, starve to death. What use is charcoal then? Qianyan retorted, didn't we find some rice to eat last time? Even if you cook porridge, you want starve? Porridge, all you know is porridge. I don't want porridge. I want meat, understand? Everyone following you only gets porridge. You should step down as squad leader. Get lost. I don't know what use you are. Sun Yimiao spoke without any respect, completely disregarding Qianyan. Qianyan slammed his empty mineral water bottle to the ground in fury. If it weren't for my plan to kidnap Su Xiaoxiao, would you have any charcoal? Where would you get the charcoal to trade for meat? How without you we could have captured her too. Don't think you're so great. You're all talk. When it comes to a real fight, you're nothing. Sun Yimiao picked up a bowl of steaming meat soup and took a sip. Delicious. Then with a dissatisfied look at Qianyan, he said, if ID listen to you, who knows when ID ever taste meat soup? Isn't that right, everyone? Yes. Almost all echoed. Starving as they were, having meat soup was enough for them. Who would think about the future? Qianyan's hands trembled with rage at this group. Exposing Su Xiaoxiao will bring disaster upon you. That's none of your business. I suggest you leave now before I kick you out like a dog. Sun Yimiao said without turning around. He then pulled his girlfriend close and offered her the bowl of soup. Come dear, I prepared this meat soup especially for you. Brother Sun, you're so wonderful. If only you'd become leader sooner. The woman carefully sipped the soup, her eyes full of contentment. Feeling ignored, sidelined, and misunderstood, Qianyan could no longer bear the sight. Anger overwhelmed his reason. He pulled a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed it fiercely into Sun Yimiao's back. Thud! Sun Yimiao felt a sudden chill in his back, a cold pain searing through him. Oh! The woman screamed in terror as she saw Qianyan stab her companion. Qianyan, you've lost your mind. Others stood up, their faces twisted in terror as they stared at Qianyan. His eyes burned with sheer madness, a frenzied expression that chilled the hearts of all present. He was asking for it. Brainless fools like him deserve to die. Qianyan pulled the fruit knife out and plunged it back in. He stabbed more than a dozen times until Sun Yimiao fell silent. The woman nearby was paralyzed with fear, her face a mask of horror. As she saw Qianyan approaching with the knife, her vision blurred, and she collapsed backward onto the ground. Useless trash. Qianyan glanced at the unconscious woman, contempt flashing in his eyes. Then he turned to the others. I'm telling you, without me, Qianyan, you'd all be dead in this apocalypse. Since I've kept you alive, you'd better obey me, without question. If I ever hear anyone defy me again, Sun Yimiao will be your fate. Hiss. Just then a faint rustling sound drifted in from outside the window. What is that? A person pointed at the window in terror. In the pitch-black darkness, two enormous eyeballs were staring at them through the window. At this sight, a chill crept into everyone's hearts. The next second, a milky white thread shot through the window like a line hurtling toward one of them. A web spread out, instantly enveloping him. Then in a scream of agony, he was yanked out of the house, vanishing into the night alongside those eyes. Moments later, the screams abruptly ceased. An icy dread settled over the survivors. What the hell was that? Someone asked, legs trembling and face pale with fear. Qianyan's expression also darkened. It's a mutated beast. Then what do we do? Can we still get out? Another whimpered despair etched on his face. Yin tightened his grip on the fruit knife. If they rushed out directly, they'd surely be spotted. With the speed of that web, none of them could dodge it. Unless, well, scatter and run in different directions. That way our chances of survival are higher. Yin said in a low voice. He gazed at the dark night outside, a plan already forming in his mind. Once the others ran, he could pinpoint the mutated beast's location by the screams and use them as a distraction. Then he would flee in the opposite direction, evading the beast's attack. Will this work? Someone felt uneasy about Yin's plan. Doesn't that mean someone will definitely be eaten by the mutated beast? Yin barked. Do you have a better idea? If we wait here, we'll be picked off one by one. All right. With no other choice, the others nodded, silently praying they wouldn't be the ones caught. They'll count down from 3. We'll run in different directions. 3, 2, 1. Except for Yin, everyone sprinted out desperately. A scream came from Yin's left. A flicker of joy crossed Yin's face as he prepared to escape to the right. But the next second, another scream erupted from the right. Yin froze mid-step, astonishment flooding his face. Then multiple screams rang out from all around him. Help! No, don't! Monster! Let me go! As Yin listened to the cries echoing from every direction, he realized there wasn't just one mutated beast. He was surrounded. His face gradually paled, and despair surged into his eyes. Overwhelming fear weakened his legs, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. I don't want to die yet. Someone please save me. When Yu Yang and his group arrived at Yin's base, a wave of chill washed over them. Dangling from the beams were over a dozen giant cocoons wrapped in spider silk. From their outlines, it was clear they contained human bodies. What happened here? Wu Gang asked, his voice trembling with fear. They were likely attacked by a mutated spider or something similar, Jiang Chong said, scanning the surroundings warily. Since it stored its food here, it probably hasn't left yet. Jingle jingle. The bell on Lin Weiss' neck suddenly rang. It's not just one, it's them. As Yu Yang finished speaking, he fired 3 shots into the darkness. Hiss hiss hiss. Sharp screeches mixed with rustling sounds surged from the dense night. Web shot out, but Yu Yang, Lin Wei, and Jiang Chong with their evolved physiques dodged them all. Only Wu Gang was caught in the silk. Boss, save me. Oh, help. Wu Gang's panicked voice came from the web. Seeing this, Yu Yang fired 3 more shots. Though he only had a rough idea of the mutated beast's positions from the system's prompts and couldn't see them clearly. With his perfect aim, every bullet found its mark. Sure enough, after the 3 shots, all 3 colorful venomous spiders collapsed. Ding. Killed. Ordinary order disruptor. Colorful venomous spider gained 100 repair points. Ding. Killed. Ordinary order disruptor. Colorful venomous spider gained 100 repair points. Ding. Killed. Ordinary order disruptor. Colorful venomous spider gained 100 repair points. 300 repair points easily earned. Once the spiders died, the web binding Wu Gang dissolved. Wu Gang emerged from the silk disheveled and covered in dust. When he realized he was the only one caught, a bitter expression crossed his face. Just my luck, why did it have to be me? Lin Wei urged anxiously. Let's hurry and check on the girl. I wonder how she's doing. Yu Yang nodded. Wu Gang, go extract the evolution crystals. We'll head over first. Got it, boss. Mission accomplished. Wu Gang grabbed his machete and strode toward the spiders, eager to vent his frustration on their corpses after being trapped by them. Guided by Lin Wei, Yu Yang and the others reached the little girl's hiding spot. To avoid detection, Yin had hidden her in a secluded room with only a small window. This had kept her safe from the colorful venomous spiders, allowing her to survive. Yu Yang kicked open the door and entered the room where the girl was. Inside was a mess devoid of furniture except for rubble, dry grass, and a pile of fresh charcoal. A little girl, grimy and dirty, her hands and body smeared with charcoal dust, had an iron chain tied around her waist connected to a large stone nearby. Hearing the noise, she flinched and shrank back in fear. Don't hit me. He'll rub it right away. She quickly rubbed her hands together, and miraculously a palm-sized piece of charcoal appeared in her palm. I am so hungry. Could you give me something to eat? The little girl dared not lift her head, pleading timidly. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Lin Wei ran to the little girl and gently embraced her, revealing a rare tender side. The girl initially trembled with fear, but gradually calmed down in Lin Wei's warm arms. Lin Wei looked up and said to Yu Yang, she's an evolver, and I sense her energy is stronger than mine. Yu Yang nodded. Apart from him, all those with special abilities were at least level 2 evolvers. That was common knowledge. He was curious, though, about how this girl reached level 2 and why she was captured by Yin. After a long moment, the little girl slowly lifted her head and looked at Yu Yang and his group. Yu Yang offered her a friendly smile, hoping to ease her fear. You're not bad people, the girl said, her voice still timid but certain. Yu Yang was curious and asked, how do you know we're not bad? Because Big Brother has a beautiful smile. Beautiful people can't be bad. Yu Yang was speechless. He realized how she got caught by Yin. With such judgment, it was no wonder she was deceived. Do you still have family? Yu Yang asked. He deduced that the girl couldn't have obtained evolution crystals on her own. The only possibility was that her family had provided them. Moreover, her family must be very powerful. At his question, the girl lowered her head again and refused to answer. It's okay, you don't have to say if you don't want to. For now, Yu Yang wasn't keen on returning her as their team was running low on fuel. The girl's ability could help compensate for this shortage. Boss, I'm here. Wu Gang entered. 3 evolution crystals in total. He obediently handed them over to Yu Yang. Boss, he'll pass on the spider meat. It doesn't look appetizing. It was only because Yu Yang had brought back plenty of meat that he could say such things in the past. He wouldn't have let even a scrap go. Yu Yang nodded and took the evolution crystals. Another 3 basic evolution crystals. Sigh, I wonder when he'll reach level 2, he muttered to himself. What a, you're not level 2 yet, Jiang Chong exclaimed. You're so strong yet you're not level 2. Then where did your special ability come from? Well, my ability is special. Hearing this, Jiang Chong dropped the question and pulled out over 30 basic evolution crystals from his pocket. Take these, I can't use them anymore. Seeing so many evolution crystals, Wu Gang's eyes widened. Such a fortune. He drooled with envy, but he knew that raising Yu Yang to level 2 was the priority, as the whole team relied on him, while they were just fillers. Lin Wei, having been intimate with Yu Yang, also sensed he wasn't a level 2 evolver, but she wisely never asked. She hadn't undergone a second evolution either. She usually consumed basic evolution crystals immediately, but she had saved a few to trade for supplies when hers ran low. Now that she was with Yu Yang, she no longer worried about necessities, so she handed over all her saved basic evolution crystals. Yu Yang looked at the pile and his arms moved. These are yours, take them. Your potential far exceeds mine. It'll just follow you, Jiang Chong said with a smile. Lin Wei curled her lips and raised an eyebrow at Yu Yang. No need to thank me. Just remember to share your stash with me another day. 2 jealous glares shot toward Yu Yang. He gave an awkward smile. Let me count how many there are. He counted the evolution crystals in his arms. 47 plus the 3 from Wu Gang made 50. 50 basic evolution crystals were equivalent to 5 intermediate evolution crystals. Yu Yang stuffed them all into his mouth and let out an ungraceful burp. He felt his physical strength surge dramatically. He thought he could now try lifting a car by himself. He checked his panel. The evolution progress had advanced by 7 bars. He only needed 3 more intermediate evolution crystals to reach level 2, which would grant him a new ability. Yu Yang was curious about what ability he would gain. However, based on his observations, the more powerful the ability, the more restrictions it had. In general, evolution-granted abilities weren't mindlessly strong. Still, having another ability was always good. Yu Yang just hoped for something useful, preferably combat-related. Alright, let's head back. Wu Gang cut the chains off the girl. Got it. Wu Gang carried a cleaver and easily severed the chains. Jiang Chong asked curiously, Wu Gang, where did you get that cleaver? It's incredibly sharp. Wu Gang said proudly, the boss gave it to me. Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang, hesitated, then ventured, can your ability repair items and grant them special properties? Yu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. As they continued interacting, his ability would inevitably be revealed. Rather than trying to hide it, it was better to admit it openly. This would boost others' confidence in him and strengthen the team's cohesion. So that's it. I wondered why my crossbody bag had so much space, Lin Wei realized. Why not try repairing something like a water dispenser? You might be surprised, Jiang Chong suggested. Plus, you could trade the repaired items with other teams for evolution crystals. I'm sure many would be interested. Yu Yang was stunned. He suddenly realized his previous approach might have been flawed. He had been set on saving repair points to fix weapons and armor, boosting his combat power, and then hunting mutated beasts for evolution crystals. That was fine. Improving strength was paramount. But he could also repair daily necessities and trade them with other teams. After all, hunting alone was slow and risky. If he encountered a mutated beast far beyond elite level, even Yu Yang could lose his life. Trading, however, carried much lower risk. Good Officer Jiang is right. He'll try it when I get back. The next day, every member of the team appeared radiant and spirited. With ample food and restful sleep, it was impossible for them not to feel vigorous and lively. They all understood that this was all thanks to Yu Yang's presence. It was Yu Yang who brought them food and water and provided an environment where they could sleep in peace. This fact was crystal clear in their minds. Thus, when Yu Yang gathered them together, they looked at him with expectant eyes, awaiting his next instructions. Alright, since everyone has rested well, he began. I'm about to assign you all a crucial task. Boss, just give the orders directly, no need for such courtesy. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, looking eager and ready. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll be frank with you all. I once mentioned that I possess a special ability, and today, I will reveal it to you. Expressions of astonishment crossed their faces, especially among those who had no concept of evolution. My ability is to repair damaged items and endow them with a special function. Wow, is that real? Boss, how did you manage that? Yu Yang attempted to explain. The towering stone pillars descended from the heavens, bringing about the apocalypse and transforming the entire world. Countless creatures mutated as a result, gaining immense powers. We humans can also evolve by consuming evolution crystals, thereby acquiring abilities. You can think of it as me having fortuitously obtained a certain power ahead of time. Wu Gang was utterly incredulous. Does that mean you're the chosen one, boss? Yu Yang curled his lips into a smile. You could say that. Then boss, can you fix absolutely anything? Wu Gang pressed on. I can fix anything. Even people. Yes, even people. Hearing this, Lin Wei nodded thoughtfully. Just then Wu Gang burst into jubilation. Then boss, can you fix my... No. Before Wu Gang could finish, Yu Yang immediately denied his request. Even without hearing the rest, he knew exactly what Wu Gang was going to say. He continued to explain, repairing things is not without a cost. At this, Jiang Chang's attention sharpened. Indeed, such a formidable ability must come with an extremely terrifying price. Huh, what's the cost? Wu Gang asked, deflating at Yu Yang's blunt refusal. The cost is that I need to slay mutated beasts, Yu Yang stated. Jiang Chang nodded. This was indeed quite perilous, fraught with danger. And what else? Jiang Chang asked instinctively. What else? What other costs? That's it. Yu Yang spread his hands. That's it. Jiang Chang was taken aback, then his eyes widened. You're telling me that such a powerful special ability only has this trivial cost? Then he felt something was off. No, this can hardly be called a cost. In the apocalypse, hunting mutated beasts is almost inevitable. Yu Yang nodded, unconsciously acknowledging Jiang Chang's point. Then this negative effect is utterly negligible. Wu Gang immediately displayed his loyal side, reminding, Officer Jiang, please mind your words. Show some respect to our boss. Jiang Chang pursed his lips, feeling a crushing blow to his pride. He had originally thought his own ability was impressive, but compared to Yu Yang's, it was utterly insignificant. Well, I'm glad I chose to follow you. With your ability, you might truly carve out a place among the world's strongest. Yu Yang smiled and explained, it's not actually that powerful. The more complex the item to be repaired, the more repair points it consumes. For instance, repairing that nuclear power plant would require an astronomical number of points. That's still incredibly strong. Repairing a nuclear power plant. Who else would even dare to think of such a thing? At least you have the potential. Jiang Chang couldn't hide the awe in his eyes. Alright, enough of that. Yu Yang ended the topic. He had explained his ability to help everyone understand the task he was about to assign. Today's mission for everyone is to search for damaged machines, preferably related to water sources. For example, water dispensers, kettles, ice makers, and the like. Other household appliances are also acceptable. If you can find powerful weapons, you'll be rewarded with a pack of beef jerky. The beef jerky was one of the supplies Yu Yang had obtained from Yang, and it was highly sought after in the apocalypse. At the mention of beef jerky, everyone's eyes lit up. Though they had already filled their stomachs, who wouldn't be thrilled by a tasty, hunger-quelling snack? Awesome. Boss, I promise to find you a treasure. Wu Gang exclaimed with excitement. In truth, even without the reward, they would have given their all, as this task concerned the water supply affecting every one of them. However, the small incentive boosted their motivation even further. They silently congratulated themselves on having such an open-minded and generous leader. After all, they had all experienced the ruthless exploitation of heartless bosses before the apocalypse. Those bosses wouldn't even give extra rewards, and it was already a blessing if they didn't cut your base pay. Everyone will confine the search to the Hengda residential complex for now. Do not leave the complex to avoid danger. The elderly and children will stay behind. Everyone else move out immediately. With Yu Yang's command, everyone began to head outside. Many buildings in the complex had collapsed, leaving some household appliances buried under the rubble. Previously, these items were deemed useless, so no one bothered to take them. Now searching for them should yield a fair number. As for safety concerns, they weren't too worried. Jiang Chang also possessed an ordinary standard-issue pistol. Though its power was inferior to Yu Yang's revolver, and its accuracy far from Yu Yang's perfect marksmanship, it still posed a significant threat to ordinary mutated beasts. A few well-placed shots would be enough to take them down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate over 30 evolution crystals. As for Yu Yang, he remained at the base. If any team member encountered danger, a loud shout would allow Yu Yang to provide timely support. However, Yu Yang stayed behind not only for this reason, but also because he had a more important matter to attend to. After everyone left, Yu Yang went to a corner spread with a soft blanket. A little girl was curled up, burying her head between her knees, lost in thought. Su Xiaoxiao, would you like to go for a walk? Yu Yang tried to make his voice sound gentle. Su Xiaoxiao responded immediately, lifting her head and blinking her big eyes, staring at Yu Yang with curiosity. Thanks to Lin Wei's careful scrubbing, the soot on Su Xiaoxiao's body had been thoroughly cleaned. She had also changed into fresh clothes. Now Su Xiaoxiao looked like a porcelain doll with a hint of pink on her chubby cheeks. Big brother, is there something you need? Actually, you don't have to call me big brother. I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. Yu Yang stared at the bruises on Su Xiaoxiao's body, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao, completely trusting of Yu Yang, smiled and said, Alright then, can I call you brother Yu Yang? Yu Yang nodded, smiling. If you like, go ahead. How about this? Let me take a look at your injuries, okay? They must hurt a lot after being mistreated for so long, right? Su Xiaoxiao nodded pitifully. They are all bad people. Brother Yu Yang is a good person. Brother Yu Yang won't hit Xiaoxiao, will he? Of course not. And Brother Yu Yang won't force Xiaoxiao to rub charcoal, right? Absolutely not. That's great. Xiaoxiao thinks charcoal is dirty and doesn't want to rub it. It's fine. You can rub charcoal if you want or not if you don't. As he spoke, Yu Yang had quietly drawn closer to Su Xiaoxiao. Come, let me see your injuries. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao was defenseless, yet she still felt a subconscious unease. Brother Yu Yang, can you not look at some places, eh? Yu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. Then show me the bruises on your arms. Brother knows how to heal wounds. Once they're healed, you won't feel pain. Really? Brother even knows how to heal. Then he'll show you all my injuries. Su Xiaoxiao was about to lift her skirt when Yu Yang stopped her. His breathing became noticeably rapid. That's not what I meant. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled, tapping her chin with her index finger. Then what do you mean, brother? Brother, you can heal without looking. Really? Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands happily, saying, Brother is amazing. From now on I won't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Yu Yang smiled gently and lifted Su Xiaoxiao's arm. On just this one arm there were no less than 10 bruises, not to mention other places. Those inhumane people deserve a good death. After cursing them silently, Yu Yang began to heal Su Xiaoxiao. Healing Su Xiaoxiao's bruises requires 20 healing points. Would you like to proceed? The required healing points were twice as much as for Lin Wei. Yu Yang speculated that it might be due to Su Xiaoxiao's more severe injuries, or because she was a second-level evolved being, a more complex existence. Yu Yang currently had 1555 healing points. He had earned 300 points from the 3 colorful poisonous spiders last night, so spending 20 points wasn't a big deal. Without hesitation, Yu Yang chose yes. Ding. You have gained the loyal Su Xiaoxiao. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Double output. Su Xiaoxiao's ability to produce charcoal has doubled, allowing her to produce double the amount at once. 2. Spotless. Su Xiaoxiao can produce charcoal from a distance. 3. More durable. The charcoal produced by Su Xiaoxiao burns 50 longer. Yu Yang fell silent looking at these 3 special effects. For him, he would definitely choose the first option. Double output means the efficiency of charcoal production would increase, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Alternatively, he could choose the third option, which would take up less space, but be more efficient. But, Xiaoxiao, do you really hate charcoal dust? Su Xiaoxiao was looking down, curiously observing the wounds on her body that had disappeared. Upon hearing Yu Yang's question, she raised her head and nodded vigorously. Okay, ding. Loyal Su Xiaoxiao has acquired the effect Spotless. Although Yu Yang knew that under the loyal state, as long as he asked, she would gladly help produce charcoal. However, if that were the case, every day of Su Xiaoxiao's life would be filled with unhappiness. If that's the case, Yu Yang would prefer that Su Xiaoxiao's charcoal production efficiency be a bit lower, as long as she didn't mind doing the work. Surviving in the apocalypse was already tough. Yu Yang didn't want to be a boss who exploited others. Especially since Su Xiaoxiao called him brother, he couldn't be a bad brother. Xiaoxiao, try making charcoal again, Yu Yang said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao pouted and replied, Brother Yu Yang, I don't want to make charcoal. But if you wanted, I'm willing to help. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao reluctantly began to produce charcoal. But as soon as she started, she froze. She hurried to continue, and then found that she could actually produce charcoal from a distance. On the ground beneath her hands, a palm-sized piece of charcoal appeared. How is this possible? The charcoal didn't even appear in my hands. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Yu Yang smiled with a hint of pride ruffling Su Xiaoxiao's hair, saying, This is a gift from brother to you. Really? Thank you, brother. Su Xiaoxiao pounced on Yu Yang, wrapping her arms around his neck and hanging on him. You treat me better than my real brother. My real brother only forces me to make charcoal. He's a bad person, and you're a good person. As Su Xiaoxiao spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks again. Yu Yang steadied Su Xiaoxiao and gently wiped her tears away. From now on, you'll be a part of our team. Can you help us make charcoal? Charcoal is a great fuel. We really need you. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao laughed happily. I will help everyone make a lot of charcoal, enough that we won't run out. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With this, the team's fuel problem was resolved. Looking at the cheerful Su Xiaoxiao, Yu Yang tried to ask, Xiaoxiao, can you tell me who your brother is? Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment with her head down, then raised her head seriously, saying, Then brother Yu Yang, he'll only tell you one person. You mustn't tell anyone else. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. For hours later, Yu Yang was stunned as he watched Wu Gang being the first to enter through the garage door. Where did you get all this junk? Wu Gang alone was carrying no less than 10 types of appliances, from the smallest electric shaver to the largest water dispenser, a veritable hodgepodge. Forget the shaver, my points are limited, but the water dispenser is quite good. After counting Wu Gang's haul, Yu Yang found that aside from the one useful water dispenser, the rest were all items of little significance, such as electric shavers, irons, and robotic vacuums. These items could be considered for improvement in the future, but for now, they were somewhat wasteful. Although there might be useful special effects obtained, relying solely on special effects without useful items was akin to gambling. Boss, once we become strong, we'll bring you mutated beasts on the brink of death to earn points. At that time, you must help us improve our lives. Yu Yang smiled. Don't worry, once points are abundant, everyone can line up to find me. At this moment, Jiang Chang also entered with 2 piles of items. I didn't find any appliances, but I found a set of tables and chairs. It's a bit too shabby for everyone to sit on the ground all day. This can be repaired or not, although it's a bit damaged, it can still be used. What Jiang Chong brought in was a folding table and a stack of plastic back chairs commonly used at roadside barbecue stalls. Jiang Chong had also found them at a barbecue stall near the sales office of the community. Very good. This set of tables and chairs is indeed nice, not to mention a dining table is needed. Yu Yang nodded in praise. Soon after, Wang Tao returned holding something that caught Yu Yang's attention. Boss, this is a police baton I found at the security booth. It's just that it has been bent. The police baton is not an outstanding weapon in the apocalypse. It might work against people, but it falls short against mutated beasts. However, as a weapon, if repaired, the special effects obtained will likely be related to attack. Not bad. Once it's repaired, if it has good effects, it will be yours. Wang Tao's face lit up upon hearing this. Not only was he pleased by Yu Yang's praise, but also because he gained a suitable weapon, increasing his self-defense. They were all envious of Jiang Chong's pistol. Not long after, Zhao Baofu walked in, pulling his wife together, carrying a large cylindrical appliance. Yu Yang's eyes lit up with surprise as he said, an electric water heater. Good heavens, where did you guys get this thing? Jiang Chong exclaimed with delight. If anyone needed a bath right now, it was undoubtedly him. The others had been wiping themselves down regularly, so they weren't too dirty, but he hadn't bathed in a month and was absolutely filthy. Wiping alone was utterly useless now. He needed a thorough, invigorating bath to become clean again. Zhao Baofu's wife Wang Meng was almost as stout as her husband, even somewhat rugged with a clean short haircut, the kind of woman who could get things done. At that moment, the two of them carried the electric water heater and set it before Yu Yang, both panting heavily from exhaustion. The water heater wasn't unbearably heavy, but it wasn't light either, and after hauling it all the way here, they were completely spent. After catching his breath, Zhao Baofu said, "This is my water heater. I lived on the top floor. When the building collapsed, my wife and I were lucky enough not to be home. But I had a rough idea where it might have fallen, so I dug around a bit, and luckiest I found it. This is a good brand. Heats up fast and stores a lot of water, enough for 10 people to shower." He glanced at Jiang Chong and added, "Under normal circumstances, I mean. Officer Jiang might need a bit more water." Everyone burst into laughter. Although Jiang Chong was an introvert, he wasn't socially awkward or petty. He didn't mind the joke and said to Yu Yang, "You've got to fix this thing, but even if we have water without electricity, can it even work?" Yu Yang nodded hesitantly. He had once drawn the no energy required effect when repairing Jiang Chong's tape recorder, but he wasn't sure if he'd get it again. "By the way, where's Lin Wei? Why isn't she back yet? Has anyone seen her?" Yu Yang asked. "I saw her," Wang Tao said hesitantly. "When I got to the security booth, I think I saw her heading to the supermarket across from the complex." "What's she doing at the supermarket? Is there still supplies there?" Yu Yang asked. Wu Gang shook his head. "Impossible. We've already scavenged everything from there. The other teams nearby have searched it too. There's no way anything's left." "Then what's she doing?" Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Wei walked back into the garage with light, cheerful steps. But her hands were empty. She carried nothing. "Haha, Lin Wei, you didn't find anything, did you? I cleaned out that supermarket long ago. There's no food or drink left," Wu Gang taunted smugly. Yu Yang didn't rush to judge. He knew Lin Wei's character. She wouldn't do something pointless. Lin Wei shot Wu Gang a disdainful glance and said flatly, "All you think about is eating and drinking. When Yu Yang fixes the heater, don't use it." With that, Lin Wei pulled a massive machine out of her crossbody bag. It thudded onto the ground, startling everyone except Yu Yang. "Holy crap! What's that?" Wu Gang craned his neck, eyes wide with shock. "It's a small generator." Jiang Chong's face lit up with surprise, and he shot Lin Wei an admiring look. "Why didn't I think of that? Large supermarkets usually keep a backup generator for emergencies." Yu Yang gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. "Lin Wei, great job." Wu Gang finally caught on, and immediately put on a fawning expression. "Granny Lin, I was wrong earlier. When this generator's fixed, you can't keep me from using it." Lin Wei snorted, but didn't say anything more. "Alright, since everyone's back, let me give it a try." Then, under the expectant gaze of the group, Yu Yang placed his hand on the generator first. The generator was of utmost importance. If it could be fixed, the entire team's energy problems would be solved. One part of the generator was crushed flat, likely by a falling boulder. Repairing the damaged diesel generator requires 30 repair points. Proceed. Wow, 30 points. No wonder it's tough. Yu Yang selected yes, and eagerly awaited the system's special effects selection. "I've got to get a good effect." Ding. Acquired a brand new diesel generator. Free special effects drawn. Please choose one. 1 fuel-free operation. This generator requires no diesel and generates power on its own. 2 doubled output. This generator's power output is doubled. 3 silent operation. The generator produces no noise while running. Excellent. Yu Yang's face lit up as he looked at the first special effect. "What's up, boss? Did it work?" Wu Gang asked eagerly. Everyone else's eyes were fixed on Yu Yang, waiting for his answer. "I got the fuel-free operation effect. This generator can produce electricity without needing any diesel." Even the usually reserved Yu Yang couldn't hide his joy. With a generator that could run indefinitely, the whole team's quality of life would improve dramatically. Yu Yang checked the generator's power output, a full 5 kilowatts. More than enough for their daily needs. Without hesitation, he chose the first effect. Ding. The diesel generator has been enhanced with the fuel-free operation effect. Awesome. That means I can charge my phone. Wu Gang exclaimed excitedly. There's no network, so why are you so thrilled? Lin Wei asked puzzled. What do you know? A man's phone has good stuff saved on it. No network needed to enjoy it, Wu Gang said gleefully. The men present exchanged knowing smiles. I checked. This generator has a built-in transformer with outlets. Just plug your devices in here, Yang explained. Long live the boss. Finally we have power. He'll try to find some light bulbs or something. This garage is always pitch black. Time to brighten it up, Wang Tao said. Yu Yang, hurry and see what effect you can get for the water heater, Jiang Chong urged, his voice tinged with excitement. Yu Yang's remarkable abilities made them all dream of living a pre-apocalyptic life. They had never dared to imagine such a thing before. But now everything seemed possible. All right. Yu Yang walked over to the electric water heater. Zhao Baofu had brought back a complete set, mounting hooks and a shower head included. They had electricity now, they just needed to solve the water problem. Repairing the damaged Gomiai electric water heater requires 15 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Acquired a brand new Gomiai electric water heater. 3 special effects drawn. Please choose one. First, no power consumption. This water heater will no longer consume electricity. Second, doubled capacity. The water heater's tank capacity is doubled. Third, precise temperature control. The output water temperature can be finely adjusted. Upon seeing these 3 effects, to be honest, Yu Yang felt a slight disappointment. What he had originally hoped for was an effect like automatic refilling. That way the water heater could also serve as a source of drinking water. However, none of the 3 effects had drawn could fulfill that need. Seeing Yu Yang's slightly disappointed expression, everyone's hearts tightened. Especially Jiang Chong, who asked nervously, what's wrong? Is it not fixed? Run out of repair points? No, it's just that the special effects I got aren't ideal. What effects did you get? Tell us so we can weigh in. Maybe we'll think they're good. Lin Wei encouraged. Yu Yang nodded and listed the 3 effects he had drawn. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Gang spoke first. Boss, just pick the precise temperature control. To be honest, back when I used an electric water heater, it took forever to adjust the temperature, either too hot or too cold. I had to nudge the faucet millimeter by millimeter. It was such a hassle. Especially in the dead of winter, it was torture. Hearing Wu Gang's words, everyone shared a knowing smile. Most of them had experienced the frustration of getting the water temperature just right. Yeah, that does seem like the most practical choice. We already have electricity, and for water, we'll have to see if the water dispenser can work its magic, Lin Wei added. Alright, I'll pick the third one then. Ding. The Gomiai electric water heater has been enhanced with the effect precise temperature control. The already brand new water heater underwent a change. A display screen appeared on its cylindrical body along with 2 buttons to adjust the output temperature. Alright boss, now give this water dispenser a try, Wu Gang said, placing it in front of Yu Yang. This water dispenser was his find, and everyone's hopes for drinking and daily water now rested on this machine, making Wu Gang feel quite proud. Still, he was nervous, worried that it might not yield good effects. Repairing the damaged water dispenser will consume 5 repair points. Proceed. Yu Yang silently prayed for a moment, then said yes. Ding. You have obtained a brand new water dispenser. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. First, no energy required. The water dispenser will no longer consume electricity during operation. Second, temperature adjustment. The output water temperature can be regulated. Third, vast water source. The dispenser connects to a purified water reservoir capable of releasing 1 billion liters of clean water. Got it. Yu Yang's gaze fixed on the third special effect, though he felt a tinge of regret. It's not an infinite source. Hearing this, the others' expressions dimmed. So what are the effects? Wu Gang's tone lost its earlier anticipation. Yu Yang sighed. Only 1 billion liters. Jiang Chong, who had been somewhat disappointed, suddenly jumped up. How? How much? 1 billion liters, Yu Yang repeated. Lin Wei's jaw dropped in disbelief. Dad, how much is 1 billion liters? Asked the quiet little boy Wang Yukin, suddenly curious. Wang Tao, still recovering from his shock, explained, before the apocalypse, an adult's daily water usage was about 200 liters. In a year, that's roughly 73000 liters. 1 billion liters would last an adult about 1300 years. If it's only for drinking, the consumption is much less. An adult drinks about 2 liters a day, so 1 billion liters would last about 1.37 million years. Hearing Wang Tao's professional breakdown, Yu Yang finally grasped how staggeringly vast that number was. Though it wasn't an infinite source under normal use, it was practically inexhaustible. Unless Yu Yang's team expanded to the scale of the Imperial City Alliance with tens of thousands of people constantly drawing water from the dispenser, this supply would last an extraordinarily long time, even with generous use. Great. That means we'll all have enough to drink, and even water to bathe. Lin Wei finally broke into a smile. After hearing Wang Tao's explanation, Wu Gang was beaming with pride. He had thought the water dispenser might be a bust, but it turned out to be incredibly effective. Boss, don't I deserve a reward for this? You have the nerve to ask for a reward? Lin Wei teased. Fixing the dispenser and giving it its effects were all Yu Yang's doing. What did you have to do with it? Well, Wu Gang tried to argue, but found he couldn't. Without Yu Yang, it would just be a broken, ordinary water dispenser, something no one would even pick up off the street. Yu Yang smiled. How about this? Once I get enough evolution crystals for my second upgrade, it'll give you the first spare crystal for your initial upgrade. Deal. Wu Gang was stunned at first, then his eyes welled up with tears. Boss, you're too kind. He hugged Yu Yang's arm, sniffling. The best thing that ever happened to me was having you as my boss. Alright, I don't have any weird hobbies. Yu Yang pushed Wu Gang away and continued, and everyone else rest assured. After Wu Gang, anyone who hasn't undergone their initial upgrade will get a chance. As long as you contribute to the team, I won't be stingy with evolution crystals. Once Yu Yang completed his second evolution, the basic evolution crystals would be useless to him. For a third upgrade, he would need at least intermediate evolution crystals. So the surplus basic crystals were best used as rewards for team members who made contributions. Hearing Yu Yang's promise, Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu showed eager anticipation. They now understood the benefits of evolution. Not to mention anything else, even Jiang Chong and Lin Wei could easily outmatch Wu Gang, who looked the strongest in physical prowess. Yu Yang took out a pack of beef jerky and handed it to Wang Tao. Here, this is your reward. As promised, anyone who brings back a weapon gets a pack of beef jerky. I'd rather wait until we draw a good effect. Otherwise it's just an ordinary baton, useless, Wang Tao said, a little embarrassed. But Yu Yang shook his head. If I promise something, I follow through. I said bring back a weapon and get beef jerky. That's all it takes. I won't add any extra conditions later. Hearing this, Wang Tao took the beef jerky and handed it to his son Wang Mukin. Wang Mukin, a 6-year-old held in his grandmother's arms, exclaimed excitedly, "Thanks, Dad. You should thank Uncle Yu Yang. He took us in despite everything and gave us such a good life." Wang Mukin blinked and promptly said in a childish voice, "Thank you, Uncle Yu Yang. You're a good person, just like Ultraman." With his limited vocabulary, the only impressive figure he could think of was Ultraman. Yu Yang chuckled. Wang Mukin, grow up fast, and you'll be as strong as Ultraman one day. With that, he took out the baton Wang Tao had brought back. Now he, Jiang Chong, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang all had suitable weapons, but their numbers were still limited. So if this baton could yield a good effect, it would further strengthen their team. Repairing the damaged baton will consume 5 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. You have obtained a brand new baton. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Return and reclaim. Throwing the baton at a target guarantees a hit. Upon striking the target, the baton returns to the hand. 2. Spirit of the Police Soul. The baton is imbued with the power of heroic spirits, increasing damage dealt by 5 times. 3. Defense weakening basic version. When the baton strikes a target, it reduces the target's defense by 50 points. Effect cannot stack. Yu Yang examined these 3 effects, and then checked the baton's base attack power, which was merely 3 points. Thus he directly ruled out the first effect, return and reclaim, and the second, spirit of the police soul. The first effect provided a relatively safe combat environment, but its attack power was too low. Hurling it at a mutated beast would be like tickling it. The second effect, spirit of the police soul, could increase attack power, but the base attack was so low that even with a 5-fold boost, it only reached 15 points. It might be a formidable weapon against humans, but against mutated beasts it was far from adequate. In contrast, the third effect, defense weakening, was nothing short of a divine blessing in the early stages. Although it didn't deal direct damage, it could drastically reduce the defense of mutated creatures. A defense reduction of up to 50 points could even bring ordinary mutated beasts to a state of 0 defense. This meant that virtually any weapon could inflict harm on them. For a team, this assistance was absolutely monumental. It could even be said that with this effect, ordinary people would have the opportunity to slay mutated beasts. Ding. The baton has been imbued with the effect defense weakening. So boss, what's the effect of this baton? Is it better than my machete? Wu Gang asked nervously. He didn't want to be overshadowed by Wang Tao. In his mind, the baton could be powerful, but it must not surpass his own weapon. Lin Wei tilted her chin and teased. What do you mean your machete? It was lent to you, remember? Wu Gang scratched his chin awkwardly and conceded, Miss Lin, I won't say anything about you next time. Spare me, please. Let this be a lesson that we women are not to be trifled with. Fine, I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Wei raised her eyebrows in satisfaction as Wu Gang backed down. Yu Yang glanced at Wu Gang and said, the baton's attack power is only 3 points. Rest assured it's not as strong as your machete. Wu Gang immediately perked up with joy. Wu Gang, that attitude is all wrong. Why are you so happy that the baton isn't powerful? Isn't increasing the team's strength a good thing? Lin Wei interjected again. Oh dear lady, didn't you say you'd spare me? Why are you picking on me again? Wu Gang's face fell into a grimace. His little schemes had been laid bare by Lin Wei, leaving him deeply embarrassed. I'm not targeting you, I'm just stating the facts. Lin Wei said with her arms crossed, sounding exasperated. Having said that, she too grew curious about the actual effect, having noticed that Yu Yang's expression showed no sign of disappointment. Yu Yang, what exactly is the effect? Tell us already. Yu Yang nodded with a smile. The effect is defense weakening. After striking a target, it reduces the target's defense by as much as 50 points. In simple terms, one swing will bring an ordinary mutated beast's defense down to 0. Wu Gang was stunned. The others were equally shocked. Wang Tao, who had been slightly disappointed now, wore a joyful expression, grateful that they had drawn such a powerful effect. None of them were foolish, they all understood the implications of this effect. Brother Wang Tao, aren't we good buddies? Wu Gang sidled up to Wang Tao with a grin. From now on we'll team up, and be no less effective than Officer Jiang. Haha, you're not completely dim-witted, Lin Wei chuckled, covering her mouth. Humph. Wu Gang snorted with a hint of pride, but dared not show it too overtly. He had learned to fear Lin Wei's sharp tongue. Alright, the baton will be given to Wang Tao. But you still need to be cautious when dealing with mutated beasts, Yu Yang instructed. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and nodded. Don't worry, boss. I know what I'm doing. Yu Yang nodded and summarized. Good, everything is sorted. Once these items are installed, everyone can go about their own business. If anyone finds anything useful in the future, feel free to hand it over. After repairs, the finder will have priority in using it. Meeting adjourned. Night fell, and the deep autumn season brought a noticeable drop in temperature. Zhao Baofu took charge of cooking, preparing delicious dishes by a simple stove. Wu Gang and Wang Tao, having just finished their work, sat at the table gulping down water. They had connected the generator to the water dispenser, and Wang Tao, with some electrical experience, had even wired the light fixture above the garage to the generator. The area above their heads was once again bathed in light. Why isn't the boss coming out? Wu Gang felt a pang of bitterness. He recalled his pre-apocalypse life as a fitness trainer, never lacking female company, yet now he was without a single woman left to spend his days with, only his own hand for company. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wei emerged from the distance, her face glowing with vitality. Behind her walked Yu Yang, his steps slightly unsteady. Boss, are you okay? Why do you look so weak? Before Yu Yang could say anything, Lin Wei was already displeased, mocking Wu Gang. But he is a Diamond University student. If he can't do it, can you? So what if he is a university student? I am still a fitness coach. Oh, since you're so capable, why did you ask Yu Yang for help with that last time? To put it bluntly, it's still a lack of confidence, Lin Wei retorted. Well, Wu Gang's face turned crimson as he stretched his neck and said, I just wanted to take it a step further. Alright, enough said. There are children here, Jiang Chong interjected to stop their conversation. Yu Yang didn't express any opinion. His mind was filled with the thrilling images and sensations from earlier. If it weren't for the lack of supplies, Lin Wei might not have let him off so easily. However, although Yu Yang remained silent, others could see from Lin Wei's satisfied demeanor that Yu Yang must be impressive. By the way, where's Su Xiaoxiao? Lin Wei glanced around, but did not see Su Xiaoxiao's figure. She hasn't run away, has she? Yu Yang confidently shook his head. She won't run away. How do you know? Lin Wei was puzzled by Yu Yang's certainty. She remembered that yesterday Yu Yang was worried that Su Xiaoxiao would run away, but today his attitude had completely changed. What did you feed her, some love potion? Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. If you don't believe it, let's go take a look together. Then, except for Zhao Baofu and his wife Wang Ming, everyone followed Yu Yang to where Su Xiaoxiao was. From a distance they saw a dark little hill standing tall. As they approached, they realized that this hill-shaped object was actually made entirely of charcoal. 1832 1833. Su Xiaoxiao's serious voice came from behind the small mountain. Wow, this little girl is too impressive. Wu Gang exclaimed in amazement. Wang Tao was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a small girl to produce so much charcoal in just a few hours. Lin Wei looked incredulously at the towering pile of charcoal, covering her mouth in astonishment. How did you do this? This question was not directed at Su Xiaoxiao, but rather at Yu Yang. She was eager to know how Yu Yang managed to make Su Xiaoxiao work so hard at producing charcoal. That's a secret. Yu Yang certainly wouldn't tell Lin Wei. Not only Su Xiaoxiao, but Lin Wei had also been influenced by him, gaining a loyalty buff, so she would only do things beneficial to Yu Yang. Su Xiaoxiao continuously making charcoal was simply her way of helping Yu Yang. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao's previous reluctance to make charcoal wasn't due to laziness, but simply because she found charcoal too dirty. Yu Yang helped her solve this issue, and to repay him, Su Xiaoxiao naturally worked hard at producing charcoal. Brother Yu Yang. Upon seeing Yu Yang, Su Xiaoxiao immediately stood up, happily raising her rosy little face, hands on her hips, and proudly said, How about it? Isn't Xiaoxiao amazing? Yu Yang patted Su Xiaoxiao's head, praising, Xiaoxiao is truly incredible. With this much charcoal it will last us quite a while. Su Xiaoxiao felt particularly happy receiving Yu Yang's praise. She didn't know why, but she always wanted Yu Yang's affirmation. In the future, Xiaoxiao will make endless charcoal for brother Yu Yang. You shouldn't tire yourself out either. If you want to rest, just stop. No one will force you here, Yu Yang said gently. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and blinked, saying, Xiaoxiao isn't tired. I just need to think, and the charcoal will come out. It's just a bit boring. Suddenly Su Xiaoxiao's stomach rumbled. She immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, shyly saying, Xiaoxiao is a bit hungry. Yu Yang couldn't help but smile, saying, Then I'll take Xiaoxiao to eat. Since Su Xiaoxiao makes charcoal so quickly, we could actually trade this charcoal with the Yuqing Alliance. They should have plenty of low-level evolution crystals, Jiang Chong suggested, looking at the mountain of charcoal. As soon as Jiang Chong finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao immediately looked up, urgency in her voice. No way, we can't trade with the Yuqing Alliance. Why not? As far as I know, even the Yuqing Alliance has a great demand for fuel. They would surely be willing to exchange. Jiang Chong was puzzled. Su Xiaoxiao stammered for a while and finally, with a pleading look, turned to Yu Yang. Yu Yang gave her a reassuring glance and then said, if we trade it away, we won't have enough for ourselves. Besides, I don't want Xiaoxiao to have to make charcoal from morning till night. That's too harsh a demand for her. Hearing Yu Yang say this, the others nodded in agreement. Only Jiang Chong looked thoughtfully at Su Xiaoxiao. However, he didn't say anything more. Under Yu Yang's lead, the group returned to the table. One table was already a bit cramped, but fortunately Jiang Chong later brought back 2 more sets of tables and chairs. Everyone gathered around the 2 tables waiting for Zhao Baofu to finish preparing the meal. Just then a person suddenly walked in through the garage entrance. Yu Yang immediately became alert. However, Lin Wei's bell did not ring, indicating no threat, so Yu Yang did not act immediately. As the figure approached, Yu Yang realized it was a girl about his age. Although the girl was not very tall, her prominent bosom caught the eyes of the men present, causing them to momentarily lose focus. The girl glared angrily at Su Xiaoxiao, beside Yu Yang, gritting her teeth, and saying, Su Xiao, Xiao. Su Xiaoxiao, who had initially been looking down, trembled upon hearing the voice and slowly raised her eyes. When she saw the girl, her face immediately turned sour. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Gang stood up warily, eyeing the girl in front of him. Although the girl had a great figure, and her face radiated youthful beauty, this was the apocalypse. Who knew if she was an enemy for appearing so quietly at the garage door looking aggressive? So Wu Gang immediately blocked the girl's path. What's it to you? Get out of my way. The girl completely disregarded Wu Gang. Little girl, that's where you're wrong. This is our base. Jiang Chong stood up, pulling out a pistol from his waist, his eyes holding a hint of threat. Upon seeing Jiang Chong's gun, the girl finally toned it down a bit, biting her teeth and softening her tone, saying, I'm here to find my sister. Your sister? Everyone turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. Upon closer inspection, the girl did resemble Su Xiaoxiao a bit. Are you Xiaoxiao's sister? Yu Yang asked. That's right. Yu Yang nodded, glancing at Su Xiaoxiao's petite figure, then at the girl's prominent features, and seriously said, You wouldn't be called Su Didao, would you? What, Mr. Su? My name is Su Mingming. The girl followed Yu Yang's gaze and looked down, instantly realizing what he was implying. You pervert. With that, Su Mingming urgently shouted to Su Xiaoxiao, look at the kind of person you're with. Come back with me now. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our leader was just making a reasonable guess, Wu Gang said, finding Yu Yang's speculation quite logical. Sister, I don't want to go back, Su Xiaoxiao said, weakly hiding behind Yu Yang. Su Mingming was furious. What kind of spell have they cast on you? Would your sister ever harm you? Come back with me now. No, I won't go back. If I do, you'll force me to do things I hate again. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly became agitated. Su Mingming froze, her body stiffening for a moment, a flicker of pity and reluctance appearing in her eyes. Brother. He was only thinking about the team. Always about the team. Just because it's for the team, you can force me to do what I dislike. Su Xiaoxiao's voice grew heated. But without you, no one else has fuel to cook. If there's no fuel, go cut trees. Go find wood. Why force me? You know I hate getting dirty more than anything. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao began to cry again. Su Mingming was silent for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll talk to brother and ask him to lighten your workload. But no matter what, you have to come back with me. I don't care. I'm not going back. Su Xiaoxiao's attitude hardened. Su Mingming looked baffled and demanded, What's so great about this place? Such a small team. Can you even survive? Do you eat enough every day? Just then Zhao Baofu and Wang Meng brought freshly cooked dishes to the table. Zhao Baofu's culinary skills were impressive. Despite limited ingredients, he managed to create dishes that were aromatic and visually appealing with plenty of variety. The rich fragrance filled the air, softening the tense atmosphere. Huh? What's going on? Why is it so fragrant? Su Mingming stared at the dishes being set down, her astonishment rivaling that of seeing a mutated beast. In her mind, such a small team, living in such a crude place, couldn't possibly have abundant food. But what was this being served? How could it look so tempting? Su Mingming's demeanor weakened considerably. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. Maybe you'd like to have some too, Yu Yang said with a half-smile. Su Mingming didn't hold back. Fine, I'll have a little. I don't believe you guys have anything good for Xiaoxiao. With that, she boldly sat down right next to Su Xiaoxiao. The others present were taken aback by the scene. Seeing her sister sit beside her, Su Xiaoxiao's mind began to race. Sister, let me tell you, it's great here. What's so great about it? Have you bumped your head? Su Mingming unceremoniously picked up chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. The tender texture combined with the richly flavored sauce spread across her taste buds. It was actually quite delicious. What kind of meat was this so succulent? Su Mingming's furrowed brow relaxed noticeably. Ahem. She asked Su Xiaoxiao, what were you saying was good about this place? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Knowing her sister well, she sensed an opportunity. They can charge phones here. Uffed. Su Mingming quickly covered her mouth, nearly spitting out what she was eating. She hastily swallowed the meat and looked at Su Xiaoxiao as if she were an idiot. Have you really lost your mind? Where would there be electricity now? Young lady, care to look at what's above your head? Wu Gang snickered mockingly. Su Mingming shot Wu Gang a glare, then looked up and froze. She hadn't noticed when she came in, but now she saw that the electric lights here were actually on. Electricity? How can you possibly have electricity here? Hey, our leader fixed a generator, so of course we have power, Wu Gang said smugly. A generator? Su Mingming held her breath and listened. Indeed, she could faintly hear the hum of machinery in the distance. There really is a generator here. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed happily. Of course. And we can take showers too. Su Mingming was genuinely shocked and asked incredulously, you mean like the showers before the apocalypse? Exactly. Not the kind that makes your skin itch afterward. Of course not. Su Xiaoxiao gave a sly grin, as she knew exactly what her sister's weak spots were. Su Mingming loved playing games, but after the apocalypse, all power infrastructure collapsed. As the charge in her power banks dwindled, her greatest hobby became an unattainable dream. That's why Su Mingming reacted so strongly upon hearing about electricity. Secondly, Su Mingming loved bathing. Most girls valued cleanliness, and Su Mingming was no exception. But under the current conditions, having enough to drink was a luxury, let alone using clean water for a bath. Su Mingming could only wipe herself down with rainwater. She never had the chance to truly bathe. So the prospect of bathing was immensely appealing to her. And the water heater here can precisely adjust the temperature. Su Xiaoxiao pressed on. I'm staying. Su Mingming decided on the spot. After she spoke, she noticed everyone except Su Xiaoxiao staring at her in surprise, and she felt a bit embarrassed. But the allure of electricity and a proper bath was too strong, so she steeled herself and asked, can I stay? My sister is here, so it's fine if I stay to keep her company, right? Everyone looked at Yu Yang. But Yu Yang didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, you can stay, but only if you can contribute to the team. We don't take in useless people. Su Mingming was stunned, then looked around at everyone present. She wanted to ask Yu Yang, is that snot-nosed kid grinning like an idiot useful? You're clearly targeting me. But she only dared to think it, saying instead, my ability is to sense the general location of a target. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Su Mingming explained, if I think of a person or creature, I can sense roughly where they are. The closer they are, the more precise. Otherwise, how do you think I found Su Xiaoxiao? Doesn't seem very useful, Wu Gang muttered. Su Mingming immediately jumped up. You're the useless one. What do you have besides some muscles? A muscle-bound idiot. Wu Gang was taken aback by the scolding. He admitted his chest muscles were quite developed, but compared to the woman before him, his were truly insignificant. Fine, you can stay, Yu Yang decided. But starting tomorrow, you'll help us find isolated mutant beasts. It's time for our team to go on the offensive. After finishing dinner, night had fallen, and everyone returned to their respective residences in the garage. There were some abandoned vehicles blocking the way, providing a semblance of privacy. Su Mingming, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao, experienced the precision temperature control of the water heater for the first time. As the warm water flowed over Su Mingming's body, she couldn't help but exclaim, this is the life. Xiaoxiao, how did you end up with this group of people? Su Mingming asked while lathering soap on herself. Su Xiaoxiao's expression fell despondently. I was rescued by brother Yu Yang. If it weren't for him, I might still be trapped in that dark place. Hearing this, Su Mingming's expression tightened with concern. What happened exactly? Su Xiaoxiao sighed and decided to undress, completely walking over to Su Mingming. Earlier she had been busy with charcoal and hadn't bathed, so it was a good opportunity to wash together. Leaning against Su Mingming, she said with a hint of grievance, as soon as I got out, I ran in this direction. I encountered quite a few mutated beasts along the way, but fortunately, I was fast enough that they couldn't catch up to me. Su Mingming wanted to admonish her, but felt a pang of sympathy instead. After a sigh, she said, fortunately, after your second evolution, your physical abilities have increased several times, otherwise you would have been caught and eaten by those mutated beasts long ago. I didn't argue. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and continued, I ran, and when I got tired I stopped to rest. Then a man who looked like an uncle found me. He told me he could take me in, and their team had food. So I went back with them. But when we arrived, they made me do this and that. I was so hungry and had no strength I couldn't do it anymore. They told me that useless people didn't have the right to eat. I told them I could make charcoal. At this point, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with tears of grievance. Then when I wasn't paying attention, they knocked me out, chained me up, and forced me to make charcoal. If it weren't for brother Yu Yang rescuing me, I might have been trapped there forever. Su Mingming gently stroked Su Xiaoxiao's head, comforting her. It's all in the past now. It's my fault for being late. I wish I had found you sooner. Su Xiaoxiao looked up and shook her head. It's not sister's fault. It's all my fault for being useless. It's not your fault. Those people were too wicked. You're just too innocent. That's why I was worried you might be deceived by that Yu Yang, so I stayed to accompany you. Isn't it because you wanted to bathe that you stayed? Su Xiaoxiao asked innocently. Su Mingming's face flushed. Well, of course I stayed because I was worried about you. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her sister earnestly and said, sister, brother Yu Yang is a good person. You really don't need to worry. Not only did he heal all my injuries, but he also taught me how to make charcoal from a distance, so I won't get dirty anymore. Oh, he has such abilities. Is that his special power? Su Mingming's heart stirred. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. I just know that brother Yu Yang is very good at fixing things. The generator, water dispenser, and electric water heater were all repaired by him, and they work even better now. Su Mingming nodded thoughtfully. So are you planning to stay here forever? Don't you want to see your brother? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly showed dissatisfaction at the mention of her brother. Who wants to be his sister? Let him find someone else to be his sister. I want to be with brother Yuyang forever. Su Mingming's mouth slightly opened in shock. Xiao Xiao, you don't really like that Yuyang, do you? Sister. Su Xiaoxiao angrily turned the water temperature down to 1 degree, causing Su Mingming to scream. Okay, stop messing around. Xiao Xiao, come here. Su Mingming adjusted the water temperature back to normal and diligently lathered soap on Su Xiaoxiao. He'll stay here with you for now, but in a couple of days I need to go back to report to your brother. I don't want my brother to know I'm here. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Your brother was very sad when he found out you ran away. If anything happened to you, he might never forgive himself. I promised him that I would return within a week regardless of whether I find you or not. Today is already the 5th day. All right. Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said actually if my brother wants charcoal it's not impossible. He can trade it for a primary evolution crystal. Wow, Su Xiaoxiao. Are you really so biased towards your brother Yuyang that you want our team to exchange primary evolution crystals for it? And you still say you don't like that Yuyang? If I like him then I like him. What's wrong with that? Su Xiaoxiao, feeling defiant, directly admitted brother Yuyang is handsome, kind-hearted, and capable. He even speaks gently. Well, go wash your bath properly. Su Mingming gave Su Xiaoxiao a light tap on the head, then dried herself off and walked out. Standing in place, Su Mingming thought for a long time, but she still felt that she shouldn't let anyone take advantage of her sister so easily. No, I must make it clear to that Yuyang. He can't lay a hand on my sister. With that thought, Su Mingming walked towards the place where Yuyang was resting, following her memory. The next day dawn had fully broken before Yuyang rubbed his eyes and crawled out of bed. As he glanced at Lin Wei, who was sound asleep beside him, his heart trembled. Good thing I evolved once, or I really wouldn't have been able to get up. If I evolve a second time, I might be able to fully adapt. It's time to push hard and strive to complete the second evolution within 3 days. With this thought, Yuyang quietly got out of bed. He knew that Lin Wei, as the one taking the lead, was actually more exhausted, though she hadn't shown it to keep him happy. So Yuyang didn't disturb Lin Wei's slumber. Instead, he silently dressed and made his way to where the others were gathered. In the squad, everyone rested around the garage, spaced apart. The gathering spot, akin to a kitchen and living room, was near the garage entrance where they ate and held meetings. Wu Gang had just arrived, as well, looking well-rested and even more spirited than Yuyang. Yet instead of pride, he felt a sense of misfortune. Was it that he didn't want to be exhausted? It was that he had no one to exhaust him. The more Wu Gang brooded, the more depressed he grew. However, when he spotted the fragrant breakfast on the table, half his gloom dissipated. The table was laden with bowls of lean meat porridge prepared early that morning by Zhao Baofu and Wang Meng. Since they were the only 2 able-bodied men in the team without combat skills, they had taken it upon themselves to handle meals. The rice for the porridge had been traded by Yuyang from Anyang, and the meat came from the lean parts of the concealed giant python, making the porridge exceptionally delicious. Eating the flesh of mutated beasts daily was subtly strengthening everyone's physique. Before long, the others arrived one after another. Let's eat quickly. We need to move out after the meal, Yuyang announced before diving into his food. Hey, why hasn't sister come yet? Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly. As her words faded, a girl in strikingly bold attire emerged from the shadows, stepping with a feline grace. It was the curvaceous Su Mingming. Though her outfit had been relatively modest yesterday, today it had lost a great deal of fabric, leaving her quite exposed. Sister, aren't you cold? Su Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Su Mingming, of course not. Your sister has undergone a second evolution. Her constitution is far beyond ordinary people. This chill is nothing to her, Wu Gang remarked with a grin. Sensing Wu Gang's gaze, Su Mingming frowned in displeasure, thinking to herself, what are you looking at? It's not for you. Yet what irked her more was her true target, Yuyang. At that moment, he was hunched over, savoring a bowl of plain porridge with gusto, not even glancing up at her. How infuriating. Su Mingming clenched her teeth. But she couldn't call out to Yuyang directly. That would be too obvious. As for Yuyang, his sole sensation was hunger. Last night had drained too much of his energy, so the already tasty lean meat porridge seemed like a divine delicacy in his eyes. He ate bowl after bowl, utterly oblivious to Su Mingming's murderous glare. Ahem. Finally, Jiang Chong sensed Su Mingming's killing intent and spoke up to remind them, Yuyang, why don't you assign today's tasks? Only then did Yuyang lift his head. Sure thing, he said, finally noticing Su Mingming, whose face was flushed with anger. What's wrong with you? Did a zombie chew up your clothes? You. Su Mingming was so furious she wanted to dump the porridge on Yuyang's head. I think a zombie chewed up your brain. With that, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Who said you could go? Yuyang's gaze was calm. Did you forget what you promised yesterday? Su Mingming halted but didn't turn around. Her heaving shoulders and clenched fists betrayed her inner rage. After a moment, she whirled back, glaring fiercely. I'm doing this all for Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with a jerk like you. Wu Gang muttered, so this outfit is for Su Xiaoxiao too. Shut up. Su Mingming shot him a venomous glare, making Wu Gang shrink back. He was genuinely a bit afraid of this young girl. After all, despite her ordinary appearance, Su Mingming had undergone a second evolution, granting her a physique far beyond his own. Today you must help us find 3 elite-level mutated beasts. Su Mingming, who had just taken a sip of the lean meat porridge, sprayed it all over Wu Gang's face. Wu Gang was stunned, but could only wipe his face in resignation. He couldn't fight back after all. Su Mingming stared at Yu Yang in disbelief. Are you insane? You think you can take on elite-level mutated beasts? Don't get cocky just because you've killed a few ordinary ones. Elite-level ones are a whole different ballgame. Su Xiaoxiao nudged her sister and whispered, Sister, the meat in the porridge you just drank came from an elite-level mutated beast. Su Mingming froze. She stared at the savory morsels in her bowl, eyes wide with disbelief. This is elite-level mutated beast meat. This is the flesh of an elite-level mutated beast, the concealing python. Yu Yang said indifferently, then took another sip of his lean meat porridge. Su Mingming still found it somewhat unbelievable. Her team had killed elite-level mutated beasts before, but only after a siege involving hundreds of people, and even then many members had perished. Elite level and ordinary level were entirely different magnitudes. With ordinary level beasts, a dozen or so people could barely take one down with teamwork and firearms. But elite level beasts were different. Ordinary firearms couldn't even break through their defenses. Only weapons with immense penetrating power or bombs with devastating lethality stood a chance. In her view, this place simply lacked the conditions to kill an elite level beast. After pondering for a long time, Su Mingming still found it strange and asked, How exactly did you manage it? Just with your few people? Of course not. Wu Gang immediately replied. Oh, I see. Did you trade for this meat with other resources? Su Mingming thought this guess was the most reasonable. Wu Gang shook his head again. Just as Su Mingming was about to press further, Wu Gang explained, This concealing python wasn't killed by us. It was killed by the boss alone. What did you say? Su Mingming was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand. Impossible. Don't joke around. How could one person kill an elite-level mutated beast? Unless the supreme commander of our alliance were here. After saying this, Su Mingming quickly covered her mouth. Then she looked at Su Xiaoxiao nervously, hoping for comfort, but Su Xiaoxiao added fuel to the fire. Sister, you said that, not me. Su Mingming completely gave up. Since she couldn't hide it anymore, she might as well admit it openly. After all, it wasn't something shameful for her. Yes, him from the Royal City Alliance. As far as I know, only those who have evolved to the 3rd level can kill an elite-level mutated beast with individual strength. Su Mingming looked at Yu Yang. In the entire Royal City Alliance, only the Supreme Commander is at level 3. Are you also at level 3? Yu Yang put down his bowl of lean meat porridge. Burp, he let out an undignified belch, then said, I'm not level 3. I'm level 1. Level 1. This left Su Mingming bewildered. No, how can you be level 1? She looked at her sister in confusion and asked, Didn't you say he has a special ability? How can he be level 1? Su Xiaoxiao was also confused. Brother Yu Yang does have a special ability. He healed all my injuries, and he fixed the water heater for your bath yesterday. But you only evolve a special ability at level 2. That's common knowledge. Su Mingming still refused to believe. Our boss is the chosen one, understand? The chosen one. Not something mortals like you can comprehend. Su Mingming fell silent. She knew Yu Yang was exceptional, but she hadn't expected him to be so extraordinary. So when you evolve to level 2, will you gain another ability? Su Mingming suddenly asked. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Yes, they had all overlooked this before. Yu Yang already had an ability before level 2. So once he evolved to level 2, wouldn't he gain another one? The first ability was already so formidable, wouldn't the second be even more heaven-defying? Theoretically, yes, Yu Yang said with slight hesitation. However, although Yu Yang was certain he would gain a second ability, he didn't think it would be as heaven-defying as the universal restoration system. Instead, it would likely be like most people's, a decent ability with limitations. As for how effective it would be, that would depend on the individual. Alright, I can lead you to an elite-level mutated beast, but Xiao, and I won't participate in the fight. Su Mingming replied after some thought. Agreed, Yu Yang responded readily. Although the Su sisters had both evolved twice, their abilities were useless in combat, and they lacked proper weapons, so their participation would be meaningless. Thus Yu Yang had never intended for them to fight. Alright, since we've settled it, let's set off. Aren't we waiting for Lin Wei? Jiang Chong asked. Yu Yang paused, then said no need. Let her rest well, as she was too tired last night. Everyone was an adult, so they naturally understood Yu Yang's implication. The Su sisters blushed slightly. It's up to you now. Yu Yang looked at Su Mingming with a gentle smile. FIA Cathedral. A massive cross was lodged diagonally in the ruins, standing like a giant sword. A team of a dozen people passed by. The two at the front bore some resemblance. Brother, can we really kill an ordinary mutated beast? And Jia looked at Yang, who held a shotgun, and asked worriedly. And Yang's palms were sweaty as he gripped his gun. Don't worry. With a gun, killing an ordinary mutated beast isn't impossible. And Yang's team had decided after 2 days of discussion to trade 100 packs of salt with the Royal City Alliance for this shotgun, which only had 2 bullets left. Although it seemed like a poor deal, and Yang had his own plan. He knew Jiang Chong had plenty of bullets. Although Jiang Chong had a strange temper, he had helped Yang twice before. So Yang believed he had a chance to trade for the bullets he needed from Jiang Chong. Once he had enough bullets, the deal would be completely worthwhile, even a profit. The only problem with the shotgun was that it had to be fired at close range to be effective. At long range, its lethality was greatly reduced. If only Yu Yang were here. He could take down a mutated beast with just 2 shots, and Jia murmured. Hearing in Jia's words, and Yang's eyes dimmed. He admitted he wasn't as strong as Yu Yang. In fact, that night he had been the one to urge Jia to go to Yu Yang's room, but he hadn't expected Yu Yang to refuse. It's my fault, brother. I should have begged Yu Yang to take you in. And Jia shook her head. Don't blame yourself, brother. It's my fault for not making Yu Yang like me. If only I had been more proactive and less reserved. Before the apocalypse, and Jia had been the type who was constantly pursued by admirers. So she was used to being reserved and aloof. That night's initiative had been the limit of what she could do. After being rejected, she hadn't begged Yu Yang to take her in. Now she regretted it. Watch out. Just as Jia was lost in thought, and Yang shoved her aside. A splash of corrosive liquid landed right where she had been standing. Sizzle, the ground corroded into a pit. And Jia's face turned pale. She dared not imagine the horrific consequences had that corrosive liquid splashed onto her. A hissing screech came from a height beside her. She looked up and saw a giant bat-like mutated creature hanging atop a cross-shaped structure amidst the ruins. Its crimson eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it observed them with interest. And Jia's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The rest of the team retreated in terror, staring at the fearsome mutated beast. Damn, it's a flying mutated beast. And Yang's expression darkened. Encountering a flying mutated beast drastically reduced the threat of the shotgun. Although the person who gave him the gun claimed 1 shot could kill an ordinary mutated beast, and 2 were guaranteed, that was only if he could actually hit it. No choice. We have to lure it down, and Yang said solemnly. Lure it down? How? We should run. Though the team consisted of Yang's main combatants, they were all trembling with fear at the sight of the mutated beast. Especially since their relied-upon shotgun was ineffective, they had completely lost confidence in killing the beast. We've been targeted. How can we escape? If we run, we'll be picked off one by one. Then none of us will survive. We can't escape, and we can't fight. What do we do? Someone was already in despair. And Yang's expression flickered with struggle. Gritting his teeth, he said, It's not that we can't win, I just need a chance to get close. He'll do it. A sallow-faced man in his 40s stepped forward, understanding in Yang's intent. He'll lure it down. His voice choked with emotion. When it starts eating me, Captain, and you must kill it. A young man in his early 20s rushed out and embraced the older man. No, Dad, why does it have to be you? Tears streamed down the young man's face. The older man's eyes held sentiment and weariness, but little fear. I have liver cancer anyway. I wouldn't have lasted long. I'm happy to have spent these 3 months with you. Take care of yourself from now on, okay? Let me save you one last time, and let me die with some meaning. With that, ignoring his son's protests, he charged at the mutated bat. No, Dad. The young man tried to follow, but the other teammates held him back. The bat, seeing someone approach, spat a glob of corrosive liquid. With a sizzle, the man screamed as most of his body was corroded, turning into a puddle of bloody fluid. The mutated bat flapped its wings and landed beside the man. A long proboscis extended from its mouth, piercing the body and beginning to suck the fluids. Now, and Yang seized the moment as the bat landed, rushing up and firing the shotgun point-blank against the creature's body. A muffled blast rang out. Yet to everyone's shock, the close-range shot only left white marks on the bat's wing, causing no real damage. And Yang quickly fired another shot, but the result was the same. The bat screeched and spread its wings, sending Yang flying into a pile of rubble. It was then that he realized why his shots had no effect. This was an elite-level mutated beast. The faces of everyone in Yang's team turned ashen. They never imagined that after the man's sacrifice, Yang's shotgun would be utterly useless against the beast. Brother. And Jia rushed to Yang's side, tears streaming down her face. And Yang spat blood and shouted hoarsely, Run. This is an elite-level mutated beast. We can't defeat it. Whether angered by Yang's shots, the bat abandoned its meal and attacked the team. Several globs of dark green corrosive liquid flew out, hitting several people. Screams of agony filled the air as the team suffered heavy casualties. Despair flooded in Yang's eyes. And Jia, it's my fault. I should have insisted that Yu Yang take you away. And Jia sobbed uncontrollably. It's my fault. I'm useless. Don't blame yourself, brother. And Yang watched the bat fly toward him and sighed heavily. If only Yu Yang were here. I should have led the whole team to join his group as a subsidiary. But I was too proud, thinking I could lead us to thrive. That's why we're here today. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then several gunshots rang out. The mutated beast cried out in pain and recoiled. Brother, it's Yu Yang. Yu Yang is here. And Jia tugged at Yang's arm, her voice filled with joy. He opened his eyes in a daze to see Yu Yang approaching with a relaxed demeanor, as if strolling in a garden. Yu Yang smiled warmly. Captain, and long time no see. And Yang's heart surged with joy. Yu Yang, it's really you. We're saved. Yu Yang didn't exchange pleasantries, but turned his attention to the mutated beast. Elite Order Breaker, Corrupted Bat, HP 90180, attack 80, defense 50, special ability, spits highly corrosive liquid. With Su Mingming's guidance, Yu Yang had finally located the elite beast. Its stats were relatively weak, but it was a flying type. The corrupted bat stared at Yu Yang with its crimson left eye wariness evident. Yu Yang's 3 bullets had all struck its right eye, inflicting considerable damage. The bat immediately closed its eyes and began emitting sonar. Thus it had no weakness. Vision was never its forte. Even after evolution, echolocation remained an instinct etched into its genes. Seeing the corrupted bat close its eyes, Yu Yang remained utterly unfazed. Not to mention that the bat had far more vital points than just its eyes. Even if there were none to strike, Yu Yang still held his trump card. Wang Tao, can you hit it? Wang Tao, hearing Yu Yang call his name, knew it was his moment to shine. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and charged toward the corrupted bat. Sensing someone rushing at it through the sound waves, the bat immediately spat out a glob of corrosive fluid. But Wang Tao was prepared. He rolled to the side to evade the attack. His heart pounded wildly. Soon he closed in on the corrupted bat. Feeling his approach, the bat flapped its wings to rise, readying another strike of corrosive fluid. Seeing the bat fly higher, Wang Tao gritted his teeth and hurled his baton. The baton arced through the air toward the bat. Sensing the incoming object, the bat tried to dodge, but its bulky wings were struck. The baton bounced off, and the bat immediately felt its body grow fragile, though outwardly it seemed unaffected. This left the surviving members of Yang's team bewildered. Why use a baton against a mutated beast instead of a gun? What use is a baton? Even our shotguns couldn't harm it. It's over. We're all going to die here. I thought this Yu Yang was impressive, but his idea is so childish. Sending someone with a baton to fight a mutated beast. And Yang's face grew grim. Is Yu Yang truly helpless against this mutated bat? But the next scene left them all dumbfounded. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the corrupted bat, which had been circling in the air, let out a mournful cry and plummeted straight to the ground, crashing heavily. Ding! Killed elite level order breaker corrupted bat. Earned 1,000 repair points. Those who had just doubted Yu Yang rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. What happened? How could a mutated beast with such astonishing defenses be taken down with just 2 shots? And Yang stared blankly at the dead corrupted bat on the ground, utterly stunned. Not only Yang, but even Su Mingming looked incredulous. She had never truly believed Yu Yang could kill an elite-level mutated beast, having personally witnessed the City Defense Alliance's bloody and costly battles against such creatures. Each time they suffered heavy casualties and paid a tremendous price to slay just one. Yet now Yu Yang had effortlessly killed one. This defied her imagination. And what role had that baton played? Su Mingming was completely baffled. Wang Tao, seeing the elite mutated beast so easily slain, knew the baton had been crucial and hurriedly retrieved it, cherishing it dearly. Jiang Chang's expression froze for a moment, then he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Though a second-level evolver, he was utterly outmatched in attack power and effectiveness by Yu Yang, a first-level one. Wu Gang, seeing the bat dead, dashed over, split open its skull, retrieved a mid-grade evolution crystal, and excitedly returned to hand it to Yu Yang. Only one. Yu Yang felt a slight disappointment. It seems elite-level mutated beasts vary. That previous one yielded 2 mid-grade evolution crystals. Be grateful. This is a mid-grade evolution crystal. Su Mingming's gaze was complex. Even in the City Defense Alliance, this would spark fierce contention. You obtained it so easily, yet you're still unsatisfied. Seeing her pout, Yu Yang shook his head with a wry smile and consumed the crystal. The evolution progress increased by 1 notch. 2 more to go, Yu Yang murmured. Thank you so much, brother Yu Yang. And Yang, supported by Jia, approached Yu Yang, his eyes filled with envy. Though only a few years older, the gap between them was stark. His entire squad had nearly been wiped out, yet Yu Yang had effortlessly eliminated the terrifying mutated beast. No need to thank me, Captain N. This corrupted bat was our target anyway. Yang, long time no see. Jiang Chang greeted Yang. Only then did Yang realize that the second-level evolver he had always respected was also in Yu Yang's team. After much deliberation, a look of struggle flickered in Yang's eyes. Finally, as if making a resolute decision, he said to Yu Yang, brother Yu Yang, would you be willing to let us become your affiliated team? Su Mingming's eyes widened in surprise. You're willing to make your team an affiliated one? Affiliated team? What does that mean? Yu Yang asked. Seeing his confusion, Su Mingming explained affiliated teams are common in the City Defense Alliance. Some small teams want to join the alliance, but don't qualify, so they become affiliated teams. Their status and treatment are far inferior to formal teams. They do all the heavy menial work and must obey the formal team, completely serving them entirely. But in return, they get protection from the formal team. When in danger, the formal team will help them. An affiliated team, huh? After hearing Su Mingming's explanation, Yu Yang rubbed his chin and said, I can accept you as an affiliated team, but you'll have to agree to a few conditions. Hearing there was a chance, and Yang's face lit up. Brother Yu Yang, just say it. If it's within my power, I'll do it without question. Yu Yang nodded. He agreed because the situation was completely different from before. Previously, Yang had invited him to join. Now, he was asking Yu Yang to be the leader. Though both involved forming a team, the status and dynamics were worlds apart. Once the affiliation was established, and Yang himself would have to obey Yu Yang's orders without any objection. Yu Yang paced for a moment, then spoke first. At Minghuang Elementary School, you must give up the best spot for my team to move in. No problem. Minghuang Elementary is huge. Well, vacate the best preserved building for you. And Yang agreed without a second thought. No, vacate 2 buildings. I'll live in one alone, and no one is to live near me, Yu Yang added. And Yang paused, then nodded. That's fine, you. Captain, rest assured. Yu Yang nodded with slight satisfaction. Second, anyone who disobeys management or displeases me will be expelled from the team. This. And Yang hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip, and said, no problem. Well, follow Captain Yes orders. Good. If that's settled, go back and get ready. After I kill a few more elite mutated beasts, I'll come to Minghuang Primary School to find you. You still plan to hunt elite mutated beasts? And Yang felt his mind go numb. His own group was barely managing to avoid elite mutated beasts, and yet Yu Yang was volunteering to seek them out and slay them. The gap between teams seemed impossibly vast. Just a few days apart, and Yu Yang's team had grown so formidable. Wait, I have one more request. And Yang called after Yu Yang. Wu Gang scowled with displeasure and snapped, hey, don't get cocky. Taking you in was already generous. Now you dare to make demands. Yu Yang too was puzzled. He did not consider Yang in any position to ask favors. But out of a sense of prior acquaintance, he reluctantly said, speak. And Yang hurriedly explained, I won't ask for anything excessive. I only hope, Captain, you will take my sister in and not leave her in an affiliated team. Seeing Yu Yang frown, he immediately knelt and pleaded, please, Captain, you just take her. And Jia can at least look after your daily needs. Brother. Watching her brother beg on her behalf made Jia feel uneasy. Although she truly liked Yu Yang, she did not want to beg and abase herself like this. She had always planned to become strong first, then pursue him. But now she realized that was impossible. Surviving in the apocalypse was far harder than she had imagined. And Yu Yang was so exceptional, more and more women would gather around him. If she did not seize her chance now, there would be no place for her by his side later. And Jia also knew that if she truly became Yu Yang's woman, he would likely show some consideration to her brother out of courtesy. Considering all this, and Jia bit her lip and ultimately knelt before Yu Yang as well. Please take me in. I do not ask you to be responsible for me. Even if you grow tired of me someday, that's fine. Only let me stay by your side for now. Yu Yang, seeing she had spoken so earnestly, sighed and said, very well. Stay with me. He happened to need someone to tend to daily chores. Lin Wei could not be bothered with mundane tasks. She only knew how to make him unable to rise. So in Jia's presence had some practical value. Besides, Jia was undeniably beautiful. Having a fresh, lovely girl at his side would be pleasing to the eye. Thank you, Captain Yu. And Yang finally felt the weight lift from his chest. And Jia, go stay with Captain Yu. I'm heading back now. And Jia, serve Yu Yang well, and swallow that little pride of yours, understand? And Yang said earnestly. And Jia nodded silently. After saying farewell to Yu Yang, and Yang led the remaining men toward Minghuang Primary School. And Jia reluctantly tore her gaze away and obediently fell in beside Yu Yang. You can stay with me, but you must be obedient, do you understand? Yu Yang, aware that she still possessed some pride, offered the admonition only lightly. I understand. After the humiliation she had just endured, and Jia felt an odd mixture of joy and excitement within her, though she hid it well, so no one noticed. She had always liked Yu Yang, if following him did not feel like a humiliation to her. Although joining Yu Yang's team in such a shameful way was unbecoming, the outcome was good. And Jia secretly glanced at Yu Yang's current companions and saw a girl whose beauty rivaled her own and whose figure was utterly alluring. A surge of insecurity washed over her. Only a few days, and Yu Yang already had so many stunning beauties by his side. Luckily, I am not too late. If I want to win his favor, I must show some sincerity. Nearby, Wu Gang watched another beauty accepted by Yu Yang and turned green with envy. Also, boss, you have much luck with the ladies. Alright, let's move on to the next target. Yu Yang ignored Wu Gang's resentful look and addressed Su Mingming. Su Mingming nodded, concentrated for a moment, then opened her eyes and said, there is an elite mutated beast in the park ahead, but its energy feels strange to me. Strange how? Too powerful? Yu Yang asked. Su Mingming shook her head. No, too stable. Usually a mutated beast's energy is wildly active, but this one feels almost motionless. Wu Gang snorted. What's strange about that? Maybe it's sleeping. We can ambush it. Wang Tao gives it a club, and he'll finish it with one strike. After seeing Wang Tao perform earlier, he was eager to prove his own worth. He also knew that as long as he stayed near Yu Yang, his defenses would be comparable to an ordinary mutated beast, and he would be less likely to be injured. Yu Yang, unsure of the full situation, warned nonetheless, don't be complacent. At all times maintain proper vigilance. Jiang Chong nodded quietly. He had expected Yu Yang might grow complacent after easily slaying an elite mutated beast and lose his guard. He had not expected someone so young to remain so calm in both success and failure. Understood, boss. The others nodded in agreement. Yu Yang's reminder quelled their contempt. Following Su Mingming's lead, they moved toward the park ahead. This park was smaller than Bull Park, though it had once held denser vegetation. But the flora here had withered yellow under the influence of some force during the apocalypse. Only a few plants had survived and become strangely mutated. For example, the ivy that once climbed walls had grown as thick as an arm and now covered the ticket booth. There in that direction, Su Mingming pointed at a conspicuous patch of green within a yellowed thicket. Yu Yang looked up and saw a towering ancient tree. Its dense canopy spread like a vast umbrella blotting out the sky. Hanging from the underside of that umbrella-like foliage were cocoons as large as grown adults, an unsettling sight that made the skin crawl. Is that a mutated beast? Wu Gang gaped. No, this is more like a mutated insect, Jiang Chong analyzed. Inside is probably a gigantic butterfly. Or perhaps a colossal caterpillar, yet to become a butterfly. At the mention of caterpillars, the two girls felt gooseflesh rise across their skin. No wonder its energy felt so stable. It's in a cocoon, Su Mingming realized. At the same time, data about this mutated insect had already appeared before Yu Yang's senses. Pseudo-elite order breaker illusory butterfly evolving. Health 50,100 weakened. Attack 20 weakened. Defense 30 weakened. Special ability can mimic surrounding objects, blending perfectly with the environment while completely concealing its energy fluctuations, making it extremely difficult to detect. Seeing these clearly weakened attributes, Yu Yang's heart brimmed with joy. It felt almost like finding something for nothing. However, he did not rush to strike. Instead, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. This place, while not particularly conspicuous, was also far from being truly hidden. To claim otherwise would be self-deception. Not to mention the towering tree standing out like a single green shoot amid a sea of yellow. Even the massive cocoon was highly conspicuous. Yet, this evolving illusory butterfly had not chosen a more concealed spot during its weakest moment. This defied all logic. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yang formed a plan. He turned to Wu Gang and said, "Who was it that wanted to chop it down? Come on, Wu Gang, here's your chance to shine." Wu Gang's face fell, his expression sour as he slumped in reluctance. The massive cocoon sent a chill down his spine. The unknown was always the most fearsome. He had no idea what might emerge from within, and facing a giant insect was far more daunting than confronting a colossal beast. But he had already spoken boldly, and backing down now would only invite ridicule from the others. After weighing his options, Wu Gang concocted a plan. "Wang Tao, you go first. Without your staff, I'm useless here. This mutated beast has low defense, you can handle it alone. Wang Tao's help isn't needed." Yu Yang's words sealed off any escape for Wu Gang. He looked at Yu Yang with a pitiful expression. "Boss, oh boss, you're setting me up." But since it had come to this, he had no choice but to step up, or he would never hold his head high in the team again. Resolved, Wu Yang gritted his teeth and charged straight at the giant cocoon. At that very moment, a massive piece of bark fell from the thick trunk of the towering tree. This bark unfurled in the wind and instantly transformed into a colossal butterfly. Holy crap! Wu Gang was scared out of his wits. At the same time, new information appeared before Yu Yang. Elite Order Breaker Illusory Butterfly. Health 200,200. Attack 80. Defense 60. Special ability can mimic surrounding objects, blending perfectly with the environment while completely concealing its energy fluctuations, making it extremely difficult to detect. Another elite mutated butterfly. Su Mingming exclaimed, her face paling. She was utterly baffled as to why she hadn't sensed this creature's presence. A wave of self-reproach swept through her heart. If her misjudgment led to someone getting hurt, or even killed, she would never forgive herself. But in truth, everything was under Yu Yang's control. He had deduced from the environment that this evolving illusory butterfly must have a companion watching over it, otherwise it wouldn't have been so brazen in its evolution here. That was why he had sent Wu Gang to attack the cocoon, to lure out the hidden butterfly. The illusory butterfly lunged at Wu Gang, its long proboscis and massive wings sending a chill down everyone's spine. Despite its delicate appearance, Wu Gang had no doubt it could twist his head off. "Boss, save me. Wang Tao, move." Yu Yang barked. Thankfully, Wang Tao did not disappoint, and despite the sudden attack, he kept his composure. He hurled his baton straight at the butterfly's outstretched wings. Drawing from past experience, he knew the broad wings were an easy target. Sure enough, though the butterfly was massive, it was slower than the corrupted bat from before, and the baton struck it squarely. Its defense dropped by 50 points, instantly down to just 10. Seizing the moment, Yu Yang fired his gun. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot dealt 40 points of damage to the butterfly. With a total health of 200, the butterfly's life force was completely drained after 5 shots, and it fell from the air like a tattered rag. Ding. Killed. An elite order breaker illusory butterfly gained 1000 repair points. Though the butterfly was taken down in a few shots, Yu Yang was not satisfied with the revolver in his hand. The attack power is still too low. If only I could repair the revolver again, at least double its attack power. Yu Yang sighed softly as he looked at the pristine revolver. "Why won't you break?" Wu Gang scrambled back to Yu Yang's side, his face ashen. "That scared me to death. Boss, you're a menace. I nearly lost my soul." Yu Yang shook his head with a wry smile at Wu Gang's state. In truth, with Wu Gang's defense of 50 after triggering his exclusive guardian ability, he wouldn't have died instantly even if the butterfly attacked him once or twice. If he had been injured, Yu Yang might even have considered repairing him again, granting him another evolution. But Wu Gang had missed that chance himself. Alright, what's there to fear? Everything was within my plans. Look at yourself. All those muscles wasted on you. With that, Yu Yang raised his hand again and fired 2 more shots at the giant cocoon. Thump thump. The bullets pierced through instantly, ending the life of the butterfly inside. Ding. Killed a pseudo-elite order breaker illusory butterfly, gained 500 repair points. The butterfly in the cocoon had just gathered enough energy to evolve from ordinary to elite and was in a weakened state. Perfect for Yu Yang to claim the spoils. Alright, go fetch the evolution crystals. Seeing that Yu Yang had eliminated all threats, Wu Gang beamed and eagerly scurried over, using his machete to retrieve the crystals. 1 large and 1 small evolution crystal. Wu Gang respectfully handed them to Yu Yang. Too bad one of the crystals hasn't reached the intermediate level yet. It's barely half of one. It should be worth about 5 primary ones. The smaller one came from the pseudo-elite illusory butterfly. Yet Yu Yang didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he held the smaller crystal and chose to repair it. Repairing the damaged intermediate evolution crystal requires 100 repair points. Proceed. After killing 2 elite order breakers and 1 pseudo-elite, Yu Yang's total repair points had reached 4005. Spending 100 points was nothing to him. After all, this intermediate crystal was crucial for a potential second evolution. Ding. Repair complete. Obtained intermediate evolution crystal. Yu Yang's operation of repairing the evolution crystals left both Jiang Chong and Su Mingming utterly astonished. What kind of move is this? Su Mingming gasped, her chest heaving violently, the turbulent waves revealing the shock within her heart. She had consumed many evolution crystals herself, but she had never seen anyone restore a flawed crystal to perfection. This defied her imagination. Even more terrifying was the fact that the one who performed such a feat had only evolved once, and he was about to undergo his second evolution. Everyone knew that Yu Yang was exactly 2 intermediate evolution crystals short, and this hunting mission was precisely to expedite his second evolution. Now all was ready. He only needed to consume these final 2 intermediate evolution crystals. Meeting their expectant gazes, Yu Yang did not hesitate. Before everyone, he swallowed the 2 intermediate evolution crystals. Boom. A profound energy surged within his body, and the accumulated evolutionary energy seemed to break through some bottleneck. It brought about a qualitative transformation in Yu Yang's physique. Previously, he was merely several times stronger than a normal human, but now he suddenly felt he was somewhat less human. More precisely, he began to develop a sense of control, a mastery over his own body. For instance, he now felt he could perform movements that were previously impossible. Moves like backbends and splits were effortless, unlocking many postures he could never achieve before. Moreover, he felt as though he could scale walls and leap across rooftops, his body brimming with inexhaustible strength. So this is the second evolution. How wonderful. However, the second evolution was far from over. Ding. Detected a fundamental change in the host's energy level. The universal restoration system is evolving. Ding. New addition: humans or weapons repaired by the host when used to kill other order breakers will also provide the host with restoration points. Excellent. Upon hearing this notification, Yu Yang's heart surged with ecstasy. Previously, despite his prowess, he had to do everything himself, as only his kills yielded restoration points, which had been somewhat frustrating. But now those restored by Yu Yang, like Lin Wei Wu Gang or Su Xiaoxiao, or those wielding weapons he repaired like Wang Tao, could now contribute restoration points through their kills. This way Yu Yang could become a true overseer. Moreover, as the number of people he repaired increased, the growth rate of restoration points would only accelerate. This was undoubtedly a massive enhancement. Ding. Second evolution complete. Extracting special ability. Here it comes. The moment Yu Yang had been most anticipating had finally arrived. The earlier surprise was an unexpected bonus, but the ability gained from this second evolution was something he had long awaited. It has to be powerful. Ding. Acquired special ability: Power Overload. Power Overload: imbue any item with an overload effect, increasing its attributes and effects tenfold for 3 minutes. There is a 50 chance the overloaded item will be damaged after the duration ends. Boom. The immense surprise left Yu Yang's mind blank. It took him a long while to recover. Incredible. System Year 2 incredible. Yu Yang's body trembled slightly with ecstasy. This wasn't a lack of composure, it was simply that this ability seemed tailor-made for him. It was incredibly overpowered. First, an overload increased an item's attributes and effects tenfold. That meant his revolver, originally with 50 attack points, would directly become 500 after overload. A full 500 points. It could instantly kill even elite-grade mutated beasts. His revolver had become a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. No, he himself had become a terrifying weapon. But the most absurd part was that after using power overload, there was a 50 chance the item would be damaged. This meant Yu Yang could to some extent engage in planned obsolescence. Since it was a probabilistic event, the system couldn't deem it intentional damage. Once damage occurred, Yu Yang could repair it continuously, gaining even stronger special effects. And once the revolver itself became sufficiently powerful, he wouldn't even need the overload effect to dominate everything. Moreover, in theory, he could apply this to any item. As long as he had enough restoration points, he was a god forging divine artifacts. So, what's your special ability? Seeing Yu Yang's dazed expression, everyone felt nervous. Yu Yang was their absolute core. The stronger he became, the greater the benefits for them. They all hoped he had obtained an extremely powerful ability. In response to their questions, Yu Yang did not elaborate. Instead, he said, "All you need to know is that I can now kill an elite-grade mutated beast with a single shot." A collective gasp of awe swept through the group. Kill an elite-grade mutated beast with one shot. Was that even possible? If anyone else had said that, they would have thought them insane. But this was Yu Yang. He was the one who could take down an elite-grade beast in just a few shots. So reducing it from a few shots to one shot did seem plausible. Yet the results still far exceeded their expectations. In truth, Yu Yang's statement was conservative. He could now not only instantly kill elite-grade beasts, but even those of a higher tier would likely fall in a single blow. What's the downside? Zhang Chong asked. There is a downside, but for me it's actually a benefit, haha. I won't go into details, just know that your leader is invincible. Yu Yang rarely displayed such arrogance. But the gains from this evolution were too immense. He couldn't help but indulge in a little pride. Since I've completed my evolution, Su Mingming and Wang Tao go back and inform the team. Have them pack up and prepare to move to Minghuang Elementary School. The rest of you come with me to Minghuang Elementary School. It's time we improved our living conditions. Aren't we going straight to the nuclear power plant? Zhang Chong asked. Since you have the power to kill elite-grade beasts, the nuclear plant is worth considering. In response to Zhang Chong's question, Yu Yang shook his head. The nuclear plant isn't off limits, but the time isn't right yet. Not only do I not have enough restoration points saved up, but even if I did, such a large facility can't be managed by just a few of us. I plan to take over in Yang's team, reorganize them, and ensure those who stay truly obey me. That way, when we reach the nuclear plant, we'll have enough manpower to manage it. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement with Yu Yang's logic. Also, I intend to scout the area first to see if there are any hidden dangers before making a decision, Yu Yang explained. For now, we'll settle at Minghuang Elementary School. I've been there before, it's decent. Once our team truly grows, we'll seize the nuclear power plant. With that, Yu Yang instructed Jia to lead the way, and everyone headed toward Minghuang Elementary School. Inside Minghuang Elementary School. What? An affiliated team? I disagree. A burly man slammed his bowl on the ground, fuming with anger. And Yang, we recognized you as our leader, and this is how you treat us. Yet what's the difference between this and being someone's lapdog? And Yang's face darkened. He hadn't expected such fierce opposition from his own team. Can't you see the situation before us? Without the protection of an expert who can kill mutated beasts, we'll all be wiped out in the end. Bullshit. Didn't you trade 100 bags of salt for some gun yesterday? Where's the gun? Did you eat it? Someone demanded. And Yang's face flushed crimson. That gun is utterly useless. It can't even harm an elite mutated beast. If it weren't for Yu Yang's help this time, we'd all be dead. That's your responsibility as the leader. You insisted on hunting mutated beasts and wasted so much salt on a worthless gun. So many brothers died because of you. All accusations fell upon Yang, especially from the families of those who had perished in the squad, each harboring deep resentment toward him. Yang felt wronged as well. He said helplessly, "Could I avoid hunting mutated beasts? There's barely any rice left in the warehouse. If it weren't for brother Yu Yang generously trading so much meat with us last time, we'd be struggling for food in the coming month." Someone immediately stepped forward and questioned, "How can there be no rice? I remember we brought back dozens of bags back then. Did you secretly give them all to that Yu Yang last time?" "Exactly. He must have given it all to an outsider, or else how could there be no rice? No wonder you wouldn't let us into the warehouse. I knew there was something fishy." The crowd grew agitated. "You? How can you slander me like this?" And Yang was furious. "Slander you? Then tell us, where did the rice go?" And Yang said with a chill in his heart, "Think about it. There are over 50 of us, and we consume nearly half a bag of rice every day. It's been almost 3 months now, the rice is almost gone. We only have some flour left for staples. Once that's gone, we'll face a famine." At these words, panic spread through the crowd. Many of them had accepted Yang's leadership and stayed because they didn't have to worry about food. Thanks to Yang's quick response at the start of the apocalypse, he had stockpiled plenty of supplies, allowing them to eat without concern. But now that food was running out, they would soon starve. And Yang looked at these ingrates, feeling utterly disappointed. As a retired soldier, he had seen people without food and voluntarily shared his supplies. Everyone had been grateful to him. Coupled with Yang's strength and the support he garnered, he had gradually formed a team. But now those he had once helped were turning on him. It truly chilled Yang to the core. However, not everyone in the crowd was against Yang, some still supported him. Yet even they were reluctant about becoming an affiliated team. Fine. Even if everything you say is true and we have to become an affiliated team, why not join the Royal City Alliance? No matter how strong Yu Yang is, can he compare to the Royal City Alliance? These words drew agreement from many, right? Yu Yang is just one man, but the Royal City Alliance has tens of thousands. If we're going anywhere, it should be there. And Yang said with a hint of frustration, If being an affiliated team of the Royal City Alliance were so easy, I would have gone long ago. The Royal City Alliance doesn't care about sentiment. Once we join, we'll get the worst food and do the hardest work. The only benefit is a bit of protection, and even that isn't guaranteed. If we encounter an insurmountable danger, we'll be the first to be abandoned. And you still want to go to the Royal City Alliance? The crowd fell silent. They all knew that becoming an affiliated team of the Royal City Alliance meant living under someone else's thumb. Otherwise, they would have gone long ago. And Yang's voice grew passionate as he continued, "But do you know, when Wang Zhixing offended Yu Yang, he still saved in Jia's squad. How someone like that would treat us? I don't need to spell it out, do I? Being an affiliated team under such a person just means a bit more work and fatigue. But I'm certain Yu Yang won't treat our lives as worthless." On the other side, Yu Yang had just stepped into Minghuang Elementary School and happened to overhear Yang's speech. Even though he wasn't easily embarrassed, he felt a bit shy hearing this. He rubbed his nose and asked those beside him, "Am I really that good?" Yes. Boss, you absolutely are. Honestly, I don't feel the least bit wrong being your subordinate. And the grand vision you paint is delicious to me," Wu Gang said, showing his sycophantic nature. "Wu Gang, don't you know how to compliment?" "What grand vision?" Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chong nodded with a smile, looking at Yu Yang with admiration. "Decisive, yet not heartless, strong, yet not arrogant. A team with you is the best team." Hearing their words, Yu Yang didn't say much, but couldn't help curling his lips. "Yu Yang, you're finally here." And Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. He believed Yu Yang would surely have a way to stabilize the situation. In truth, after hearing Yang's heartfelt speech, many had already changed their minds. Seeing Yu Yang's entire team in high spirits further convinced them. Their vigor alone suggested they were living well. Alright, what's so bad about changing leaders? As long as we have food, who cares who's in charge? I think Yu Yang is great, handsome, and skilled. If it were me, I'd choose him as our leader. Right? Only the truly strong can lead us. Hearing the murmurs below, Yang felt a bit awkward. Still, he admitted that his leadership and strength weren't enough for the role of leader. Thus, he didn't feel particularly humiliated. Yu Yang patted Yang on the shoulder and slowly walked before the crowd. "Good, I can feel your enthusiasm," Yu Yang said with a smile, but then his tone shifted. "However, I never said I'd take all of you into my team. I, Yu Yang, have no need for those who refuse to obey orders and only eat without working." The moment Yu Yang uttered these words, the crowd below erupted into an uproar. They hadn't anticipated that even after agreeing to become a subordinate team, he would still expel some of them. Instantly, many who were usually idle and lazy lowered their heads in trepidation. The few who had stirred up trouble earlier were now gripped by panic. You and you, get lost," Yu Yang said, pointing at the instigators with a blank expression. "Why should we leave?" Those men were no pushovers either. Enraged at being cast out, they protested. "Oh, nothing really. I just find you all an eyesore." Yu Yang sneered, too lazy to argue further. The group was taken aback. They had expected Yu Yang to cite insubordination or some other charge they could refute. But calling them an eyesore was a direct slap in the face. Why should we leave? The base was built by everyone. If anyone should leave, it's you. Right? You're the outsider. And that Yang guy's siding with an outsider. He doesn't deserve to be the leader. Exactly, you both should get out. These men, far from being docile, refused to submit so easily. Yu Yang sighed softly and silently drew his revolver. The red-faced agitators immediately recoiled several steps. They had all witnessed Yu Yang kill Zhang Tan and knew this seemingly gentle young man was truly capable of murder. "Disappear from my sight now, or else," Yu Yang threatened. The group exchanged glances, but ultimately dared not argue under the gun's muzzle. "Fine, kid, just you wait. Do you really think we can't survive without this place? Let's go." "Well, go it alone. I refuse to believe a few able-bodied men can't make it. Yeah, let's get out of here and stop being bullied." As they spoke, they tried to persuade their close associates to join them. "Anyone who wants to leave can go now." "I won't stop you," Yu Yang said calmly. But no one was willing. Outside, death lurked at every turn. Only a fool would venture out. Embarrassed by the lack of followers, the group slunk away in disgrace. "And you lot, get out too," Yu Yang said, pointing at those who had sided with Zhang Tan before. Such unstable elements had no place in the team. Those men already cowering were still singled out by Yu Yang. Their faces fell, but they dared not object. With the gun in his hand, Yu Yang held absolute authority, and none wished to share Zhang Tan's fate. So they too lowered their heads and slunk away. "All right. For those remaining, I'll give you all a chance." Yu Yang looked at the tense crowd. "You'll go out and scavenge supplies for me." "Huh? There's nothing left out there?" a bold young man asked. Though silent, the others thought the same. If supplies were still easy to find, why would they have stayed? Yu Yang smiled slightly. "I'm not after food or drink. I want you to collect junk." Junk? What did he mean? For a moment, everyone except Yu Yang's own team was baffled. Broken electronics, weapons, equipment. Anything valuable that's damaged and unusable. After Yu Yang's explanation, they exchanged puzzled glances, still not understanding why he wanted junk. Wasn't that a waste of time? What's the point? Is there a scrap company in this apocalypse? You don't need to ask why, just do it. Follow orders and complete them. That's your job. Yu Yang gazed at the 40-odd faces, each with a different expression, and said calmly, I can guarantee that everyone who stays will have ample food and water. Moreover, as long as I'm here, your safety is assured. Also, if you find something of great value, it'll give you a chance to join the main team. At this, the crowd's expressions shifted instantly. Ample food and water, and safety. In the apocalypse, what could be more important? Plus, finding valuable items could earn them a spot in the main team. It was like a godsend. They could see that Yu Yang's team members were all vibrant, lacking the exhaustion and haggardness typical of the end times. Their lives were clearly comfortable. Join. They had to join. In an instant, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. Particularly the energetic young men who looked eager to start. They all rushed out of Minghuang Primary School without delay. Yu Yang. And Yang approached Yu Yang looking embarrassed. If I find something good, could I have a chance to join the main team? Yu Yang chuckled. Of course, Captain. Everyone has a fair shot. And Yang said shamefacedly, don't call me captain anymore. I'm not the leader now, you are. Yu Yang shook his head. From now on, whether you're in the main team or not, you'll always be the captain of the subordinate team. I won't give direct orders, I'll assign tasks to you, and you'll relay them. Really? And Yang's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Yu Yang to let him remain captain, especially after his failure. Managing so many people is too troublesome, and you have experience. What you lack is just some assertiveness. Frankly, you've been too kind to them. And Yang lowered his head. I know I'm too soft-hearted, but they're all neighbors from the same city. I couldn't bear to let them starve. No one wants them to starve, but to eat, they must contribute. No one is obligated to support them for free, Yu Yang said earnestly. Besides, some people won't appreciate what's given freely. And Yang nodded, then cast a deep glance at Jia beside Yu Yang before heading out of Minghuang Primary School to join the scavenging effort. In no time, the school was much emptier. Soon after, Wang Tao's family, along with Zhao Baofu and his wife, the Su sisters, and a clearly displeased Lin Wei, marched into Minghuang Primary School in a grand procession. Yu Yang, how could you leave me out of such an important operation? Though Lin Wei's voice carried reproach, her concern for his safety was evident. Yu Yang grinned sheepishly. I thought you were too tired to get up. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. What was Sister Lin Wei busy with last night? Su Mingming quickly covered her sister's mouth and gave an awkward laugh. You guys keep talking. And Jia, first take them to clear out a building for me to live alone, preferably a place where no matter how loud I shout, no one else can hear. Yu Yang said with a slightly awkward expression. Why do you need no one to hear your shouts? What if brother Yu Yang is in danger? Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was again covered by Su Mingming. You chat hee hee. Su Mingming directly dragged Su Xiaoxiao away. Yu Yang coughed twice, cleared his throat, and continued. Also find another remote small room to settle Officer Jiang. He likes solitude. Jiang Chang cast a grateful glance at Yu Yang. He was inherently an introvert who cherished solitude. Moreover, over the past 2 days he had been listening to novels with extreme caution, fearing that others might discover the content he was immersed in. Now with a private dwelling, his hobby could be fully indulged. Since Lin Wei had a crossbody bag upgraded by Yu Yang, heavy items like generators and water heaters were easily brought over. Under Yu Yang's arrangements, everyone methodically set up various living utensils in the new location. Because Yu Yang did not wish to be disturbed, these items were not installed in his own building, but rather next to the original warehouse. As the relocation wound down, those who had ventured out to scavenge for junk gradually returned. Almost everyone held 1 or 2 items in their hands. Indeed, many hands make light work. Yu Yang silently marveled. It was common sense that establishing a faction in the apocalypse accelerated development. Thus, despite his preference for a solitary life to avoid trouble, he chose to build his own force for faster progress. At that moment, the advantage of having many hands became evident. Leader Yu, how about this? A young man rushed over excitedly, presenting a crushed electric fan. An electric fan, eh? Yu Yang shook his head slightly. Winter is almost here, a stove would be more useful than this. Hearing Yu Yang's critique, the young man drooped his head in disappointment. However, given that you searched earnestly, I'll allow you to join the auxiliary team. They'll take this fan, or it might come in handy later. The young man's eyes lit up, and he expressed endless gratitude to Yu Yang before running off excitedly. Next, the second person offered up his discovered junk. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hesitantly, he pulled a damaged watch from his pocket. It was a luxury watch with an opulent appearance, now marred by numerous cracks, its hands frozen still. Seeing the watch, Yu Yang fell into contemplation. What do you fancy luxury watches too? Jiang Chang asked, noticing Yu Yang's pensive mood. Yu Yang shook his head. Though the watch's appearance was appealing, that wasn't what caught his attention. A watch, no matter how ornate or expensive, ultimately served to record time. Thus, once this watch was repaired, the special effect it granted might very well be related to time. As everyone knew, among all special effects, time and space were classic and eternal abilities. Mastering time could yield effects beyond imagination in many situations. At this thought, Yu Yang grew excited. He took the watch and attempted to repair it. Repairing the damaged Rolex watch requires 20 repair points. Proceed with repair. 20 points. No wonder it's a complex precision mechanical watch, Yu Yang marveled inwardly. So far, only the repair of a damaged intermediate evolution crystal and the generator had exceeded this number. and the latter had granted an effect akin to infinite energy. In that case, let's give it a try. Hope the effect is impressive. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a brand new Rolex watch. A pristine watch appeared in Yu Yang's hand, exquisite in both design and luster. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. One-time freeze. Basic freezes a single target in time for 3 seconds. Usable once per day. 2-time slow. Basic slows the time flow of a single target by 10-fold. Lasts 10 seconds. Usable once per day. 3-time reversal. Basic reverses a single target's time to 3 seconds ago. Usable once per day. Gazing at the 3 special effects before him, even Yu Yang was left astonished. He had anticipated possible time-related effects, but he never expected them to be so formidable. These effects alone could rival the abilities of some second-tier evolvers. This was time itself. However, after a brief moment of elation, Yu Yang found himself in a dilemma. Which one to choose? It was akin to a high school student before the apocalypse dreaming of attending the world's top 3 universities only to receive acceptance letters from all 3. Which to pick? This became a deeply perplexing issue. All 3 effects were immensely powerful, each with its own merits and drawbacks. A matter of personal perspective. Yet Yu Yang leaned toward time freeze. In combat, a stationary target was a sitting duck, greatly enhancing the odds of victory. If faced with an invincible foe, a 3-second immobilization could create an opportunity to escape. The only pity was that it could only freeze for 3 seconds. Otherwise, this ability might have other uses. Still, as a basic version, there was room for future upgrades. With these thoughts clear, Yu Yang directly chose time freeze. Ding. Rolex watch has been imbued with effect time freeze. Good, I like the watch, and you can join the auxiliary team. The previously anxious middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. Though the watch was his cherished possession, it was broken and useless in the apocalypse. Exchanging such a damaged item for a safe and comfortable living environment felt like a steal to him. Subsequently, several others presented their scavenged junk. Though few items were useful, Yu Yang was not overly strict and generally allowed them to pass. Only one sharp-faced, scrawny young man tried to cheat by tossing a pair of worn hole-ridden socks at Yu Yang. Enraged, Yu Yang kicked him straight out of the Minghuang Elementary School gate. As Yu Yang fumed, a charming middle-aged woman smiled and handed him a damaged electric mosquito swatter. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, at the prime of her maturity. Having weathered the passage of time, she had shed the naivety of youth, making her delicate features appear even more alluring and seductive. The harsh life of the apocalypse had left her attire less refined, yet beneath slightly disheveled strands of hair lay a face full of elasticity and luster, exuding a tender elegance. With a voluptuous and curvaceous figure, she swayed her enticing waist as she approached Yu Yang's side. Bending slightly, she revealed a soft and bouncy cleavage. Smiling, she asked, "Captain Yu, what do you think of my item?" Yu Yang blurted out, "What a handful." Then quickly recovering, he gave an awkward smile and said, "What a pleasant surprise. This electric mosquito swatter can probably be turned into a weapon." He praised her with utmost seriousness. "Given your outstanding performance, I hereby grant you special permission to join our main team." "But boss, you haven't even seen what it can repair into." Wu Gang couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him. Yu Yang shot him a cold glare. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Wu Gang immediately covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. "Captain Yu, you're truly kind and accomplished at such a young age. Handsome, well-built, and with an eye for quality. You saw right away that this is a fine item." The woman's red lips moved incessantly, showering Yu Yang with praise, her affectionate gaze fixed deeply upon him. Her voracious demeanor left Yu Yang with no doubt that she was an even more formidable character than Lin Wei. Nevertheless, this didn't mean Yu Yang would shy away from this earthly temptress. After his second evolution, his body was more than capable of facing greater challenges. "What's your name?" Yu Yang asked. "Song Yayan. Hee. Is it too rustic?" Song Yayan brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead and laughed self-deprecatingly. Little did she know that this gesture in the eyes of the men present only added to her charm. "Not at all, it's a lovely name. Let me first check what effect this mosquito swatter can have." Yu Yang gripped the swatter, spent 10 repair points, and fixed it. Ding. Obtained a brand new electric mosquito swatter. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1 strong current. Basic version. Upon hitting the target, the swatter emits a powerful electric current, dealing 2 points of true damage. 2 paralyzing current. Upon hitting the target, it inflicts a paralysis effect lasting 25 seconds, during which the target loses mobility. 3 electric cannon. Basic version. Swinging the swatter fires an electric projectile that deals 1 point of true damage upon impact. Note: attacking consumes electricity. Current charge 0, a max capacity 100. Each attack consumes 1 point of electricity. They're all impressive. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised by the 3 special effects. "I never expected true damage to be available." True damage meant ignoring defense values. Although each attack dealt minimal damage, ignoring defense completely compensated for that. In other words, with this mosquito swatter, even the most ordinary person could easily kill a common mutated beast. The electricity requirement was initially a major issue, but Yu Yang had a perpetual generator. Although it generated limited power, charging a mosquito swatter was no problem at all. After careful consideration, Yu Yang ultimately chose electric cannon basic version, as ranged attacks offered higher safety and were more suitable for a woman. Ding. The mosquito swatter has been imbued with the effect electric cannon basic version. After attaching the effect, Yu Yang handed the swatter back to Song Yayun and explained its effects and usage. Upon hearing this, Song Yayun was utterly astonished. You mean this is for me? Yu Yang nodded. It's lent to you. It's the same for everyone. Once you accumulate enough merits, you can consider keeping it permanently. Captain Yu, I really don't know what to say. You're such a good man. I don't know how to repay you. Song Yayun bit her red lips. Captain Yu, if you don't mind me. I can come to your room tonight. Hearing this, Su Mingming, who was nearby, immediately became displeased. Hey, Annie, how can you be so greedy? Giving you such a powerful weapon, and now you want to get into Yu Yang's bed. And Jia had taken Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao to tidy up the beds, leaving her, the outsider, bored and idle. Initially, she had only wanted to see what junk Yu Yang could collect, but unexpectedly, he started recruiting people along the way. Su Mingming suddenly felt a bit frustrated. Then she caught herself. Why should she be frustrated anyway? What Yu Yang did had nothing to do with her. Thinking this only made her more annoyed. Yet she consoled herself, saying she was only worried for her sister. No, I must stop my sister from getting close to this indiscriminate womanizer. He's clearly not a good person. Yu Yang, naturally unaware of Su Mingming's thoughts, coughed twice in response to Song Yayun's proposition and whispered, come to my room in a couple of days. Good things are worth the wait. He planned to stock up over the next 2 days. They say a mature woman is a treasure, especially a stunning one. He was curious to see what the fuss was about. Hearing his reply, Song Yayun was even happier than when she received the mosquito swatter, her face beaming with satisfaction. Then I'll wait for you. With that, Song Yayun walked sensuously toward the main team's building. Yu Yang averted his gaze and continued collecting junk brought back by others. As time passed, night gradually fell. 2 kilometers away from Minghuang Elementary School, a group of people was quietly approaching under the cover of darkness. Brother Wang, does that kid and Yang really have that many supplies? A youth in ripped jeans asked with a fawning smile. A burly man with a cigarette in his mouth grinned. Of course, I've done my research. That Yang kid isn't particularly capable, but he's quick on his feet. When the apocalypse first broke out, he hoarded quite a bit of stuff. But if we go rob them with just over a dozen people, isn't it risky? I heard they have over 50 people. What's there to fear? I'm a second-tier evolver, and my ability provides a full 100 points of defense. Even if I stand still and let them hit me, they can't do anything. Hearing this, the others felt reassured. A defense of 100 points was even stronger than that of an average elite mutated beast. Even ordinary firearms couldn't harm the burly man. Moreover, they were all first-tier evolvers with physiques naturally superior to normal people. Thus, they felt victory was within their grasp. Hell, once we seize Yang supplies, Captain Zhao will surely reward us handsomely. Sigh, if only there were no contract of obedience. I always feel like nothing I do is for myself anymore. Think positively. Without the contract, would Captain Zhao have given you evolution crystals for free? I suppose you're right. Within Minghuang Elementary School. Over the course of the afternoon, Yu Yang had gathered quite a few valuable items. Of course, there were also some rather ordinary ones. However, Yu Yang was not overly strict. As long as their attitude was acceptable, he allowed them to join the subsidiary team. Yu Yang collected all the retrieved items, and among them some were quite decent. He attempted to repair a few and achieved favorable results. Yet for the time being, they could not be put to immediate use. Why hasn't Yang returned yet? Yu Yang looked around, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. This guy, did he get lost looking for junk? As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, Yang rushed back from outside, his face brimming with excitement, clutching something that resembled a propeller. Yu Yang took a closer look. It was actually a small reconnaissance drone. Not bad, you actually managed to find this treasure. And Yang licked his parched lips, letting out a relieved smile. Glad it's useful. Yu Yang nodded and attempted to repair it, spending 10 repair points. After extracting a special effect, he ultimately chose a surveillance alert ability. This ability not only provided real-time aerial footage, but also issued a warning when enemies were detected within a square kilometer range. Under Yu Yang's operation, the reconnaissance drone successfully took off. Yu Yang summoned his interface, and on it appeared the drone's aerial view, complete with thermal sensing capabilities that could detect biological signatures even in the dark. Yu Yang roughly surveyed the range, which was enough to cover Minghuang Elementary School and the surrounding streets. Truly excellent. Yu Yang patted Yang on the shoulder, smiling. Welcome to our main team. Main team members can eat and drink freely, and even take showers. Of course, if you're like Su Mingming and enjoy playing single-player games, you can also grab your phone to charge it. And Yang listened to Yu Yang's lengthy string of unfamiliar terms, utterly stunned. A shower, charging, playing games. Were they really living in the same apocalypse? Seeing Yang's dazed expression, Wu Gang draped an arm over his shoulder and chuckled. What do you think? Astonished, right? Our boss is amazing, isn't he? Brother Yang, rest assured, following our boss is the right move. Come on. You're reeking, buddy, let me show you where we shower. And so Yang was led by Wu Gang toward the makeshift bathroom. Not long after, Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao returned, while Jia was still busy handling some trivial matters. Sister will share a room. Sister Njia is so kind as she prepared soft mattresses for all of us. Su Xiaoxiao clung to Su Mingming's arm, swaying playfully. Su Mingming pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside, hesitating for a long time before earnestly cautioning her with a complex expression. Xiaoxiao, you're still young. There are some things you're not old enough for, and you absolutely must not do them, understand? Su Xiaoxiao's chubby face flushed slightly, and she said shyly, Sister, what are you talking about? I'm still little, I don't understand. Su Mingming retorted with exasperation. That's not what you said yesterday during the shower. Su Xiaoxiao quickly covered Su Mingming's mouth, coaxing, All right, sister, I know my limits. Besides, I have you with me. I'm going back tomorrow. I need to report that I'm safe to my brother. Su Mingming sighed. Xiaoxiao, I'm just afraid you'll get hurt. That Yu Yang. He'll definitely have many women around him in the future. I know that. With brother Yu Yang being so gentle, handsome, and capable, it would be strange if he had few women, wouldn't it? If he did, I'd suspect something was wrong with him. Su Xiaoxiao said matter-of-factly. Su Mingming's mouth fell slightly open, rendered speechless. This Su Xiaoxiao, she must have been bewitched by that wretched Yu Yang defending him so fiercely. For a moment Su Mingming didn't know what to say. In any case, you are not allowed to get involved with him. Understood? I know, sister. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, a complex gleam in her eyes. They'll be careful. Good, as long as you understand. Meanwhile, Yu Yang noticed that most of those sent to scavenge for junk had returned, others were busy with their tasks, and In Yang had also finished his shower. So he too headed toward the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, Yu Yang discovered that Njia had thoughtfully prepared 2 wooden tables. The ladies' table was fully stocked with various essences and perfumes, earning Njia quick favor among the girls. In contrast, the men's table was sparsely furnished with only soap, a stark difference from the ladies' section. However, Yu Yang noticed that on the men's table there was a separate box with his name on it. That's more like it. As the leader, I should have my own exclusive items. Yu Yang opened the box with anticipation, peered inside, and his face froze. While still just soap, he let out a helpless chuckle. He hadn't expected that even as the leader his treatment would be inferior to that of the beautiful women under his command. But Yu Yang didn't mind such trivialities. Even before his transmigration, he hadn't been too particular, as long as he could get clean. Besides, the fragrant scent of the ladies would ultimately benefit him. Yu Yang picked up the soap and began to shower cheerfully under the precisely temperature-controlled water heater. Meanwhile, outside Minghuang Elementary School, a dozen fully armed figures were slowly approaching. Clang! A cry of pain followed. The guard at the school's entrance was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene drew the attention of everyone preparing dinner. An extremely arrogant voice rang out from outside the door. Anyang, where are you? Get the hell out here. As his words fell, a dozen fierce-looking men burst into Minghuang Elementary School. Oh, the food smells pretty good. The aroma of these dishes has drifted all the way to the entrance. Inhaling the scent of what was clearly carefully prepared cuisine, rather than simple boiled fare, they became even more convinced that Anyang must be hoarding substantial supplies. If they could seize those supplies, they would enjoy a comfortable life for a while longer. You worthless lot are wasting such fine provisions. Since you'll die anyway when you encounter mutated beasts, you might as well hand them over to us and contribute to humanity's survival. Wang Heng, the leader, sneered sarcastically. Who are you? Why did you attack our people? Anyang stepped forward from the crowd, his face brimming with anger. So you're Anyang. How you do have a bit of a soldier's bearing. A pity. If you'd met me earlier, I might have recommended you to our boss, but today we are destined to be enemies. Play smart, hand over all your supplies quietly, and I might spare your life. Wang Heng issued a blatant threat. To be honest, although Anyang's side had more people, Wang Heng didn't regard them as a threat at all. He alone, relying on his physical strength, could easily take down over a dozen people. Moreover, every one of his underlings was a first-tier evolver, making short work of ordinary folks effortless. If they weren't too lazy to waste their energy slaughtering all 50-plus people, would be a matter of just a few minutes. Anyang studied the aggressive group before him, a hint of gravity settling on his face. Still, he wasn't overly worried. As long as Yu Yang was around, he believed the problem could be resolved. These thugs couldn't be tougher than an elite-level mutated beast, could they? Why should we give them to you? What would we eat then? You're nothing but robbers. And Jia stood beside Anyang, her voice trembling with indignation. Wang Heng's eyes lit up at the sight of her. Oh, I didn't expect to find such a beautiful woman here. Wang Heng licked his lips, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes. Since the apocalypse began, he had indulged himself, but only with ordinary women. None could match even a tenth of Njia's allure. Now, beholding her pure and radiant face, he felt a parched dryness in his throat. Pretty lady, how about coming with me? I promise you'll feast on the finest food and drink, never suffering a day. What do you say? Besides, I'm a second-tier evolver with peak physical prowess. I guarantee satisfaction. Wang Heng thumped his chest, his words lewd and explicit, causing Njia to furrow her brow. Yet his words also sent a chill through their hearts. This rugged brute was actually a second-tier evolver. Mutated beasts hadn't found them, but a gang of human bandits had instead. Njia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does being a second-tier evolver give you the right to steal from others? Hey. Su Mingming stepped forward, sensing the escalating tension. Our Yuqing alliance has plenty of second-tier revolvers, but none are as vile as you coming here to plunder supplies. If you want food, go kill mutated beasts, robbing others of their provisions. Have you no shame? Wang Hang's eyes locked onto another beauty nearly popping out of his head. Su Mingming's youthful attractive face and striking curves overwhelmed his senses. He almost drooled. If I could tie them up and keep them hidden away, what a blissful life that would be. His mind wandered, his gaze growing increasingly eager. What do I care about the Yuqing alliance? Our boss Zhao, he doesn't give a damn about them. Let your Yuqing alliance try to make a move if they dare. You. Su Mingming bit her lip, shocked that even invoking the Yuqing alliance failed to intimidate him. In her desperation, her thoughts involuntarily turned to Yu Yang. Humph. That damned Yu Yang. Where has he disappeared to at a critical moment like this? Just then Zhang Chong stepped out from the crowd, sneering at Wang Hang. Hi, you're all just big talkers. If you really clashed head-in with the Yuqing alliance, do you think Zhao he would protect you? Playing the loyal dog and feeling proud of it. How laughable. As a police officer, Zhang Chong had nothing but contempt for such bullies. Wang Hang's eyes narrowed with anger as he scrutinized Jiang Chong. You're Jiang Chong, the so-called officer Jiang. That's right. Every time I see scum like you, I feel the urge to put a bullet in you. Jiang Chong's face burned with righteous fury. Wang Hang paused, then broke into a mocking laugh. Ha. Jiang Chong, it's the apocalypse now. Do you still think you're Officer Jiang? What a joke. Without official backing, you're nothing. I can't believe you were stupid enough to turn down our boss invitation and end up in this pathetic group. Is your head filled with water? Jiang Chong didn't bother with further banter. He drew his standard-issue pistol and aimed it at Wang Hang. Get lost now, or I won't be polite. He didn't fire immediately, not out of fear of Wang Hang, but because he was wary of Zhao Yi lurking behind him and didn't want to cause trouble for Yu Yang. Wang Hang showed no panic at the sight of the gun. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha, go ahead and pull the trigger. If I so much as flinch, call me a coward. Bang. But it wasn't Jiang Chong who fired. In the distance, Lin Wei slowly withdrew her gaze from the sniper scope, her eyes glazed over. Her bullet had struck Wang Hang square in the forehead, yet it only sparked harmlessly off his skin, leaving him completely unscathed. At this sight, everyone at Minghuang Elementary School felt their hearts sink. This brute possessed such formidable defense. If bullets couldn't penetrate, what could they do? Told you bullets are useless against me. Impressive, isn't it? Wang Hang crossed his arms, a contemptuous smirk on his face. His underlings puffed up with pride. Haha, Jiang Chong, our boss Wang has a defense stat of 100 points. Bullets can't touch him. You'd better surrender. Bang. The voice cut short. Hey, your boss can withstand bullets, but can you? Jiang Chong had shot the speaker point blank in the head. He was a man of few words and ruthless action. Before the apocalypse, his controversial shooting of criminals had already proven that. Watching his subordinate killed before his eyes, Wang Hang's veins bulged with rage, fire blazing in his eyes. Since you're all begging for death, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Chong, every one of these 50-odd people will die because of your recklessness. Just as Wang Hang prepared to strike, another calm, unhurried voice rang out. Before you throw threats around, you should first weigh your own worth. Do you really think you can kill my people, Yu Yang's people? Yu Yang stepped out from behind the crowd with an air of calm composure. In truth, he had received the scout drone's alert while bathing earlier, but he was only halfway through his shower and couldn't very well emerge naked. Nevertheless, he had been monitoring the situation through the aerial footage all along. Seeing that his own people seemed unable to handle the burly man, Yu Yang hastened his bath, arriving just before the man could make a move. And who are you? Do you have any right to speak here? Though Yu Yang appeared to be an ordinary college student, a foreboding unease stirred within Wang Hang. Yu Yang produced a revolver, twirling it lightly in his hand, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. I hear you're not afraid of bullets. Wang Hang's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yu Yang's hand, then let out a relieved breath. It was just a revolver. Even a sniper rifle had failed against him. What could a mere revolver do? So he raised his chin and said, so what if I'm not? Yu Yang's smile slowly faded, his gaze turning icy in an instant. Then catch this bullet of mine. With that, Yu Yang calmly raised his gun, activated power overload, and a bullet shot forth. The deafening roar was ear-splitting. The bullet, trailing flames, sliced through the gap between the crowd and struck Wang Hang with deadly precision. Wang Hang felt an overwhelming sense of danger, but unfortunately his special ability wasn't danger perception. By the time he tried to react, the bullet had already reached his head. With a dull thud, the bullet pierced through, carrying his body backward to slam violently against the wall. In an instant, silence fell over the entire scene. Wang Hang's underlings were all pale with terror, speechless. They had been brimming with excitement to strike, but now it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They were all frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Brother Wang, his defense value is a full 100 points. Intense dread filled their hearts. If Wang Hang could be taken down in a single shot, then the few of them who hadn't even awakened any special abilities wouldn't even be a mouthful for him. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the remaining dozen or so men fell to their knees, raising their hands in surrender. Yu Yang's voice was chillingly cold. Now you think of surrendering. You were quite arrogant just moments ago. With that, Yu Yang raised his gun. Wait. Jiang Chong hurried to Yu Yang's side, warning. These men are all Zhao Yi's. Zhao Yi is a third-level evolver with many powerful subordinates. If you kill them all, I fear Zhao Yi will retaliate. At Jiang Chong's words, Yu Yang frowned, but didn't fire immediately. Seeing Yu Yang hesitate, the kneeling men saw a glimmer of hope. Yes, our boss is Zhao Yi. If you kill us, he won't let you off. Bang! A bullet was fired without hesitation. The speaker's head burst like a smashed watermelon. I hesitated because I was deciding whether to waste a bullet. Did you really think I was afraid of your boss? Yu Yang holstered his pistol and said lightly, Wu Gang killed them all. The reason Yu Yang wanted them dead was that they were all bound by Zhao Yi's contract of obedience, forever unable to betray him. So killing them was the best choice. I'm going back. Don't disturb me unless it's important. With these words, Yu Yang headed toward his private bedroom, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. Only then did many people snap out of their daze. Is it over just like that? Wu Gang looked dazed. The boss is truly formidable. Wang Tao stared blankly at Wang Heng's corpse, the shock in his eyes lingering. Isn't the boss eating? Zhao Baofu blinked in confusion. The others all looked at him speechlessly. And Yang, standing nearby, let out a heavy sigh, lamenting the vast chasm between him and Yu Yang, as wide as the distance between heaven and earth. How laughable that he had once tried to recruit Yu Yang into his team. Now he understood why Yu Yang had looked down on it. If he had such power, he too would disdain such a small team. Lin Wei gazed thoughtfully in the direction Yu Yang had left. He's become so powerful. It seems secondary evolution has truly strengthened him. With such a formidable body, it would be a waste not to explore it thoroughly. Lin Wei decided to charge her phone and review the knowledge she had learned before further enhancing her scholarship. She felt there was still much room for improvement. With this thought, she headed toward her own bedroom. Su Mingming, meanwhile, kept staring at the spot where Yu Yang had vanished, her expression deeply conflicted. Her perception of Yu Yang had shifted once again. If before she had merely thought him capable, now his strength even frightened her. It wasn't that Yu Yang had become the strongest in her eyes, but rather that his rate of growth was astonishingly fast. So fast it seemed almost unbelievable. This guy does have some merits, at least he looks pretty cool when he fires a gun, Su Mingming muttered to herself. At this moment, the most shocked were the members of the affiliated team, seeing Yu Yang's prowess for the first time. They finally sensed his power directly. When everyone else was helpless against that second-level evolver, Yu Yang took him out with a single shot. And he did it without any hesitation. One shot, one kill. That dashing display filled them with a thrill of satisfaction. How dare you act cocky? Our leader, you took you down. No one felt any sympathy for the dozen or so men kneeling and begging for mercy. Because if not for Yu Yang, these men would have slaughtered everyone today. Wu Gang watched these first-level evolvers kneeling before him, trembling, and felt an immense satisfaction. So what if they'd evolved? They still had to kneel and beg for mercy. Don't blame me. You brought this on yourselves. You should have picked on someone else, not my boss. Come on, I'll send you off. Yu Yang returned to the bedroom that Jia had meticulously decorated, feeling quite pleased. Though it was still a cracked room, it didn't stop it from being a decent bedroom. A soft mattress, ample daily necessities, and even a wire had been run in to light a bulb. Electric lights in the apocalypse, a luxury only he could enjoy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yu Yang eagerly pulled out the revolver he had just used. The revolver was slightly warm, like an overloaded machine heating up. Most importantly, the revolver was now unusable. Yu Yang's voice carried a hint of excitement. Excellent. It's finally broken. Yu Yang was filled with great anticipation for the second repair of the revolver. This was about to become the first item he had repaired twice. Repairing the damaged revolver requires 100 repair points. Proceed with repair. It actually needs 100 repair points. That's a 10-fold increase. Doesn't that mean the third repair might need 1000 points? Yu Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. Indeed, forging a divine artifact is no simple process, but if I can truly create one, it will be worth it. Yu Yang selected yes. Ding. Acquired a brand new revolver. Ding. Detected the host's first secondary repair of the same item. Rewarding a unique effect. Please choose whether to draw a unique effect. If you decline, 3 normal effects will be drawn as usual. Unique effect. This effect will no longer be drawn from any future repairs. There's actually a unique effect. Yu Yang silently gazed at the system's prompt. Logically, unique effects are rarely weak, but it's not impossible for them to be underwhelming. But missing out on a unique effect would be such a pity. After much deliberation, Yu Yang decided to draw the unique effect. Ding. Acquired unique effect, growth attack. Growth attack. Each time the revolver kills an order breaker, it gains permanent attack power based on the order breaker's level. Note the maximum attack power gain from each level of order breaker is 100 points. Yu Yang's eyes widened instantly, his face brimming with excitement. It's permanent attack power. Incredible. He knew the unique effect might be powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. However, he also noticed the note following the unique effect. It's probably to prevent me from endlessly farming attack power from the lowest level order breakers. Otherwise, becoming invincible would be too easy. Even so, it's still ridiculously strong. Now Yu Yang could easily kill ordinary and elite mutated beasts, and if he included the entry-level ones, that would provide a total of 300 attack points for his revolver. Combined with the revolver's base 50 attack points, that was a full 350 points. This was more than enough to handle most current situations. Moreover, this was just the revolver's permanent attack power. If Yu Yang activated Power Overload, increasing attack power tenfold, it would reach a staggering 3500 points. This was absolutely a force that could dominate everything. At the thought, Yu Yang's heart burned with passion. Yet he also understood that farming so many order breakers wouldn't happen overnight. But then a place immediately came to mind. That was the nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant was located by Bayheart Lake. That area remained untouched by human traces to this day. However, fewer people didn't mean fewer mutated creatures. Bayheart Lake hadn't been cleansed by the Guardian City Alliance, and it was close to the sky-piercing stone pillar, so it was bound to harbor a massive number of mutated beasts. Moreover, the nuclear power plant was also Yu Yang's next base target. So after thorough preparation, Yu Yang decided to scout the nuclear power plant first. Having figured this out, Yu Yang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for his upcoming goal. I wonder what surprise the third repair will bring me. Yu Yang checked his remaining repair points. He had spent some today repairing items brought back by his team members. Now he had about 3000 left. Should I try the third repair? Yu Yang began to seriously ponder this question. I still have over 100 bullets left. If Jiang Chong replicates at full capacity, he can provide me with 10 bullets a day, which is barely sufficient for now. But Power Overload has a chance of breaking the gun. If I'm unlucky, even 100 bullets might not be enough to damage it. After weighing his options, Yu Yang decided not to waste bullets trying to force a break. Moreover, repairing it too early might not be beneficial. For instance, if he were to draw an effect like attack power doubled, next time it would be best to first stack the attack power and then double it for maximum benefit. Tomorrow he'll head to the nuclear power plant. With all his thoughts settled, Yu Yang comfortably lay down on his bed. Though everyone had mattresses, his was noticeably thicker and larger. When he lay down, he sank into it feeling incredibly comfortable. As the leader, his perks were naturally the best. Just as Yu Yang slipped under the covers, a knock came at his door. Didn't I say not to disturb me? He felt a bit puzzled, but since he had already finished his repairs, having a visitor now was fine. Come in. The door gently opened, and a graceful figure in a pure white dress stepped inside. Bathed in the warm yellow light, she seemed to be edged with a soft golden glow. She looked like a pure beauty who had stepped out of a classical oil painting. And Jia, is something the matter? And Jia carefully carried in a meal tray and gently set it before Yu Yang. You forgot to eat. I was worried you might be hungry, so I brought this to you. Her voice was soft like a gentle spring breeze, soothing to the ears. Seeing the fragrant meal, Yu Yang suddenly remembered that he had rushed back earlier, eager to check on the revolver. After acquiring the unique effect, he was so excited that he had completely forgotten to eat. Now that the food was before him, he realized he was indeed hungry. All right, thank you. Yu Yang picked up his chopsticks, lifted the bowl, and began to eat ravenously. He picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The tender meat was soaked in savory broth, perfectly complementing the fragrant rice. The taste was incredible. If there was any flaw, it was the lack of vegetables. After the soil was contaminated, ordinary plants could no longer be cultivated. Only the strong plants that survived the mutation could continue to thrive. But most of them were poisonous. Thinking of this, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In truth, he had once enjoyed many types of plants as food. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to continue growing plants. Yu Yang, is it good? And Jia's voice pulled him back from his thoughts, and he realized she hadn't left yet. Yu Yang nodded. It's really good. Zhao Baofa's cooking is impeccable. I made this myself. And Jia said shyly, lowering her head. I'm glad you like it. I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to make you happy. Yu Yang's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly as he looked up at Jia. Under her pure white dress, her skin flushed faintly with shyness, and her delicate, beautiful face, with her fluttering lashes, was utterly endearing. The atmosphere between them suddenly became subtle. And Jia's heart pounded wildly, but seeing Yu Yang's lack of reaction, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Especially since he started eating even faster. After a moment, she sighed inwardly and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. And Jia stood up to leave, only to feel her hand being grasped. She turned around and saw Yu Yang looking at her with a faint, knowing smile. You've ignited a fire in me. Wouldn't it be heartless not to help me put it out? The next day, on the playground of Minghuang Elementary School, a large crowd gathered around Yu Yang, their discussions unusually heated. They all stared at the machine beside him with intense anticipation. Brother Yu Yang, can this really automatically produce drinks? Su Xiaoxiao's chubby face was flushed with excitement, a hint of drool even hanging at the corner of her mouth. Of course. Yu Yang wore a faint smile. Just pour water into this drink machine and plug it in, and it can produce all kinds of beverages. There's nothing it can't make, only what you can't imagine. That's great. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her little hands and jumped for joy. Lin Wei's eyes were also full of anticipation. Can every one of us drink it? Main team members can enjoy unlimited drinks. Hearing Yu Yang's words, the members of the subsidiary team all deflated. They looked dispirited. Don't be discouraged, subsidiary team. As long as you contribute, you can earn various drinks based on your merits. Hearing Yu Yang say this, they regained their fighting spirit. In the apocalypse, people were not only fearful, but also bored. Over time, even with ample food and clothing, they would gradually become numb. Now with a goal to strive for, many eyes sparkled with renewed light. Many friends even made bets among themselves, vying to see who could contribute more. So how do we make contributions? Don't rush, let me arrange things. Yu Yang took out the list of subsidiary team members that In Yang had compiled for him. From now on, you will form small teams, led by main team members, and begin hunting ordinary mutated beasts. Hunt ordinary mutated beasts. Can we really do that? The subsidiary team members were all worried. Those were mutated beasts after all. Although Yu Yang killed mutated beasts as easily as slaughtering chickens, they were different. They were ordinary people whose legs would go weak at the sight of a mutated beast, lacking even the courage to approach, let alone kill one. Don't worry, the main team members leading you all have the ability to hunt ordinary mutated beasts. The main offensive isn't your responsibility, you only need to handle pre-battle reconnaissance and post-battle cleanup. Hearing this, the subsidiary team finally understood. So they weren't being sent to fight mutated beasts directly that they could accept. Otherwise it would be no different from suicide. Although going out to hunt mutated beasts inevitably carried some risk, they also knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Just eating without working was unrealistic. Alright, since everyone understands, let me assign the team members. Wu Gang and Wang Tao, you two lead 10 people as Squad 1. Officer John, you lead 10 people as Squad 2. Lin Wei and Song Yayan, you lead 10 people as Squad 3. In Yang and In Jia, you lead the remaining people as Squad 4. Hearing this, In Yang looked troubled. Captain Yu, well, it's not that I don't want to work, but you know my abilities, I'm afraid I can't complete this task on my own. Yu Yang smiled faintly. Don't you still have a shotgun? Among the bullets I got from Officer Jiang, there happened to be some shotgun shells. He'll keep one and give the rest to you. Also, Yu Yang whispered in Yang's ear, last night, I gave In Jia an item I modified. Don't worry, even if you can't kill them, you won't be in danger. Hearing this, In Yang looked at In Jia in surprise. In Jia nodded shyly, her expression very awkward. In Yang felt greatly relieved knowing that Yu Yang had accepted In Jia, and said, then I will not disappoint, Captain, yes, trust. Yu Yang nodded, then walked back in front of the crowd, and continued. Also, if any team can seriously injure a mutated beast, and bring it back for me to kill, the reward will be doubled. Although Yu Yang's request seemed strange, everyone had already learned to just follow orders without asking why. Additionally, if anyone performs exceptionally well during the mission, they will have the opportunity to join the main team and enjoy the same treatment. This promotion channel is permanently open. As Yu Yang said this, the eyes of many subsidiary team members burned with fervor. Although the subsidiary team wouldn't starve, it was clear that the main team's treatment was far superior. Not only would the food be better, but they could also bathe daily. Now there was an unlimited supply of drinks, and who knew how many more benefits awaited in the future. Alright, everyone set off. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Wei walked up to Yu Yang, looking at him meaningfully. You assigned Song Yayan to my team. Aren't you afraid he'll let her die out there? I'm a bit jealous that she gets your special attention. Seeing a hint of jealousy on Lin Wei's cold, aloof face, Yu Yang found it rather amusing. Hee, I believe you wouldn't. I'm counting on you to look after her. She has weapons, so attacking mutated beasts will be no problem. Moreover, I have prepared a gift for you. With that, Yu Yang pulled out a pair of black stockings from his storage box. Lin Wei retorted, is this gift for me? If you want me to wear it for you, just say so. It's not like I don't have any. Yu Yang grinned. These black stockings are different. I've repaired them. The moment I got them back, I thought of you. Your beautiful legs deserve to have a pair of black stockings adorning them. Putting on these powerful black stockings will enhance your legs significantly. Speed, strength, explosiveness, all will be boosted. With them, the power of your lovely legs will be even greater. After hearing Yu Yang's introduction, Lin Wei was slightly surprised. To be honest, she hadn't expected Yu Yang to waste his repair points on preparing a gift specifically for her. In her opinion, repair points were quite precious. Lin Wei felt touched, but didn't want to show it on her face, so instead she put on a faint smile and returned to her aloof demeanor. She gently hooked Yu Yang's chin with her finger and whispered in his ear, sister really likes the gift from her little brother. It'll reward you well when you come back tonight. After saying that, Lin Wei winked at Yu Yang and left gracefully. Not far away, Song Yayan watched this scene and smiled at Yu Yang, her eyes sparkling. With clean water to bathe in and her carefully prepared appearance today, she looked more elegant and composed, losing some of her earlier weariness. She sent Yu Yang a grateful glance from afar. She knew that the reason Yu Yang gave Lin Wei a gift was to some extent to get Lin Wei to look out for her as well. That's the good thing about mature women. They are understanding and thoughtful. Often they understand what you need without you having to say it. After waving goodbye to Yu Yang, she followed Lin Wei out of the gate of Minghuang Primary School. At this moment, Su Mingming shyly approached Yu Yang, her expression complex, as she said, Yu Yang, I'm leaving now. I need to go back and let my brother know I'm safe. But I'm not saying I won't come back. Yu Yang smiled slightly and said, no problem. You're always welcome to return. By the way, your brother is the leader of the U-City Alliance, right? Su Mingming hesitated for a moment and then nodded. That's right. My brother is the leader of the Mingsheng team, one of the 4 major teams in the U-City Alliance. Mingsheng. Sounds like a company name. It is a company name, Mingsheng Group. Haven't you heard of it? I'm not from around here, so I haven't heard of it. Mingsheng Group is well known nationwide. I think you must be quite ignorant. Yu Yang chuckled ambiguously and laughed it off. Mingsheng Group belongs to our family. Before the apocalypse, our family was quite wealthy, and my brother is a good person offering great benefits to employees and often donating to the Hope Project. But now, it's all gone. As she said this, Su Mingming lowered her head sadly, and Su Xiaoxiao nearby also began to feel down. Seeing this, Yu Yang comforted her, saying, "Don't think too much about it, at least your brother is still a top figure in U-City, which is better than most people." Su Mingming nodded obediently for once. By the way, how many second-level evolvers are there in the U-City Alliance? Can you tell me? 15. Su Mingming shrugged and continued, "Anyway, it's not a secret. The commander's team has 6 second-level evolvers, and the other 3 teams each have 3 second-level evolvers, making a total of 15. Also, the commander is a third-level evolver." At this point, Su Mingming suddenly reminded Yu Yang, "By the way, you probably don't know this, but I've heard from my brother that upon evolving to the 3rd level you can unlock 2 fixed special abilities. One of them allows you to check the information of mutated beasts, the other one the commander didn't tell my brother. But my brother suspects it isn't a direct combat enhancement ability. 2 fixed special abilities." Yu Yang opened his panel and checked the upgrade progress bar. To evolve from 2nd to 3rd level, he needed a whopping 100 intermediate evolution crystals, and basic evolution crystals would no longer provide evolution energy. This meant Yu Yang had to diligently acquire 100 intermediate evolution crystals to evolve. What could that other special ability be? It seems I'll have to wait until I evolve to the 3rd level to find out. Yu Yang felt a surge of impatience. He was inherently curious, and hearing that evolving to the 3rd level would unlock 2 abilities made him eager to rush to the nuclear power plant and slay dozens or hundreds of mutated beasts right away. Then he could evolve to the 3rd level and see what the other ability actually was. Alright, I understand. Thank you. When you go back this time, could you help me make a trade with the U-City Alliance? Yu Yang took out 3 brand new water bottles from his pocket. Each bottle contains 10 tons of pure water, totaling 30 tons. I need your help to exchange these for resources with the U-City Alliance. Su Mingming was already accustomed to Yu Yang pulling out peculiar items, so she found it unsurprising that 3 water bottles could hold 30 tons of water. What resources do you want? Preferably evolution crystals. Su Mingming shook her head slightly, saying, "We do have evolution crystals, but we definitely can't give out too many." Then how many can these get? 15 basic evolution crystals. It's 2 tons of water for 1 basic evolution crystal. That's the limit. I'll only 15 basics. To be honest, Yu Yang was not satisfied with this number. No, he was extremely dissatisfied. Right now, basic evolution crystals were practically useless to him. Even if he exchanged for them, they could only allow someone in the team who hadn't evolved to complete a single evolution. What he truly needed were intermediate evolution crystals. Can I exchange for intermediate evolution crystals? Su Mingming shook her head. Impossible. Intermediate evolution crystals are absolutely strategic resources. They can't be traded away. Yu Yang nodded as he hadn't held out much hope. Since that was the case, Yu Yang didn't intend to trade for evolution crystals anymore. He prepared to exchange for some other resources. The junk he obtained in the past few days after his repair and summary led him to a new idea. How about this? I won't trade for evolution crystals anymore. Do you have any seeds? I would like to exchange for some seeds. Seeds? What do you need seeds for? Are you planning to farm? Su Mingming was slightly astonished. For some reason, even though farming had been proven futile by countless people, she still subconsciously felt that Yu Yang might actually have a solution. She was startled by her own thought. Yu Yang, however, feigned nonchalance. Just giving it a try since there's nothing else to do. Su Mingming pondered for a moment, then said hesitantly, "The Imperial City Alliance seems to have hoarded some seeds, but none of them have been successfully planted. There should be plenty left." Yu Yang smiled. "Isn't that perfect? Since your seeds are useless anyway, trading them for water resources is a deal you won't regret." Su Mingming thought it over and found his reasoning sound. "Alright, I'll give it a shot for you, but I can't guarantee success." Yu Yang nodded and handed Su Mingming 3 bottles of 10 tons of purified water. "These bottles are quite precious, aren't they? Aren't you afraid I won't come back?" Su Mingming suddenly asked with a sly grin. Yu Yang shook his head earnestly. "No, I trust you." "Humph." Su Mingming pretended to dismiss him, but ripples stirred within her heart. "Alright, I'm off. Don't think a few sweet words can change my impression of you." "What impression do you have of me?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "Rogue." What? Not convinced." Su Mingming threatened with her delicate pink fist, her chest heaving and dazzling Yu Yang's eyes. Yu Yang quickly waved his hands. No, I'm convinced, completely convinced." "In morning, you don't you dare do anything to Su Xiaoxiao. If I come back and find you've done something wrong, I'll make you pay." With that, Su Mingming mimicked the scissors gesture toward a certain part of Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang felt a chill below and quickly said, "How could I?" I just see Su Xiaoxiao as a little sister. Feud better. In truth, Su Mingming wasn't really worried about Yu Yang. After several days together, she knew he never forced anyone. She still trusted his character. What truly concerned her was Su Xiaoxiao. Given Su Xiaoxiao's current adoration for Yu Yang, Su Mingming wasn't sure what her somewhat scatterbrained little sister might do. So she had to warn Yu Yang first. Xiaoxiao had remained silent all along, completely immersed in the sorrow of Su Mingming's departure. Her eyes read. Alright Xiaoxiao, it's not like him never coming back. Su Mingming stroked Su Xiaoxiao's head, then gently kissed her forehead. Big sister is leaving now. Bye-bye, big sister. Su Xiaoxiao said with reddened eyes, you must come back and stay with me. Su Mingming smiled helplessly. Weren't you annoyed with me just a couple of days ago? Now you can't bear to let me go. I don't care. Just remember to come back. Su Xiaoxiao covered her eyes with one hand and waved at Su Mingming with the other. Alright, I know. Don't worry, you'll be back. With that, Su Mingming walked out of the Minghuang Elementary School gate alone. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were blurred with tears when she suddenly felt someone pinch her cheek. She looked up, and through the haze of tears, she saw a face beaming with joy. Xiaoxiao, come try the yogurt I specially made for you. Yu Yang handed a cup of thick white yogurt to Xiaoxiao. If you like it, there's plenty more. Su Xiaoxiao wiped her tears, took the yogurt, and took a small sip. Her expression instantly brightened from gloom to delight. It's delicious, tangy and sweet. Yu Yang, your drink machine is amazing. It can even make yogurt. I'm glad you like it. Yu Yang patted Su Xiaoxiao's head to comfort her. Xiaoxiao, you see, winter is almost here. I've heard winters in Imperial City can be extremely cold, down to -20 degrees. If people don't have anything to keep warm, they'll freeze to death. Su Xiaoxiao listened attentively while sipping her yogurt. A trace of white lingered at the corner of her lips, and her little head kept nodding. So since Xiaoxiao can produce charcoal, shouldn't you make more so everyone won't freeze? Su Xiaoxiao licked her lips and nodded. Then I'll make charcoal for everyone. Yu Yang shook his head. It'll be too late if you wait until then. You can't make that much in a day. Besides, Yu Yang doesn't want you to work so hard then, right? Yu Yang is kind. So you need to start making charcoal now, understand? Arrange your own time every day, so we have enough charcoal for winter, right? Su Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. No, Yu Yang is mean. Yu Yang just wants Xiaoxiao to work. Yu Yang's face stiffened with awkwardness. This Su Xiaoxiao had gotten smarter, harder to fool now. A Xiaoxiao, think about it. Come winter, everyone will need charcoal. When they find out it was made by Xiaoxiao, they'll all be grateful and adore you. Su Xiaoxiao nodded unconsciously. Great. So to become everyone's favorite, Xiaoxiao has to work hard. Yu Yang thought for a moment, pulled out a pack of beef jerky from his storage box, and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. This is an advance reward. I believe Xiaoxiao can do an excellent job. Can you do it? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the sight of a snack. Yes. Yu Yang is great. Xiaoxiao will work hard to make charcoal. With that, she snatched the beef jerky and happily ran off to make charcoal. Watching Su Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, Yu Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. Close call. Almost failed to trick her. With everyone arranged, Yu Yang prepared to begin his own mission. Today he planned to scout the nuclear power plant, figure out the route, and learn its basic layout. Then he would assess how many repair points were needed to restore the plant. Most importantly, he aimed to hunt as many mutated beasts as possible. To that end, Yu Yang deliberately left behind his backpack with a small freezer, opting for an ordinary one containing a dozen restored items capable of storage. Each item had been enchanted with mini storage, offering 10 cubic meters of space. These were enough to carry the carcasses of mutated beasts, and if he found useful supplies, he could bring them back too. Yu Yang took out a paper map he had prepared earlier and roughly oriented himself. To reach the nuclear power plant, he had to cross several blocks and venture into the desolate outskirts. This power plant seems pretty far. Walking there would take ages. Yu Yang stepped onto the street and casually looked around. His gaze fell upon a wasteland. Most of the buildings had collapsed, massive rubble blocked roads, and many cars were crushed beyond recognition. Staring at the scene, a thought suddenly struck Yu Yang. What if I try repairing a car? Yu Yang approached a bus, frowning in contemplation. Buses have a large passenger capacity, but they're hard to drive. I wonder how many repair points it needs. Repairing the damaged bus requires 100 repair points. Repair. 800 points. Yu Yang clicked his tongue in surprise. Isn't that a bit too high? Even a second repair for a revolver only costs 100. Forget it, I don't need such a big vehicle for now anyway. They'll find a smaller car first. So Yu Yang walked over to a uniquely styled compact car. Its futuristic design caught his eye immediately among the many vehicles. Repairing the damaged autonomous car requires 70 repair points. Repair. 70 points as well. Yu Yang still found it a bit steep, but the words autonomous driving piqued his interest. I didn't expect this world to have self-driving cars. That saves me the trouble of driving recklessly. Yu Yang actually had no idea how to drive. He had only ever driven bumper cars at an amusement park. He had thought that since traffic rules no longer mattered, he could just step on the gas and brake once he got a car. It couldn't be that complicated. But now here was a self-driving car. This resolved his only concern. You're the one. Ding. Repair successful. Acquired a brand new autonomous car. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one. 1. Fully armed. The car's overall defense is increased tenfold, making it extremely hard to damage. 2. Half consumption. Energy consumption during driving is halved. 3. SkyDrive. The car gains flight mode, allowing aerial driving. Incredible. There's even SkyDrive. Yu Yang stared at the panel in awe, once again marveling at the system's power. Without hesitation, ignoring the other 2 options, Yu Yang directly chose SkyDrive. Ding. Autonomous car has been enhanced with the effect SkyDrive. The streets were filled with rubble, making driving difficult, but now flying eliminated all those concerns. Besides, who could resist a flying car? Once seated, the car's dashboard, now pristine, lit up. Yu Yang found this vehicle more advanced than any he had seen before. It featured not only auto navigation, but also an AI mode that required no manual operation, just voice commands. The dashboard showed an 80 battery charge, enough for 380 kilometers on ground mode and 190 kilometers in flight mode. More than enough. According to the map, the nuclear power plant was only 20 kilometers away. Although it was in the suburbs, it wasn't too far from the city center. The range was perfectly sufficient. Yu Yang said excitedly, "Activate flight mode." Activating. A pleasant female voice sounded. Though he knew it was a synthesized voice, it was still soothing. The car vibrated slightly as the 4 wheels retracted, replaced by jet thrusters. At the rear, 2 massive propellers extended slowly. Then the jets ignited, and the entire vehicle rose slowly into the air. Even for Yu Yang, riding a flying car for the first time was a novel experience. Activate autonomous driving, max speed, target Yuching nuclear power plant. Alright, the optimal route has been planned for you. Autonomous driving engaged. About to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt. Oh, seatbelt. Yu Yang had forgotten. He quickly buckled up. No sooner had he done so than, whoosh, the car shot forward like a rocket. Up. Yu Yang yelled, his heart racing, feeling slightly dizzy. But after a moment he fully adjusted. The wind howled past his ears, and the sensation of cruising relaxed him completely. Awesome. Huh. At that moment, a lookout on a high pile of rubble felt a sudden gust of wind that lifted his clothes. He looked up blankly, only to see a small car disappearing into the horizon, and thought he heard something like "hoo" and a "woo." Alarmed, he scrambled into a hole in the ruins, shouting, "Disaster. The monkeys have evolved. They can drive now." The car was rapidly approaching the nuclear power plant. Along the way, Yu Yang looked down at the ruined city, spotting over a dozen scattered settlements. These were the various groups that had formed after the apocalypse. He also noticed that the closer he got to the stone pillar, the more mutated beasts there were. As Yu Yang neared Bay Heart Lake, the mutated beasts changed from one every few kilometers to one every few hundred meters. Occasionally, he witnessed battles between them. Just along this route, he had scavenged quite a few mutated beasts. By the time the outline of the nuclear power plant came into view, Yu Yang had scavenged 3 elite mutated beasts and 15 ordinary ones. Each elite provided 3 attack points, and each ordinary one provided 2 attack points. Before even reaching the plant, these beasts had given him a total of 39 attack points. His revolver's attack power had now reached 89, nearly 100. His success in scavenging was largely due to the flying car. He would wait until the beasts were nearly done fighting, then swoop down to deliver the final shot, collect the carcass, and ascend again. This left the other beasts that came running only able to roar in frustration, powerless against him. Otherwise, even Yu Yang would be at risk if surrounded by a horde of mutated beasts. As he approached the power plant, he found the scene strange. There were no mutated beasts anywhere near it. It was as if an isolated vacuum zone had formed free of any beasts. But Yu Yang didn't let his guard down. Something unusual must be afoot. The absence of beasts might signal a greater danger lurking. Yu Yang didn't rush to land. He kept the car flying, circling the plant to inspect it carefully. He noticed that while many buildings had cracked, surprisingly, there were no large-scale collapses. Only the cooling tower had toppled due to its height. The rest were merely cracked, but structurally intact. After a thorough observation, Yu Yang found no immediate danger, so he cautiously landed on a rooftop. But at that moment, an intensely chilling aura locked onto Yu Yang. Before he could react, a sinister crimson whip lashed out at him with brutal force. The dark red whip lashed across Yu Yang's body, its sticky texture sending a wave of disgust through him. Yet aside from that, he felt no discomfort. Absolute defense triggered, target stunned. The red whip retracted swiftly. At that moment, a colossal silhouette emerged atop the nearby cooling tower. It was larger than Yu Yang's car, its body covered in repulsive bumps. It was a gigantic toad. The massive dark red whip was none other than the toad's tongue. Yu Yang glanced at the information before him. Lord level order breaker, heaven swallowing toad, HP 500500 attack, 150 defense, 120 special ability, 1 can extend a long tongue to ensnare targets and pull them into its stomach. Special ability 2, camouflage with the environment to conceal its aura. A Lord level mutated beast. And it has 2 special abilities. No wonder I didn't spot it earlier. Without hesitation, Yu Yang drew his revolver, activated power overload, and seized the moment while the stun effect persisted. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. Yet to his surprise, the first shot ended the battle instantly. His second shot was entirely unnecessary. Only then did he recall that his revolver's attack power had already reached 89, not 50. With power overload activated the attack power soared to 890. Subtracting the heaven-swallowing toad's defense of 120, each shot dealt a staggering 770 damage. Thus one shot sufficed to vanquish this Lord-level mutated beast. Incredibly powerful. Yu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Ding. Killed Lord-level order breaker, heaven-swallowing toad, gained 5,000 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 5. Revolver permanent attack power, 94. Watching the attack power climb to 94, a smile spread across Yu Yang's face. At this rate, he would soon be invincible. However, he didn't let pride get the better of him. The sudden appearance of a Lord-level mutated beast had stirred a sense of crisis within him. Though his offense was formidable, his defense left much to be desired. With absolute defense usable only once a day, another Lord-level ambush would spell instant doom. But he wasn't entirely unprepared. Yu Yang put on a safety helmet, one of the scraps found by the subsidiary team. He had repaired it, granting it the indestructible effect, which added 80 points to his permanent defense. Yet because it was unsightly, he had never worn it. Now, without the protection of his bulletproof vest, he cast aside such vanity and donned the helmet. This way, even a Lord-level beast's attack would only wound him, not kill him outright. After putting on the helmet, Yu Yang pressed his hand to the ground to gauge the repair points needed for the nuclear power plant. Repairing the damaged nuclear power plant requires 1,000 repair points. Current repair points insufficient. 1 million. Despite his expectations, the number startled him. Yet he wasted no time in shock, swiftly boarding his car and soaring into the sky. He flew to the top of the cooling tower, stowing the heaven-swallowing toad into an empty container in his backpack. Then he ascended several dozen meters and cast a glance at Crescent Heart Lake. The deep ink-black water was fathomless, sending a chill through his heart. Yu Yang decided to return tomorrow to the area where he had scavenged earlier, farming more evolution crystals and repair points. Only after his third evolution and amassing 1,000 repair points would he revisit the nuclear plant. However, as he passed Crescent Heart Lake, the water suddenly erupted. A tentacle over a meter wide and dozens of meters long shot out from the lake at terrifying speed, hurtling toward him. Startled, Yu Yang activated the time freeze effect of his Laoshi watch. The colossal tentacle froze midair, motionless. 3 seconds. He had only 3 seconds. He quickly scanned the creature's information, then froze in shock. King-level order breaker, sky-supporting octopus, mutated HP 100 attack, 180 defense, 800 special ability, none. The staggering 100 HP left Yu Yang dizzy. Though it lacked special abilities, its base stats alone were enough to obliterate him. Quick! Full speed run! Yu Yang shouted at the car. Please set a destination. Minghuang Elementary School, Minghuang Elementary School. The 3 seconds passed swiftly, and the tentacle resumed its movement, its immense pressure overwhelming Yu Yang, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, the car had already started, its powerful thrusters propelling it away into the distance. The tentacle slammed down with a roar at Yu Yang's former position, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Only after flying a full kilometer did the massive appendage slowly retract into the lake, vanishing into the inky black water. Once he was far enough away, Yu Yang's racing heart finally began to calm. That was close, almost caught. Thank goodness for time freeze. Strange octopuses are sea creatures. How did one appear in a lake? Could the world's biological distribution be different? Yu Yang felt perplexed. Regardless, he wouldn't return to the nuclear plant anytime soon. He'd only try again once he had sufficient strength. A king-level beast with 10000 HP. I'd need to boost my revolver's attack to several hundred points and use power overload to stand a chance, and I must avoid even a single hit. 1200 attack power, 1 touch and you're dead. As the sky darkened, Yu Yang chose not to scavenge along the road, instead heading straight for Minghuang Elementary School. Let's check the base's status. I wonder if the 4 teams have had any luck. His reconnaissance drone remained at the base, allowing him to monitor its situation via the panel. He would also be alerted to any approaching enemies. Opening the panel, a projection of the base appeared before him. Not bad. Looks like everyone's had some success. Most had already returned, especially Wu Gang's team, who had even brought back 2 dying mutated beasts on a cart, likely ordinary level ones. Still, it was a decent haul. Although the kills were largely thanks to the 2 weapons Yu Yang had repaired and upgraded, Wu Gang and Wang Tao had clearly put in effort. Wu Gang was now smugly drinking beer from a vending machine, his head held so high it seemed to touch the sky. Yu Yang could already imagine him boasting. The other returning teams also seemed to have fared well, with no one coming back dejected. After a casual scan, Yu Yang suddenly sensed something amiss. Huh, where's Officer Jiang? Jiang Chang was the team Yu Yang trusted most. As a second-tier evolver armed with a gun, his combat prowess was second only to Yu Yang's. Yet now he hadn't returned. A flicker of unease stirred within Yu Yang. Su Mingming smoothly returned to the Imperial City Alliance. As a second-level evolved being, her physical prowess allowed her to easily evade mutant beasts, especially since she could sense their energy fluctuations. Thus she encountered no danger along the way. The Imperial City Alliance was situated within the largest prison in the city. This location was chosen because its defensive structures were already robust. Even ordinary elite-level mutant beasts would struggle to breach it. Additionally, the prison was positioned on the outskirts closer to a towering stone pillar. Consequently, the number of mutant beasts was just manageable for the Alliance's members, neither too many nor too few. Su Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao were renowned as great beauties in the Alliance, a pair of sisters who drew much attention. Even the gate guards recognized them. Carrying 3 bottles of mineral water, Su Mingming greeted the guards and strode through the entrance. The prison was dimly lit, devoid of electricity, relying on faint firelight. But fuel was a precious resource, so unless necessary the corridors were shrouded in darkness at night. Nevertheless, Su Mingming navigated the familiar path to the Mingxing group's encampment. She arrived at the door of the only room lit by a kerosene lamp. Inside, 2 men were locked in heated debate. No, we must expand our search range. If this continues, our brothers will starve and die of thirst, exclaimed a young man in his 20s, his voice agitated. Reckless expansion will only bring danger. Before we starve, we'll end up in the bellies of mutant beasts. A noticeably older man countered. The youth Su Yifan was the deputy leader of the Mingxing group, a capable young man. The older man was Su Mingming's brother Su Ming. Su Yifan disagreed. But our food and water must sustain over 2,000 brothers. We can't hold out much longer. I fear the grain will run out in a week. He continued, why not cut off the affiliated teams? They're of little use anyway. Our brothers can handle the heavy labor. Su Ming shook his head. The affiliated teams already receive minimal food and drink. There's no need to cut off their lifeline. Besides, they've contributed, even if not with great merit. Among the 4 groups, we have the most affiliated teams. We don't actually need so many people. Enough. Stop scheming against the affiliated teams. After all, they are human, just like us. Not stray dogs to be discarded at will. Then what should we do? Su Yifan's eyes flickered with impatience as he paced anxiously. Food can be managed. We can trade resources with other groups. But water. Clean water is far more precious than food. Su Ming clenched his fists, a struggle flashing in his eyes. Expanding the search range would inevitably lead to casualties, but without it, there wouldn't be enough food. Yet cutting the affiliated teams. Many were former employees of the Mingxing group. Though unskilled, he couldn't abandon them so easily. He couldn't save everyone, but he wanted to help as many as he could within his power. Brother, Su Mingming called softly from the doorway. Su Ming looked up, overjoyed. Mingming, you're back. Where's Xiao Xiao? Did she return with you? Su Mingming shook her head. Su Ming's heart sank. Xiao Xiao is. She's fine, she's with another team now, safe. The young man beside him frowned. Is there any place safer than the Imperial City Alliance in the Imperial City? You should have brought her back. Our team relies on her for fuel. For some reason, Su Mingming had always listened to Su Yifan's reasoning before, but today she found him irritating. All you do is force Xiao Xiao to work. Have you ever considered her feelings? She's just a little girl. What did she do wrong to be pushed around like this? Mengming, you. Su Yifan hadn't expected such a fierce reaction. Embarrassed, he said, Mengming, that's not what I meant. Humph. Su Mingming snorted, placing the 3 bottles of mineral water heavily on the table. This is... Su Ming was puzzled. This is 30 tons of water. You were just complaining about the shortage, right? Here it is. 30 tons. Su Yifan looked at the 3 500 milliliters bottles on the table, bewildered. Mengming, did you hit your head out there? How can this be 30 tons of water? Su Ming was equally confused. Mengming, what's going on? Why do you say that? Su Mingming rolled her eyes, then pulled over a bucket in the corner of the room, opened a bottle, and began pouring water. As she poured, Su Yifan and Su Ming sensed something amiss. The water flowed endlessly, yet the bottle never seemed to empty. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Mengming, what is this? The water. Think of these 3 bottles as special storage spaces. Each one holds 10 tons of pure water, Su Mingming explained. How? How is that possible? Su Yifan's eyes bulged, utterly incredulous. It's the apocalypse now. Anything is possible. Everyone can evolve special abilities. It's normal to see things you've never encountered. Stop making a fuss. Su Mingming stated matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with joy. He grabbed her shoulders, asking excitedly, Mengming, where did you get this water? Did you find a clean water source? Su Mingming brushed his hands away, annoyed. Not that easy. A team leader named Yu Yang exchanged these resources with you. A team? Su Ming grew curious. In the Imperial City Alliance, what team could provide so much clean water at once? I don't know. I found Xiao Xiao there. I only know their leader is very powerful. How powerful can he be compared to the Imperial City Alliance? Su Yifan said with slight disdain. Su Mingming shot him a glance. He's far more powerful than you. He's also a second-level evolved being. Su Yifan was taken aback. Of course, and his abilities far surpass yours. Hearing this, Su Yifan clenched his fist slightly. He hadn't expected Su Mingming's attitude toward him to change so drastically after this trip. She used to call him Brother Su, but now. Su Yifan's gaze turned cold as he muttered inwardly. Yu Yang, let's see how impressive you really are. Captain, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I won't disturb your reunion. Su Yifan said with a gloomy face, quickly exiting the room. Watching Su Yifan's departing figure, Su Ming sighed. Mengming, your tone towards Su Yifan today was too harsh. After all, he is the vice captain and has made considerable contributions to our team. What does his contribution have to do with me? Su Mingming turned her head, completely disregarding Su Ming's words. I remember you used to get along well with Su Yifan. Who told him to question the captain? Suddenly Su Mingming felt a strange sensation in her heart. No, why should I care about that rogue? Oh, what does that guy Yu Yang have that makes our Mingming defend him so? Su Ming asked with a smile. Brother, I am not defending him. I am just speaking the truth, Su Mingming said shyly. Then tell me what exactly is so impressive about Yu Yang. What's impressive? Su Mingming pouted deep in thought. For some reason she instinctively recalled the gasping sounds she heard that night in the garage. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Fortunately, the kerosene lamp in the room was dim, so Su Ming didn't see it. His marksmanship is exceptionally precise, almost surreal, and for some reason his attack power is incredibly high. He can take down elite-level mutated beasts with just a few shots, and just yesterday, he even killed a person with 100 defense points in one shot. 100 defense points. Was that person named Wang Hang? I don't know, but I did hear his subordinates call him Brother Wang, and they are under Zhao Yi. Su Ming nodded. He had heard of Wang Hang, a competent member of Zhao Yi's team known for his formidable defenses, even stronger than elite-level mutated beasts. Are you saying that Yu Yang killed him with one shot? That's right, that shot was so cool. Su Mingming recalled that moment, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Su Ming was silently calculating in his mind. So this kid must have at least over 200 points of power with a single shot. Good heavens, even a rocket launcher probably wouldn't cause such damage in one go. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming asked, where's their team? Mingwang Primary School. Mingwang Primary School. Are they interested in joining the Yuqing Alliance? I don't know, but based on Yu Yang's character, he probably wouldn't want to come over. Su Ming smiled meaningfully. So you know him quite well. Su Mingming suddenly felt flustered. Not at all. It's just that Xiao Xiao really likes that guy Yu Yang and doesn't want to come back. So I stayed there for a few days to observe him. Is Xiao Xiao doing okay? Su Ming's eyes filled with guilt. I neglected her feelings, and it's my fault. Xiao Xiao is very happy over there now. Then let her stay there for now. We have enough fuel here. We don't have charcoal, and while the other fuels are a bit lacking, they can still last for a while. By the way, you said he asked you to bring this 30 tons of water to exchange for supplies. What supplies does he want? Can we give him intermediate evolution crystals? Su Mingming attempted to sniff the water, not even realizing she had already started leaning towards Yu Yang. That's not possible. Intermediate evolution crystals are the most important resources and can't be used for trade. Humph. Su Mingming knew this was likely the outcome and didn't say much more. She continued, then let's exchange seeds. He needs seeds. Seeds? Plant seeds. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. Yes, what else could it be? Su Ming's mind suddenly sparked. What does he need seeds for? Can he grow plants? I don't know. He said he wanted to try. Su Ming nodded, slightly contemplating various possibilities. After a moment he replied, all right, then you can take all those seeds from the warehouse, Tim. We really have no use for them, and it's too little to eat directly, so exchanging some for water would be good. By the way, you haven't said where he got so much water from. Su Ming asked curiously. Su Mingming hesitated for a while before responding, I can't say that. My. Su Ming was taken aback by this answer, surprised. Mingming can't brother know either. I shook my head. I'm not sure if Yang wants others to know. Besides, I'm not too clear myself, I can only guess a bit. Moreover, Xiao Xiao is still with him, I can't offend him. Alright. Su Ming reluctantly compromised. Just remember your and Xiaoxiao's safety is the most important. You must protect Xiao Xiao well. Don't worry, that guy Yu Yang treats Xiao Xiao very well. I'm even afraid that Xiao Xiao will be taken away by him. Su Ming smiled slightly. That's good. You stay with me for a couple of days, and then go over later. It won't make much difference in these 2 days, right? Su Mingming said helplessly, alright. What? It seems you are still a bit reluctant. Are you in such a hurry to go back? Su Ming shook his head and smiled. Really, a girl is hard to keep. I'm genuinely curious about what kind of person Yu Yang is to have captivated both my sisters. Brother, I'm not infatuated with him. After saying that, Su Mingming blushed and rushed out of the room. Su Ming looked at Su Mingming's figure, then glanced at the 3 bottles of water on the table, his eyes flickering. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to meet this young man named Yu Yang. Mingwang Primary School. When Yu Yang landed his flying car on the playground, everyone at Mingwang Primary School was stunned. Boss, your car is so cool. Wu Gang's eyes sparkled, more excited than seeing a naked beauty. No man does not love cars, especially such a cool one. A flying car. How many men have fantasized about such a steed? Yu Yang got out of the vehicle, stored it in a carrying box, and straightforwardly asked, is Officer Jiang not back yet? Everyone shook their heads. No one from their squad has returned. After saying this, everyone realized that something seemed off. It was dangerous at night. This was common knowledge. Generally, everyone would rush back before dark. Even if there were no gains, it was better than losing their lives. But now Jiang Chang's entire squad had not returned. For a moment, the joy of everyone's gains was considerably dampened. Don't be too pessimistic. Perhaps Officer Jiang's team had such a rich harvest that they need some time to return. That might be it, Yu Yang said hesitantly, though he said that he always had a bad premonition. Just then a figure rushed in from outside looking flustered and covered in wounds. Captain, Vice Captain Yu, something has happened to our team too. The man was panting heavily, his body covered in several bloody gashes as if he had been slashed by something sharp. What happened? What exactly is going on? Yu Yang asked in a deep voice. The man gasped for air and replied, Officer Jiang, there's a trap. Someone set us up. Calm down. Take your time. The man took a breath and then said, On the road a panicked woman approached us claiming her brother was trapped by a mutant beast and in mortal danger. Officer Jiang immediately asked her to lead the way, saying he could help deal with the beast. But unexpectedly, after leading us to a farm, the woman suddenly attacked Officer Jiang from behind. A group of people rushed out from the woods. Officer Jiang was severely injured but still managed to shoot 2 of them dead, buying us a chance to escape. However, many thorny vines stretched out from the woods and entangled us all. The man's eyes were clearly filled with fear as he spoke. Except for Officer Jiang, everyone else was dragged into the woods by those vines. I was about to be pulled in too, but Officer Jiang's sharp shooting severed the vines binding me. That's how I managed to escape and report to you. Yu Yang listened, his expression grave. Thorny vines. Most likely some kind of mutant plant. But why would those people help a mutant plant? After a moment's thought, Yu Yang asked, Do you remember the way back? Yes, it's not too far from here, just 4 or 5 kilometers away. The man swallowed hard and replied, Good. What's your name? As he spoke, Yu Yang placed his hand on the man's shoulder. My name is Lu Sheng. Repairing Lu Sheng's battered body requires 10 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Repair successful. Gained loyal Lu Sheng. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one. 1 fixed voice transmission. Lu Sheng can hear the words of a fixed target within 100 miles and can also transmit messages to that fixed target. The target cannot be changed after binding. 2 fixed mutual communication. Lu Sheng can enable barrier-free communication between 2 fixed targets within 100 miles. The targets cannot be changed after binding. 3 voice amplifier. Lu Sheng can unilaterally transmit messages to any target within 100 miles but cannot receive information from the target. The target can be changed. Looking at the 3 effects before him, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile. This was essentially a living telephone. After reviewing the 3 effects, Yu Yang chose the 3rd one. This way, as long as he kept Lu Sheng by his side, he would have a messenger who could ignore distance. You did well. Thanks to you we got the news. From now on you'll join the main team. Lu Sheng felt all his injuries completely vanish and a wave of shock swept through him. How miraculous was this? What else could our leader not accomplish? Lu Sheng, I have just granted you an ability. You can now transmit messages to anyone. I need you to say something to Jiang Chong. Tell him we are on our way to rescue him. He must hold on stall for time and wait for our arrival. All right. Lu Sheng seemed to know what to do instinctively. Closing his eyes, he began trying to contact Jiang Chong. Countless people appeared in his field of vision like stars in the sky. He quickly located Jiang Chong. Officer Jiang, I've found the leader. He says to hold on and we're coming to save you. Done. Lu Sheng opened his eyes, marveling at the incredible experience. This is truly unbelievable. Lu Sheng couldn't calm down for a long time. Meanwhile, Yu Yang pulled out his flying car and gestured for Lu Sheng to get in. Everyone else stay at the base. They'll be back soon. Boss, they'll go with you. Wu Gang hoisted his cleaver, his face filled with indignation. They'll chop up whoever harmed Officer Jiang. Yu Yang shook his head. You stay and guard the base. Yu Yang started the car, which slowly ascended. With Lu Sheng guiding the way, they sped toward their target. In the night sky, 2 bright yellow exhaust trails streaked across. Meanwhile, at a farm, inside a dilapidated wooden cabin, Jiang Chong was tied up, his gun confiscated. Didn't expect you to be so capable. Cost me 2 men to catch you. They'll make sure to give you a proper welcome later. A one-eyed man whetted his knife on a stone, speaking venomously. You scumbags eating human flesh. Has it only been 3 months into the apocalypse, and you've already lost all humanity? Jiang Chong glanced at the skulls in the corner, his stomach churning with disgust. What do you know? The one-eyed man snarled. I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? If you want to survive, find food, kill mutant beasts. Preying on your fellow humans by exploiting their kindness. You don't deserve to be called human. The one-eyed man sneered. Only the living are human. The dead are just food to be eaten, shit to be shat out. But you're interesting. At death's door, instead of begging for mercy, you have the leisure to lecture me with your high-minded morals. You don't actually think I'll have a sudden awakening and let you go, do you? How naive. Jiang Chong's eyes flickered. He had just heard a distant voice. Judging by the reactions of the others, he was the only one who could hear it. Though he had no idea how it was done, the message was crystal clear. Yu Yang was coming to save him with all his might. All he needed to do now was stall for time. So he continued, I know you won't let me go, and I don't expect to survive. But I'm curious, what exactly were those vines that suddenly shot out? Telling you won't hurt. You'll die knowing the truth. The one-eyed man blew on his sharpened blade, a mocking smile curling on his lips. In the apocalypse, only the strong know how to adapt and survive. Those vines came from a mutant plant. Many of my people died to it initially, but I eventually struck a deal with it. Jiang Chang's eyes narrowed in shock. You made a deal with a mutant plant. How? The one-eyed man flashed a cruel grin. Simple. Just keep it fed. Jiang Chang clenched his teeth. You fed your own men to a mutant plant. Just that once, the one-eyed man said dismissively. They were too slow. The slow ones become food. So what exactly is the deal between you? Jiang Chang asked in a low voice. The blind man approached Jiang Chang with a knife in hand, a cruel smile curling on his lips and a cold glint in his eyes. We just need to play a few little tricks to lure other humans or mutated creatures here, and it will be responsible for killing these targets. Occasionally we get a share of the food. Tell me, aren't I clever? Heh. Jiang Chang clenched his teeth, his eyes rimmed red. So you're saying my other team members have already been devoured by the mutated plant? Of course it eats quickly. The blind man licked his lips. Actually, it prefers mutated beasts. Eating them helps it evolve. You were just unlucky today getting caught in our sights. I never imagined you'd be so easy to fool. Jiang Chang cursed angrily. A man with no scruples like you will die a miserable death. Don't trouble yourself with that. Worry about yourself instead. Let me see, where should I start eating? The blind man lightly traced the knife across Jiang Chang's body. The cold touch and sharp aura made Jiang Chang's body tremble involuntarily. I can't let you die too easily. You need to live a few more days so the meat stays fresh. Let's start with the arm. With that, the blind man laughed triumphantly, seemingly quite satisfied with his arrangement. The sharp blade sliced through Jiang Chang's skin, yet he remained silent. Oh, you've got some backbone. If you hadn't killed 2 of my men and made me so furious, keeping you alive to tame slowly might have been interesting. As he spoke, the blind man increased the pressure on the knife. Blood seeped from the wound, and Jiang Chang broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, but he still didn't utter a sound. Just then several gunshots and screams rang out from outside. Moments later, the cabin door was kicked open with a bang. The blind man looked over in astonishment. 2 people stood at the entrance. Who are you? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Before he could finish his sentence, the blind man was shot in the head. He stared incredulously at the young man outside, a deep unwillingness in his one eye, and then slowly collapsed. Jiang Chang glared at the blind man with hatred. Letting you die so easily is too good for you. Officer Jiang, are you alright? Lu Sheng rushed to Jiang Chang's side and untied the ropes. I'm fine, just a few superficial wounds. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Yang standing at the door and smiled bitterly. Sorry to trouble you. It's nothing. You two wait here for a while. They'll go check out what's happening in the woods. Yu Yang stepped outside, thought for a moment, then boarded the flying vehicle. The safety factor in the air was obviously much higher. Then he pulled out a flashlight. This was another one of the junk the subsidiary team had salvaged. However, after Yu Yang repaired it, its illumination had been enhanced several times. When he turned it on, a massive beam of light shone out, illuminating the space in front of him as bright as day. This intensity of light could to some extent be used as a weapon. An ordinary person looking directly at it might be blinded on the spot. Yu Yang shone the flashlight on the ground as he circled above the jungle. Soon he noticed an eerie green amidst the withered flowers and trees. Furthermore, among this green, there were many traces of bright red blood and various bones scattered on the ground. Yu Yang descended a bit lower. A giant blood-red rose was hidden among the green vines, slowly opening and closing. He saw the rose's vines extending like arms, sending a human corpse into its huge bud. Several lines of information appeared before Yu Yang's eyes. Elite level Order Breaker Bloodthirsty Rose, HP 200200 attack, 80 defense, 50 special ability, can extend thorny vines to entangle targets, pulling them into the stamen to devour. Yu Yang now looked down on even elite level mutated beasts. With only 200 HP and 50 defense, even firing randomly a few shots would suffice. Since plants had no vital spots, Yu Yang casually drew his revolver and fired a few shots. The bloodthirsty rose, which had been feasting, was instantly struck as if by lightning. Its main stem was blown to pieces. It died without even knowing who had attacked it. Ding. Killed elite level Order Breaker Bloodthirsty Rose. Gained 1,000 repair points. Another 1,000 repair points earned. At this rate, Yu Yang suddenly felt that 1,000,000 wasn't such an unattainable goal after all. But speaking of which, where is this plant's evolution crystal? Yu Yang landed beside the bloodthirsty rose. A thick bloody stench hit him. Beside the bloodthirsty rose, many skeletons still sticky with flesh and blood were scattered around. Approaching, he discovered that the sap flowing from the rose's perforated body was also bright red, just like human blood. After fiddling around for a while, Yu Yang found a clump of evolution crystal at the base of the bloodthirsty rose. However, this crystal was different from the one in the mutated beast's brain. It was overall harder and drier. Yu Yang stored the rose's corpse in his storage box and was about to leave. But he happened to catch a glimpse of a patch of green beside the ground where the rose had been. Curious, Yu Yang investigated. He found several small blades of grass that were growing quite well. Moreover, these blades of grass were clearly the most ordinary kind, not mutated. This meant that the soil beneath the bloodthirsty rose could support normal plant growth. This discovery thrilled Yu Yang. Several hypotheses formed in his mind. To verify his ideas, he collected the soil from that area into his storage box. After doing this, he searched around again. Confirming that no other place could grow plants, he got back on his flying vehicle and returned to the small cabin. Come on, get in. Captain, what about our other team members? Yu Yang sighed. They're probably all dead. I didn't see their bodies, only some bones. Lu Sheng felt a pang of sadness, but said nothing. Death was too common in the apocalypse. Jiang Chang's face was pale and blood was still seeping from the wound on his shoulder. Yu Yang slapped his forehead and chuckled. Look at me, I forgot to treat your injury. Treat it. You can treat injuries. Jiang Chang looked astonished. Lu Sheng beside him nodded vigorously. The wounds on my body were healed by the captain. Jiang Chang had only seen Yu Yang repair things, never treat people, so he was curious. Yu Yang walked over to Jiang Chang and placed his hand on Jiang Chang's shoulder. Repairing Jiang Chang's injured shoulder will consume 10 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Acquired loyal Jiang Chang. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. First quantity, double the number of items Jiang Chang can replicate daily, will double, reaching 20 per day. Second range expansion basic version, the volume of items Jiang Chang can replicate increases to 8 cubic decimeters. Third category, increased Jiang Chang will be able to replicate liquids and gases. Note Jiang Chang's ability cannot replicate items repaired by the host. Gazing at these 3 effects, Yu Yang hesitated momentarily, uncertain which one to select. Yu Yang harbored considerable goodwill toward Jiang Chang, who was also a trustworthy teammate with a highly versatile ability. Thus Yu Yang decided to leave the choice to Jiang Chang. After explaining the situation, Yu Yang detailed all 3 effects to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang pondered for a moment before finally saying, let's go with range expansion. 8 cubic decimeters is about the size of a basketball, much better than before. This way I can replicate far more things. As for liquids, they're not very useful. OID, only be able to copy some liquid fuel and water sources, nothing else worth replicating. Yu Yang nodded. Among the 3, this was indeed his top pick as well. Otherwise, being limited to replicating objects the size of a fist was far too restrictive. Therefore, range expansion was undeniably the optimal choice. Ding. Loyal Jiang Chang has been granted the effect range expansion basic version. Alright, let's head back quickly. The others must be worried. We'll get a good rest tonight. There are new tasks waiting for us tomorrow. Jiang Chang nodded and stepped into Yu Yang's car. The car slowly ascended. Jiang Chang looked back at the jungle, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. They had set out with 11 lively people, yet only 2 remained on the return journey. His heart was filled with self-blame. He felt that if he hadn't so easily trusted the woman's words, they wouldn't have fallen into this trap. A few minutes later, Yu Yang's car descended again onto the playground of Minghuang Elementary School. Seeing only 3 people emerge from the vehicle, and Yang stepped forward and asked, Captain, where are the others? All dead. And Yang's pupils slightly dilated, a hint of grief appearing in his eyes. These people had been with him for quite some time. Losing 10 at once weighed heavily on his heart. Yu Yang, this failure is my fault. I'm willing to step down from the main team and be demoted to an affiliated team member. Just assign me to any small squad to work. Having said that, Jiang Chang walked alone toward his small cabin, his silhouette steeped in desolation. Yu Yang let out a sigh, offering no further comment, but said calmly, then let Jiang Chang temporarily join in Yang's team. Give him some time to cool off. With that, Yu Yang casually shot and killed the mutated beast brought back by Wu Gang. The revolver's attack power increased by 4 points, reaching 98. Then Yu Yang released all the mutated beasts he had slain. Nearly 20 carcasses of mutated beasts lay strewn across the playground, a spectacular and grim sight. It resembled a battlefield left behind by a horrific war. The corpse of the devouring heaven toad stood out prominently among the many mutated beasts due to its immense size. Boss, you killed all these by yourself. They'll kill even more tomorrow. Yu Yang's tone was calm. He felt the urgent need to enhance his strength, especially his level. Although his progress was already swift, he deemed it insufficient. The encounter with that king-level mutated beast today had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. For the first time, he realized that mutated beasts had evolved to such formidable levels. And Bayheart Lake wasn't even the closest point to the heaven-piercing stone pillar. Beneath that pillar, there must be even more terrifying mutated creatures. To uncover the secrets of the heaven-piercing stone pillar, Yu Yang needed to reach at least level 5, or even level 6. Evolution crystals. He needed evolution crystals. Wu Gang, dig out all the evolution crystals and bring them to me. Yu Yang sat on a chair by the playground, speaking indifferently. About half an hour later, Wu Gang placed a large pile of evolution crystals before Yu Yang. Reporting, including today's harvest from all squads, we have a total of 20 basic evolution crystals and 3 intermediate evolution crystals. As for that giant toad, even with Wang Tao reducing its defense, I still can't cut it open. Yu Yang then recalled that the devouring heaven toad was a lord-level mutated beast with a defense value of 120. Even after Wang Tao reduced it by 50.70 remained, so Wu Gang's cleaver couldn't breach it. However, Yu Yang wasn't troubled by this, as he had come prepared. He pulled a chainsaw out of his storage box. This sight startled the others. In the pre-apocalyptic era, such a tool carried considerable deterrent power, often featured in horror films. Boss, you've got such a treasure. Wu Gang's eyes gleamed with envy. Yu Yang glanced at him and said, "This thing isn't as effective in combat as your cleaver. It's too heavy, but it does have some special effects. After my repairs, it can now temporarily and continuously accumulate attack power. Temporarily and continuously accumulate attack power. What does that mean? Sounds pretty impressive." Yu Yang curled the corner of his mouth and smiled. This chainsaw, as long as it maintains uninterrupted contact with a target, its attack power increases by 1 point per second. Once it leaves the target, the attack power instantly drops back to the base 20 points. Oh, I get it. This thing is perfect for cutting up mutated beast bodies. You finally used your brain for once. This chainsaw will stay at the base for everyone to use for dissecting mutated beasts. Having said that, Yu Yang took the chainsaw himself and walked to the side of the devouring heaven toad. He gazed at this lord-level mutated creature, anticipation flickering in his eyes. There must be something good inside this one's head. With that, he pulled the starter cord with one hand, and the chainsaw's distinctive roar immediately echoed across the playground. For some reason, a chilling sensation crept into everyone's hearts. It felt as if in the next second the chainsaw would fall upon them, rending their flesh and blood. The sound seemed even more bone-chilling than gunfire. Yu Yang, however, wasn't particularly affected as the tool was in his own hands. He placed the chainsaw on the devouring heaven toad's head, instantly sending sparks flying. Different mutated beasts have different areas of formidable defense. For instance, the concealed giant serpent's defense was concentrated on its scales, while the crimson flame tiger's lay in its hide. As for the devouring heaven toad, both its skin and bones were exceptionally tough. Generally speaking, most mutated beasts' defenses were concentrated on their surfaces and skeletons. Once breached, the flesh and internal organs were not much different from ordinary beasts. The only differences were a better taste and trace amounts of evolutionary energy. However, Yu Yang had no intention of eating this toad. With so many mutated beasts on the playground, he wouldn't stoop to consuming a toad. As the chainsaw continued to operate, its attack power steadily increased. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the head of the devouring heaven toad was slowly cut open. With a crisp cracking sound, half of the devouring sky toad's head was sliced off by Yu Yang. To his delight, he discovered over a dozen evolution crystals within the toad's brain matter. Laying down the chainsaw, he picked up the crystals one by one. He counted them carefully. There were 9 intermediate evolution crystals and 1 advanced evolution crystal. The advanced crystal was the same size as the intermediate ones, but radiated a deep blue hue containing immense evolutionary energy. "Boss, what's this?" Wu Gang asked. The others were equally curious, having never seen such crystals before. "This is an advanced evolution crystal." Advanced? Lin Wei was puzzled at first, then exclaimed, "Is this toad a higher-tier mutated beast than the elite level?" Yu Yang nodded. "It's a lord-tier beast." Upon hearing his explanation, everyone present was utterly stunned. "B-Boss, are you saying you went out and silently killed a lord-tier mutated beast?" Ignoring their astonished expressions, Yu Yang consumed all 10 evolution crystals along with the 3 intermediate ones he had just retrieved, swallowing them whole. A surge of powerful evolutionary energy coursed wildly through his body, leaving him slightly unsettled. However, the energy had already been purified by the mutated creature, making absorption seamless. Yu Yang checked his evolution progress. Out of a total of 122 bars had been filled. This meant 1 advanced evolution crystal was equivalent to 10 intermediate ones in terms of energy. Having completed over a fifth of his evolution progress in a single day, Yu Yang was reasonably satisfied with the pace. Yet he felt tomorrow could be even faster. Though outwardly unchanged, everyone sensed that Yu Yang had grown significantly stronger. "All right, time to distribute rewards," he announced. "We've gathered 20 primary evolution crystals in total. While I obtained most of them, everyone contributed their efforts. These 20 crystals can help at least 6 people undergo their first evolution. Here, Wu Gang, this is yours." Even before Yu Yang had pulled out the primary crystals, Wu Gang could barely contain himself. He scurried over to Yu Yang and received 3 primary evolution crystals. "Thank you, boss. I promised you earlier that once we had spare primary crystals, you'd be the first to evolve. Now I've kept my word. Keep up the good work." Wu Gang beamed with gratitude, his heart swelling with emotion. Before meeting Yu Yang, he couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone dream of evolving. Now, not only did he enjoy fine food and drink, but evolution was also within reach. All of this was thanks to Yu Yang. "I made the right choice. Glad I switched sides quickly." Wu Gang chuckled to himself. "Wang Tao, you get 3 as well." Most of the base's circuits and pipelines were laid by Wang Tao himself, and he remained calm in battle, so Yu Yang granted him 3 crystals. Zhao Baofu 3. Zhao Baofu's culinary skills pleased Yu Yang greatly, and he worked tirelessly without complaint. Considering he was part of the original team, Yu Yang gave him 3. And Jia 3. As his woman, no explanation was needed. His woman naturally received special treatment. Song Yayan 3. Same reason. So far, 15 crystals had been distributed, leaving enough for 1 more person to evolve. Lu Sheng, am giving you these 3 in advance, so you can be on call to relay messages. Contribute more in the future to deserve this reward. "Thank you, Commander." "Thank you." Lu Sheng hadn't expected a reward and expressed his gratitude profusely. Alright, the primary evolution crystals have been handed out. For those who have already completed their first evolution and contributed enough, they'll hold off for now. You can exchange some extra snacks with me or save them for a combined reward next time. Rest assured, this is only the first day. There will be more evolution crystals, not fewer. For members of other affiliated teams, squad leaders should record merits. When enough is accumulated, you can exchange for supplies or crystals. Also, everyone, unlimited food and drinks tonight. Dismissed. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. The crowd cheered, joy spreading across every face. Such smiles were rare in the apocalypse. They all knew it was because of Yu Yang. In their hearts, he had become a beacon of faith. As the crowd dispersed, Su Xiaoxiao ran up to Yu Yang and extended her hand. I want snacks. Yu Yang was taken aback. Didn't I already give you some today? You jerk. I made a ton of charcoal today. How much? A ton. Yu Yang's jaw dropped. Lin Wei nodded beside him. Xiaoxiao isn't lying. I checked earlier. There's indeed about that much. Hearing how hard she had worked, Yu Yang promptly placed a pack of beef jerky in her hand. Don't push yourself too hard. Take care. No way. Making charcoal is simple. I just break down carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen in the air and reassemble them into a special structure. But I can only turn them into charcoal. I don't know any other formulas. It seems my mind only unlocked this one recipe. Yu Yang smiled reassuringly. That's already impressive. Many people envy your ability. Keep it up. There'll be more treats in the future. Su Xiaoxiao hummed happily and ran off gleefully. Lin Wei chuckled. You're even feeding little girls empty promises. Aren't you embarrassed? You don't have many snacks left. Yu Yang pursed his lips. I'm not making empty promises. Once the nuclear plant is set up, we can build factories. With production lines, what snacks can't we make? But factories need raw materials. We have meat, but plants are completely out of reach now. Lin Wei sighed. Not necessarily, Yu Yang said with a mysterious smile. You? Lin Wei froze, her lips slightly parted. You can solve that too. Who knows? Worth a try? To live better, we have to keep exploring. Lucky for me, I found something today. Lin Wei smiled with emotion. Yu Yang, you never cease to amaze me. Yu Yang grinned. So how about giving me a surprise tonight? Lin Wei's smile turned seductive as she traced a finger lightly across his chest. I've already prepared one, guaranteed to surprise you. Go on back. He'll come to your room later. After his bath, Yu Yang returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind reflecting on the evening's events. On the way back, Jiang Chang had informed him of the agreement between the blind man and the bloodthirsty rose. This suddenly sparked an idea. He could heal humans and treat their injuries, thereby earning their loyalty. Could he then heal injured mutated beasts to gain their allegiance? This thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him. If this path proved viable, he could build an army of mutated beasts. Yet Yu Yang vaguely sensed it wouldn't be so easy. From the system's design and behavior, it was a restorer of order and enemy of those who disrupt it. Logically, it should not allow him to heal mutated beasts, the very disruptors of order. But the temptation was immense, and Yu Yang decided to find an opportunity to test it. Another pleasant surprise from tonight were the few ordinary plants. Though just a few blades of common grass, their significance was profound. Yu Yang had previously believed that the soil must contain some toxin preventing plant growth. The withered vegetation everywhere seemed to confirm this. So when he obtained a purifier retrieved by his affiliate team, he conceived the idea of purifying the soil. But now, after reflection, Yu Yang felt that the inability to grow plants might not be due to toxins in the soil. More likely, the soil lacked something. Precisely in this environment saturated with mutant energy, it might be missing a vital element for survival. What could provide this element? Yu Yang speculated it was either the evolution crystals from mutated plants or some secretion from the plants themselves. All these theories required verification. He planned to have the affiliate team start planting experiments once Su Mengmeng returned with seeds. Successfully growing plants and restoring agriculture would mark a giant leap toward rebuilding human civilization. Having pondered all this, Yu Yang finally relaxed. Just then a soft knock came at the door. He knew who it was without asking. Enter. The door opened, and a rather stern voice echoed. Student Yu Yang, this is a classroom, and it's class time. Please pay attention. Lin Wei stood there in a tight, short-skirted teacher's uniform, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, a book cradled in her arms, and a ruler in her hand. She pushed up her glasses and said with a sly smile, Student Yu Yang, daydreaming in class. Come take off your pants. Let the teacher teach you a proper lesson. The next morning, Yu Yang arrived at the playground feeling refreshed. After a night's work by the affiliate team, the meat on the playground had been cut and stored in the storage containers Yu Yang had repaired, which had a freezing effect. Much of it was also made into jerky to enhance flavor and extend preservation. Yu Yang gathered everyone on the playground. Today you'll split into teams to hunt common-level mutated beasts. Prioritize safety. If you encounter an unbeatable foe, retreat back to base and have Lu Xing notify me. Also, during your missions, bring back any valuable junk you find. Team leaders record the merits. Alright, move out. This time Yu Yang chose to act alone. It was more convenient, and the areas he ventured into were relatively dangerous. He didn't want to waste energy protecting others. Yu Yang got into his flying car and headed toward the suburbs. This time he was fully adapted and even began trying to drive manually, abandoning autopilot. Though he nearly had an accident at first, he gradually mastered the skill. After all, he was the only one in the sky with no risk of collision. So even reckless driving was fine as long as he reached his destination. But since he wasn't on autopilot, his speed wasn't high, and he was spotted by several human teams. From initial shock, they eventually accepted the reality of a car flying in the sky. Having survived the apocalypse, their psychological resilience was far beyond ordinary. Curiosity spread through the area. Who could make a car fly? A wave of inquiries swept across the region. Many familiar teams began asking each other, trying to trace the origin of the flying car. The instigator, however, remained oblivious. As the landscape opened up before him, Yu Yang felt the vast wilderness was surprisingly picturesque. Despite the pervasive withered yellow, a few specks of green dotted the scene. Today Yu Yang planned to kill several mutated plants and observe if ordinary plants grew beneath them to test his theory. But just as he left the city and flew past the toll station, he noticed a rugged-looking woman standing on a high ground outside the suburbs. Not far in front of her, two mutated beasts were locked in combat. The woman appeared calm, even excited. She clenched her fists before her, seemingly shouting slogans. Yu Yang vaguely heard something like "Go yeah baby, that's it," and similar phrases. The words left him slightly bewildered. Was she some kind of expert? Curiosity piqued, he descended from the sky. The woman was alert, immediately noticing the car landing. Yet her eyes showed more curiosity than fear. Yu Yang put away the car and approached her. The woman assumed a defensive stance but displayed no excessive hostility. "Stop. Keep that distance." A somewhat rough voice rang out, unmistakably female, but lacking feminine grace, carrying a wild masculine edge. Yu Yang halted. "Hello, I mean no harm. I'm just curious about what you're doing." His eyes flickered as he made various guesses. The woman seemed reluctant to share, making a shooing gesture. "Leave. This doesn't concern you." Just then the two battling mutated beasts ended their fight. One, resembling a horse, was defeated. The other, clearly a mutated lion, had its mane turned an exaggerated vivid red. The mutated lion trotted to the woman, rubbing its massive head against her body. This ferocious mutated beast, which had always been savage, displayed gentleness and dependence toward the woman. This piqued Yu Yang's curiosity greatly. "How did you do it?" Yu Yang couldn't help but ask. "I told you this has nothing to do with you." The woman's attitude was not exactly good, but she didn't make any drastic moves either. Seeing this, the mutated lion let out a low growl at Yu Yang, as if driving him away. It was clear that this mutated lion possessed considerable intelligence. Seeing Yu Yang unmoved, the woman frowned. She patted the lion's head and turned to leave. The lion shot Yu Yang a fierce glare, then bit the corpse of the mutated horse nearby, slung it over its back, and followed behind the woman. Yu Yang found this scene intriguing and decided he must uncover the truth today. "I can trade resources with you." The woman paused in her steps. "What resources and for what?" "For this, in exchange for information." Yu Yang pulled out several bottles of colorful drinks. These were originally for his own consumption, but now he used them as barter. After all, he could produce vast quantities of these, so he didn't mind parting with them. The woman stared at the dazzling array of drinks in Yu Yang's hand, momentarily stunned. "Are you from the Imperial City Alliance?" In her view, only someone from the largest team in the Imperial City could afford such luxury goods. Yu Yang shook his head modestly. "No, I'm from a small team." The woman nodded. "Tell me, what information do you want?" Yu Yang cut straight to the chase. "I want to know how you tamed the mutated beast." The woman shook her head. "I don't know how to tame mutated beasts." "Then what about this lion?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "You mean Simba?" The woman smiled wryly. "Simba grew up with me, it just happened to mutate after the apocalypse." Yu Yang suddenly understood. So the beast had known the woman before its mutation. No wonder it was so affectionate toward her. Yu Yang handed the drinks to the woman. She took them, picked a bottle of sparkling water, opened it, and took 2 big gulps, her eyes tinged with nostalgia and emotion. Her gaze turned sorrowful. "I used to be a zookeeper at a wildlife park. Many animals shared deep bonds with me. When the apocalypse came, most of them mutated, but nearly all died during the mutation process. Only a few survived. Among those that did, only Simba is still alive now. The others perished in fights with other mutated beasts, and a few died at the hands of humans. So I hid here, far from cities and away from clusters of mutated beasts. Occasionally I take Simba out hunting." Hearing this, Yu Yang nodded. He now had a general understanding of the woman's situation. "So you have experience with taming animals, right?" "You could say that." "That's great." Seeing the woman's puzzled look, Yu Yang explained. "I mean, with this experience you might be able to tame other mutated beasts too." "Impossible. After mutation, they all harbor hostility toward humans. Unless they grew up with me like Simba." The woman shook her head with certainty. "I think you misunderstand. What I mean is I might have a way to help you tame mutated beasts." "You have a way?" The woman was astonished. Yu Yang didn't answer her question, but instead raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" Not far from Minghuang Elementary School, a 10-person team was searching the area. Their clothes were relatively clean, and they looked fairly spirited. In the apocalypse, this was quite rare. "Deputy Commander Su, what are we doing here?" Su Xiaoxiao is here. We're taking her back. Su Yifun's eyes held a hint of malice and his tone carried a faint hostility. Su Xiaoxiao. But the commander hasn't given such an order. What do you know? The commander just doesn't want his sister to suffer, so he let her hide here. But winter is almost here. Without Su Xiaoxiao, where will we get all that high-quality charcoal? Do you want to freeze to death in winter? But won't the commander be angry? Even if he's angry, he won't show it openly. After all, we're bringing his precious sister back. We haven't done anything wrong. Don't worry, you'll take all the blame. You won't be implicated. Hearing this, the others finally felt reassured. They couldn't help but feel grateful to Su Yifan. The deputy commander really looks out for us. Do a good job, and maybe you'll get promoted from the auxiliary team to the main team. Yes. The group followed the map and gradually approached Minghuang Elementary School. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance drone in the air detected their presence. Deputy Commander Su, we've reached Minghuang Elementary School. Su Yifan looked up and saw a well-defended elementary school. The tops of the surrounding walls were covered with various sharp objects, and the entrance was guarded. Inside the walls, a few people were patrolling. Just a few patrols. This team is too small. Su Yifan approached Minghuang Elementary School. Hey, this is our base. Leave immediately. The two guards at the entrance spoke warily. But Su Yifan paid them no mind, unleashing the full speed of a second-level evolver. In the blink of an eye, the two guards were kicked flying. Lu Sheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the playground, was jolted awake by the commotion. He hurriedly looked toward the entrance and saw a dozen menacing figures charging in. Terrified, he quickly sent a message to Yu Yang. Where's Su Xiaoxiao? Hand her over now. Su Yifan demanded rudely as soon as he entered. Hearing the noise, Jiang Chong also came out of his room. He had ultimately been left by Yu Yang to guard the base, and he needed a few days to sort out his emotions. Seeing the hostile group, Jiang Chong's expression turned grim. Who are you? What do you want with Su Xiaoxiao? Su Yifan looked Jiang Chong up and down dismissively. Are you Yu Yang? Jiang Chong shook his head, his tone wary. What do you want with our commander? You're not Yu Yang. Su Yifan sneered. Call your commander out. I want to see what this commander Yu is really made of. Our leader is out. Who are you and why do you want Su Xiaoxiao? Jiang Chong sensed that the newcomers were formidable. After the incident with Wang Hang, and with Yu Yang absent, Jiang Chong dared not be careless. Thus, despite their hostile tone, he refrained from confrontation. We are from the Yuqing Alliance. Heard of it? It's not something your little team can compare to. Since your leader isn't here, consider him lucky. Go fetch Su Xiaoxiao, or we're taking her away. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth. Without the leader's consent, we cannot hand Su Xiaoxiao over to you. Su Yifan sneered. I don't think you're in a position to negotiate. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao, roused by the commotion, emerged from her room, still bleary-eyed. Upon seeing Su Yifan, Su Xiaoxiao tensed up. Brother Su, why are you here? Su Yifan wasted no time in being rude. Su Xiaoxiao, come back with us immediately. Do you know how worried your brother is? Startled by his harsh tone, Su Xiaoxiao said aggrievedly. But sister went back to report that I'm safe, didn't she? Su Yifan retorted coldly. You dare mention your sister. He knew that if she refused to cooperate, things would be difficult. He couldn't very well lay hands on her. So he concocted a lie. On her way back, your sister was attacked by a mutated beast. She's at death's door. Su Xiaoxiao was thunderstruck, frozen in shock. Tears streamed down her face instantly. Her heart was flooded with regret and self-blame. Sister, how is she? She rushed to Su Yifan, her face etched with sorrow. Seeing his ruse succeed, a gleam of triumph flickered in Su Yifan's eyes. But he feigned grief. A beast bit off her arm, and she lost a lot of blood. If I hadn't happened upon her during a mission, she'd be dead. Hearing that her sister had lost an arm, Su Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen with terror. She was utterly devastated. Sobbing uncontrollably, she pleaded, Then take me back. I want to see my sister. I won't run off again, I swear. Her cries were filled with heart-wrenching remorse. Su Yifan cleared his throat, satisfied. Since you're begging me, I'll take you back. No, you can't take her. Jiang Chong blocked Su Yifan. What? She's coming willingly. What reason do you have to stop me? Uncle Jiang, let me go. My sister is dying. I have to return. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were red and swollen. Tell brother Yu Yang I'm sorry. Xiaoxiao can't stay with him anymore. Hearing Yu Yang's name again, Su Yifan clenched his fists secretly. It was all because of this Yu Yang. What sorcery did he possess to earn such trust from Su Xiaoxiao and Su Mingming? He was utterly detestable. Jiang Chong's expression darkened. It wasn't that he feared Su Yifan, he was prepared to fight to the death. The real problem was that Su Xiaoxiao was indeed a member of the Yuqing Alliance, and she wanted to go back. This put Jiang Chong in a bind. Everyone get out of my way. Su Yifan kicked aside two more who blocked him. Brother Su, don't hurt them. Su Xiaoxiao cried out anxiously. They're the ones with no eyes trying to stop me. Su Yifan threatened. Anyone else who blocks me will regret it. I'd like to see who you'll make regret it. A flying car descended from the sky. Seeing it, even Su Yifan's aggressive momentum faltered for a moment. Huh, what's this? A car that can fly. In an instant, greed flickered in Su Yifan's eyes. He couldn't imagine how awesome it would be to drive such a vehicle, drawing the gazes of countless beauties. The flying car landed, and a handsome young man stepped out. Leader, you're back. Thank goodness. They want to take Su Xiaoxiao away. Relax they want. Yu Yang's casual tone was like a slap to Su Yifun's face. Humph, big talk. Su Yifun sized him up, finding nothing special about Yu Yang. Don't think being the leader of some small team makes you impressive. The Yuqing Alliance couldn't care less about your kind. You're from the Yuqing Alliance. That's right. Su Yifun's eyes were arrogant. Since you've heard of us, be smart and step aside. Don't ask for trouble. What does the Yuqing Alliance amount to? With a fool like you, it's nothing impressive. Who are you calling a fool? Su Yifun was like gunpowder ready to ignite. He shoved Su Xiaoxiao aside and threw a punch at Yu Yang. Yu Yang sidestepped, then kicked, sending Su Yifun flying. He landed face first in the dirt. A fool indeed. Yu Yang shook his head, delivering a calm, finishing blow. Damn you. You're dead. Su Yifun pulled out a gun and aimed at Yu Yang. But as he was about to fire, his mind went blank as if time had stopped. Whether it was an eternity or an instant, Su Yifun felt his body lift off and crash into a nearby ruin. He clearly heard the sound of his own bones breaking. Yu Yang had used time freeze on him, then kicked him away. Su Yifun's face flushed crimson. The humiliation was even more unbearable than the physical pain. He shouted at his men, "What are you waiting for? Fire!" "No!" Su Xiaoxiao cried in panic. "Listen to me. Kill them all, and it'll make you full members." Nobody moved. Just then Su Mingming rushed in from the school gate. She glared at Su Yifun with disgust. "So you came to cause trouble here. I knew something was off when you left early this morning. You're insane. Sister, weren't you gravely injured?" "How?" Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. Su Yifun's heart sank at the sight of Su Mingming. He never expected her to follow. "It's simple. This fool lied to you." Yu Yang's face was full of contempt. How can the Yuqing Alliance harbor someone so shameless and foolish? Su Yifun felt blood surge to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Knowing his scheme was exposed, he realized today's mission was a failure. He scrambled to his feet and called to his men through gritted teeth, "Let's go." Yu Yang slowly drew his revolver, his lips moving slightly as he said calmly, "I never said you could leave." Su Yifun's face flushed red with humiliation. He abruptly turned his head and said fiercely, "I am the vice captain of the Yuqing Alliance Ming Sheng team. How dare you?" Bang. Up. Su Yifun fell to the ground, clutching his calf. "So what if it's the Yuqing Alliance? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Su Yifun grimaced in pain, yelling hoarsely, "Su Mingming, are you still a member of the Yuqing Alliance? This guy shot me. Are you just going to stand there?" Su Mingming frowned and walked over to Yu Yang, sneering. "You came to someone else's territory to cause trouble and even deceive Xiaoxiao. Besides, you were the one who made the first move and prepared to shoot. You can't beat Yu Yang on your own, yet you still have the audacity to mention the Yuqing Alliance. How could I not have noticed how shameless you are before?" "Exactly. You even lied to me saying my sister was dying, making me so heartbroken just now." Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her face filled with rage. Su Yifun had always pressured her to make more charcoal, and she had never held any goodwill towards him. Su Yifun stared wide-eyed, his anger and humiliation reaching a boiling point. He never expected that the Su sisters would not say a word to help him. "What's so great about Yu Yang? Where am I inferior to him? Since you all protect him so much, then just go die? Go die." At that moment his hatred for Yu Yang peaked. He gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. With a loud shout his eyes erupted with terrifying orange light, and two beams of horrifying lasers shot towards Yu Yang. This move was Su Yifun's special ability. The greater the power he activated, the greater the backlash. At that moment he disregarded everything else and pushed his ability to the limit. The laser beams were so fast that they almost instantly reached Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang was not worried. His absolute defense had not yet been triggered today, so his safety was completely assured. But to his astonishment, Su Mingming standing beside him pushed his body aside just as the lasers were about to hit. The two laser beams slammed into Su Mingming's body. In almost an instant they pierced through her. The sparkle in her eyes rapidly faded like a butterfly with broken wings falling to the ground. Yu Yang reacted quickly, tightly embracing Su Mingming's body. His revolver was drawn in an instant, and he didn't even raise his head to aim. Bang 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 bang. 5 shots in quick succession shattered Su Yifun's head. "Sister." Su Xiaoxiao, stunned by fear, cried out, and knelt beside Su Mingming. Tears streamed down her face, and the sorrow in her heart overwhelmed her like a flood. She had seen her sister's body pierced through. Yu Yang said in a low voice, "Don't touch her, I have a way. The universal repair system has been activated. Repairing critically injured Su Mingming requires 100 repair points. Do you wish to proceed?" Yu Yang showed no hesitation. "Yes." Ding. Repair successful. Received. Loyal Su Mingming. The wounds on Su Mingming's body vanished in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao's crying abruptly stopped. Her eyes blinked rapidly, long eyelashes still glistening with tears, her gaze filled with confusion. "Where did my sister's injuries go?" "Brother healed them. Don't you remember? Brother can heal injuries." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao finally brightened up, wiped her tears, and cautiously touched Su Mingming's face. "Are you okay now, sister? Are you all right?" Su Mingming let out a soft grunt and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, seeing two concerned faces in front of her. Yu Yang said gently, "Are you silly? Why did you push me away?" His eyes were filled with tenderness. Although Su Mingming had never verbally expressed her care for him, she often treated him as a rogue. However, just now Su Mingming's action was the best confession. "It's my fault for not killing that brat immediately." Yu Yang's voice carried some self-reproach. Originally, he had hesitated to shoot Su Yifan because of Xiao Xiao and Mengming, but he hadn't expected Su Yifan to be so insane. He could see that this move cost Su Yifan a great deal, as there were clear burn marks in his eyes, almost as if they had been scorched. "It's not your fault. It's that Su Yifan who's gone mad," Su Mingming sighed. She regretted not realizing how shameless and crazy Su Yifan was before. Such a person deserves to die, who otherwise her brother might suffer more in the future. "By the way, how did my injuries heal?" Su Mingming finally realized that her wounds had completely disappeared. "Yu Yang brother healed them." "I told you Yu Yang brother is amazing," Su Xiao Xiao said proudly. It occurred to Su Mingming that Yu Yang had indeed healed Xiao Xiao's injuries before. "Can you really heal injuries?" Yu Yang smiled slightly. "Not only can I heal injuries, but I can also help enhance your abilities." As he spoke, Yu Yang looked at the system, which had drawn 3 special effects for Su Mingming. 1. Radar coverage. Su Mingming can sense all life forms within a 1-kilometer radius. 2. Expanded range. Su Mingming's sensing range doubles. 3. Imaging skin. Su Mingming can see the outlines of objects behind obstructions. It's indeed an enhancement of current abilities. After several observations, Yu Yang noted that if a person he repaired had no special abilities, they would be granted a brand new special ability. If they already had a special ability, it would be enhanced. The only uncertainty was whether someone granted a special ability would gain a new power or strengthen their original abilities when they evolved to level 2. Ultimately, Yu Yang chose the first ability for Su Mingming. Originally, her perception was limited and not very clear. With the help of radar coverage, Su Mingming's ability to gather information greatly improved. Ding! Loyal Su Mingming now has the effect radar coverage. Feeling the change in her body, Su Mingming's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you do this?" This is amazing." Yu Yang just smiled and hugged Su Mingming gently, saying softly, "This is your compensation." After saying that, he stood up, his gaze suddenly turning cold and terrifying. He fixed his stare on the 10 people brought by Su Yifan and said in a chilling voice, "From today on, your lives belong to me." The 10 people trembled, not daring to utter a single word. "Jiangchong, take them to work. From now on, they are the subordinate team of the sub-team. As long as they don't starve to death, that's enough. If anyone tries to escape, shoot them on the spot. No need to report to me." After saying that, Yu Yang took one by the hand and led Su Mingming and Su Xiao Xiao toward the bedroom. As they felt the touch from Yu Yang's broad and warm palm, Su Mingming and Su Xiao Xiao experienced entirely different emotions. Su Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with a sense of novelty. Brother Yu Yang's hand was so warm and reassuring, being held by him felt incredibly comfortable. His fingers were slender and elegant, a sight to behold. Brother Yu Yang's smile was so gentle, and his profile was strikingly handsome. Subsequently, Yu Yang summoned Su Mingming alone to his room. Su Mingming followed him, her face flushed with shyness. "Mengming, how many seeds did you bring back this time?" Yu Yang found a seat, took out a bottle of drink, and asked casually as he sipped. "Huh?" Su Mingming was stunned. "Seeds? Yes, I asked you to trade water for seeds, didn't I? What did you forget to bring them?" Yu Yang looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Mingming awkwardly touched her face. "Oh, that's what you meant. I thought." "Thought what?" Nothing. Su Mingming's ears turned red. She forced herself to stay calm and produced 3 mineral water bottles, now filled not with water, but with seeds. "Well, there are 3 types of seeds here, each weighing nearly a ton. Since winter is approaching, I specifically selected seeds of plants that can grow in cold weather. One is spinach seeds. Spinach thrives in colder seasons, grows quickly, and is rich in vitamins, making it an excellent source of nutrients. Another is white radish seeds. White radish has strong cold resistance and is high in dietary fiber. It's wonderful when added to stews. The last is garlic, which can also grow in cold conditions. Moreover, garlic bulb sprouts and leaves are all edible and full of flavor. Additionally, garlic has some antibacterial properties. Are you satisfied with these 3 types of seeds?" After speaking, Su Mingming touched her still warm face. Had she acted flawlessly just now? He probably didn't catch what I was thinking earlier. It's all his fault. Why did he have to ask me these things in the room, making my mind wander? Upon learning about the 3 types of seeds Su Mingming had brought back, Yu Yang realized she had done her homework. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, Mingming. You worked hard this time. If I really manage to grow vegetables, I'll invite you to taste them first." Su Mingming cursed inwardly. Who wants to eat your vegetables? Still hearing that Yu Yang seemed confident, she grew curious. "Yu Yang, can you really grow vegetables?" Yu Yang nodded slowly. "If my guess is correct, growing vegetables is just a matter of time, though I'll need to figure out large-scale cultivation." Su Mingming's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she said earnestly, "If you truly solve the problem of growing vegetables, I think all of humanity will be grateful to you." "All of humanity, huh?" Yu Yang's eyes drifted slightly, but soon he laughed. "Haha, I'm not that noble. I just want to eat some fresh vegetables." At Mingwang Primary School. On the playground, Yu Yang began his planting experiment. He first had someone lay plastic sheeting on an empty plot of land. This was to isolate the soil from external material exchange, allowing him to control variables in the experiment. Then he covered the plastic sheeting with 4 large sections of soil. He marked them as Farmland 1, Farmland 2, Farmland 3, and Farmland 4. Farmland 1 contains soil purified by a purifier. Farmland 2 contains soil mixed with powdered remains of mutated plants. Farmland 3 contains soil with evolution crystals produced by plants buried within it. Farmland 4 contains soil with evolution crystals produced by animals buried within it. Yu Yang divided the soil into 4 groups to verify his hypothesis. If only Farmland 1 grew plants, it would prove that toxins in the soil were inhibiting growth. If Farmland 2 grew plants, it would prove that mutated plants produced some kind of antibody capable of resisting harsh environments. If Farmland 3 or 4 grew plants, it would prove that ordinary plants now require trace amounts of evolutionary energy to grow. Separating Farmland 3 and 4 was solely to determine whether animal-derived evolution crystals were effective. Beyond this, Yu Yang also had a transparent plastic canopy erected over the fields to prevent toxic rain from falling on the farmland. He planned to use purified water for irrigation. Once the experimental results were out, he would then test whether rainwater affected plant growth. That would be the second research topic. After completing these preparations, Yu Yang began to summon his team members to plant here. The ones who contributed the most effort were of course the 10 people who had come with Su Yifan. Although they hadn't done anything excessively offensive at the time, since they had trespassed into his base, it was only fitting that they pay a price. Yu Yang ordered them to plant seeds of 3 different plant species in each field. Holding the seeds, they bowed their heads and walked toward the farmland, confusion in their eyes. Didn't we already try planting in the Royal City Alliance? Nothing grew at all. These precious seeds would be better used as food than wasted on planting. Didn't you see what he put in those fields? Maybe ITLL work. TCH, I think he's just wasting his time. Our entire alliance with several botanists couldn't find a solution. What can his little team possibly do? In a few days, when all the seeds rot in the ground, he'll be dumbfounded. Keep your mouth shut. Just plant what you're told. If that guy hears you, watch your neck. As the planting proceeded, one precious seed after another was sown into the soil. Hope flickered in Yu Yang's eyes. If plants could truly be grown, it would be a monumental achievement. Just then the gate of Minghuang Primary School swung open. Wu Gang's team wheeled a cart into the school carrying a crimson flame tiger that had been beaten to the brink of death. Hey, boss, you're here too. Look, I brought back another mutated beast. Yu Yang's heart stirred at the sight of the battered crimson flame tiger. He strode swiftly to its side and gently placed his hand on the mutated creature. Repairing the severely injured crimson flame tiger requires 20 repair points. Ding. Detected that the current creature is a common level order breaker. An additional 100 repair points are required to convert its faction. Continue with the repair. Note, the higher the level of the order breaker, the more repair points are needed for faction conversion. Seeing the system prompt, Yu Yang could barely contain himself. A faction conversion is actually required. It seems the system belongs to the order faction, and these mutated beasts are of the breaker faction. But converting a common level mutated creature costs 1000 repair points. Might as well just kill it. Yu Yang reluctantly drew his gun and ended the crimson flame tiger's life with a single shot. Ding. Killed common level order breaker crimson flame tiger. Gained 100 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 2 points. Revolver permanent attack power 100 points. It's already at 100 points. Yu Yang hadn't realized that before he knew it, his revolver's attack power had broken into 3 digits. If he added power overload, it would reach a full 1000 attack points. Truly terrifying. Yet what slightly frustrated Yu Yang was that aside from the first time when the revolver broke, the subsequent uses of power overload had not damaged it. This luck was almost too good. Better keep grinding for attack power. If I recall correctly, I've killed 18 common level 1s so far, gaining 36 attack points. I've killed 3 elite level 1s gaining 9 attack points. And I've killed 1 lord level gaining 5 attack points. There's still plenty of room for gains. Yu Yang turned to Lu Sheng and Jiang Chong, who were stationed at the base. You two keep supervising their work. I'm going out on business. Wu Gang and Wang Tao continue hunting beasts. If anything comes up that you can't handle, come back and contact me through Lu Sheng immediately. Yu Yang pulled out his hovercar and climbed in. The vehicle rose slowly into the air and sped off into the distance. Wu Gang watched with envy. When will I ever get to ride such a cool car? Wang Tao silently added, you should know it's not the car that's cool. It's our boss. Yu Yang drove the hovercar toward the outskirts, mulling over the chance encounter from this morning. At the time, Yu Yang had wanted to kindly help her heal her injuries to win her loyalty. But she had warily refused. It was Yu Yang's first rebuff. He didn't push too hard, however, and parted amicably, arranging to meet again. The woman had promised to bring some good things next time and trade them for drinks with Yu Yang. During their conversation, Yu Yang also learned her name. Tang Ruru. A name that sounded lively and playful. According to Tang Ruru, before working at the wildlife park, she had been a cute-looking girl. But life alongside wild animals had gradually tanned her skin to a wheat color, her face losing its delicate charm to become full of heroic spirit, and her personality had become straightforward. Yu Yang, however, found her current appearance uniquely appealing. Moreover, her identity as a wildlife keeper greatly piqued his interest. With Simba's help, Tang Ruru had undergone her first evolution. Yu Yang was curious about what ability her second evolution would grant. If it turned out to be the ability to tame mutated beasts, Yu Yang wouldn't mind helping her, strengthening her power while bringing her into his fold. Lost in these thoughts, Yu Yang flew to a place he had never visited before, a mining quarry. To his utter astonishment, this place was teeming with over 100 mutated beasts. This was a modest mining site. From the damaged equipment and the overall scale, it was evident that the output here had never been high. Yu Yang could not discern what or had been mined here in the past, for every piece of or had transformed into a pale blue shimmering with a crystalline luster. Gathered there were over 100 mutated beasts. However, their degree of mutation was minimal, some barely differed from ordinary animals. Birds perched on the heights, while four-legged beasts scattered around various excavation points or beside piles of ore. They were all incessantly licking the pale blue ores as if these stones were some exquisite delicacy. Occasionally a large beast could be seen biting to death a smaller one that displeased it. Yet due to the abundance of, or nearly every beast could claim a share, so no large-scale slaughter ensued. Curious, Yu Yang fixed his gaze upon the beasts. Lines of information materialized before his eyes. Entry-level Order Breaker Charging Porcupine, evolving HP 4550, attack 8, defense 5. Entry-level Order Breaker Howling Hound, evolving HP 3340, attack 10, defense 3. Entry-level Order Breaker Bewitching Parrot, evolving HP 2020, attack 5, defense 3. All of them are mere entry-level beasts. Then the ore here must contain some evolutionary energy. Yu Yang instantly deduced that the reason these mutated creatures were so absorbed in licking the ore was precisely because it held the evolutionary energy they craved. Otherwise, there was no explanation for so many evolving beasts congregating here. Yu Yang parked his flying vehicle beside the mining site and proceeded on foot. These beasts were at most entry-level and posed no threat to him. Arf, woof, huff, roar, howl. Before Yu Yang had taken many steps, several beasts began snarling at him. They bared their fangs, their faces twisted in ferocity, as if guarding their food. Yu Yang frowned and cursed. This is an outrage. I wasn't going to bother you, and yet you dare to threaten me. He was no wildlife enthusiast, or anything that bared its fangs at him he would eliminate without mercy. He raised his hand and fired several shots. As a few bodies crumpled to the ground, a large area around him cleared, and no other beast dared to approach. However, a gleam of excitement ignited in Yu Yang's eyes. His gaze towards the remaining beasts turned almost affectionate. For with the fall of his first shot, the system promptly flashed a notification. Ding. Killed. Entry-level Order Breaker Charging Porcupine, gained 10 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack increased by 1 point. Revolver permanent attack, 101 points. Even entry-level ones boost my attack. This is fantastic. Yu Yang looked at the hundreds of mutated beasts in the mining site, as if they were a treasure trove. If he could slay every mutated beast here, the 100 attack points stackable from entry-level kills would be effortlessly achieved. And so what ensued was Yu Yang's carnage. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sounds of gunfire and reloading echoed alternately. At that moment, Yu Yang only regretted not having infinite ammunition. During his reloads, a few beasts fled in terror. Yet thanks to the sheer number of beasts, Yu Yang successfully farmed the 100 attack points. Now his revolver's attack power had reached an astonishing 200 points. This surpassed even the average Lord-level mutated creature. In fact, Yu Yang himself had become a walking Lord-level mutated beast. Should he encounter that previous Lord-level mutated beast again, he could easily slay it without even using power overload. Gazing at the animal corpses scattered across the mountainside, what came to Yu Yang's mind were visions of delicious dishes. Such a bounty of wild delicacies. Among them were many game meats he had never tasted before. The variety of animals alone was enough to create dozens of different dishes, not to mention the various cooking methods for each. Yu Yang wasted none of this succulent meat, collecting it all into his storage container. Only after finishing did he approach the pale blue ores. He picked up a piece that felt cool to the touch. The ore felt like crystal in his hand, and Yu Yang could sense the faint evolutionary energy radiating from within. However, the energy within was dozens of times weaker than even a primary evolutionary crystal. To absorb enough evolutionary energy from it would require years of constant contact or a unique method of concentration. Yu Yang looked around. Clearly this place had not yet been discovered. This will definitely attract more low-level creatures to lick the ore. It's an excellent trap. The reason he specified low-level was that for high-level creatures the fastest path to evolution was still through devouring the evolutionary crystals of other mutated beings, or by seeking opportunities for evolution at the heavenly stone pillars. For a high-level mutated beast to evolve by licking these energy crystals would likely be impossible before their lifespan ran out. But that didn't mean these energy crystals were useless. Yu Yang's first thought was of his farm experiment. If plants grew in his third or fourth experimental plot, it would prove that plant growth required trace amounts of evolutionary energy. Then these crystals containing minute evolutionary energy would be the perfect fertilizer. At this thought, Yu Yang felt a surge of excitement. I need to mine these ores quickly. If someone else discovers them, it'll be trouble. His gaze fell upon the already damaged machinery. I wonder if these machines can still operate after being repaired. Without further ado, Yu Yang approached a damaged drilling rig. Repairing the damaged DTH drill requires 50 repair points. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Obtained a brand new DTH drill. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one. 1 indestructible drill bit. The drill bit will suffer no wear and tear, usable indefinitely. 2 perfect drilling. The drill will achieve perfect angles and force, minimizing damage to the ore resources. 3 efficiency boost. The drilling efficiency of the DTH drill is tripled. Yu Yang pondered for a moment and finally chose perfect drilling. Since he could repair the drill bit, the indestructible one was unnecessary. As for efficiency boost, Yu Yang was not in that much of a hurry. Perfect drilling, however, could prevent unnecessary waste. Next, Yu Yang repaired the various machines in the mining site one by one, granting each a decent ability. But they all shared one common issue: they required electricity to operate. There were 5 or 6 machines, all large-scale working equipment. Even if they weren't running simultaneously, their power consumption was considerable. Even if he brought back the diesel generator from the base, its output would be completely insufficient. Yet Yu Yang didn't feel discouraged. Because throughout the city, there were certainly more generators capable of producing electricity than the one Lin Wei had found. Moreover, due to the collapse during the apocalypse, most were surely damaged and wouldn't have been taken by scavengers during supply runs. This was Yu Yang's advantage. The things he needed were essentially things no one else competed for. One could say the streets were filled with scrap metal that nobody wanted. But after Yu Yang repaired them, they could instantly transform into useful items. The next task I assign them will be to find power generation equipment. Yu Yang pondered for a moment, then stored all the repaired excavation equipment into his storage box. Once he found enough power generation equipment, he would come back to mine all these energy ores. After contemplating this, Yu Yang climbed into his flying car and took off again. The sky was gradually darkening. Today the revolver gained 100 attack points, and I also got plenty of game meat. It's been a fruitful haul. Yu Yang was fairly satisfied with today's outing. I hope the others have some gains too. Yu Yang remembered that during the day he had instructed his team members to pay attention to any potentially useful junk while completing their hunting missions. For convenience, he had equipped each team with a storage box for carrying items. Although the storage box couldn't hold living things, it was very convenient for storing supplies and equipment. On his way back, there might even be some pleasant surprises. Evening. Ming Wang Elementary School. Wu Gang and Wang Tao's first squad, as well as Lin Wei's third squad, had returned, but In Yang's fourth squad was still out. Wu Gang and Wang Tao were waiting for Yu Yang on the playground. Lin Wei, feeling somewhat exhausted, had gone to rest as soon as she returned. Meanwhile, Song Yayun, after taking a shower, had dressed herself radiantly. To be precise, she exuded a budding beauty like a flower about to bloom. This wasn't to say her appearance was as pure as an unopened blossom. Rather, it described her entire demeanor like a flower bud longing for the arrival of spring, eagerly anticipating the moment it would bloom. And Yu Yang was undoubtedly the man outstanding enough to pluck that flower, even though this man was younger than her. But being younger wasn't a flaw. Song Yayun waited and finally a flying car descended slowly from the sky. Her heartstrings trembled. Her eyes, as limpid as water, gazed toward the person in the vehicle. Yu Yang noticed Song Yayun almost as soon as he got out of the car. He couldn't help but notice her because her gaze seemed about to melt him. Ahem, go wait for me in my room first. Song Yayun gave a shy yet alluring smile, and under everyone's gaze walked with a seductive stride toward Yu Yang's bedroom. The members of the subsidiary team, especially the women, were all filled with envy. Originally, Song Yayun had been just like them, a member of the subsidiary team, but because she was lucky enough to find an electric mosquito swatter and caught Yu Yang's eye, she had now risen to prominence overnight. Do you think the boss can handle it? Wu Gang whispered to Wang Tao beside him. Over the past 2 days of fighting side by side, their relationship had grown much closer. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and said with logical reasoning, the boss is younger than you and is second-level evolver. He's definitely in better shape than you. If you can't handle it, the boss should still be able to hold up. Seeing Yu Yang approaching him, Wu Gang immediately put on a flattering smile. He pulled out an electric heater from the storage box Yu Yang had given him. Boss, winter is coming. You're a college student from out of town, so you might not know, but winters in our Yuqing are extremely cold. If we don't prepare for warmth, people could freeze to death. We found 13 of these electric heaters in total. If I go find more tomorrow, we'll have enough for winter. But Wang Tao beside him still looked worried. He said hesitantly, boss, in the past we relied on central heating in Yuqing during winter. Central heating works by boiling water and sending it through pipes to radiators in homes to emit heat. Electric heaters probably can't handle Yuqing's winter. Moreover, although most of the buildings on the first floor of Minghuang Elementary School are livable, they all have cracks, so their insulation is limited. We need to find a better way to stay warm. Yu Yang listened and nodded. He knew that although winter was still over a month away, preparations for the cold season needed to be put on the agenda. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yang said, the basement of the shopping mall across the street should be relatively well preserved. Even if there are cracks, they'd be blocked by mud and sand. Besides being underground, the insulation should be quite good. Although the space there is a bit small, it can still accommodate us for living. So we can clear it out and use it as a temporary shelter for the winter. Wang Tao and Wu Gang both nodded, unconsciously thinking Yu Yang's suggestion made sense. Additionally, we can dismantle some heating pipes and radiators to rebuild the heating circulation there. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, we'll place the boiler for heating water in the ruins above ground and connect the pipes to send hot water underground. Wang Tao will organize the manpower for this task. No problem. There are quite a few heating units in Minghuang Elementary School that are still in good condition. Wang Tao nodded. Since Wang Tao has another task, Wu Gang, you don't need to go hunting either. Organize some people to look for power generation equipment. Any kind of power generation equipment will do. Power generation equipment. Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, our country's photovoltaic power generation industry is highly developed. There are many places in Yuqing that use solar panels. If we gather enough of them, the power output could be quite impressive. Some residential buildings and shopping malls also have them, but not many. As for places that might have large amounts of photovoltaic equipment, Wang Tao pondered for a moment, then said the vegetable greenhouse planting base in the west of the city seems to have quite a few integrated with photovoltaic power generation systems. Vegetable greenhouse planting base. Yu Yang's eyes flickered with interest. It just so happened that he was conducting vegetable cultivation experiments, and the greenhouse base likely had auxiliary planting equipment. Even if there were no photovoltaic power generation devices, a trip there wouldn't be a loss. But we're currently in the east of the city. The west side is dozens of kilometers away. Wu Gang reminded him. That's a minor issue. I have a car, don't I? Yu Yang said with an easy smile. Flying a car for dozens of kilometers was a piece of cake. He took out a map and handed it to Wang Tao. Can you mark the exact location on this map? It'll go when I have time. Wang Tao studied the map for a moment, then drew a circle. It should be in this area, but Wu Gang is right. It's quite far from here. If something happens, it might be too late to provide support. It's fine. I won't ever need your support, Yu Yang said with a grand wave of his hand, looking completely at ease. But after he spoke, he noticed Wu Gang and Wang Tao staring at him with resentful expressions. Yu Yang immediately realized his mistake. Ahem. You mean I won't be able to support you in time, right? Wang Tao and Wu Gang both wore expressions that screamed, you finally get it. That is indeed a problem. Although the base had reconnaissance drones and Lu Shang to relay messages, Yu Yang still needed time to return. Previously, he was only a few kilometers away and could be back in 2 or 3 minutes, but this target location was dozens of kilometers away. If any sudden incident occurred, Yu Yang couldn't instantly return to the base. He didn't have the ability to teleport through space. Space teleportation. As he pondered, Yu Yang felt as though he had grasped something. If I could traverse space, then wouldn't I never have to worry about going anywhere? Yu Yang said seriously. Traverse space. Wu Gang was taken aback, then laughed. Boss, I admit you're impressive, but you don't have the ability to teleport through space. Wang Tao, however, seemed to understand Yu Yang's meaning. He adjusted his glasses and ventured. You mean to achieve space traversal through the effects of repairing items? Wu Gang's eyes widened in shock. Really? Could it work that way? Exactly, that's what I mean. Yu Yang nodded his gaze toward Wang Tao, carrying a hint of approval. Although his repair points were still far from the million needed for the nuclear power plant, they were more than enough for daily repairs. The problem now is what kind of item to repair to get such an effect. Although the effects drawn are varied, they are mostly related to the item itself, with an occasional unusual one appearing. Wang Tao lowered his head in thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, in many sci-fi novels there's the concept of a portal. Space traversal is often achieved through a door or tunnel. I wonder if repairing a door could yield a similar effect. A door? Yu Yang turned to look back. Minghuang Elementary School had plenty of wooden doors. But could such doors truly achieve space traversal? Yu Yang wasn't entirely sure. However, he was determined to obtain this effect. It was simply too convenient. If he possessed a door that could traverse space, Yu Yang could easily send his base personnel out to work without worrying about their safety. For instance, at the Energy Crystal Mine, team members could go through the door to mine during the day and return to rest at night. That would greatly boost efficiency. With that thought, Yu Yang decided to give it a try. Alright, let's experiment with the doors from Minghuang Elementary School. He then ordered people to dismantle all the damaged doors and bring them to the playground. He waited there to begin the repairs. Although no one else knew why Yu Yang wanted the doors, they had come to understand that completing orders was their duty. One by one, damaged wooden doors were delivered before Yu Yang. Yu Yang casually picked up a wooden door. Repair. No space traversal. Slightly disappointed, but not discouraged, he thought that such an incredible effect wouldn't be obtained easily. If it were that simple, head suspect he was spending not repair points, but his lifespan. He randomly selected an auto-open effect and tossed the door aside. Another repair. Still nothing. He picked a random effect and threw it away. Another repair. Nothing. Selected an effect. Threw it away. This continued for over a dozen doors. Just as Yu Yang was about to give up, a brand new effect appeared before him, making his somewhat numb eyes light up. Any door basic version can travel through this door to any location the host has previously visited within a range of 100 kilometers. I got it. Yu Yang was ecstatic. After spending dozens of repair points, he had finally obtained an effect resembling space traversal. So, does this door when open lead directly to that vegetable greenhouse base? Wu Gang asked eagerly. Yu Yang read the effect carefully, then shook his head. He propped the door up. Strangely enough, the door stood on its own, without any support. Yu Yang made a silent incantation, then opened it. From beyond came the roars of wild beasts. He peered inside. It was indeed that mine. Where is this? Wu Gang stuck his head in curiously. Is that the vegetable greenhouse base? It sounds like there are quite a few mutant beasts. Yu Yang closed the door, stored it away, and said, No, I can only use this door to go to places I've been before. Huh. Wu Gang's face fell. So you still have to make a long trip, boss? Boss, you can't abandon us. Wang Tao, exasperated, said. You fool, as long as the boss brings this door, even if the base is in danger halfway through his journey, he can just open the door and come back. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Ha, boss, go ahead without worry. Wu Gang's face lit up again. As long as I'm here, this base is absolutely safe. Wu Gang thumped his chest, brazenly claiming. But under the contemptuous gazes around him, he quickly amended, They'll definitely notify the boss immediately. Yu Yang shook his head with a mix of helplessness and amusement. Wu Gang, tomorrow, don't go hunting as I said. Instead, scout the vicinity for other power generation facilities. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. If the photovoltaic power generation doesn't work out, we'll have some backup plans. Got it, boss. Mission guaranteed. By the way, boss, why do you need so many power generation devices? Wu Gang asked curiously. Yu Yang curled his lips into a smile. The place you saw through the door earlier is actually a mine. The equipment there needs electricity. A mine? Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion. It's the apocalypse now. What's the point of mining? Can't sell it, can't put it into production. Hey, you'll find out in time. Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. Afterward, he repaired the remaining doors, creating 3 door frames with the any door effect. Although it cost nearly 200 repair points, obtaining such a powerful ability made it a great deal for Yu Yang. Just then, Yang's team finally returned to Minghuang Elementary School. The faces of the entire team were brimming with excited smiles. Seeing the beaming joy on Yang's face, Yu Yang knew the fellow must have made a significant gain. Sure enough, Yang came before Yu Yang, clattering a heap of cold weapons from his storage box onto the ground. Among them were spears, longswords, scimitars, and such, all relatively lengthy cold weapons. At the sight of these, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. He had not been without thought of equipping more members of the team with weapons, but the common fruit knives and kitchen knives in the city were all too short. They sufficed for killing humans, but fell short against mutated beasts. Wu Gang's machete was still serviceable, but such long cold weapons were rare in the city. Brother Yang, where did you get so many spears and swords? Wu Gang's eyes widened suddenly, finding his own machete less appealing. Though these weapons seemed unremarkable, now once they passed through Yu Yang's hands, they would surely turn from the mundane to the miraculous. By then his short machete would hold no advantage. And Yang explained, It was Jia who gave me the idea. Today Jia passed by a giant poster that had been torn in half featuring an idol she used to adore. And Jia also said those idols couldn't hold a candle to Yu Yang, that Yu Yang is the most. Brother. And Jia stomped her foot in embarrassment, making everyone chuckle. Alright, I got sidetracked. And Yang grinned and continued, It was a poster for a costume martial arts film. It suddenly struck me that places like that where they film would surely have some swords, spears, and staves. So, I went to the largest photography studio in our area to try my luck. Luckily, it wasn't too far from here, otherwise we might not have made it back tonight. Oh, I see. You found these weapons in the photography studio? Wu Gang asked. Exactly. A hint of pride crept onto Yang's face. 32 in total, enough for each of us to have one. They were all pinned under a massive rock and damaged to some degree, perfect for the leader to repair. Well done. Yu Yang praised. In the previous squad, only a few team leaders had the ability to fight, making their efficiency low. This was mainly because other members lacked suitable weapons. Now with weapons in hand, the combat power of each squad had skyrocketed. Ordinary cold weapons would be powerless against mutated beasts, but those he repaired were different. At the very least, they could achieve a blade that cleaves iron like mud, with both strength and power increased tenfold. The better ones could even gain some formidable special effects like weakening defenses or causing bleeding. Absolutely invincible against mutated beasts. Yu Yang gathered all the weaponless members from each squad, and before their eyes repaired all 32 cold weapons. Then he explained the effects of each weapon. Everyone joyfully claimed their preferred weapon. The entire team's strength surged significantly. Though most of them had not yet undergone their first evolution, with these enhanced weapons they were even more formidable than ordinary first evolvers. It could be said that even the Imperial City Alliance would find no squad of equal size as formidable as Yu Yang's men. Alright, everyone has had a good harvest today. Rest early. With these weapons, give it your all tomorrow. Yes. With new weapons in hand, everyone was thrilled. They couldn't bear to put them down, and some even started showing off on the spot. Yu Yang did not linger, but hurried toward the bathroom. He had not forgotten that someone was waiting for him in his room. The next morning, it's sprouting. It's sprouting. It really sprouted. Thump thump thump. A knock came at the door, the person outside seeming quite urgent. Coming. Yu Yang dressed, tucked the blanket over Song Yeyun, and walked to the door. Opening the door, Su Mingming said excitedly, "It really sprouted. You actually managed to grow a plant. Yu Yang, you're a genius." Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. "Which farm plot? Number 3 and number 4 have sprouted." Su Mingming exclaimed with delight. Indeed. Yu Yang's heart settled. The experiment results matched his speculation. The growth of ordinary plants indeed required a trace of evolutionary energy. This elevated the mind's status dramatically. By grinding ore into powder and mixing it into the soil, cultivating plants would no longer be an issue. Moreover, they sprouted within a single day, a speed 4 to 5 times faster than normal plant growth before the apocalypse. In other words, under the influence of evolutionary energy, even ordinary plants could achieve a tremendous boost in growth rate. This was nothing short of fantastic news. Once the scale of cultivation increased, Yu Yang's dream of vegetable self-sufficiency was within reach. With this thought, Yu Yang's mood lightened. He naturally took Su Mingming's small hand and said softly, "Thank you for telling me this good news. Take me to the playground." Suddenly grasped by Yu Yang, Su Mingming felt a bit shy. Yet she didn't pull away. Instead, she bit her lip and softly hummed in agreement. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at Yu Yang's lips as he followed Su Mingming toward the playground. By then, many people had already risen. On the playground, a crowd had gathered, training with their newly acquired weapons. Everyone looked spirited and full of energy. Wu Gang, who was slashing the air with a cleaver, spotted Yu Yang holding Su Mingming's hand and widened his eyes in shock. "Didn't the boss pick Song Yeyun last night? Why is he walking out with Su Mingming?" He rolled his eyes, then, as if struck by a thought, said incredulously, "Could it be that one Song Yun wasn't enough and the boss went for a double last night? Damn, is there no justice?" Wu Gang grew more convinced of the possibility. Envy and jealousy made him itch all over. Recalling the tissue he had just used, he felt utterly despondent. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Tao and said hoarsely, "Wang Tao, isn't your wife gone? Look, the two of us. Get lost." Yu Yang arrived at the experimental farmland. True enough, tender sprouts had emerged in fields 3 and 4. Their verdant hue exuded a sense of vitality, involuntarily evoking a feeling of burgeoning hope. The 10 people who had personally sown and watered the seeds stood dumbfounded by the fields. Though farming was the easiest of their daily tasks, witnessing the seeds they had planted actually sprout filled them with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. They really sprouted. It's incredible. What all the botanists and elites in the Yuqing Alliance couldn't achieve has succeeded here. Great. We've actually grown something. Now we'll have vegetables to eat. Hearing this, Su Mingming put her hands on her hips and said discontentedly, "Even if we grow them, you won't get any." The men's faces fell. "Miss Su, we're part of your brother's team. If you want to speak for us, at least don't kick us when we're down." "Oof. You deserve it. Who told you to help that scoundrel Su Yifun cause trouble here? It's generous enough that Yu Yang still gives you food." "Miss Su, Captain, you were sorry," one of them said ruefully. "We're just trying to survive. Su Yifun is our boss. We had to obey." "Enough, stop the act." Yu Yang shook his head. "I'm always fair. If you want good treatment, earn it with merit. Make contributions, and you'll have a chance to advance. Right now, you're in a sub-team of a sub-team. When you earn a spot in the main sub-team, you'll get vegetables. Work hard and don't disappoint me." "Thank you, Captain Yu." "Thank you." The men kowtowed gratefully. "All right, get up and keep working. Don't rush to conclude this experiment. Water each field normally until the plants in fields 3 and 4 have fully grown." Su Mingming was puzzled. "Why haven't we already got the results?" "Experiments need rigor. They've only sprouted, or we don't know if they'll mature. And fields 1 and 2 might not be failures. Maybe they'll just take longer." Su Mingming nodded in realization. "You're right. They'll supervise over the next few days. Don't worry. With me around, these guys won't slack off." Yu Yang nodded and headed to the entrance of Minghuang Elementary School. The teams had already assembled there, ready to depart. Seeing Yu Yang, they stood at attention, their gazes filled with respect. They all knew that their current lives and equipment were entirely thanks to Yu Yang. If given a second chance, they would never have opposed becoming his sub-team. Being Yu Yang's sub-team was even better than being a main team member elsewhere. Anyone who wouldn't want that would be a fool. Yu Yang was pleased to see their fighting spirit and vitality. He instructed, "I'm going on a long trip today. Each of you complete your tasks. If any problems arise, have Lu Xing notify me. Don't back down from other teams. Your leader has your back. But don't start trouble either, understand?" "Understood." The roar on the playground was deafening. "All right, move out." Over 30 people set off in a grand procession. Yu Yang retrieved his flying car. Just as he was about to get in, Su Xiaoxiao ran up and tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Yu Yang, Xiaoxiao wants to come with you." Yu Yang was a bit surprised and patted her head. "Why the sudden urge to go out with me?" Su Xiaoxiao shuffled shyly. "Because Xiaoxiao wants to ride in the flying car." Seeing Yu Yang hesitate, she quickly added, Xiao Xiao worked from morning till night yesterday, making 2 tons of charcoal. Brother Yuyang, please take Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao promises not to cause trouble. Yuyang thought for a moment and nodded affectionately. All right, but you mustn't scream, okay? Su Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. Why would I scream? Yuyang gave a sly smile. You'll know when you get in. Yuyang opened the passenger door for Su Xiao Xiao and helped her in. Her face was full of novelty and excitement. Yuyang returned to the driver's seat and reminded her, fasten your seatbelt. Su Xiao Xiao obeyed. Yuyang nodded and started the flying car. It slowly rose into the air. Su Xiao Xiao clapped excitedly. Amazing. I've only seen this in movies and now I'm actually riding in a flying car. Watch out, I'm taking off now, Yuyang warned again. The engine roared and the thrusters began to glow. Brother Yuyang, can you go slow at first? Let Xiao Xiao get used to. As the car shot forward, Su Xiaoxiao's scream pierced the sky. Oomph. Don't be angry. Hey, race a snack. No. Hey, race a drink. No. They'll drop you off. No. Huh. Su Xiao Xiao crossed her arms, her little lips pouted up to the sky. Brother Yuyang is a bad person. Yuyang chuckled secretly. You were the one who wanted to ride the flying car. How am I the bad one? You could have driven slower, but you insisted on going so fast, scaring Xiao Xiao to death. Yuyang blinked. I just couldn't get the speed right. You can't blame me for that. Besides, think about it. I did warn you. You weren't prepared yourself. How can you pin this on me? Su Xiao Xiao thought carefully and felt that Yuyang's words held some logic, yet she still sensed she had been wronged. I don't care. Today, Brother Yuyang is a bad person. And tomorrow depends on your behavior. Yuyang set the vegetable greenhouse base as the destination, selected a moderate speed, and activated the autopilot. Then he took out the super telescope he had repaired and meticulously observed the ground below. Since this route passed through the city, Yuyang deliberately flew higher to avoid being spotted by too many people. His base was still developing, so maintaining a low profile was wiser. Through the telescope, he spotted numerous mutated beasts roaming the city. Mutated beasts generally preferred preying on other mutated beasts as their bodies contained evolution crystals. Although they also fed on humans, humans were merely small treats, a dessert after a meal. Only when no other mutated beasts were available would humans be temporarily consumed to stave off hunger. Thus, teams with even basic defensive measures rarely suffered invasions from mutated beasts. It wasn't that the beasts couldn't breach those bases, but with easier prey, isolated humans, they had no need to waste effort attacking fortified settlements. It was akin to having delicacies at hand. You wouldn't climb a flight of stairs for identical food on the second floor. Hence, Minghuang Elementary School had never been invaded by mutated beasts. However, as isolated humans gradually gathered and bases were established, capturing lone humans became increasingly difficult for mutated beasts. They might then be forced to attack bases or small teams. At such times, the strength of a base or team became crucial. The more powerful they were, the less likely they were to be assaulted. From his aerial vantage point, Yuyang could clearly see a towering mutated gorilla. It wisely avoided a 10-person squad and instead turned toward a solitary human farther away. Without sufficient strength, traveling alone was no different from courting death. Unsurprisingly, the lone human soon ended up in the gorilla's belly. Yuyang lost interest and prepared to stow the telescope, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of green. He focused the telescope's view on it. Amidst a cluster of collapsed villas stood a surviving 3-story cottage. Its design was peculiar and its building materials were rare. On its roof there were 2 patches of farmland. Several common vegetables grew in the fields. Though their growth was mediocre, they were undeniably normal plants. By the farmland, a youthful, radiant figure was watering the crops. Surprise flickered in Yuyang's eyes. I never thought someone else would discover the secret of farming besides me. He continued watching. The figure, perhaps seeking sunlight, wore minimal clothing. Her slender physique clearly indicated regular exercise, exuding an athletic grace. After watering, she began doing calisthenics. Her movements were precise, unmistakably trained. Her carefree expression and elegant posture seemed out of place in a world ravaged by apocalypse, as if it were a serene morning in a peaceful era. Yuyang deduced that this figure was either immensely powerful or possessed extraordinary composure. Either possibility intrigued him. But with more pressing matters at hand, he silently noted the location, planning to visit later using the anywhere door. He slowly withdrew the telescope and turned his gaze to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. She was staring dreamily at the horizon. What are you looking at? Yuyang asked curiously. I'm looking at those pillars. Su Xiaoxiao pointed at the massive stone pillars on the horizon. How tall are they? We're flying so high yet we still can't see the top. Yuyang looked up at the endless pillars, a sense of awe rising within him. So far, no research on the heaven-piercing stone pillars had been published. No one had even managed to approach them. Perhaps Yuyang was simply out of touch. Somewhere in this world, someone might already be studying the pillars' secrets. I wonder when he'll get news from the outside. Global communications had collapsed. Each city was like an isolated island, completely disconnected from others. But even without incoming reports, Yuyang believed humanity hadn't yet evolved enough to approach the pillars. The attributes of that king-tier mutated beast were still vivid in his memory. In just 3 months, humanity's breeding ground model had clearly not been as pure or efficient as that of the animals. Thus, overall human strength was certainly inferior to that of the mutated beasts. Yu Yang wasn't in a hurry to gather external information. Silently enhancing his own power was paramount. With this thought, he reached the western edge of the city and entered the suburbs. As they neared the vegetable greenhouse base, he noticed they were approaching one of the heaven-piercing stone pillars. After carefully comparing directions, Yu Yang confirmed that the path to the vegetable greenhouse base led straight toward the pillar. Their route was a straight line. Still 5 kilometers. No too close. Yu Yang's expression grew slightly solemn. He hadn't expected a heaven-piercing stone pillar to be near the vegetable greenhouse base. Though not as close as the nuclear power plant was to Wanxin Lake, it was still about 5 or 6 kilometers away. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang parked the car and pulled out an anywhere door. Xiao, it's too dangerous from here. Go back first. No, I want to go with brother Yu Yang. Su Xiao stomped her foot in protest. Be good. The mutated beasts ahead might be extremely powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Hearing that she might distract Yu Yang, Su Xiao reluctantly agreed. Then brother Yu Yang must be careful. Yu Yang nodded and opened the anywhere door. Su Xiao curiously poked her head and saw the base inside, and stepped through reassured. Brother Yu Yang, you must come back safely. All right. Yu Yang replied, closed the anywhere door, and stored it away. Then he reboarded the flying car, and flew alone toward the vegetable greenhouse base. Inside a certain air raid shelter in the western part of the city, Zhao Yi was eating an apple handed to him by a heavily made-up woman beside him while listening to his subordinate's report. The reason he was only eating apples rather than better fruits was that 3 months had passed and fresh fruits were long gone, leaving only durable apples. This put Zhao Yi in a slightly foul mood. Although he commanded a team of over 1,000 with absolute control, what was gone was gone. Even if he pushed his men to their limits, they couldn't find any. Boss, that woman really doesn't know what's good for her. She actually rejected your offer. A man knelt on one knee like a servant reporting to a medieval monarch. Hearing the subordinate's report, Zhao Yi's eyes showed no anger, but instead a deep interest. Before the apocalypse, her father was a wealthy tycoon and her mother a high-ranking official, so naturally, she has higher standards. Besides, when her villa was originally designed, it was built like an apocalypse fortress. It actually hides quite a few defensive mechanisms. The subordinate said with difficulty, then it'll be tough for us to break in. How the more challenging a woman like that is, the more interesting she becomes to conquer. Keep sending people to observe. She's found a way to grow vegetables, hasn't she? Wait a bit longer. When the vegetables are ripe, I'll lead the team myself, and take everything including her. Yes, the subordinate replied. By the way, I haven't seen Wang Hang for days. Where has he gone? Well, the subordinate hesitated, a troubled look on his face. Zhao Yi shot him a cold glare. Speak your mind. Are you trying to hide something from me? I wouldn't dare. The subordinate stammered. Wang Hang took a dozen people to rob the supplies of a team in the neighboring district. I heard he got word from a few people kicked out of that team. Apparently that team has decent resources, but its members are weak. Zhao Yi nodded casually. If he robbed them, so be it. It's just a small team. Nothing to make a fuss about. Wang Hang said he wanted to surprise you, so he hadn't reported it. But it's been days. Why no word? Zhao Yi's expression darkened. The subordinate's body trembled as he stammered maybe. Maybe he got wiped out there. Useless. Zhao Yi slammed the table, unleashing a terrifying aura. The heavily made-up woman beside him turned pale with fright and quickly knelt. Going to rob and getting killed instead. What a waste. Boss, should we send another team? The subordinate asked uncertainly. Send what? Haven't we lost enough face? The Yuqing Alliance probably knows by now, and they might have even sabotaged it. That's their turf anyway. Forget it. It's not worth it for a Wang Hang. Zhao Yi picked up a wine glass and downed the fine red wine in one gulp. Losing a mere second-level evolver means nothing to me. Focusing on conquering the heavenly pillar is the real priority. The Yuqing Alliance is likely making moves too. We need to step it up. We absolutely cannot let them produce the first 4th-level evolver. Zhao Yi crushed the glass in his hand, the sharp shards leaving no mark on his skin. He had already evolved to the 3rd level. The 3rd level had granted him a qualitative leap in his body, vastly enhancing his physical defense and attack. Moreover, the 2 fixed special abilities gained at the 3rd level had revealed even more to him. The heavenly pillar. How don't let me down. Meanwhile, in the sky, over the western suburbs, Yu Yang soared freely. Along the way, he spotted many collapsed factories. He couldn't help wondering if any of them were food processing plants. If so, might they still hold goods that hadn't been transported to the city? That would be a massive haul. So Yu Yang took a detour to check these factories. But to his disappointment, either they weren't food processing plants at all, or their contents had long been looted. He even saw traces of human survival after the apocalypse. For instance, simple stone-built campfires, or houses with tattered clothes hung out to dry. But without exception, these places had been abandoned for a long time, covered in thick dust. Clearly many hadn't made it through 3 months. Or they had moved on to more livable locations. Yu Yang leaned towards the former. After all, this was over 10 kilometers from the city center. Without transportation, walking such a long distance alone meant the risk of being killed by mutant beasts was too high. As he drew closer to the heavenly pillar, Yu Yang also neared the vegetable greenhouse base, now less than a kilometer away. Suddenly he felt as though the distant mountain had shifted slightly. He rubbed his eyes wondering if he was seeing things. But after staring for a long while, the mountain didn't move again. Strange. Why would I see things? Could it be from overindulging these past 2 days? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, so he decided to rest for a couple of days and stock up first. Still, he felt something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was about to reach the vegetable greenhouse base, it hit him. A wave of terror surged through his entire body. He quickly pulled out a map and compared it carefully. Moments later, he jerked his head up and looked again at the distant mountain. Though it was several kilometers away, its towering form inspired awe. No, Yu Yang felt more than awe now. He was gripped by fear. Because the map showed this area was a plain with no mountains at all. Then that mountain-like silhouette could only mean one thing: a mutant beast. It was a mutant beast as massive as a mountain. How can a living creature grow that big? Even pumping it full of hormones couldn't make it that huge. Yu Yang found it utterly absurd. That body was the size of a mountain. Thankfully, it was still several kilometers away. Otherwise, Yu Yang wouldn't dare to land. Without a doubt, this beast was even more terrifying than a king-level mutant. Slowly withdrawing his gaze, he turned his attention to the vegetable greenhouse base. The area was dotted with numerous greenhouses. In a nearby clearing, there were indeed many photovoltaic panels connected in series to form a vast power generation network. These panels could generate electricity from sunlight, but though called batteries, they couldn't store power and needed to be paired with storage batteries. Fortunately, Yu Yang also spotted plenty of storage batteries. Yu Yang immediately went on a harvesting spree, like an invader pillaging a village, collecting all the photovoltaic panels and their supporting equipment. Soon everything was stowed away in his storage box. But just as he finished collecting them, a massive figure suddenly burst out from the soil. This figure was as massive as a truck, its body covered in terrifying spikes with eerie light gleaming in its pitch-black eyes. Several lines of information appeared before Yu Yang. Elite level order breaker charging porcupine. Health 200,200. Attack 120. Defense 50. Special ability increases attack power by 50% during a charge with a crushing effect. Good heavens. Is this a porcupine? Yu Yang had never seen such a massive porcupine. Although mutated beasts generally grew in size, this one was dozens of times larger than a normal porcupine. The beast was extremely aggressive, charging at Yu Yang without hesitation after emerging from the soil. It let out a piercing screech. Dust flew as the scene became terrifyingly dramatic. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A direct hit to a vital spot. The porcupine's momentum ceased abruptly. With a pained cry, its body lost balance, skidding across the ground and kicking up a layer of dirt from its forward rush. Critical hit on the charging porcupine's vital spot, dealing 230 damage. Ding. Killed elite level order breaker charging porcupine, gained 1,000 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 3 points. Revolver permanent attack power 203 points. Quite mediocre. Yu Yang shook his head. All that fuss and it died with just one shot. I was even considering whether to activate power overload. He calculated that when he fired, the revolver's attack power was 200 and a normal shot would deal 150 damage to the porcupine. With the perfect accuracy bonus, he hit a vital spot, causing a critical strike of 230 damage, instantly eliminating the charging porcupine. I never realized I've become this strong without even noticing. Yu Yang's heart swelled with delight. Now, as long as he precisely struck a vital point, even elite-level mutated beasts would fall with a single shot. However, he didn't let his guard down. After all, the appearance of these mutated beasts was unpredictable. Moreover, being closer to the heaven-reaching stone pillar greatly increased the probability of encountering elite-level or even lord-level mutated beasts. Thus, despite his numerous protective gear, he had to stay alert. Yu Yang strolled through the vegetable greenhouse plantation, collecting everything he deemed useful into his storage box. After confirming there was nothing else worth storing, Yu Yang boarded his flying car, planning to scout the vicinity. Since he was already here and close to the heaven-reaching stone pillar, it would be a good opportunity to hunt some elite-level mutated beasts. This area was a plain dotted with some factory buildings, but offering few hiding spots. Unless, like the porcupine earlier, they burrowed underground or lurked in withered thickets. Fortunately, as long as the distance wasn't too great and no stealth skills were activated, Yu Yang could detect mutated beasts in the yellowed grass through the information appearing before his eyes. However, whether because these beasts hid too well or all possessed stealth abilities, Yu Yang found no other mutated beasts after a sweep. Just as he planned to expand his search, a massive figure in the distant clouds hurtled toward him. Screech. Several lines of information appeared. Lord-level order breaker, targeting eagle. Health 400,400. Attack 200. Defense 100. Special ability 1, after locking onto a target, increases all damage dealt to that target by 20%. Special ability 2, after locking onto a target, increases pursuit speed by 50%. Lord level. Yu Yang exclaimed. The targeting eagle was incredibly fast, reaching him in an instant. Yu Yang quickly dove his flying car downward, dodging the eagle's attack. He then drew his revolver and fired a shot into the targeting eagle's right eye. Critical hit on the targeting eagle's vital spot, dealing 210 damage. The targeting eagle, seemingly shocked by the high damage, let out a pained cry, and its flight path became erratic. It immediately turned and fled away from Yu Yang. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang decided not to finish it off with another shot. Instead, he chose to follow the targeting eagle to see where it would go. The eagle's escape speed was noticeably slower than its approach. Clearly, it had activated its second special ability to boost speed when attacking. Now fleeing and injured, its speed had greatly diminished, allowing Yu Yang to keep pace. He kept his distance, trailing it with binoculars to avoid detection by the targeting eagle. After about 5 minutes, Yu Yang saw the targeting eagle enter a dense forest. From the clouds, he observed through gaps in the clouds with his binoculars. The vegetation here was mostly withered save for a single mutated tree that had survived. This tree had a massive canopy atop, which sat a gigantic nest woven from various dry branches. Yu Yang focused his gaze and discovered 3 enormous eggs inside the nest. Mutated beast eggs. Yu Yang was overjoyed. An unexpected harvest. The targeting eagle flew into its nest, gently preening its feathers. The right eye, wounded by Yu Yang, was still bleeding. He also noticed scattered rotten flesh and numerous bones on the ground around the tree. Some were human remains, but most belonged to other beasts. For a beast to evolve to Lord level, it must have preyed on many creatures. I wonder what level this mutated tree is. Due to the distance, Yu Yang couldn't directly read the tree's information. However, he speculated that the tree's level was lower than the targeting eagle's, otherwise it wouldn't allow the eagle to nest atop it. The two likely had an agreement. The tree protected the eagle's eggs, while the eagle hunted, and the eagle shared surplus food with the tree. After circling in the air to confirm no other threats nearby, Yu Yang decided to confront these two mutated beings. He slowly descended in his flying car. When he was about 300 meters from the ground, the targeting eagle spotted him. Upon recognizing the creature that had injured it, the eagle immediately showed intense hostility, screeching repeatedly to drive Yu Yang away. But it was futile. Yu Yang drew his revolver, aiming at the targeting eagle. Bang! The bullet was fired. Yu Yang initially thought one shot would be enough to take down the reconnaissance eagle. But he hadn't anticipated that the mutated tree beneath the eagle would suddenly extend layers of leaves and branches, enveloping the eagle in an impenetrable shield. For the first time, Yu Yang's bullet missed its intended target, instead striking the mutated tree. Yu Yang's gaze focused on the tree. Several lines of information appeared before him. Pseudo-Lord level order breaker, twisted ancient tree. HP 10001000. Attack 10. Defense 250. Special ability can regenerate leaves and branches to form a barrier protecting a target within 100 meters, capable of blocking up to 300 attack damage. A pseudo-Lord level mutated plant. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed in surprise. And its HP is actually 2000. Its only weakness is its low attack power. But its defense surpasses even true Lord level mutants. From within the barrier, the reconnaissance eagle, realizing that Yu Yang's bullet had failed to harm it, showed a hint of smugness in its remaining eye. It chirped loudly as if taunting him. Yu Yang couldn't help but smile. You don't really think I can't deal with you, do you? Ever seen a cheat? Today I'll show you what it means. Power overload initiated. Revolver attack power boosted to 20-30 points. Yu Yang slowly raised his revolver, chuckling lightly. Can you withstand this shot? Bang! The deafening gunshot made the entire forest tremble. A terrifying burst of flame and a trail of light shot forth from the muzzle at incredible speed. The bullet, radiating an aura of extreme danger, slammed violently into the barrier of the twisted ancient tree. The barrier shattered instantly, and the residual force of the bullet struck the reconnaissance eagle, blasting a massive hole through its body. The reconnaissance eagle didn't even have time to scream before it perished. Ding! Lord level order breaker reconnaissance eagle defeated. Received 5,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 5 points. Permanent revolver attack power 208 points. Yu Yang didn't holster his gun. Instead, he grinned menacingly at the twisted ancient tree. So you think you're tough with all that HP, huh? And that high defense, right? Want to have a showdown? The ancient tree's bark twisted and contorted, forming a grimacing human-like face. Ding! The twisted ancient tree voluntarily wishes to switch factions. Accept. The sudden prompt caught Yu Yang off guard. Huh, it can voluntarily switch factions. Why didn't you say so earlier? If he had known that was possible, he would have made a few mutated beasts voluntarily switch sides. Ding! Note: military threats cannot force a target to switch factions. The current target is a symbiotic organism without independent survival capabilities. The faction switch is a natural outcome. Fine. Damn it. Why is it so hard to build an army of mutant creatures? Yu Yang pondered for a moment. Placing this ancient tree at the base would make a decent guardian. So he selected yes. Ding! The twisted ancient tree has joined the host's faction. Detecting the host's first time taming a mutant creature. Awarding unique effect item biological storage cube. Biological storage cube unique effect item can store living organisms. Organisms inside the cube will remain in a state of temporal stasis. Storage slots 27. A transparent 3 by 3 by 3 cube materialized in Yu Yang's hand. It actually rewarded me with a cube that can store living things. Awesome. Yu Yang immediately stored the twisted ancient tree into the cube. A miniature version of the tree appeared in the first slot. At the same time, the bird's nest that had been perched atop the ancient tree began to plummet rapidly due to the loss of its support. Oh no! If the eggs hit the ground, they'd be nothing but scrambled egg soup. Yu Yang dove down, and in the nick of time swept the 3 reconnaissance eagle eggs into the cube. Each egg occupied its own slot. 3 miniature eggs appeared inside the cube. Gazing at this rather magical item, Yu Yang felt fairly satisfied. Not a bad haul this time. A Lord-level mutant creature can at least provide a high-grade evolution crystal equivalent to 10 mid-grade ones. Plus that charging porcupine I killed earlier should yield at least 1 mid-grade evolution crystal. Today's evolution progress should increase by at least 11 slots. Just as Yu Yang was planning to continue his search, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Commander, a small team has arrived at the base asking to join us. Yu Yang was taken aback at first, then realized it was Lu Sheng relaying the message to him. Someone wants to join. Yu Yang glanced at the darkening sky. Well, it's getting late anyway. Let's head back and see. He pulled out a door of anywhere focused on the base's location in his mind and opened it. The sound of heated arguments immediately flooded his ears, causing him to frown. What do you mean you won't let us in? Sorry, but we can't make any decisions until our commander returns. Don't worry, there's no way your commander will refuse us. We've brought supplies, and besides, with all these pretty girls with us, how could he possibly say no? Hearing the mention of pretty girls, Yu Yang's attention was piqued. At the entrance of Mingwang Elementary School, a group of people were confronting the guards. The one who had just spoken seemed to be a female executive around 30 years old. Despite her apparent efforts to dress up, she couldn't hide an underlying sharpness in her demeanor. As for the women behind her, the so-called pretty girls the executive had mentioned, they were far from attractive. In fact, they were quite ordinary, bearing no resemblance to beauties. Especially since Yu Yang was now surrounded by stunning women, these ordinary faces held no appeal for him. If he had to pick one, the timid-looking girl at the very back seemed somewhat decent. Though her face was dirty, her obedient demeanor was rather pleasing to Yu Yang. He noticed she was carrying 4 or 5 bags on her back and dragging a suitcase, clearly the one being bullied in the group. Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. As for the rest, he didn't even want to look at them. Commander, you're here. The guard's face lit up at the sight of Yu Yang. This group insisted on entering, claiming they want to join our team. Please decide whether to accept them. So you're the commander here. The female executive eyed Yu Yang with some surprise, not expecting him to be so young. Your base looks spacious enough. Surely you have room for us. Set aside an area for us, and make sure we're not housed in the same building as those dirty men. Yu Yang frowned, slightly exasperated. Did these people still think they were the pampered princesses from before the apocalypse? He waved his hand dismissively and said flatly, "Get rid of them all." What a... The female executive could hardly believe her ears. You're actually driving us away. Yu Yang sneered. Why should I keep people who are utterly useless? Do you have no gentlemanly decency as a man? We went through so much just to get here. What does that have to do with me? I didn't post a recruitment notice. The female executive was furious and nearly turned to leave on the spot. But the aroma of meat wafting from Mingwang Elementary School rooted her to the spot, and she even spotted a drink dispenser. The female executive gritted her teeth and forced her voice to soften. Look, you have so much meat here you can't possibly finish it all. What's the harm in sharing a little with us? We're just a few girls, and we won't eat much. Yu Yang said flatly, what does our meat have to do with you? We want freeload, we can work like washing clothes or cooking. But we can't do heavy labor, we're girls, so you should look after us a bit. Oh. Yu Yang shook his head, losing all interest, and turned to leave. You? What kind of person are you? Sister Wong, forget it. Oh well, find another place. A pockmarked woman tugged at the executive's sleeve. This man doesn't appreciate us, surely some other man will. Hearing the words behind him, Yu Yang sneered inwardly. Any man who took them in would be the one with no discernment. The female executive snorted and viciously kicked the girl carrying several bags. It's all your fault. You said this place was good and told us to try. Today's humiliation is because of you. Exactly. Who knew you looked so innocent but had such a malicious heart? I think you just wanted to embarrass us. No, that's not true, the girl said aggrievedly. Wait. Yu Yang turned back and called out to the group. The female executive looked back in surprise, and when she saw Yu Yang approaching, she immediately became smug. What, having second thoughts? Let me tell you, even if you apologize, you'll have to think it over. But Yu Yang ignored her entirely, walking past her straight to the young girl. You come with me. The girl was stunned. You? Are you asking me? That's right. The girl lifted her head slightly, revealing a rather obedient face, which was filled with confusion. Can I really? But I'm afraid it'll be useless to you. Hell, whether you're useful or not is for me to decide. The girl bit her lip and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Thank you, she said gratefully. What's going on? Sister Wong, why did he only take Xiao Ran? A sharp-faced woman said with envy. The female executive's face turned pale with rage. No, Xiao Ran is part of our team, and I haven't agreed yet. How can he just take her? Hey, I don't agree. The female executive walked up to Yu Yang and tugged at his clothes. But what greeted her was the cold muzzle of a gun. The gun barrel pressed against the female executive's forehead, making her tremble with fear. A gun. Sister Wang, he has a gun. Final warning, get lost. Yu Yang felt his patience wearing thin. The female executive quickly composed herself, lifting her chin defiantly. I don't believe you dare shoot. Bang. The female executive's head exploded like a split watermelon. So noisy. How did such a fool survive this long? It's baffling. Yu Yang pulled the stunned girl along and walked toward the base without looking back. The other women were frozen in terror. What? Still not leaving, the guard reminded them. The women screamed and fled in panic. Yu Yang led the girl to the edge of the playground and asked softly, what's your name? How old are you? The girl, still shaken by the bloody scene, looked at Yu Yang with fear and said timidly, my name is Li Xiaoran. I'm 18 this year. 18, huh? Yu Yang was a bit surprised this girl was about his age. Given her petite figure and timid demeanor, Yu Yang had thought she was only 14 or 15. Do you have any family? Li Xiaoran shook her head. Yu Yang sighed and said, how about this? I'll have a sister take you for a bath and you can change into clean clothes, okay? Li Xiaoran nodded obediently. Yu Yang gently wiped a smudge of dust from her face and led her to Su Mingming. Su Mingming was idly playing a single-player game on her phone by the farmland, completely unaware of Yu Yang's arrival. Yu Yang looked toward the farmland and noticed that the sprouts in plots 3 and 4 seemed to have grown a bit more. Plots 1 and 2, however, showed no change. He resolved to mine evolution energy crystals tomorrow to prepare the farmland as soon as possible. After these thoughts, Yu Yang patted Su Mingming on the shoulder. Mingming, take this girl for a bath. Su Mingming looked up and saw Yu Yang holding a dirty girl's hand as she paused, and said with a hint of jealousy, where did you pick up another girl? I didn't pick her up as she came to me, Yu Yang confessed honestly. Su Mingming looked at the timid, innocent Li Xiaoran, then at Yu Yang with his cheerful expression. She couldn't help but think Yu Yang seemed like a big bad wolf with ill intentions. Su Mingming snorted, grabbed Li Xiaoran's hand, and pulled her toward the bathroom. As they walked, she whispered mysteriously, let me tell you, this guy is a total pervert. Don't be fooled by his looks, he's actually terrible. Yu Yang. Since when did I become a pervert? Yu Yang returned to the playground and brought out the 2 mutated creatures he had killed today, 1 elite level and 1 lord level. He then fetched a chainsaw and slowly cut open their skulls. From the head of the charging porcupine, Yu Yang obtained 2 intermediate energy crystals, exceeding expectations. From the target-seeking eagle, he found a standard advanced evolution crystal. He consumed all these evolution crystals, increasing his evolution progress by 12 segments. Adding the 22 segments he had already gained, his evolution progress from level 2 to level 3 now stood at 34 segments. Still need to keep working? Yu Yang sighed. Then he took out the biological storage cube. In its first slot was stored the pseudo-lord level mutated plant, the Twisted Ancient Tree. However, Yu Yang remembered that the coverage area of the Twisted Old Tree skill was only 100 meters, which could not cover the entire Minghuang Primary School. Yet he suddenly recalled that he might have injured the Twisted Old Tree, but at that time they were still in a hostile relationship, so it should not be counted as intentional. Thus he immediately proceeded to repair the Twisted Old Tree. Repairing the damaged Twisted Old Tree requires 50 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? Indeed, being on the same faction makes a difference. This pseudo-lord level only costs 50 points, it's simply too cost-effective. Yu Yang chose yes. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a loyal Twisted Old Tree. 3 special effects have been drawn, please choose one. 1. Branch piercing. The Twisted Old Tree learns to pierce enemies with its sharp branches, causing 10 times the attack damage. 2. Skill enhancement. The Twisted Old Tree's skill defense is increased, capable of blocking 500 points of attack damage. 3. Coverage expansion. The skill release range of the Twisted Old Tree expands to 500 meters. Yu Yang certainly did not consider the attack skill. As for enhancing the skill's damage absorption ability, it seemed quite good as well. However, Yu Yang leaned towards the third option. 500 meters. Basically covers the main area of the base. Ultimately, Yu Yang chose coverage expansion. Ding. The Twisted Old Tree now has the added effect coverage expansion. This way the entire base would be under the protection of the Twisted Old Tree. Yu Yang walked around the base and finally chose a relatively central spot to plant the Twisted Old Tree. The people in the base were startled when they saw a towering tree suddenly sprout. When they saw the tree moving, they were even more terrified and scrambled away. Seeing this, Yu Yang immediately said, this mutated tree has been tamed by me. Rest assured, it doesn't have any offensive capabilities, but it can provide us with decent protection. However, this tree is carnivorous, so remember to feed it. After hearing Yu Yang's explanation, the people in the base finally understood. It turned out that this tree was the guardian tree brought back by the squad leader. Yet they still could not hide their shock. They never imagined that Yu Yang could tame a mutated tree. This was simply incredible. At this moment, Jiang Chang also approached. Ever since all the members of his team had perished, he had been stationed at the base. After a few days of adjustment, his spirits had improved considerably. He looked at the towering tree before him, his eyes shaken, and remarked, I really didn't expect you to pull it off. You were inspired by that blind man from that day, weren't you? Yu Yang hesitated and nodded. Indeed, after that day, he had conceived the idea of taming a beast army. However, taming the twisted old tree was an unexpected turn. Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly remembered Tang Ruju, that wild woman. Perhaps she could tame beasts. If she could switch factions directly, that would be a huge gain. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock was the date he had agreed to meet with Tang Ruju. He was curious about what materials Tang Ruju would offer in exchange. Just then Wu Gang returned to the base with his team. They were also startled by the towering tree that had suddenly appeared at Minghuang Primary School. Boss, what's going on? Wu Gang walked over to Yu Yang with a look of disbelief. This is a mutated plant I tamed capable of providing protection for the base. Wu Gang was instantly filled with gratitude, grabbing Yu Yang's arm and saying, Boss, I didn't expect you to care so much about us. What have we done to deserve this, boss? Yu Yang shook off Wu Gang's hand. Get off, stop buttering me up. How was today's haul? Did you find any other power generation equipment? Wu Gang's expression immediately fell. Boss, this stuff is too hard to find, and we can't be sure what's beneath those ruins. We can only try one by one. He extended his hand, opening his palm. Look to move those huge stones, my brothers, and I have worn our hands raw. Yu Yang nodded comfortingly. It's fine, there's no rush. We can't expect everything to go smoothly. Hearing that Yu Yang was not blaming him, Wu Gang's face lit up with joy as he shamelessly asked, Boss, how's the solar power generation on your end? I've collected everything. Tomorrow morning, they'll take a few people to set up over at the mine, then our mining operation can commence. Yu Yang then asked, by the way, how's Wang Tao doing? That idiot Wang Tao is still dismantling the heating pipes. That's not something that can be done in a day or two, but don't worry, that guy is very meticulous, and he will definitely get it done. Yu Yang nodded. I won't worry about your matters, Jiangchang, keep an eye on things for me, and report any special situations. Sure, no problem. What about the others? Haven't they returned yet? No, Lin Wei and In Yang's teams haven't returned today. They probably got new weapons and want to kill more mutated beasts to bring back. From now on, let them report their daily hunting gains to you. If there are any intermediate evolution crystals, bring them to me. If they are basic, prioritize upgrading the main team members to level 2. As for the excess, distribute them to the auxiliary team members based on the merits recorded by each group leader. Okay, no problem. Well, I'm going to rest now. After taking a shower, Yu Yang returned to his bedroom. Although a day's hustle had not physically exhausted him, it had left him somewhat mentally fatigued. Once he delved into the vegetable greenhouse planting base, his spirits had remained tense, especially upon seeing that mountain-like mutated beast. Yu Yang felt as if a great weight was pressing down on his heart. Due to the distance, he could not ascertain the beast's information, but he was sure it was definitely beyond the royal level. After so many days, Yu Yang knew that the levels of mutated beings ranged from entry-level, ordinary level, elite level, to lord level. As for whether there were levels between lord level and royal level, Yu Yang was uncertain. However, observing the gap between the two, he speculated that there should be at least 2 more levels. Although Yu Yang could easily kill mutated beings at the lord level, it seemed impressive facing a royal level would be another matter. A burst of 6 bullets would definitely not be enough to kill it. Speaking of which, it's the bullets that limit the performance. Yu Yang took out the remaining bullets and counted them. I used too many bullets at the mining site last time, now there are only about 60 left. I've also accumulated nearly 10,000 repair points. It's time to attempt the 3rd repair on the revolver. If I can create one with infinite bullets, that would truly be invincible. Yu Yang took out the revolver. The brand new revolver exuded a dangerous aura. Seeing the flawless revolver, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He had overloaded its power several times, yet it had never broken. For this, he could only smile helplessly. After thinking all this, Yu Yang lay on his bed, closing his eyes. Unconsciously, the image of the woman he saw farming on the rooftop during the day appeared in his mind. Her healthy and athletic figure left a deep impression on Yu Yang. I should find an opportunity to get to know her. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to suddenly show up at her door? Just as Yu Yang was lost in thought, there was a knock at his door. Who is it? It's me. Lin Wei's voice came from outside. Enter. The door was pushed open. To Yu Yang's surprise, Lin Wei was wearing a short skirt today, paired with the nearly ever-present black stockings, making her an absolute vision of allure. Seeing Yu Yang's lecherous expression, Lin Wei said impatiently, I've got something serious to discuss today. Only then did Yu Yang tear his gaze away from her shapely legs, asking curiously, what is it? Lin Wei bit her lip, appearing somewhat hesitant. Just tell me if there's a problem. I'm injured. Lin Wei lifted her skirt, revealing a clear scratch mark on the outer side of her upper thigh. Though it had stopped bleeding, the wound was still severe. Yu Yang's expression tightened, and he quickly stood up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Does it hurt? Lin Wei gave a bitter shake of her head. It was my own carelessness. I got grazed by the claws of a cunning mutated weasel. Luckily, I had your powerful black stockings, or it would have been far more than just a scratch. The wound isn't a big deal, but... Sigh. Yu Yang's expression shifted, understanding her meaning. You feel your combat power is too low, don't you? Lin Wei nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Although I have a sniper rifle, it's really not practical on missions. Yu Yang, I know you can repair the human body and grant abilities, but I also know that cost you the hard-earned repair points. Lin Wei's expression turned conflicted. In terms of contribution to the team, I'm not even as good as Song Yeyun. I really don't know how to keep being captain anymore. Seeing Lin Wei's distress, Yu Yang felt a pang of guilt. I've overlooked your feelings. Don't worry, I'm not having trouble getting repair points now. I earned several thousand today alone. Fixing you up is no problem at all. Really, Yu Yang? Don't lie to me. If you're lying, I'd rather not. Lin Wei's usually cool features showed a rare hint of anxiety. Really, I'm not lying. But extracting a special ability is random. I can't guarantee what you'll get. Lin Wei gritted her teeth. It's okay, I'm willing to try. Yu Yang nodded. Even if this time doesn't yield a good ability, you'll have another chance when you reach second-level evolution. Don't worry. But I must warn you, deliberately inflicted injuries can't be repaired. Lin Wei nodded. Don't worry, this injury was purely an accident. Alright. Repairing Lin Wei's thigh injury requires 100 repair points. Proceed. Yes. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one. 1. Calm Assassin. Lin Wei enters an absolute state of calm when facing enemies. 2. Kill Intent Perception. Lin Wei can instantly sense when danger is locked onto her even if the target is hidden. 3. Dual Dance. When an enemy faces Lin Wei, a weak point is exposed on their body. When Lin Wei strikes that weak point, she deals additional true damage equal to 5% of her attack power. Note a new weak point refreshes only after hitting the current one. Seeing the first 2, Yu Yang remained unimpressed. But upon reading the last one, his eyes widened. Holy crap, that's amazing. Seeing Yu Yang's excitement, Lin Wei's heart began to race. What is it? Did you get something good? Good. Of course. It's absolutely incredible. Yu Yang couldn't help exclaiming. True damage, and noble true damage at that. And it was 5% of attack power as true damage. It was practically a divine skill. To be honest, even Yu Yang felt a twinge of envy. Seeing his stunned expression, Lin Wei grew even more curious. Tell me, what ability is it? Simply put, every time you hit an enemy's weak point, you'll deal extra true damage equal to 5% of your attack power. You know what true damage is, right? Damage that ignores defense. Lin Wei was stunned. Of course, she understood true damage. These past few days, Song Yeyun had been using her electric swatter, each blast of current dealing true damage. Though the damage per hit wasn't massive, it could actually kill mutated beasts. In contrast, her sniper rifle, while powerful, was far too inflexible. That was why she'd been carelessly scratched. But now she had true damage too, and it didn't rely on any weapon. That meant Lin Wei could now pick up any weapon and deal an extra 5% of her attack power as true damage. Lin Wei was so thrilled she couldn't speak. After a long moment, she said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, Yu Yang. I'll take this one. I love this ability." Alright. Yu Yang nodded. Ding. The unwavering Lin Wei has been granted the effect Dual Dance. Lin Wei felt a strange energy descend upon her body, granting her a new power. She was itching to find a mutated beast to test her strength. Yu Yang, you're so good to me. She thanked him sincerely. Well, don't thank me with words. Show it with actions. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. The next morning, Yu Yang arrived at the training ground. After a quick inspection of his experimental farmland, he settled into a lounge chair ready to hear Jiang Chang's report. After the report, he planned to head to the eastern outskirts of the city to grind his attack power and keep his appointment with Tang Ruru. Last night, the two squads brought back 11 primary evolution crystals in total. Jiang Chang reported meticulously. It was their first day using the new weapons, so they didn't know their own strength. All the mutated beasts were killed. I've already told them to keep some alive. Yu Yang nodded. As for supplies, we brought back some quilts and winter clothes and a small amount of cigarettes. Yu Yang felt a slight surprise. Things like this should have been used up long ago. How could there be any left? Jiang Chang chuckled and said, "We scavenged them bit by bit from the scattered vehicles on the streets. Before the apocalypse, some men would hide their cigarettes in cars, giving us a chance to find them." Yu Yang nodded. Although he didn't smoke himself, cigarettes could indeed serve as an excellent incentive. At times, some would rather go hungry than miss a single puff. Especially for long-term smokers. A single cigarette could make them risk their lives for you. Alright, let's keep cigarettes as one of our key rewards. Don't use them all up, or as long as we have at least one left, you can replicate it. Jiang Chang was taken aback. Weren't you the one who asked me to replicate bullets for you every day? Yu Yang sighed. Even if you replicate bullets daily, we're still running short. Worst of all, reloading after every 6 shots hampers efficiency. It's time to solve this problem. You mean creating an infinite bullet effect? Jiang Chang wasn't dull. He guessed Yu Yang's intention. Yu Yang nodded. If we can achieve that, my leveling speed will increase even further. Alright, I'll wait for your good news then. Jiang Chang smiled. He then continued his report. Also, while searching for supplies, we noticed some teams cutting down trees or smashing wooden furnishings in shops to store fuel for the winter. Should we stock up too? Store fuel, huh? Yu Yang glanced towards Su Xiaoxiao's dwelling. The little one had just woken up, emerging from her room in cute pajamas. She rubbed her eyes and waved at Yu Yang from afar. Do you think we need to store fuel with her around? Jiang Chang paused, then smiled and nodded. True enough. Jiang Chang had checked earlier. In just a few days, Su Xiaoxiao had piled charcoal to the brim in 2 spare warehouses. It was safe to say Su Xiaoxiao was working herself like a beast of burden. This adorable little sister didn't slack off at all. Alright, you handle today's tasks. I'm heading to the mine first. Find a few people in the team who can operate a drill. If you can't, look for those who can handle an excavator. It should be similar enough. Understood. After arranging this, Yu Yang found a suitable spot by the playground and placed a portal. He planned to keep this portal here for the team's convenience until the mining was complete. But he didn't step through immediately. Instead, he set down another door. This one led to the place he had agreed upon with Tang Ruru. It was the eastern suburb, a stretch where many wild beasts clashed, a spot where Yu Yang had once scavenged. Yu Yang opened the door and stepped through. The morning breeze brushed against his face. The rising sun cast its glow across the land. Yu Yang pulled out his hovercar and climbed in. He planned to roam this area, first searching for mutated beasts and testing whether using power overload could damage his revolver. But after a full circuit, Yu Yang found not a single mutated beast. Strange. There were plenty last time. Have they all died off in these 2 days? Confused, he began scrutinizing his surroundings carefully. He soon spotted the issue. At the edge of the suburb, the towering stone pillar was faintly flickering. An active period? The beasts must have all rushed toward that direction. Yu Yang pondered for a moment and decided to head that way to see what was happening. He drove his hovercar about 5 kilometers toward the pillar, leaving roughly 10 more to go. But then he began to spot mutated beasts, one every few dozen meters. What struck Yu Yang as eerie, however, was that these beasts weren't fighting at all. Instead, they bowed their heads as if reverently worshipping something. And they all faced the direction of the towering stone pillar. Information about the mutated beasts flashed before Yu Yang's eyes. Without exception, all were in a state of evolving. So the pillar's irregular activity is indeed how the beasts evolve. Yu Yang didn't want to miss such a prime harvesting opportunity, but these were entry-level mutated beasts. He decided to venture deeper. Driving his hovercar closer to the pillar, after about 2 kilometers, he finally spotted his first ordinary-level mutated beast. He had already accumulated 36 attack points from the beasts, with 64 more needed to reach the cap of 100. Each beast provided 2 points, meaning Yu Yang only needed to kill 32 more ordinary mutated beasts. He scanned the area. There were definitely enough mutated beasts here. He drew his revolver and activated power overload mode. And I can test if it breaks, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the gunshot rang out, a mutated beast resembling an ox collapsed to the ground. Ding. Killed ordinary level order breaker fortress ox. Gained 100 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 2. Revolver permanent attack power 210. 2 attack points secured. But to Yu Yang's surprise, despite the thunderous gunshot and the death of one beast, the other mutated beasts remained bowed, as if frozen in place. This sight sent a chill down Yu Yang's spine. He looked up at the towering stone pillar again. A fierce curiosity rose within him. What kind of thing is that exactly? Still, he had to grind for attack power. Curiosity or not work came first. The immobility of these mutated beasts actually suited Yu Yang. His bullets were scarce, just over 60 rounds. But if the beast stayed still, he could use special maneuvers to conserve ammunition. He descended to the ground, found the right angle, and fired a single bullet. It pierced through one mutated beast and continued into another. One bullet claimed 2 lives. Then Yu Yang adjusted his angles, each shot taking at least 2 beasts. It was time-consuming, but with limited bullets there was no other choice. Shot after shot, life after life was reaped. His revolver's permanent attack power kept rising. When Yu Yang had killed his 12th beast, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. 3 minutes have elapsed. Power overload has ended. Yu Yang looked at the revolver in his hand. Well, it's not broken. But Yu Yang didn't lose heart. Instead, he continued to activate the power overload. Then, employing the same tactic, he sought the right angle to reduce bullet consumption. When he killed the 29th ordinary mutated beast, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. The 3 minutes are up. Power overload has ended. Clatter. The revolver in Yu Yang's hand emitted a burst of sparks, then completely broke down. Haha, it's finally broken. My luck is really bad. Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then he quickly chose to repair the damaged revolver. Repairing the damaged revolver requires 1000 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? Hiss. Indeed, it requires 1000 points. Yu Yang felt a pang of reluctance. But this also proved his judgment was correct. Each cumulative repair multiplied the required repair points by 10. The further along, the more points were needed. In the late stages, the required repair points would be astronomical. Still, at least this time, it was only 1000 points. He'd worry about the future later. Yu Yang first prayed for a full minute, then cautiously selected yes. Ding. You have obtained a brand new revolver. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. Huh. No first-time reward anymore. System, you're being a bit stingy. Yu Yang pursed his lips, then helplessly looked at the 3 special effects, and his eyes lit up. 1. Double power. The revolver's attack power is doubled. 2. Kill refill. After the revolver kills a target, it automatically reloads to full bullets. The refilled bullets are in a ghost state and cannot be removed. 3. Bullet explosion basic. After the bullet hits the target, it explodes, causing secondary damage equal to half the original. Yu Yang's gaze locked firmly onto the second effect, kill refill. TSK. How to put it? It felt like scratching an itch, but not hitting the right spot. The effect of kill refill to some extent was a form of infinite ammunition. The prerequisite was that Yu Yang's damage was high enough to kill enemies within 6 bullets. For elite, or even Lord-level mutated beasts, Yu Yang was confident he could finish them off in 6 bullets. But for higher levels, he wasn't so sure. Fortunately, as long as new levels appeared, his attack power could keep stacking, so it was still a decent effect. As for the first effect, double power, Yu Yang felt it was better to wait until his attack power was fully stacked before choosing it. Ding! The revolver has been imbued with the effect kill refill. Yu Yang looked at the revolver in his hand with considerable satisfaction. He was only 3 kills away from maxing out the ordinary level order destroyers. Perfect time to test the new effect. Yu Yang unloaded the bullets until only 1 remained. Then he aimed the revolver at an ordinary mutated beast. Bang! The mutated beast fell to the ground with a thud. A strange light immediately flickered on the revolver. Yu Yang noticed that the revolver's bullets were fully loaded. It works. Seeing the bullets truly replenished, Yu Yang's mood instantly brightened. Although the refilled bullets couldn't be removed, as long as they kept refreshing, it was effectively infinite ammunition. This way, whether he was stacking attack power or fighting in danger, his efficiency would greatly improve. Especially when facing a siege of many targets, there would be no downtime from reloading. He casually fired 2 more shots, killing 2 mutated beasts, and Yu Yang's attack power from ordinary level grinding reached the full 100 points. The revolver's permanent attack power now stood at a terrifying 272 points. Finally done with the grind. Completing a milestone, Yu Yang felt a sense of relief. He checked the time. There was still an hour and a half until 10 in the morning. So he decided to push deeper toward the heaven-connecting stone pillar. He wanted to see if he could take this chance to farm some elite-level mutated beasts. Although there were still plenty of ordinary mutated beasts to kill, Yu Yang didn't know how long this activation of the heaven-connecting stone pillar would last. Such a rare opportunity, Yu Yang didn't want to miss. So he decided to focus on elite-level beasts first. He collected all the mutated beast corpses, then got back into his flying car and drove deeper. In the Imperial City Alliance. Commander, we've detected the heaven-connecting stone pillar entering an active phase. A soldier with a gun hurried into an office. The office was lavishly decorated with brand-new equipment, showing no signs of the apocalypse. A man with a 2-pronged mustache, his hair neatly combed back, dressed in a suit, sat behind a desk. He set down his tea, his gaze grave. His clenched fists reflected the tension and anxiety within him. All right, I understand. Lead the way. The commander stepped out and boarded a human-drawn carriage. In the apocalypse, they had no vehicles, so they had reverted to primitive rickshaws. The commander left the Imperial City Alliance in the carriage with no one else following except the puller. Su Ming stood by the window watching the commander's exclusive vehicle leave the Imperial City Alliance, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is Fu Yuanfeng up to now? His actions are becoming harder to understand, and the gap is slowly widening. Sigh, I wonder when he'll level up to 3. Report. A man entered Su Ming's office. I found out Su Yifan took a few people to Minghuang Elementary School. Minghuang Elementary. Su Ming lowered his head in thought. Why would Su Yifan go to Minghuang Elementary for no reason? Was he trying to bring Su Xiaoxiao back? If even Ming Ming couldn't be brought back, how could he? Sigh, I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. I'd better go myself tomorrow. Alright, I understand. You may leave. Yes. Fu Yuanfeng sat in the carriage, his mood heavy. Ever since he learned the method for a 3rd-level evolver to evolve to the 4th level through a special channel, he had been sleepless. Finally, not long ago, he made up his mind to undergo this evolution. If successful, he would rise to become a 4th-level evolver with even greater power. But if it failed, at best, he would be severely injured. At worst, he would lose his life. He was already the most powerful and honored person in the Imperial City. The immense power made him cling to it, but it also made him cowardly and timid. Yet he also knew clearly that if he stagnated, he would gradually be surpassed and eventually lose everything. Watching the heaven-connecting stone pillar grow larger in his sight, Fu Yuanfeng finally couldn't help but curse. What a damned evolution method, forcing me to risk my own life. Then what was the point of building such a huge force to serve me? Aren't those people supposed to die for me? Such a foolish rule. In the eastern outskirts of the city, Yu Yang continued his journey in the flying car. As he drew nearer to the towering stone pillar that pierced the heavens, he could almost perceive ripples like concentric circles emanating from it. At the same time, an inexplicable throb stirred within his heart. With a crackling sizzle, the flying car suddenly emitted a series of electrical pops, and the display screen of the onboard system went dark instantly. The vehicle plummeted rapidly. What the hell? What's going on? Yu Yang's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. Although he was flying at a low altitude of only a few dozen meters, falling from this height would likely spell his doom. Right, I still have the any door. Yu Yang promptly pulled out the last any door, and in the nick of time opened it and dove through. With a resounding crash, the car shattered into pieces. Yu Yang stood on the ground, not far away, a lingering fear etched on his face. It was fortunate that he had thought quickly and used the door to reach the ground, otherwise he would have been crushed just like the vehicle. Why did the car suddenly fall? Yu Yang pondered deeply for a moment, then a thought struck him. He looked up again at the heavenly stone pillar, where the ripples slowly spread outward. Though they were barely perceptible here, a strange energy still flowed through the air. This was also the reason for Yu Yang's palpitations. Could it be that this is the mysterious energy that destroyed human civilization during the apocalypse? So did the flying car break down again when it encountered this energy? The more Yu Yang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise there was no explanation for why the perfectly good flying car had suddenly malfunctioned. Forget it, it'll just walk. Yu Yang packed the wrecked car into his storage box and began to proceed on foot toward the towering stone pillar. But as he ventured deeper, the sense of dread grew stronger, as if pressing onward would invite danger. After a moment's thought, Yu Yang pulled out all his defensive gear. Apart from the bulletproof vest he always wore, he donned a safety helmet that provided 80 defense points, 2 knee pads, each offering 30 defense points, and 2 wrist guards, each adding 10 defense points. The total defense value from his equipment now amounted to 160 points. Additionally, the bulletproof vest had a defensive shield capable of withstanding 500 damage points. Yu Yang felt this should be sufficient. He took cautious steps, advancing slowly. Although walking was certainly slower than the flying car, he had already left the area of ordinary mutated beasts. Ahead, within sight, lurked elite-level mutated beasts. However, the number of beasts here had significantly decreased. From one standing every few dozen meters, they were now spaced hundreds of meters apart. At this point, only about 6 kilometers remained to the heavenly stone pillar. Unlike yesterday when the pillar was dormant, its active state exuded a pressure several times more intense, weighing heavily on Yu Yang's heart. I've arrived. As he continued forward, the elite-level mutated beasts ahead entered his firing range. So far, after gaining attack power from kills with his revolver, Yu Yang had slain 4 elite-level mutated beasts. Each kill granted 3 attack points, totaling 12. With a 100-point cap, Yu Yang could still gain 88 points, meaning he needed to kill 30 more. However, the last one would likely be forced to grant only 1 point to avoid exceeding the limit. Having calculated this, Yu Yang drew his revolver. Its attack power now stood at 272 points. The elite-level mutated beasts typically had health points ranging from 200 to 300 and defense values between 50 and 100. Thus, each shot from Yu Yang dealt about 200 damage. He could take down weaker elites with 1 shot, while stronger ones required 2 at most. Yu Yang aimed the gun at a mutated beast, but his mind suddenly felt hazy. He shook his head to focus. Bang! A shot rang out. With a pained cry, an elite beast fell to the ground. Ding! Killed elite-level order breaker crushing rhino, gained 1,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 3 points. Revolver permanent attack power 275 points. Seeing the successful kill and the gained attack power, Yu Yang's tension eased slightly. He shook his head again to dispel the feeling of mental disturbance. I must be too tired. I absolutely need to rest tonight, and not push myself anymore. With that thought, Yu Yang continued reaping the lives of these mutated beasts. With the kill refresh boost, the elite-level beasts fell at a rapid pace. The 25th one. A hint of joy spread across Yu Yang's face. Only 5 more elite-level mutated beasts remained to be cleared. Today's gains were truly immense. But since all the elite beasts in sight had been slain, Yu Yang had to venture deeper. He advanced a few hundred meters further. Thump! Thump! His heart pounded violently. No, something's wrong. Yu Yang immediately decided to retreat, turning to flee in the opposite direction. But at that moment, a far more intense energy ripple burst from the heavenly stone pillar. At an incredible speed, it passed through Yu Yang's body. Absolute defense flared up instantly, only to be extinguished just as quickly. With a clatter, all of Yu Yang's defensive devices shattered. A powerful energy surged into his body. It was evolution energy. Yet it was an extremely domineering force, completely unlike the gentle energy from evolution crystals. This energy was ravaging Yu Yang's body in a brutal manner. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Yang noticed mutated beasts in the distance exploding outright. Feeling the rampaging energy within him, he knew that if he didn't find a way out, he might end up like those beasts, unable to withstand it and bursting apart. What do I do? What do I do? Yu Yang ran through all the items he had, but found nothing that could help him survive this crisis. A sharp pain stabbed through his abdomen. He felt as though an internal organ had ruptured. The intense pain drained the color from his face, and he curled up on the ground. Then his right hand burst open. Next came his eyes. His eye sockets became nothing but dark, bloody holes. Though not yet fatal, his life force was rapidly ebbing away. If his brain exploded, he would be finished. No, I can't die like this. Right? I have the system. Yu Yang immediately attempted to repair himself. Ding. Host is attempting self-repair. The process will be carried out organ by organ with random effects. Do you wish to continue? Repairing organs individually meant multiple repairs, greatly increasing the repair points required. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Yang shouted eagerly. Ding. Repair successful, obtained a brand new kidney. Effect drawn, full of vitality. Full of vitality, your kidneys will be brimming with vitality every day, never knowing fatigue. Ding. Repair successful, obtained brand new eyes. Effect drawn, scanning eyes. Scanning eyes. When looking at a target, you will gain more information. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a brand new right hand. Effect drawn. Lucky hand. Lucky hand. Your right hand will have a chance to obtain better rewards from any opening. Repair complete. Total cost 1110 repair points. The rampant energy within his body gradually dissipated. Though his muscles still ached slightly, Yu Yang felt he was no longer in danger. Phew. He had finally survived. Yu Yang opened his new eyes and looked around. Somehow he felt his vision had improved. When he gazed again at the distant mutated beast, he was astonished to find that besides its basic information, he could see more detailed data. For instance, what the mutated beast had evolved from its current evolution level, and even traces of its past movements. Moreover, Yu Yang discovered he could initiate a scan at will. Once the scan was activated, his sight could layer by layer penetrate the beast's hide muscles, eventually revealing its internal organs, and even how many evolution crystals were inside its skull. This sensation was unlike an X-ray. It was more like peeling away layers of mist that obstructed his vision, and Yu Yang could control how many layers he saw. So this is the scanning eye. Truly formidable. As for the kidney, full of vitality. Yu Yang felt a flicker of glee, then a mix of amusement and exasperation. Looks like I'm destined to be a beast of burden for life. Still, he could comprehend these two abilities, but the last one, Lucky Hand, left him puzzled. Open rewards. What rewards are there to open? In all his days since the apocalypse began, he had never seen any rewards. But since the repairs were beneficial, he decided not to dwell on it. He got up from the ground, casting a wary glance at the towering stone pillar, and began to ponder a question: should he continue deeper? He now knew that bodies ravaged by this evolutionary energy could be repaired, even gaining special abilities afterward. But two issues remained. First, based on the 1110 repair points spent, the three repairs had cost 10, 100, and 1000 points respectively. Thus, the next repair would likely cost 1000 points, followed by 1000. Yu Yang currently had around 3000 repair points, enough for only one more repair. Second, the area struck by the energy was random if it hit his brain. Forget it, better safe than sorry. He'll head back. Yu Yang first collected the mutated beast's corpse and damaged items, then reluctantly made his way back. Only when he reached the outermost area did he take out all his ruined belongings. First was the wrecked car. Repairing the wrecked autonomous car requires 700 repair points. Proceed. 700 points. Yu Yang was taken aback. He then recalled that the second repair cost 10 times the first. Initially, repairing the autonomous car had cost 70 repair points, so now it was 700. Such a high cost seemed hardly worthwhile. Yet having grown accustomed to flight, finding another car might not grant him the flying ability again. If he tried to re-roll, the effects like the door of anywhere, a stroke of bad luck, could easily cost over 700 points. Though a second repair costs more, it preserves the previous ability. The repaired car can still fly, and it gains an extra skill. After careful thought, Yu Yang decided to give the flying car another chance. Having just killed 25 elite mutated beasts, his repair points were ample. Spending a bit might yield a powerful effect, making the investment worthwhile, perhaps even catapulting him forward. After a moment's deliberation, Yu Yang chose yes. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a brand new autonomous car. 3 special effects drawn. Oh, choose one. 1 fully armed. Car's overall defense increased tenfold, extremely hard to damage. 2 half consumption. Electricity consumption, halved during travel. 3 stealth camouflage. Car gains a stealth mode, rendering it invisible and undetectable by any target. Excellent. Not a disappointment. Without a second thought, Yu Yang chose stealth camouflage. With this ability, he could have dared to approach that mountain-sized mutated beast to see its true form. This ability was invaluable against threats far beyond his power. Unlike the stealth of mutated beasts, which required staying still, the car's stealth worked even during flight, making it almost miraculous. Ding. Autonomous car has been imbued with effect stealth camouflage. As for the other gear, Yu Yang looked at the bulletproof vest, safety helmet, knee pads, and wrist guards. These life-saving items had prevented him from exploding outright. He remembered the vest had cost 10 repair points initially. A second repair would cost 100. Acceptable. Yu Yang chose to repair it. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a brand new bulletproof vest. 1 indestructible basic. Vest provides 100 defense points covering the entire body. 2 absolute defense intermediate. Upon taking damage, grants a defensive shield that blocks any attack under 1000 attack power and stuns the attacker for 4 seconds. Activates once per day. 3 defensive field basic. Can be actively activated, forming a 3-meter diameter defensive field that blocks attacks under 50 power lasting 3 minutes. Activates once per day. 1000 points. Yu Yang stared at the second effect, mildly surprised. It's doubled. Having already had the basic version, he now obtained the intermediate one, capable of blocking a full 1000 attack points. Finally lives up to the name absolute defense. Without much hesitation, Yu Yang decided to stick with this effect. After all, the stun duration had even increased by 1 second. Ding. Bulletproof vest has been imbued with effect absolute defense intermediate. Yu Yang put the bulletproof vest back on. He then repaired the other pieces of armor one by one, selecting the best enhancements to double their defensive values at the very least. After finishing, he settled back into the brand new car. He activated flight mode and engaged the stealth camouflage. The vehicle slowly ascended, enveloped by a transparent shield. This barrier offered no defensive capabilities, but rendered the flying car virtually invisible to the outside world. Young glanced at his watch. It was still half an hour until 10 o'clock. More than enough time, he murmured, steering the car toward the meeting point agreed upon with Tang Ruru. Within minutes, he arrived at the area he had visited that morning. The portal still stood there, and through it he could even see figures moving inside the base. Yang kept the stealth mode active, parking the car beside the portal. He then reclined in the seat and dozed off. A dozen minutes later, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Hey, why is there a door here?" Yang opened his eyes and sat up. Looking outside, he saw Tang Ruru, but he froze, his eyes widening. He had forgotten to turn off the scanning mode. Tang Ruru appeared before him, as if she were fully exposed. No, this is too perverted, he thought. Yang averted his gaze, practicing self-restraint and warning himself not to be so lecherous. Just one more look, he told himself, stealing another glance before hastily deactivating the scanning mode. Then he disengaged the vehicle's stealth camouflage. Tang Ruru was startled by the sudden appearance of the car, but didn't panic excessively. Upon recognizing Yu Yang's vehicle, her expression quickly returned to normal. However, Simba, the dog following behind Tang Ruru, yelped in fright, jumped up, and bristled all over. It took a while for Tang Ruru to calm Simba down. Still, the dog bared its teeth at Yu Yang, hostility flickering in its eyes. "Your car is amazing," Tang Ruru remarked, curiosity evident despite not seeing it for the first time. "Like it? If you do, I can take you for a ride," Yu Yang said with a smile. Tang Ruru gave him a long, meaningful look. "I know what you mean, but I won't join your team. I'm used to living alone." Yu Yang gave a resigned smile. "That's fine. Even if you don't want to join, we can still cooperate." Tang Ruru nodded with a smile. "I really like the drink from last time. This time, I'd like to trade for some milk. I think I need to supplement my protein." "When I said cooperation, I didn't mean that," Yu Yang clarified. Tang Ruru's expression grew wary. "Then what do you mean?" Yu Yang took out the biostorage cube and in front of her produced 3 eggs. "These are..." Tang Ruru's eyes widened as a guess formed in her mind. "They're eggs from a mutated creature. I hope you can hatch them," Yu Yang said, handing them over. Tang Ruru instinctively took them. Each egg was the size of a basketball, nearly too many for her to hold. Yet she couldn't tear her gaze away. Raising animals had always been her passion, or it was why she had become a zookeeper. Even without Yu Yang's request, seeing these eggs made her yearn to hatch them. "What kind of animal eggs are these?" "A mutated eagle, a high-level one. I'm not sure what rank the hatchling will be. Be careful." Tang Ruru nodded. "I can help, but I can't guarantee success." "That's fine," Yu Yang agreed with a nod and a smile. "As a return, I'll provide you with enough food and water. But you'll need to update me on these 3 regularly." "That's only fair. By the way, hey, race what I'm offering for the milk this time. I think it'll be useful to you." Yu Yang looked at what Tang Ruru held. "Are these veterinary drugs?" he asked, surprise in his voice. Tang Ruru smiled. "Exactly, veterinary drugs. They're common ones, mainly antibiotics." Yu Yang took the boxes of veterinary medicine from her, uncertain. "Can these be used on humans?" "Of course. With the right dosage, it's almost the same. The side effects might be a bit stronger, but it's better than losing your life." "So, is it acceptable?" Tang Ruru asked nervously, seeing his hesitation. Yu Yang looked up and smiled. Of course. In truth, he valued Tang Ruru's abilities more than the supply she offered. Yu Yang knew that Tang Ruru was cautious, and building trust would take time. Moreover, these supplies were indeed useful. While he could heal people, it wasn't feasible to rely on that for every illness in the team. The first time cost only 10 repair points, but subsequent attempts multiplied the cost tenfold. Yu Yang wasn't building a super team, he didn't need to empower everyone, and he lacked the repair points for it anyway. Thus, having some medicine on hand became crucial. Yu Yang's team had been established relatively late. Common supplies like human medicine, which everyone thought of stocking, had already been looted by the end of the first day of the apocalypse. As a result, his team was sorely lacking in medication. "Could I really need these?" "Wait a moment, for the milk, I didn't bring any. He'll get some from the base." With that, Yu Yang put the car away. He returned to the base through the portal. Walking to the drink machine, he took out a water bottle with storage properties and filled it with dozens of pounds of milk. Then he went back through the portal to Tang Ruru and handed it to her. "This bottle has a special space inside. There's about dozens of pounds of milk here, enough for a while." Tang Ruru was stunned by the display but hid it well, saying with some envy, "It seems you've mastered some advanced technology." "Hey, this is nothing. Our team has even more astonishing things," Yu Yang replied with a smile. His implication was clear: join the team, and this would be routine. But Tang Ruru didn't take the bait. Yu Yang didn't press the topic. Instead, he arranged their next meeting time, then returned to the base and recalled the portal to the eastern suburbs. "Call Wang Tao over," he instructed Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, activating his ability. A few minutes later, Wang Tao arrived from across Minghuang Elementary School. "Boss, you called?" Yu Yang nodded. "How's the heating setup coming along?" "Just set up a framework. It should be finished within a week." "Good," Yu Yang said, thinking. "After lunch, don't go back there. Take a few people who know a bit about circuits and come with me to the mine. We'll connect the photovoltaic power equipment. It's time to get the mine operational. All right, no problem. I've already found a few people who know how to operate the machines. Wang Tao agreed readily, then asked, anything else? No, you've done well. Yu Yang took out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Tao. This is your reward. Go ahead and get to work. Wang Tao, usually calm and composed, widened his eyes at the sight of the cigarette, more excited than if he had seen a beautiful woman. Is this really for me? Yu Yang chuckled, of course. Keep up the good work, and there will be more rewards in the future. Thank you, boss. With that, Wang Tao took the cigarette with trembling hands, his heart surging with emotion. He had never imagined that 3 months into the apocalypse he could still enjoy a smoke. Clutching the cigarette, he dashed toward his quarters. He needed a lighter. He would savor this exquisite cigarette. Yu Yang shook his head with a smile and walked toward the edge of the training ground. This was where his experimental farmland lay. However, he hadn't come to inspect the crops. By the farmland, 3 graceful figures stood. Your name is Li Xiaoran, and mine is Su Xiaoxiao. Both of us have Xiao in our names. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, holding Li Xiaoran's hand, as if meeting an old friend, her voice brimming with excitement. Li Xiaoran had changed into clean-clothes, shoulder-length hair paired with a floral print skirt. She kept her head lowered, a shy expression on her face. Don't worry, no one will bully you here. Brother Yu Yang is really kind. Kind? How is he kind? Su Mingming placed her hands on her hips, fuming. This Su Xiaoxiao was as dense as a wooden fish. Yu Yang had brought back another pretty girl, and Xiaoxiao didn't even bat an eye. How foolish. Brother Yu Yang gives us snacks. Aren't snacks delicious? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Just then Yu Yang approached. Brother Yu Yang, snacks. Su Xiaoxiao ran up to him, palm outstretched, her eyes full of anticipation. Did you do any work today? You're asking for snacks already. Xiaoxiao worked. I ground a ton of charcoal this morning. I'm really skilled at it now, even faster than before. Xiaoxiao did great. Yu Yang patted his pocket awkwardly. I didn't bring any snacks today. I'll get them for you later, okay? Okay. Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. I want some too. Su Mingming turned her face away, acting very tsundere. Yu Yang smiled. All right, you'll all get some. Does Xiaoran get some too? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Yu Yang nodded. Everyone does. I don't need to. Li Xiaoran, who had been too shy to speak, finally ventured timidly. I haven't done anything. How could I accept something so precious? It's fine, think of it as a welcome gift for a newbie. Su Xiaoxiao pulled Li Xiaoran's hand and whispered, Brother Yu Yang is really nice, he won't mind. Yu Yang chuckled and nodded. Take some time to settle in first. No rush to work. Li Xiaoran blushed and hesitated, then said, Actually, I can do some work. Oh, what can you do? Well, Li Xiaoran stammered, but finally said, I used to work at a massage parlor. I know how to give massages. She lowered her head even further. Massages. Yu Yang looked at her strangely. Massage parlors. While some were legitimate, many were shady. Especially for a sweet girl like Li Xiaoran, the risk of being taken advantage of was high. Could this innocent-looking girl be involved in that kind of work? Sensing Yu Yang's probing gaze, Li Xiaoran hastily explained, I didn't do that kind of work. I just gave massages. My master said I have a gift for massage and didn't need to do anything else. I see. Then come to my room tonight and give me a massage. Let me experience it. Yu Yang grinned. Okay. Li Xiaoran's face turned as red as an apple. She quickly glanced up at Yu Yang. In truth, since arriving here, her impression of him had been vague. Now, with a close look, a handsome, sunny face was etched into her mind. He probably won't do anything to me, she thought. This leader seems like a decent person. All right, the food is ready. Come and eat. Yu Yang smelled the aroma of the meal and felt genuinely hungry. The 3 women, catching the scent, also felt their appetites stir. Brother Yu Yang, don't forget the snacks you promised. Su Xiaoxiao said, then dragged Su Mingming and Li Xiaoran toward the dining area. Yu Yang followed. Li Xiaoran stared at the table full of dishes, her gaze frozen. This? Do you always eat like this? Of course. Su Xiaoxiao giggled. I've even gained weight since I came here. Look at my face. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao pinched her chubby cheeks. I think we need a balance of meat and vegetables to stay healthy, Su Mingming said seriously. Yeah, but there are no vegetables left in the apocalypse, Li Xiaoran said regretfully. Didn't you see? Vegetables are already growing in that field. They'll be ready to harvest soon. Huh. Li Xiaoran was stunned. She had kept her head down the whole time and truly hadn't noticed. She hadn't expected this seemingly small group to not only eat so well, but even have vegetables nearly ready. It was utterly unbelievable. Originally, she had only glimpsed cured meat drying at Minghuang Elementary School during an outing to find supplies. That was why she had told her team it seemed like a decent place. But she never imagined life here would be more than just decent. Not only could they bathe and drink beverages, but the meals were also incredibly lavish. More importantly, the leader was kind and handsome. Li Xiaoran suddenly felt as if she had fallen into paradise. Could it be that I actually starved to death? Is this a sweet dream before death? After lunch, Wang Tao stood in front of Yu Yang with 7 or 8 people, and Wu Gang was called back by Yu Yang through Lu Sheng. Everyone looked at Yu Yang with great spirit. The place I am sending you to this time is a mine. What you need to do is, under Wang Tao's guidance, correctly assemble the photovoltaic panels and other supporting facilities to complete the photovoltaic power generation. Then use excavation machinery to extract the ores from the mine, which will be stored by designated personnel, and finally handed over to me. Wu Gang. Here. You won't be looking for power generation equipment for now. Oh, I will assign that task to Enyang. You go to the mine first. You are responsible for ensuring the safety of others and supervising their work. Remember, notify me promptly in case of any special circumstances. This mine is very important to us. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Wu Gang stood up straight and gave a somewhat unrefined military salute. Did everyone else understand? Understood. Good. Yu Yang nodded. Let's get going. He led these people to the side of the playground by the portal. He opened the portal and stepped inside, followed by the others. Yu Yang surveyed the small mine where many mutated beasts had gathered. However, he had completely lost interest in these mutated beasts. The evolutionary crystals inside these entry-level mutated beasts were all incomplete. Although Yu Yang could repair them, the consumption of 20 repair points was not worth it. Moreover, what was repaired was merely the basic energy crystal. Boss, there are so many mutated beasts. Wu Gang said, a little nervous. Don't worry, they're all entry-level mutated beasts. You can handle them easily. Yu Yang naturally planned to take them all down with one shot each. After all, with the current kill refresh, he didn't need to worry about bullets. Just as he was about to shoot, a thought suddenly arose in Yu Yang's mind. If I collect all these low-level mutated beasts, then, when dealing with targets that can't be killed with one bullet, could I save a bullet, and then take down an entry-level one? That way wouldn't my bullets be full again? With this thought, Yu Yang's mood became excited. He quickly approached an entry-level mutated beast and attempted to store it in the biological storage cube. However, it failed. Tip cannot store hostile faction creatures in the biological storage cube. Damn, why couldn't you say the restrictions earlier? I was so excited for nothing. Since he couldn't store it in the cube, Yu Yang had to abandon the idea for now. However, he felt his line of thought was correct. He just needed to find a good way to carry some low-level mutated beasts with him to realize his plan. Additionally, Yu Yang also discovered that the effects provided by the system were all targeting hostile factions. For example, the increase in attack power when using a revolver on targets. Yu Yang suspected that even if he killed the Twisted Old Tree, it wouldn't increase his attack power, because the Twisted Old Tree had joined their faction. After contemplating this, Yu Yang no longer hesitated. He continuously fired his revolver one shot per beast. After resolving all of them, he found a relatively flat area and took out the photovoltaic power generation equipment. Seeing this, Wang Tao and the others immediately got busy. Yu Yang went to the side of the mine and placed the excavation equipment he had previously collected back down. After arranging these, he handed over everything here to Wang Tao and returned to the base first. Back at the base, Yu Yang took out the 25 elite-level mutated beasts he had hunted yesterday and began to extract the evolutionary crystals. He extracted a total of 30 intermediate evolutionary crystals, which was quite good luck. Yu Yang swallowed all these intermediate evolutionary crystals, and after absorbing them, he looked at his panel. Why is it 95? Yu Yang was very surprised. He remembered that the previous progress was 34. After eating 30 intermediate evolutionary crystals, the progress should be 64, so why was it 95? After contemplating this, he had a vague suspicion. Could it be due to the energy invasion this morning? Yu Yang guessed that the huge increase in evolution degree should be related to the evolutionary energy invasion he experienced in the morning. Although the energy at that time was quite chaotic, it was also abundant. After Yu Yang forcefully endured it with the system repair, the remaining energy was also absorbed by his body. I didn't expect to gain something from this misfortune. Looking at the last 5 progress points remaining, Yu Yang's mood also brightened. Just in time, the attack power of the elite level is also about to be refreshed. This is perfect. Evolution can be completed together. I wonder what kind of special ability I will gain by leveling up to level 3. Just then Yu Yang noticed some commotion at the entrance. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Mingming ran to the door with expressions of surprise. Under Su Mingming's sensing ability, she immediately recognized that the person at the door was their elder brother. Su Ming. Yu Yang was somewhat surprised. Could it be because of Su Yifun's matter? Yu Yang frowned, thought for a moment, first covered the farmland, and then put away the portal. After doing all this, he walked towards the door. At that moment, outside Minghuang Primary School, a man in his 30s was smiling at the Su sisters with a resemblance to them. Hurry, and let my brother in. Su Xiaoxiao urged the guard. Well, the guard was in a difficult position. Without the captain's orders, no one outside the team can enter. Yu Yang happened to hear this and nodded secretly. These people were still responsible. However, he quickly walked to the entrance and politely said, Captain Su, I've heard much about you. Seeing a young man walk out from inside, Su Ming's expression was not one of surprise. The young man was remarkable, exuding confidence and composure. Is this Yu Yang? Su Ming thought to himself. Although he looks fine, to monopolize both of my sisters is truly despicable. Heroic youths indeed. Su Ming said politely, maintaining a calm exterior. This young man is truly impressive at such a young age. He is indeed formidable. Oh, come on, what are you waiting for? Hurry, and let Captain Su in. Yu Yang said politely. This time Su Ming didn't bring anyone with him, which meant he wasn't representing the Yuqing alliance, but simply visiting as the brother of the Su sisters. So Yu Yang judged that the other party was probably not here for Su Yifan. Even if he was, so what? Su Ming nodded. Then thank you, Captain Yu, for your hospitality. Brother, I missed you so much. Su Xiaoxiao said sweetly. Although she had some grievances against her brother before, she had long forgotten them by now. She was not a person who held grudges. If you really miss your brother, why didn't you come back to find me, eh? Su Ming said with a hint of annoyance. Brother. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. If you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore. Alright, I won't say it again. You really are hard to deal with. Under Su Xiaoxiao's guidance, Su Ming walked into Minghuang Primary School. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. What is that big tree doing here? Su Ming's pupils dilated slightly, his heart brimming with confusion. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was actually a mutated plant. Captain Yu, did you transplant a mutated plant back? Won't it attack you? Su Xiaoxiao spoke up first. No, brother, Yu Yang said this plant will even protect us. Protect you? Su Ming's face showed astonishment. How is that possible? Yu Yang had a thought and decided not to reveal the full truth. It chose to join us on its own. It has no offensive power and couldn't survive, so it turned to me. That's possible. Doesn't that mean we could try too? Su Ming's eyes lit up with fervor. I don't know. Maybe. Yu Yang nodded on the surface but chuckled inwardly. Go ahead and try. You'll end up silent after one attempt. Wait. Su Ming caught a glimpse of someone getting a drink from a vending machine by the playground and was stunned. A vending machine? Wait, you have electricity here? Su Ming felt as if he were dreaming, shaking his head vigorously. Su Ming pulled out her phone and said, what's the big deal? Yu Yang has a generator here. We can all charge our devices. I can even play offline games. Su Ming's jaw dropped in shock, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. No wonder you don't want to go back. But how did you manage this? Yu Yang spread his hands and said, nothing special. I just fixed a diesel generator. Huh? How did you fix it? Su Ming looked at Yu Yang with eager eyes, pressing urgently. Our engineers in the U-City Alliance have all examined it. No machinery can be repaired. My special ability is repair, Yu Yang replied. Su Ming was taken aback. Any machine can be repaired. Yu Yang nodded. Su Ming's eyes trembled. He licked his lips, his mind racing. With a fawning smile, he asked, brother Yu Yang, are you interested in joining the U-City Alliance? Not interested. This. Su Ming hadn't expected Yu Yang to refuse without a second thought. I can offer you the best treatment the U-City Alliance has. Yu Yang remained silent, merely shifting aside to reveal the view. Behind him stood the vending machine, a bathroom not far off, and meat drying across an entire rooftop. His expression seemed to say, I have electricity. What do you have? Su Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yet he persisted, let me tell you a secret. Our commander has evolved to level 4 and can now take down an elite mutated beast alone. Yu Yang paused. Evolving to level 4 only allowed independent kills of elites. Is level 4 that weak? Impressive, right? Your future lies with him. Su Ming said with a hint of pride. But as he finished, he realized Yu Yang remained utterly unmoved, even indifferent. Huh, why isn't he reacting like I imagined? Shouldn't this kid be jumping up in shock? Seeing Yu Yang's utter indifference, Su Ming grew anxious and tugged at his two sisters. Both of you talk to brother Yu Yang. Isn't our U-City Alliance good enough? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, and Su Ming stayed silent. You too. Sigh. Su Ming let out a heavy sigh. He knew he had gotten carried away. Thinking it over, Yu Yang indeed had no compelling reason to join the U-City Alliance. But Su Ming yearned for Yu Yang's ability. Though the U-City Alliance boasted many elites, none could fix a single modern machine. In his eyes, if Yu Yang joined them, rebuilding a modern city within the Alliance might be possible. Won't you reconsider? No, thank you for your kindness. Then if that's the case, how about I join you instead? Su Ming said dejectedly. What? Yu Yang was taken aback. You're joking, right? I am joking, ha. Su Ming scratched his head sheepishly. Got too excited, sorry. Yu Yang shook his head. It's fine. I'm not as great as you think. Fixing things comes at a cost. I can't do it endlessly. Su Ming nodded. Regardless, I hope you'll think it over. If you change your mind, you're always welcome. Alright. Could I have a soda? Su Ming's gaze fell on the vending machine. Yu Yang was startled. Su Ming covered her mouth with a giggle, quickly explaining, don't mind my brother's age. He loves soda. His teeth are nearly gone from it. Su Ming smiled, awkwardly revealing unhealthy teeth. I've run out of the soda I stockpiled, and seeing it makes me crave it again. Hee hee. Yu Yang was amused and laughed. Drink as much as you like, have your fill. Can I take some with me? Su Ming smiled sheepishly. Brother. Su Ming called out in dissatisfaction. Can you act like a captain for once? Where's your shame in begging for things? Su Ming felt he had lost some dignity. After a moment's thought, he said, how about this? He'll trade you 10 primary evolution crystals for it. Yu Yang waved his hand. 10 primary evolution crystals meant nothing to him. No need. Since you're Xiao and Ming's brother, consider these sodas a welcome gift. Yu Yang took a repaired mineral water bottle, filled it with dozens of pounds of soda, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming grinned from ear to ear. This is too kind. He took a big gulp first, then carefully tucked the soda into his arms. He'll have to hide this to drink it later. By the way, did Su Yifan come here? Yu Yang's expression flickered, then he said calmly, yes, but I killed him. What? Su Ming was shocked, his eyes turning wary. Killed him? Why? Su Mingming quickly recounted the story. After hearing it, Su Ming's expression grew complex, and he let out a heavy sigh. That was Su Yifan's own fault. Sigh, why was he so stubborn? We put a lot of effort into training him. Yu Yang said, a narrow-minded person who won't follow orders. Removing him is good for your team. Su Ming nodded. He knew this well. Besides, many of his ideas clashed with Su Yifan's, who had often hindered his commands. Now that Yu Yang had killed him, it could only be said that Su Yifan had brought it upon himself. By the way, didn't Ming Ming bring back some seeds last time? Have you succeeded in planting them? Su Ming's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Still experimenting. These things won't succeed overnight. Yu Yang glanced at Su Mingming, signaling her to stay quiet. Su Ming noticed nothing unusual and simply nodded with a sigh. Don't be too fixated on it. Many of our botanists haven't succeeded either. I'm afraid we'll rarely have vegetables to eat in the future.